Chapter 101 Attack. Team Xia originally had 500 people coming for the raid, and about 200 of them died in the gunfight. Of the remaining 300 people, 200 ran back to their own sphere of influence and temporarily joined another company to prepare for a strong attack. With the help of third-party intelligence, the remaining 100 people bypassed the company search team and made a detour to the installation point of the 6th company converter. They knew the approximate range of the general converter installation, but the machine was not large, and the city map was complex and changeable, so it was difficult to find the target position. If you want to search carefully, it is easy to expose your whereabouts. As a result, the first batch of installation personnel of the 6th company selected by Lian Sheng were Team Xia's own people. Seeing Lian Sheng so carefully arrange the candidates from all parties, keep the intelligence secret, and choose a hidden location to install the machine with great difficulty, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Taking the opportunity to unplug their converters, let the front 6 company out of command and fall into chaos. After defeating one of the companies, a gap will appear on the map. They can easily penetrate the enemy camp through the gap and lay the foundation for the backcourt. Let's win it in one fell swoop. End this game as soon as possible, and celebrate. At this time, Lian Sheng and Fang Jianshan also successfully met near the converter. They hid behind a billboard and secretly peeked out. Fang Jianshan pushed her and said, "Tighten it up. It's going to be exposed." Lian Sheng, "Please show me how to tighten horizontally." Fang Jianshan took a deep breath, stretched it into a straight line, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What are you guarding here?" Lian Sheng said, "The other side opened the game and ran directly to the 6th company. This means that there must be a traitor in the 6th company." Knowing that the 6th company has moved, they still did not change their target. After being chased by our army, they deliberately dispersed the team and left some soldiers behind. Our army camp. What does this show? Fang Jianshan, okay. Stop talking. I know. With too many advantages, it is easy to be careless, not distinguishing the truth from the falsehood of intelligence. Lian Sheng said. He knows how to use spies. But don't they know what counter-espionage is? Fang Jianshan glanced around and said, "It's not just the two of us. Right? Why don't the other 2 companies come to guard? If they don't come, at least get closer. Why do you let them separate so much? Their map is shared by the soldiers. Now pulling the 2 companies guarding the signal tower under the 6th company will only alert the other side. But now the 1st company is on the upper right of the camp, and the 7th company is on the lower left of the camp, and their position is slightly to the right and lower. It is very far away from the 2 companies. We are enough. I called you here to give you a great opportunity to get kills." Lian Sheng pointed at him, then at himself, and nodded. Fang Jianwei, Fang Jianshan. The other names are obviously not suitable for our team. Fang Jianshan was confused and said, "What Fang Jianwei?" Lian Sheng, a genius who once existed in this world. Fang Jianshan was immediately alert. "You are not going to use my name to cheat people, are you?" Lian Sheng ignored him and pointed forward. "Hush! Look! Here they come." Dozens of scattered people in front quickly passed by the street corner and rushed straight into the green belt next to them. Then the leader pushed aside the bushes and raised his gun to make a shooting gesture. Lian Sheng saw this scene and reported in a low voice, "The converter of the 6th company has been removed." Zhou Shirwei quickly cut off the communication signal of the 6th company. Lian Sheng connected with a supervisor he had appointed before and ordered, "Get ready. Start dismantling now." 2 seconds later, a report came from the channel. "Report to the command. The enemy's converter has been dismantled." Lian Sheng nodded, "Received. The enemy is coming to attack. And in order to ensure normal communication, the converter must be installed on the way, following the way they came. Plus the information feedback from the scouts. It is not difficult to find it." She adjusted her posture, pulled the trigger, and prepared to shoot. After successfully completing the mission, the Xia team and the friendly forces reported and prepared to leave with satisfaction. The communicator was suddenly quiet. Even the sound of electricity disappeared, as if disconnected from the world. The sudden change made the soldiers shudder. One person pressed the communicator and asked, "What's going on?" The company commander didn't take it seriously and said, "Don't panic. It should be our converter that has been dismantled. It doesn't matter. The people from the 3rd company will bring it over soon. Find a place to hide first and wait for the communication to be restored." He took the initiative to take a step forward, with one foot raised in the air. He could see a flash of light in his peripheral vision. 2 bullets came at him at the same time and hit his forehead. The company commander fell back and died. The rest of the soldiers were at a loss. Their comrades died one after another, and they were panicked. A soldier shouted, "Get down! Hide first!" All of a sudden, everyone started to flee. Don't run around in all directions. I don't know if there are any ambushes around. The soldier was still calm and took on the responsibility of the company commander temporarily, saying, "Find a position to explore the situation first and wait for the communication to be restored." It was also because they were in a good position before, so most of the people hid in the green belt next to them. The dense bullets from the opposite side finally stopped. A soldier asked loudly, "How many people are there on the opposite side?" Another person, "I don't know. Looking at this frequency, there are at least 4 to 6. Have you confirmed the direction and position? How is it possible?" The calm soldier changed his squatting position, went over the current situation in his mind, and said with a chill in his heart, "Oh no. They watched the converter we dismantled, and waited until we finished reporting before cutting off our signal. Which means it was intentional. They must have installed a second one nearby. Then our army is now attacking the 6th company. They may pretend to retreat and put people, bring them inside, and then surround and attack them." He continued to speculate, and felt worse. Maybe we fell into a trap. But how did they know? Do we have a traitor? The soldier slapped his thigh and said, "I said it was normal. How could such a wretched person as the general of the cavalry bear this breath? There are so many military academy students on Team Xia's side. It would be abnormal if she was not informed." The others also panicked. "Report it quickly." "What are you reporting?" "Our converter has just been dismantled." At this time, the 6th company of the company, which was advancing, also stopped. "Hello? Hello?" a soldier shouted. "Why is there no sound? Is the signal converter cut off? Is there someone from Team Xia behind us? Isn't our hometown very dangerous? What should we do now? There is no command. Where is the company commander? Shouldn't the company commander come out? It's useless to keep the situation secret now." A soldier said weakly, "Why can they find the installation location of our converter so quickly? Isn't there only one person who knows where it is? So we really have a spy here?" Everyone looked at someone. The soldier in officer uniform quickly shook his head. "It's not me. It's not me. It's really not me." Ji Fa waited for a while to give him time to pass the information. When he felt it was almost time, he stood up and shot the soldier in charge of the installation. Blood spurted out, and the people next to him screamed and stepped back. A voice came from Ji Fa personal communication. It was a report from a scout. "Attention. 6th company. There are enemy troops attacking 1 kilometer ahead. The number of troops is about 2 companies." Ji Fa shouted, "Keep calm. I am your company commander. Now everyone listen to my command and prepare to retreat. Retreat in an orderly manner to avoid fighting with them now." He stayed at the end of the team and urged the soldiers to move forward. "Go straight ahead. There will be support ahead. Keep the team and don't disperse. Quick! Run quickly. It is unknown whether there are still enemy spies in the 6th company." Before luring them into a trap, they chose not to restore the communicator. And in the middle of the map, Lian Sheng and Fang Jianshan, while the team of stragglers had not reacted, began to move to the left side of the camp, trying to find the team on the lower left to meet up. Lian Sheng looked at the map, recalled it in his mind again, and began to deploy the arrangements. "All members of the 7th company, please pay attention. Move to the left from your current position. Maintain your speed and wait for my attack order. Brother Liang knows your real position now." "Right. Bright light bulb. Understood." Lian Sheng, brothers of the 1st company. "Get ready. When to act and the deployment of troops are up to you. 100-meter flying knife. No problem." Lian Sheng continued to order. 3 rows of teams on the left side of the map. 2nd, 4th, and 5th companies. Temporarily control the speed of advancement. After receiving the signal feedback from the 1st company, prepare to defend downward. Several company commanders, understood. Lian Sheng, 6th company. 6th company. Pass the 3rd fork and start turning left. Ji Fanshao said, understood. You can turn on our company communicator. I want to give orders. At this time, Team Xia's team has entered their target range. Some panting sounds reappeared in the 6th company communicator. And the soldier, said, and then quickly covered his mouth. The signal seemed to have returned to normal. Liansheng's voice sounded inside, saying, "The communicator is still alive. Comrades of the 6th Company don't have to worry. Now follow the instructions of the company commander. We are going to start a counterattack." "Oh, no. Let me correct that," Liansheng said. "It's an active attack." They arranged their troops in a stepped defensive shape, making sure to consume all the 1,000 enemy troops here. Chapter 102 Map. Obviously their actions are very restricted. The commentator looked at the screen and said, "The general has excellent tactical talent. However, she cannot trust her soldiers now, and all strategies are carried out in secret from the soldiers. Although I think it is very shocking to be able to do this. If it continues, it will also lead to unrest and turmoil in the team. If one of their company commanders dies, and no one feeds her intelligence and information, then the entire team will be difficult to maintain. Generally speaking, modern battlefield maps are shared with soldiers, and it is the soldiers who perform frontline tasks. If there is a traitor among the soldiers, then 80% of the plan will be known to the enemy. After all, no matter what tactics are used, it will inevitably be shown on the map. Even if Team Xia has now entered their range of luring the enemy, the process of the general's deployment of troops to defend will still be transmitted to the other side in the first time. The other side can also respond in real time. Ambush? Non-existent. Do they have to rely on such counter-espionage tactics to eliminate all spies? Can they always have a sophisticated countermeasure to deal with the enemy's attack? Some people will hide very deeply and wait for the final reversal. Dianjing Zibi said a lot in succession, frowned tightly, and sighed. Testing people's hearts is something that will never end. He is always not optimistic about the team that wins consecutively. Liliana said, "That's not necessarily the case. On the battlefield, whether it is the enemy or our army, what the soldiers see is just what the two commanders want you to see." "Ah?" Dianjing Zibi said. "You mean?" Liliana shook her head and didn't continue talking. The netizens pretended to be profound and nodded. "Well, actually I know. When can I be as good as Liliana? It feels like Liliana sees through everything. I just feel like she's pretending." The finishing touch was choked several times, and I was speechless. Ha! I'm convinced. Well, as a data analyst, I always feel that the map is weird. Does anyone know how good the deputy commander is over there? A top sophomore in the military department of the Union University. The younger brother of Baimi Feidao. Take a look at his points. What do you think? Why is the model so inconsistent? It feels choppy and weird. It shouldn't be. As the two companies of Team Xia approached, they rebuilt the signal converter in the rear, and the remaining squad that had lost the signal and was trapped in the green belt received the sound again. They had been hiding in the bushes and dared not come out, but they had never received any attacks. Several soldiers sent a report immediately. "Report. There are spies over there, and someone is leaking our intelligence. Please be careful." The front row of the attacking team stumbled and asked, "What? What spy? Where is your company commander?" The soldier, "Our company commander just died." As soon as the report was made, the converter was destroyed by the opponent, and then our company commander died. The company commander asked, "What about you? How did you escape?" The soldier, We hid in the same place and did not move." The company commander, "Is there still an orange tree?" The soldier said anxiously, "I'm not lying. There are probably only 4 or 5 people. They left after we hid." The company commander said, "You report your position first and prepare to return to the team." The company commander hesitated and reported the matter to his own commander. Xia Yifeng said after a moment of silence, "They probably just encountered a small force of the enemy by chance. 4 or 5 people could not have set up an ambush with a purpose. And if they had planned it in advance, they would not have let them live until now." Company commander, then, Xia Yifeng said, "continue to attack." Team Xia's rhythm was slightly stuck in the middle, and then the attack mode was restarted. The 7th company of the winning team, led by Liang Bulb, just reached the target point. After approaching the fork, he stepped forward, stopped, turned around and shouted loudly, "Stop! Line up!" A group of scattered soldiers hurriedly stopped, then formed 2 long lines and hid on both sides of the street. Liang Bulb pulled out a few people, carrying billboards collected from the roadside, and placed them on the ground, and then used them as a cover to line up in the middle of the street. The bright light bulb flashed into the safe spot next to him and said to the soldiers, "Listen to your brother Liang's instructions and start shooting. Don't worry about the direction. Just shoot forward. The enemy is so dense that you can definitely hit the target. There is no second chance. If you want to feel the pleasure of being a hero, then attack hard. His affirmative encouragement made some people in the team a little nervous. I couldn't help but ask Captain Xia to confirm their position again to see if they had gone the wrong way. Captain Xia looked at the thumbnail map sent over and confirmed that their team was still 2 forks away from the bright light bulbs. They could completely take a detour and avoid them perfectly. The roads in this part of the city were built in a similar way. In order to ensure the overall appearance, the floor heights and tones were similar. The thumbnail map only showed some rectangular signs representing buildings, but the specific types of buildings could not be confirmed. The man said in a daze, "Did their scouts see the wrong location? Or are their scouts also ours?" Deputy Commander, "No. The scouts are not. I don't know now, but I can confirm that the information is correct." Captain, is that a cover-up? Or do you want to confuse people and disrupt our rhythm? Deputy Commander, both are possible. Maybe it is to make us doubt ourselves like now, and buy time for the 6th company to retreat. Believe in your eyes, and make decisions based on the data. The captain calmed down and replied, "Okay." So he decided to act according to the original plan. The fleeing 6th company has now reached the 3rd fork mentioned by Lian Sheng. Ji Fanshao pointed to one side and shouted, "Now the front row troops are ready to turn to the left side of the map, which is your right-hand side. Everyone behind follows the troops to turn. Speed. Don't waste time. You won't get any honor if you run slowly and die under enemy fire." The 6th company turned into the intersection, and Ji Fanshao followed the middle of the team and adjusted their speed in real time. Make sure the distance between the front and back of the queue is not too large. After running for a long distance, some people's physical strength has begun to fail to keep up. In order to ensure the integrity of the team, the speed was suppressed very slowly. Fortunately, Team Xia also slowed down for various reasons, which gave them time to react. "Stop!" Ji Fanshao raised his hand and said, "With this street corner as the center, form a cross formation. The soldiers in front of me will form a vertical formation, and the soldiers behind me will form a horizontal formation. Then each of us will hide our bodies and prepare to attack. Quickly get into position and run. Friends, you should have a sense of combat by now. The several roads in the city center are connected in a very regular straight line. Like a tic-tac-toe. They intersect with each other, with a wide field of vision." The bright light bulb listened to the scout's report and kept looking at the speculative model made by Zhou Shirwei. The left foot kept tapping restlessly. And finally the time was calculated by the watch. "We have to go first." The bright light bulb raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Everyone prepared to shoot. As soon as the voice fell, as if to confirm, a row of enemy soldiers rushed out and appeared in front of them. The soldier was in a panic, and when he fired the first shot, the enemy's front row just walked to the middle of the road. It is called a road, but the width of the road itself is very limited. This battlefield is definitely not open. More people were hiding behind the frontline soldiers, waiting to fill the gap at any time. The soldiers of Team Xia who ran out of the intersection were confused and turned their heads to look at them. However, what was waiting for them was a sea of gun muzzles. Suddenly, the artillery fire was dense, and the left line of soldiers of Team Xia collapsed directly. The company commander, who was checking the map to plan the marching route, was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the number of his own people who were jumping down rapidly on it. And then he reacted and was suddenly shocked and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with the front line? Which direction is the ambush?" "There is an ambush. It's just to the east of the fork we are going to cross," the soldier who successfully retreated to a safe position said with spare energy. "The opponent is not in the position you gave. How did they get to the last street?" The company commander shouted, "Stop first. Those who can retreat, retreat. Don't go to the intersection." The first batch of troops of Team Xia, after noticing the attack, those who couldn't run were directly killed by the gun. The lucky ones rushed through the intersection in one breath. Now the two sides are looking at each other from a distance across the street. The scattered soldier on the other side of the street asked, "What should we do? Captain? Where should we go now?" Before the captain could answer, the scout in the channel said, "Attention! The enemy's 235th company has begun to move downward. It may be to block your way back. If you turn around now, you will fail. It's a rare opportunity. And if you are attacked from both sides, then sacrifice is inevitable. Since it's better then The captain narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone turn around. Move to the left side of the map. Move to the west." He dispatched a team to confront the enemy at the street corner and block their offensive. The rest of the people took the opportunity to slip away from one side. At this time, a large number of troops from the enemy's 235th Company were approaching downward aggressively. There was another company guarding the right side of the map. Their best way was to go down. This was also their original intention. Go down. We want to go deep into the enemy camp. The captain of Team Xia shouted. Be careful of the siege from above. Speed up. Bypass the block in front and quickly penetrate downwards. The deputy commander reminded, there may be some problems with the map of the other side. We are doing a second confirmation. You should be careful. The captain said, got it. But at this time, where is the chance to be careful? Break out and escape or fight for life and death. There is no chance to regret after making a decision. And if they hesitate a little, they will lose even the chance to resist. Another message was broadcasted in the communicator. Attention. The company of the 100-meter flying knife has moved at the bottom left of the map and is moving to the right. The position and speed have been marked as shown in the figure. The captain opened it to check, confirm the gap between the two sides, and replanned a marching route to ensure that the team could stagger their encirclement and go down safely. When Team Xia was halfway there, they encountered an ambush by Ji Fanshao team. The captain was already prepared. After all, the opponent was in a cross formation, and they might encounter it as long as they went down or to the left. But because Ji Fanshao stretched the team too long, the troops were limited, and some of the troops were lost in the first confrontation. So the combat effectiveness was not to be feared. The company commander took into account the pursuers behind him, and decided to fight quickly and rush straight over, all the way down. The company commander couldn't help wondering while running. What happened before? Was it because he was dazzled? Or did the other party suddenly speed up and cause him not to notice? He stared at the map closely and calculated carefully to ensure that there would be no mistakes this time. When he arrived at the location point and was about to make adjustments to avoid the pursuit of the 100-meter flying knife below, there was another scream in front of the queue. The team of the 100-meter flying knife had already rushed up, and the two sides started fighting directly. Team Xia was caught off guard and was successfully attacked again. The frontline personnel suffered heavy losses, and the rear troops were defeated. Damn it! The company commander jumped and shouted. Aren't they in the next street? The map showed that the two sides were still a distance away, but the fact was that they had already clashed head-on. This caused a strange fault on the map. The deputy commander of the Xia team was also a little panicked at this moment. He kept pressing the panel and flipping forward to check. There is a problem with the opponent's map. The company commander questioned, isn't the intelligence true? The deputy commander, it is true after checking. They have no reason to deceive us. The company commander, then the map they sent over is delayed? Are you not careful? Impossible. There is no problem with the time marking. The deputy commander said. I won't make such a low-level mistake. The company commander cursed. What the hell? This is a team of 1,000 people. 1/5 of the troops. At a company sent to test it earlier. That is a lineup of 3 companies. They have the advantage of the start, have unique intelligence resources, and even have some advantages in troop strength. In the end, they sent 3 companies to the hands of the opponent and let them tease them? What caused them to be in such a situation? The frontline company commander was exhausted and commanded the soldiers of the team to fight forward, trying to break through the defense line before the pursuit of the rear arrived. Although this possibility seems extremely slim at the moment, he said solemnly into the communicator, we may really have spies here. We need to find a chance to investigate. Chapter 103 Analysis. The morale of the company soldiers is high at this moment. Twice in a row, the opponents were directly sent to their guns. There are obviously several spies among his team members. Is there anything more amazing than this? Bai Mi Fei Dao hid behind the team, touched his helmet, and said proudly, within 100 meters, there are all flying knives. Is it a false reputation? At this time, Lian Sheng, who had mixed into his team and was squatting next to him, said, the other side can't hear it. I'm not saying this to them. Bai Mi Fei Dao grinned, opened his arms and faced the sky. I'm saying this to my dear audience and fans. Lian Sheng said disdainfully, TSK. Bai Mi Fei Dao took the opportunity to advertise. Bai Mi Fei Dao Conscience Studio welcomes every friend who is sincere in learning. The fee is a little expensive, but the level is superb. And the reservation system deposit is non-refundable. High-quality retired soldiers and tomorrow's stars are waiting for you here. The comments under the video are all, "Oh my god." Go to your conscience. Your conscience has been pierced through by your own knife. This advertisement was put in front of Colonel Liliana. Aren't you afraid that she will get angry and cut off your studio? Brother Dao? Go ahead. I hope Liliana cuts off her black shop. Same deal. It's too expensive to go. Let so many viewers watch him advertise. This guy is really shameless. It's worth it. Ha ha ha. You can charge double for this game and get free advertising. Brother Dao, you are not only an excellent deputy commander, but also an excellent businessman. Have you finally found your position again? Dianjing Zibi was staring at the map at this moment. Without saying a word, he overlapped the company current team with the real-time team, and finally found the subtlety. People from two companies have been misplaced. A small number of people have directly disappeared from the map. When did it start? Dianjing Zibi was shocked and exclaimed, if the two armies were not facing each other head-on, I really wouldn't have noticed it. They are people with a god's perspective. No wonder Captain Xia was unprepared. The finishing touch touched his chin. Is it the opening? Liliana said, if it is the opening, it is very likely to be noticed directly. Because everyone will always have more exploration and speculation on the map they receive for the first time. And the positions at the opening are relatively clear. So it is unrealistic to tamper with the map. Liliana, besides, if you want the other party to believe you, you must always show a little sincerity at the beginning. The finishing touch immediately began to flatter. You are worthy of being Colonel Liliana. Did you find the trick from the beginning? No wonder you said before that what they want to see is what they want others to see. So before that, did the company start to tamper with the map? Liliana sat on her wide chair, holding the handle with one hand, and shook her head when she heard it. She didn't really want to say this nonsense, but she still explained it responsibly. The modification of the map has always been gradual. At the beginning, they hid the position of the officers. Later, when the opponent was not paying attention, they erased the marks of some individuals. All of this was done very carefully, until Xia Yinfeng's team went down. The map modeling had not reached this level. At that time, the 7th company in the upper right corner of the map, which was also the team of the lamp, was only moved up one street. The dislocation of the 100-meter flying knife company began when they took the last action. Because they ran very fast, they slowed down a little on the thumbnail map and staggered a block. It would be so obvious. Even if there was a traitor in such an emergency, he would not have the heart to compare the subtle differences between the roadside and the map. At that time, Captain Xia was at a critical moment, and the data from all parties were mixed together. The deputy commander of Captain Xia did not have too much time to calculate the details. Or, the company took advantage of their blind spots. The deputy commander checked the authenticity of the data mainly in two aspects. One is the authenticity of the source of the picture, and the other is the time when the map was intercepted. Obviously, there is no problem with these 2 points. Relying on the slow dislocation step by step, the winning streak was formed. With the help of the traitor, the wrong map was successfully delivered to their command desk. The finishing touch was a sudden enlightenment. So that's it. Such a principle sounds simple, but in actual operation, it is very dangerous to be watertight. If Zhou Shirwei fails to grasp the opportunity and reveals a little flaw, he will be used by Captain Xia in reverse. And the huge map data and large-scale soldier dislocation require very superb technology and rich experience. They were given a random map, adapted and extracted data on the spot, and quickly completed the modeling. This is simply not something that ordinary military academy students can do. This technique is simply amazing. At this moment, Dianjing Zibi can only sigh sincerely. It is worthy of being Baimi Feidao, Zhou Shizi's younger brother. He really has a bright future. He originally thought that Zhou Shirwei was not good at speaking. Baimi Feidao called him out several times, but he never responded. The map was sloppy, and the whole person seemed to be slow to react and dazed. I am afraid that he will be completely suppressed by the light of Baimi Feidao. It turns out that he is doing something big. Now recalling it, I just want to slap myself twice. I didn't recognize the great man. Fortunately, he knew that Liliana was optimistic about the company, so he didn't say it. Otherwise it would definitely become the darkest stroke in his career. Oh my god. Dog legs can save lives. Dianjing Zibi had a strong premonition that it was not that simple. So he sorted out the battle situation from the beginning again. and found that the series of decisions that he criticized for the previous winning streak might really have a deeper meaning. First, they used various suspicious commands at the beginning to let the enemy relax their vigilance, mistakenly thinking that they were hiding military information, and guarded against their spies from every detail to divert the enemy's attention, including the 10 people who were randomly selected to install the converter at the beginning. Perhaps they were prepared for the enemy's spies at that time, so they led the enemy into the trap later. How much preparation did they make for this last step? This is a very risky behavior, but it is a plan that cannot be ignored. Oh my god! The more Dian Hengzibi thought about it, the more he felt that he was amazing, and exclaimed, IQ is not enough. At the same time, he also felt that Liliana was amazing. When could he be as calm as her? The quality of tactics depends on the subsequent response and how far the commander can think. Those who think more long-term are more likely to win, Liliana said. Before the war is declared over, all advantages or disadvantages cannot represent the final result of the war, because the battlefield is a constant reversal and subversion. Dian Hengzibi really wanted Liliana to see him nodding vigorously, so that she could definitely feel his sincerity at this moment. But if you change the positions of the team members without telling the soldiers, they will easily get confused. Right? Dian Hengzibi suddenly straightened his back and said, for example, Fang Jianshan just now? Even if the map is misplaced, the two commanders and the relevant company commanders must always have the correct map in their minds to ensure the implementation of the tactics. Liliana said, the battlefield is never a one-man show. Do you think that you can complete this difficult layout with just one person's outstanding level? Simulate such a large battlefield in your mind? Zhou Shirwei is the deputy commander himself. He holds 2 sets of data in his hand. He may be confused for a while, but he will not forget it. Bai Mi Fei Dao and Liang Ding Ding are experienced in expeditions for many years, and they only lead one team. What about the commander-in-chief Lian Sheng? On the one hand, he has to participate in the frontline operations. On the other hand, he directly leads the battlefield of 5,000 people and issues countless orders. On the other hand, he has to think about such a complex tactical process, speculate the direction of the enemy according to the situation, and make timely responses and communications. Forget all that, but he still had to simulate the entire battle in his mind and remember every misplaced location? In the previous game, perhaps because of the perspective broadcast, he did not see it. But he did not hear Zhou Shirwei give her any hints. The finishing touch is shut up. Let him shut up. Really. Don't let his stinky mouth make mistakes again. Isn't it enough for him to kneel down? Chapter 104 Gathering. After Liliana's explanation, everyone realized that the soldiers in the company were not ordinary people. The finishing touch could only be laughed at the screen, and netizens bowed down without hesitation. God. Let's be friends. God. Why are you called Lian Sheng? God. When did you come down to earth? Why didn't you ask me to go and greet you? The name Lian Sheng actually tells us that she is God. Okay. Get ready to kneel. Are the company commanders on the side of the general of the cavalry all fucking perverts? The level of their team is obviously different. Right? Become a fan. What's a knee? I give you a little heart. 2. The company commanders on Xia Yanfeng's side are also famous players. It seems that they are retired soldiers specially invited. This is very embarrassing. Can't the people above give them some face? Ha ha. The man at the front desk of the research institute snapped his fingers at the scene in front of him and shouted excitedly, "It's fucking amazing." The people next to him turned their heads and stared at him, as if they were looking at a dead person. The man just remembered who was sitting next to him, and he immediately shrank down, shrinking his head and not daring to look back. Lin Lai said, "Am I scary?" The desire to survive made him shake his head quickly. Sun Yin smiled and said, "Not very. Just a little bit." "Right," the man said with a sad face. "Team leader, I beg you. It's great to be young." Sun Yin sighed, then smiled at the man. "I have worked with Colonel Lin for many years. She is actually a very upright and kind person. Although she is usually serious, she is definitely the best superior. As long as you have done nothing wrong, you don't need to be afraid." The man nodded. Sun Yin turned around and said, "Lian Sheng is really suitable to be a commander. She is confident and smart. It seems that her transfer to another department is indeed a correct decision." "Right?" Lin Lai lowered his eyes. Bai Mi Fei Dao disliked that the person on the other side could not hear, So he asked the soldier in front to help him pass the message. "Tell your commander-in-chief for me," Baimi Feidao shouted to the people in front. "You underestimate the two outstanding members of my team. Do you really think we will be slaughtered? Since we have agreed to your conditions for selecting people. Of course we know your plans and intentions. It is actually us who have the real intelligence advantage. Ha ha ha. No one will accept a challenge that is bound to fail. The real game has already started before the game." Baimi Feidao dared to agree to her proposal. Of course, he had made plans and premeditated. Laxity and complacency are the biggest loopholes of the Xia team, and also their hope of winning. They followed this loophole and fought this cannibalization war step by step. Baimi Feidao, practice for a few more years before coming out. I hope that next time she has grown into a commander who can win without fans. The voices roared forward layer by layer, and the soldiers were excited and laughed. Cheng Zhe called out, "Hey, hey, say it again. How many outstanding members?" Baimi Feidao changed his words, all of them. At this time, the second, third, and fifth companies of Zhao Zhuoluo, Cheng Zhe, and Yi Buqing had already arrived from above, blocking their way. The seventh company, led by the bright bulb, also chased from the right. The crowd formed a formation and surrounded the Xia team's 1,000-man assault team. The Xia team was already at the end of its strength and had no room for resistance. The troops were rapidly depleted, and it was estimated that there were less than 200 people. They were a little anxious at this time, knowing that the current situation was quite unfavorable to them. The disadvantage of 1,000 people should be made up later? The so-called intelligence advantage has now made them feel scared, and it will be difficult to remain objective and calm later. Once the idea of retreating grows, hope will collapse. A few people simply became hands-off shopkeepers, squatting in safe corners and chatting calmly. Suddenly, a beam of light crossed the street in the opposite direction and shot the soldiers of the company. Several soldiers nearby were stunned when they saw the scene, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Lian Sheng narrowed his eyes and shouted, "I report." That soldier fired in the direction where there was no enemy. There was no reason to attack, just to internally deplete our army's combat effectiveness. Cheating review. 1 minute later, announcement, system, the report was established. Company soldier ID 3122 was disqualified from the competition and forced to withdraw from the battlefield. 1-year account ban. Announcement, system, company soldier ID 1139 was killed and the certification was cancelled. He was allowed to re-enter the battlefield. There was a round of boos inside and outside the stadium. Damn it! Only dirty words could express their feelings at the moment. Company soldiers hid behind a wall and shouted to the people in front, "Damn, you are too disgusting. Are you ashamed? Is it true that you always won like this before?" The remaining soldiers of Team Xia blushed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Okay? The company soldier, just don't talk nonsense. We were not caught before, but we were caught this time. Play the game seriously. Okay?" The company soldier said. "Is it still interesting? How much sense of accomplishment can you get from playing?" The soldier of Team Xia was mad and said, "I am playing the game seriously. Damn! What does it have to do with me?" His brother echoed, "Stop shooting map cannons. What do they have to do with us? We didn't cheat," the company soldier said. "They are your comrades. Do you still want to get away with it? Who are you trying to fool? You are crooked from the bottom to the head. Can people who help the evil be considered innocent?" The people of the company have not started to get angry yet, and the people inside Team Xia have stopped doing it first. They just want to play the game seriously, regardless of who is the commander or what the purpose is. However, for now, this game will not benefit them no matter whether they win or lose. The commander-in-chief relies on stepping on the sidelines and walking in the gray area to create advantages for himself, and they are a little unhappy in their hearts, seeing the people above going too far. The feeling of shame and embarrassment became more and more difficult to suppress. In addition, the current decline of Team Xia was hard to hide, and all kinds of emotions burst out directly. They participated in the battle seriously, but it became a play with Xia Yanfeng, and they had to be despised and ridiculed like this, and made such a big fool of themselves. I have never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. I quit. In the middle of the game, several people actually dropped their guns and went offline. The morale of Team Xia fell into depression for a while. Xia Yanfeng looked at the battle situation, feeling a little restless. She tightly grasped her fingers and shook her head. How could it be? It shouldn't be. Generally, simple instructions were issued by her, and the deputy commander would give suggestions in a tactful way for complex analysis. And now the deputy commander next to her seemed to have no idea what to do. His restless fingers and his slightly hunched body had exposed his emotions. Xia Yanfeng waited for a long time, but he didn't speak, and his eyes became firm. Please, fans, don't do this again. Thank you for loving me and supporting me. Thank you, Xia Yanfeng said. Enjoy your own game. I have been asking you to help me against your will. I should also move forward with my own strength. I'm sorry that I let you down, made you worry, and endured the abuse from others. I didn't expect you to be so painful, Xia Yanfeng said. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Start over from now on. I will try my best to reverse the advantage I lost before. Please give me another chance. Xia Yanfeng is actually not suitable to be a soldier. She knows it very well. She doesn't like competition or fighting. Watching them fighting and shouting on the front line. She doesn't feel excited at all. Before every game, she feels nervous and anxious. When facing disadvantages, she can't help but tremble, but still has to maintain confidence and smile. The praise and calls from the outside world have become her pressure. And she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. So she finds it more and more annoying. She doesn't like it. So she doesn't care about it. However, this is not where she can stop. She wants to go further. She wants to prove that she is better than her brother. She wants to get her due status in the family, not just an appendage. So she has to keep going. She just doesn't like it. But it's not that she can't do it. Xia Yanfeng is very clear about the current situation. The opponent is cunning and changeable, and it is impossible to determine whether they have inserted a traitor or simply rely on their own skills to reverse the situation. But no matter what the reason is, the old model method is no longer feasible. If a picture is sent to them again, they will also be suspicious. To go through the complicated identification of authenticity and check the details will put oneself in a passive position. Moreover, this must not be her last game. If it ends like this, everything will be over. Even if she loses, she will show the style of a loser. Xia Yanfeng's apology, with a crying voice, finally calmed down Captain Xia's emotions. Her fans were suppressed before, and did not say anything for the time being. Now seeing this scene, they are heartbroken and excited to support her. Love you, Goddess. I will always love you, Goddess. Don't take it to heart. We will always support you. We volunteered. We are not suffering. It is obviously a voluntary registration. There are many people who play like this on Sanyao. Do you have to look down on a little girl? If you have the ability, look down on Sanyao. If you have the ability, punish them. Phone. Don't be afraid. We will always support you. The number of people in both teams at this time. Company, 4415. Xia team, 3612. There are still some fish that slipped through the net. I don't know where they are hiding. The company is doing the final cleanup. As for the nearly 600 casualties on their side, it's a bit confusing. It's the survival of the fittest. Team Xia regrouped. The death of 3 companies is a fact, and all they can do is to adjust as soon as possible. Team Xia's deputy commander took a breath and said, the company now has about 4 companies of troops. At the front of the map, their team has been broken. We can gather troops, surround their 4 companies, and regain the previous disadvantage. Xia Yanfeng nodded, yes. They have a high level of individual combat, so we better not use small teams to test them. Just attack with a large force. Okay. The deputy commander looked at her serious look and was a little surprised. Then he nodded and said, I will send a few more scouts to investigate the situation on the front line. They relied too much on ready-made intelligence before, and the reconnaissance network was not arranged tightly enough. Now we need to speed up rectification. Lian Sheng is arranging soldiers to loot the spoils, and then line up to wait for the rest of the troops to meet up. A lot of energy guns were seized, and they were redistributed according to the previous battle merits. Lian Sheng held a gun and said, in fact, maybe we should thank Xia Yanfeng. Are you crazy? Fang Jianshan seemed to understand her routine after he finished speaking, and shook his head, oh no. Don't play such a disgusting routine. Thank your opponent for helping you grow? Comrade Lian Sheng. Let's keep a little sincerity between people. Lian Sheng said, because of Xia Yanfeng's publicity. Sanyao has attracted a large number of fans who don't play Sanyao. Because of Liliana's transfer, another group of fans poured in before the game started. Their joining lowered the overall strength of both sides and raised the requirements for individual combat strength, which is a good thing for us. Fang Jianshan thought about it and felt that this logic was a bit poisonous. Ji Fa Xiao from the front line sent feedback. Team Xia has started to form a team. It should be a gathering. Well, you should prepare to retreat, Liansheng said. Senior Ji, the troops on the map are now in your command. Ji Fa Xiao understood. Liansheng stood up and shouted into the communicator. Now, everyone who can hear my voice, prepare to gather. Pay attention to the edge of the map and act secretly. And gather in front of the iconic clock tower on the right. Fang Jianshan, if you are lost. Shout 1. Liansheng, TSK. Chapter 105 Detour. In the map, the winning team is now gradually splitting into 2 teams. There are nearly 4 companies on the front line, gathering in the middle. 6 companies in the rear, some of which were lost in the conflict, began to reform under the remote command of Ji Fa Xiao. His orders were neither hurried nor slow, but steady. Even though Team Xia was gathering all its forces to prepare for a strong attack and kill people, he still followed his own rhythm, dispatched teams on both sides, and prepared to gather for confrontation. His order was to fight and retreat, to obstruct the opponent, delay time while ensuring the strength of his own forces. Dianjing Zibi felt that this person had a promising future and was not simple. He was entrusted with an important task by Liansheng. So he asked, Ji Fa Xiao, is he also a very famous commander in the Union University? Yes, Liliana said. He is already one of the candidates for the Expeditionary Army. If nothing unexpected happens, he will directly enter the military training in September. It will depend on his performance and achievements in the later period to decide whether he can be included in the Expeditionary Army in the end. It's amazing. The team lineup of the General of the Cavalry is really very strong. Dianjing Zibi was a little excited. He looked down and realized belatedly, oh, the map dislocation of their team has been adjusted back. The dislocation is to confuse the sight of the Xia team in the battle and mislead their command. However, the map is for the soldiers to confirm their position after all. Keeping the rhythm of dislocation can easily make the soldiers of their own side feel uneasy, since the goal has been achieved. Of course, it must be adjusted back. But, Dianjing Zibi took a quick look and said, there are still some parts that have not been modified. The company has fewer people, and it seems that there are still quite a lot. Right? Liansheng team at this time is obviously 800 more than Xia Yanfeng's team, and a rough comparison of the green dots shows that they are actually comparable. Dianjing Zibi said to himself, how many people are hidden on the map on the side of the General of the Cavalry? What does she want to do? Because the people are too dense, he can't see it clearly for a while. He counted the current number of green dots, and then added and subtracted. According to the perspectives and communication records of Liansheng and others, it was found that Liansheng had selected a team of nearly 600 people, and was moving forward along the right line of the map. Oh! Captain Xiao wants to fight with a large force, while the company wants to attack with a small team? Dianjing Zibi realized. Have they decided to decide the outcome this time? Liansheng could not guarantee that she could eliminate all the spies in her team, but she could always select a team that is absolutely trustworthy from the 5,000 people. One is those who are known by several company commanders, and military academy students are preferred. The other is soldiers who fought bravely and killed a large number of people in the conflict. The company commanders hid their identities, mixed into the team, or talked or observed, and used the first half of the game to select these players as the capital for the final confrontation. It's really step by step. However, they didn't know that Xia Yanfeng's team had decided not to use spy warfare. This means that they now have no company commanders in each company. It is commanded by Ji Fa Xiao alone. Dianjing Zibi turned his head and said, will it be a bit difficult? However, the assault team prepared by Liansheng was still stuck in the process of gathering. The people they selected were scattered among the various companies, and the positions of the companies were relatively scattered at the moment. The soldiers who chose sniper rifles followed several company commanders and left first. The remaining soldiers were in disarray in the wind and had no direction for a while. Abandon us now? No. We will do a good job. Just found out who our company commander is, and he left. Trust us, Commander. We still want to contribute to the team. Request to identify my little heart. Dare to dissect. Trust me. It's impossible that so many people are traitors. Commander, please think about it again. Liansheng said, I will let Senior G assign new company commanders to your teams, and he will temporarily take over the duties of the commander-in-chief. Please pay attention to his instructions. This group of people's hearts are selected based on the number of kills, relying on strength, and have nothing to do with loyalty. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, Hey! We are going to do great things. Not to hold a commendation meeting. Why do we need to identify little hearts? Don't even care about little hearts. I said. If you listen to my instructions carefully, I will not doubt every soldier in my army. Liansheng said. But I hope you can still understand the level gap between individuals. The soldiers were immediately depressed and stopped fighting immediately. Bai Mi Fei Dao said to the team members, who had no idea where they had run to but had not yet appeared, now. Those who are on the way to the gathering. Report your location. Be careful to avoid the scouts on the opposite side. We have to move forward secretly. Liansheng urged them and said, Comrades, hurry up. By the time the other side kills through the middle lane, we will have missed the best opportunity for a sneak attack. Got it. We are almost there. Lu Hao said in the public channel. The roads here are obviously the same. How can I remember them after walking through them once? Brother Chaoyang Pao. Don't run so fast. The people behind you can't keep up. Jiangsu, Brother Chaoyang Pao. Can you fly? Have you ever broken the league's long-distance running record? Brother Chaoyang Bulb said disdainfully. The quality of military academy students this year is really not good. Look at Liansheng. And then look at you. Does your military academy have no physical fitness assessment now? Liansheng was innocently caught in the crossfire. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Watching Liansheng and others leave the team, Xia Yanfeng's fans in the team suddenly fell into confusion. They hesitated for a long time whether to report this to Xia Yanfeng. On the one hand, they were afraid that she would be unprepared and lose the game. On the other hand, Xia Yanfeng had already said that, and sincerely hoped that she could win the game with her own efforts. As fans, their feelings were very complicated. After all kinds of entanglements, they chose to respect her decision. And Xia Yanfeng's performance at this moment really made many fans feel relieved. She finally became like a real commander. I don't know what changed her. Nor do I know what decision she made. Some people may be like this, and they will not want to take up their own responsibilities until the last moment. The deputy commander paused and prepared to wait for her instructions. The 8th company will stay at the signal tower, and the other troops will keep gathering in the middle and move forward. Xia Yanfeng said, Don't gather the troops too close for the time being, and pay attention to defending both sides. The scouts must be alert, and the opponent may prepare for an assault. After she finished speaking, she looked at the deputy commander and asked with her eyes if it was correct. The deputy commander nodded encouragingly. Xia Yanfeng felt relieved. Even if she relied on the tactics of a spy and mostly followed the advice of the deputy commander and others in her battles, she also watched thousands of games. In order to adapt to the military circle and keep up with them, she studied piles of theories and video analysis. She promoted the military everywhere, recruited students, and spent all day training in Sanya. For so long and with so much effort, it is impossible that there would be no progress. Xia Yanfeng took a deep breath and said, Their individual combat capabilities are excellent, and such a narrow map is more powerful for them. This is the limitation of the city map itself, because there are many buildings and clearly divided streets in the map. No matter how large the area is, the width of its blocks is always limited. There are also limited places on both sides where you can hide and attack. This is a strategic battle, and there is no advanced defense preparation inside the city. This means that no matter how much they gather their forces, that is, stretch the front line, they cannot suppress the opponent with the advantage of numbers in the first time. Our individual soldiers are not vegetarians, Captain Xia said. Don't worry. We won't let you lose so easily. The fans screamed below. Oh my god. She found out. Feng. I'm proud of you. Feng is so handsome. It puts my old heart at ease. Will there be a reversal? I'm so nervous. It is said that those who think further have the possibility of winning. So does Xia Yanfeng have the advantage now? Obviously not. Obviously not. After the company members completed the meeting, they did not move, but began to slightly adjust their positions and slowly approached the middle road. It seemed that they were blocking the position with Ji Fanshao team. Afterwards, the first batch of troops that Ji Fanshao was in finally faced Xia Yanfeng's large force. The Xia team rushed down aggressively, and the soldiers on both sides accelerated their speed and formed a semi-encirclement posture, relying on the roads that extend in all directions. They formed a three-sided siege on them. Ji Fanshao commanded the front troops to delay the battle and relax their vigilance, and then speeded up and retreated backwards. Lian Sheng and others hid nearby, watching the large fighting force go down all the way, seizing the opportunity, carefully sidestepping, slipping behind the enemy, and hiding in the dark again. If there is a place where enemy scouts will not be deployed, it is behind our own team. Lian Sheng scratched his head and led the soldiers forward. Fans were really convinced when they saw this scene. What a cunning old man. Oh my god. Where is the sincerity between people? I really want to see the moment when she fails. Everyone knows the form of my victory, but no one knows the form of my victory. A textbook-like example reappears. Comrades can take notes. Really? Explain the meaning of the above. They know that I defeat the enemy according to the changes in the enemy's situation, but they don't know how I use them to defeat the enemy. Call me a red scarf. So insidious. Ha ha ha. I can't stand those who play the role of commander. I think the sentence above is more in line with it. Therefore, the ultimate of visible troops is invisible. If it is invisible, then deep spies cannot spy on it, and wise men cannot plot against it. If the strategy of luring the enemy is used to the extreme, there will be no trace. Then even if there are sophisticated spies, they cannot find out the strength of our army. No matter how clever the enemy is, they can't think of a way to deal with our army. Oh my god. This really fits this game perfectly. Whether there are spies or not, we have been fooled. I used to think that military books were useless, but now I find that I am the useless one. This is probably the reason why I failed to be selected for the military academy. Sure enough, after the large forces entered the sphere of influence of Liansheng, Xia Yanfeng confirmed that the two wings were safe and there was no sneak attack, and began to recall the scouts, ensure the strong forces, and launch a full-scale offensive against the company's signal station. Oh! The finishing touch slapped his thigh and sighed. It seems that they have missed the last chance. Xia Yanfeng left only an ordinary company of 500 people in the rear. Lian Sheng brought over 600 elite soldiers, including officers. Xia Yanfeng's speed in conquering the company defense line was definitely not as fast as that of such a small team that had always been as sharp as a sword. This time, he could finally make a bold conclusion. Finally, according to his own analysis, he stood on Lian Sheng's side. I don't know why I felt a little sore in my eyes. When Lian Sheng team met the troops left behind by Team Xia, not far from the signal tower, Xia Yanfeng's large force had already been deeply trapped in the sphere of influence of the Lian army. Xia Yanfeng was panicked when he received the news, but he calmed down in an instant. It's too late to call back the troops, the deputy commander said. In this case, we only have one way. Stop them and try to destroy the signal tower first. Chapter 106 Hometown. He glanced at the time. Although the battle situation had reversed several times, they fell from the clouds to the quagmire, and it turned out that less than 2 hours had passed. Less than 2 hours. If it was a real battle, thousands of people would have been killed and injured. The battlefield has always been cruel. Xia Yanfeng suddenly asked, "Do you think I am suitable to be a commander? If you are willing, maybe?" The deputy commander turned his head and laughed at her dryly. "But now it seems that you may not have this opportunity." The deputy commander stood up and moved his hands and feet, and said, "Wait. Now it depends on the combat power of both sides." The elite soldiers of the company faced the enemy guards, and the officers took the lead, hiding in a safe place, and slowly adjusted their gun-holding postures. They have a standard configuration of at least 2 guns per person. In terms of firepower, the other side can never beat them. I really want to smoke a cigarette at this time. The bright bulb carried 2 guns on his shoulders at the same time. Although I never smoke. Let's go straight through that street and get to the front of the signal tower. All the people on this road, kill them one by one. The bright bulb pointed to the front, then pointed at Zhao Zhuolu and said, "The 2 people in front are not easy to deal with. They are blocking the road. Come on. You and I will be the bait, and go to clear the road first." Zhao Zhuolu nodded, scanning forward, confirming the next safe point, as well as the distance and route between the 2 points. The bright bulb counted the time for him. 1, 2, 3. The 2 jumped out from behind the wall at the same time, with the posture and explosive power of a cheetah. He rolled on the ground and hid in a safe place again. The enemy troops on the opposite side poked their heads out and started shooting. The dense light chased them and hit the ground. Fang Jianshan seized the opportunity, aimed at the target, and fired 2 shots in a row. Bright Bulb squatted behind the trash can and looked at his arm. His clothes were still cut, but he was not injured. Yo yo yo, Bright Bulb said. Who did you learn your shooting skills from? Move the best ones to the front first. What's the situation now? The other side cursed. Damn it. Too fast. Even if the gun's speed is faster, it will be useless if it can't catch up with the figure. Energy guns can't fire continuously like machine guns. If you miss the aim twice, you are basically defeated. Fang Jianshan was itching to watch. He felt that the coolest moment was to pass by the bullet. The tense mood of wandering on the edge of death, coupled with a careless expression, is the standard of movies. He was eager to move. I want to come too? You haven't died enough? You are not happy if you don't die in this game? Cheng Zhe said. Sniper, look at your own target. Yi Buqing came forward with his exclusive billboard. Almost all the billboards and trash cans on the entire map were demolished by them. He threw the heavy billboard forward. A dull sound rang out, and Captain Xia subconsciously fired a burst of shots. When they saw clearly and began to put away their guns, Yi Buqing's figure jumped out. He wanted to shoot again, but when he touched the gun body, it was too hot. In this way, the vanguard troops took the lead, and everyone found their own position and used their own methods to advance all the way. In the 1 minute when the guns were cooled, they were induced to fire multiple times in advance, and the firepower would be significantly weakened in the second half. They were inexperienced and obviously didn't know how to allocate the use of ammunition. The gap between the individual soldiers of the two sides was too big. Liansheng here is bait, cover, sniping, and all kinds of professions. The opponent fell into their traps repeatedly, and then continued to fall into their traps again. Many netizens said they couldn't bear to watch. This is the most exciting gunfight I've ever seen. Really. Liang Bulb raised his hand and said, come on, brother. Come with me to contract this street for the general. The speed of contracting this street is faster than I thought. An overwhelming victory. Oh my god. I really want to see Captain Xia's struggle before his life passed away. I guess this is a victory that won't even have a last-minute burst of energy. Nonsense. Look at this luxurious lineup. And then look at their configuration. How many talents can the Xia team show off? And the good and the bad are mixed together. And the teammates drag each other down. Which is very touching. A straight line was open to the signal tower. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Xia team guarding the next door to the street almost gave up resistance. The position of the opposite signal tower is clear, but the position of the commander-in-chief can be moved. Liansheng walked in front of the signal tower, but did not see the figures of Xia Yinfeng and their deputy commander. The two should be hiding in a safe place around. As long as one shot is fired here, the game will be over. Liansheng looked at the machine and said, I wanted to see Xia Yinfeng again, but I didn't expect that I would never have the chance. The super bright light bulb said, what's the big deal? Then I will go with you to find it. I am good at finding people. Liansheng asked quickly, Senior G. Senior G? How long can you hold on? Ji Fashao replied easily, about an hour. After all, they have more people, and have the advantage of home court. Then let's do this. You two stay here and wait for Ji Fashao's signal or my signal. Liansheng loses. I say bang. You shoot. Fang Jianshan said disdainfully, is it interesting? Liansheng nodded, yes. The bright light bulb said happily, come on. I take you to find someone. It feels like a parent bringing people here to seek justice from a naughty child. At this time, the light in the basement next to it was a little dim. Xia Yinfeng asked, had they arrived? I think so. The deputy commander watched the number of people on the map decrease suddenly, until he lost the trace of friendly forces in a small area near the information desk. And he knew that the situation was over. The deputy commander glanced outside, raised the gun beside him, and prepared to go out to see the situation. Halfway there, a muzzle appeared at the door. His pupils shrank slightly, and he had been shot and fell down. Xia Yinfeng looked at the door in astonishment. Yo! Liansheng walked in with a gun that was still a little warm, and greeted, hello. She subconsciously raised her gun, and Liansheng flew from the side and hit her gun, and her weapon flew out directly. Don't be so nervous. Anyway, the game is almost over. Let's talk peacefully. Liansheng threw away the energy gun, and then took off his helmet with one hand, began to roll up his sleeves, and hooked his finger at her. Aren't you very interested in ancient martial arts? Why not come and see it for yourself? Xia Yanfeng frowned. What do you mean? Lian Sheng stepped on the horse stance and shook his head. It's nothing. I just want to find a legal and compliant opportunity to give you a good slap in the face. Xia Yanfeng snorted. Then he threw away his helmet, took 2 steps forward, and assumed a Sonda fisting stance. Chapter 107 End. Xia Yanfeng took a stance and adjusted his position to face her cautiously. However, Lian Sheng just looked at her and maintained a defensive posture. Xia Yanfeng then launched the first attack without hesitation and kicked her. Lian Sheng looked at her, stepped back with his right foot, shifted his center of gravity backward, and dodged lightly. Xia Yanfeng kicked her. Lian Sheng jumped lightly on his toes and slid to a safe position. Wow! Isn't this quite motivated? Lian Sheng saw that her movements were quite smooth and had some routines. Although she didn't have the spirit yet, at least she had a shape. He whistled and said, Have you really learned it? Xia Yanfeng pursed her lips and didn't speak. Of course I have learned it. To keep fit, you have to practice boxing. To protect yourself, you have to learn self-defense skills. And if you want to enter Sanyao, you have specially learned Sonda. Lian Sheng dodged and asked, How many orders did you give in this game? How many duties did you fulfill as a commander? How much effort do you put in? How much reward you will get? However, how much determination do you have? How much effort you will put in? Lian Sheng asked. So, how much determination do you have? Lian Sheng shook his head again. I don't think you have any. Otherwise, you wouldn't always put the victory in the hands of others. Or is it that the vanity of winning the game is enough to make you happy? Xia Yanfeng took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then burst out again. Because of anger, her facial features were a little distorted, and she just wanted her to shut up. Why do you say that? What do you know? Lian Sheng dodged sideways and stretched out his left foot to hook. Xia Yanfeng's movements had been deformed, and she was knocked to the ground by her, and her face hit the ground heavily. She subconsciously used her hands to support herself, fearing that Lian Sheng would take advantage of this to attack her, and quickly stood up. However, Lian Sheng did not continue to move forward, but stepped aside, opened up the distance again, and continued to walk around her. I really don't understand you. And I'm not interested in understanding you, Lian Sheng said. Since victory is so important to you, so important that you can do whatever it takes to get it, then why don't you do it with all your heart? If you do this because you are obsessed with victory, if you don't accept the defeat on the battlefield, I can understand. At least I won't look down on you like this. But when I watch your game, you are not sad at all. You do this just because you are disdainful. Lian Sheng stood still and looked at her coldly. You look down on this battlefield, but you still have to come up and enjoy the honor of victory. You are blaspheming the battlefield. Xia Yanfeng denied it flatly. I didn't do anything. It was just a strategy. The fans are voluntary, and there are others who do the same. This is just a game. What blasphemy? Who are the others? Is it your fans? Or those amateurs you saw? Lian Sheng said. If you really have the idea of joining the army, you will know how shameful this behavior is. If you are just following the instructions of others, then there is no need to deny that this is not the place for you. Lian Sheng tilted his neck and said, Don't use your ignorance to cover up your shamelessness. It doesn't look smart. Why are you mocking me like this? Who are you? Do you deny my efforts just because of this? Xia Yanfeng hurriedly defended. I am indeed not a military school student, and my fighting skills are indeed not as good as yours. But I have taught myself all the courses in your school, and I spend 2 hours every day. Lian Sheng suddenly rushed forward, pressed her back with his backhand, and kicked her in the chest with a knee. The second half of her words were choked back in her throat. Xia Yanfeng coughed violently, slid to the ground, and couldn't straighten her back for a while. Oh, really? Lian Sheng rubbed his wrist and said, What's so proud about hard work? Don't others work hard? Others are better than you because they work harder than you. You work hard for a day or two, and you move yourself and your fans. But do you still want to move those who work hard every day? Recognize your status. Mississippi, isn't it good to continue to be your star idol? Lian Sheng grabbed her wrist and threw her to the ground with another backward throw. Xia Yanfeng felt the blood rushing to the brain, and the whole person was a little unconscious. The restlessness in his heart kept rising, and the resentment that had been suppressed for a long time rushed out. Recognize your status? Except for your face, There is nothing to see. It would be better if you could be smarter. But compared with your brother, you really don't look like my daughter at all. It doesn't matter if you want to be a public figure. But don't let your brother get in trouble. Hello, Miss Xia. I'm your agent. From now on, you can leave everything to me, and I will arrange it. There is a show today. I have arranged it for you. Don't chat with fans casually in the future. Don't send messages casually. We have public relations. Your image is very important. Do you understand? Dear, Mr. Xia is very happy. Don't get angry with fans for such trivial matters. Dear, you should control yourself. If you can't do it, don't go on this kind of public social platform in the future. Start preparing for the game today. I will postpone your other announcements. I will do publicity the day after tomorrow. Here are the materials I gave you. It's best to read them within 3 days. When you go to the recruitment activities, you may be asked by the media. You'd better learn some shooting and fighting techniques. Commanding is not difficult. I will arrange a deputy commander for you when the time comes. Dear, please don't act on your own. You made a mistake in the game today. Do you know? Someone in the headset was shouting excitedly, which calmed her feverish brain a little. The soldiers on the front line said, "We killed their commander-in-chief. We killed their commander-in-chief. We still have a chance to win. Commander, request instructions." Xia Yifeng turned her head and looked at the person standing not far away. Fooling. Lian Sheng was waiting to see her laugh. From the beginning, for this opportunity to laugh at her, Xia Yifeng took off the communicator on her ear and smashed it to the ground. So what if I'm a star? At least I'm trying to do everything well. What's so great about you? Xia Yifeng tried to control her emotions, lowered her head, and raised it again. Tears still streaming down her face. I'm not as smart as you. But I'm no worse than you. I do everything I can. And I do what I should do. What else do you want me to do? It's obviously you who decided everything for me. And it's obviously you who are never satisfied. Why are you blaming me alone? This is unfair. Xia Yifeng struggled to stand up and smiled stubbornly. You laugh at me? You don't have the qualifications. We're all the same. Are so many people who have made it in the military relying on their strength? What are the spokespersons launched by the Expeditionary Force for? What did I do wrong? What am I not doing better than them? In terms of contribution, my influence is greater than theirs. Xia Yifeng yelled at her. I've come this far by myself step by step. Lian Sheng suddenly ran up, jumped, and kicked her in the face. Xia Yifeng screamed and was kicked out. Everyone outside the stadium gasped. Super Bright Light Bulb was guarding the door with a gun, and he popped his head out to check the situation when he heard the sound. This kick really hit her face, without mercy. If it wasn't for the sensor simulation, I'm afraid her nose bone would have been broken. The fans were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Too much. Isn't this humiliating? Have you ever heard of hitting someone without hitting him in the face? She must have done it on purpose. Who is humiliating? Does she think that if she has some influence, she is a soldier? Does she think that the contribution of a soldier is judged by influence? That is not what she is qualified to say. What contribution has she made? Where does a military academy student get her confidence from? Xia Yifeng at least did some publicity, and at least went around. How can she, who is staying safely in the military academy, be qualified to talk about him? Does no one really know who Lian Sheng is? Her mother was a corps elite in the research institute at the age of 45, and was promoted to colonel. Her father was awarded first-class merit 3 times at the age of 31, and finally died gloriously in the Boer Gulf War. Not to mention that there are many general-level alliance heroes in their family. But unfortunately they either died or died of illness. If Xia Yifeng can be a 3rd-generation official, then Lian Sheng is a nth-generation military. Isn't she still? Did you start from a small soldier? Which game did you see her not playing seriously? Lian Sheng just joined the command department this year. Newer than Xia Yifeng. She really has the right to say this. Once you enter this industry, don't use being a novice as an excuse. It is a fact that you are not as good as others. Work harder. Can showing off your incompetence to gain sympathy change the facts? This world does not develop by overflowing sympathy, but by the contribution of real talents and knowledge. Her parents fought and sacrificed for the peace of the alliance, which is a stepping stone of honor in her eyes. If it were me, I would hit her in the face too. Fans, wake up! It's not her face that matters. So don't brag about her ability. Do brain-dead fans still have any sense of right and wrong? Brain-dead fans are just like brainwashed. She thinks she is not wrong. She thinks she deserves these rewards for her contributions. This kind of value itself is a bit distorted. Liansheng's voice suddenly sank. She lowered her head, and her facial features could not be seen clearly in the dim basement. If you want to get rid of it, just say it yourself. If you want to win, rely on your own strength. You step on the efforts of others and try to ascend to the sky in one step. And use your hypocrisy to cover up your selfishness. Your behavior is also called relying on yourself to come step by step. Isn't it worth others' ridicule? Isn't it worth others' contempt? If you have the ability, come openly. If you lose, you should admit it. Is it difficult? If you never realize your failure, you can only stay in that dirty quagmire forever. Don't say it's unfair. The battlefield is not a place where you can play tricks. The army is not as simple as you think, Liansheng said. The so-called contribution is not judged by your so-called influence. Art soldier. Whatever you want, Liansheng said. But the honor of being a soldier and a commander, you can't take it away at all. Liansheng walked over and kicked her in the chest again. Xia Yanfeng had forgotten to resist. Liansheng frowned and said, "Stand up." Xia Yanfeng. Xia Yanfeng lay on the ground, her body trembling slightly, looking at her in fear. Liansheng's condescending eyes were filled with a cold, murderous aura, which was full of contempt and anger towards her. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, and then closed her eyes. She wanted to kill her. This thought appeared very clearly in Xia Yanfeng's mind. She felt that she wanted to kill her. Liansheng said, "Stand up." Xia Yanfeng shook her head desperately. "For a soldier, if you can't stand up, it means accepting death." Liansheng asked, "Can you endure the fear of death? You have to watch your blood flow. Watch your broken body fall on the battlefield. Watch the world become blurred in front of you. And then maintain this awareness until you die." Liansheng walked over and picked up the gun from the ground. "Or do you understand the meaning of killing the enemy?" Liansheng said. "You are going to take away a living life. You don't know him, don't know his name, and don't know his origins. But his life for the past few decades will end in your hands." Liansheng took another step towards Xia Yanfeng. "Don't talk." Xia Yanfeng slid back and said in horror, "Don't come over. They are standing on the front line like this. We are also training with this awareness. This is not someone you can despise or compare. Liansheng, your efforts are useless in this place. Influence is useless. If you want to enjoy power or be admired, don't do it here." Liansheng put the gun to her head, feeling the force on his forehead. Xia Yanfeng roared, "Don't." Liansheng, bang. Xia Yanfeng hugged her head and screamed, "Ah!" Announcement, system, the game is over. She did not log out. Xia Yanfeng opened her eyes and felt that the scene in front of her was shaking. Her past, the voices she had heard, and the scenes described by Liansheng. Fragmented fragments flowed through her mind. Tears had already covered her face. A wave of nausea rose in her stomach. Liansheng turned around and shook his head, saying, "Don't think about the military. Give up. You see, this is not a place you can come to now." Chapter 108 Request. Xia Yanfeng exited the scene directly. She walked out of the sensor, and the agent was waiting for her outside. The agent opened his lips slightly, not knowing how to comfort her for a moment. Xia Yanfeng walked out, fell to the ground and began to cry. "Don't cry." The agent squatted down and patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay." Xia Yanfeng breathed hard, as if she was about to suffocate. She had never cried so wantonly before. The screen on the light computer next to her flashed, without stopping for a moment. The message prompt sounded non-stop. "We can start over. It's okay." The agent suddenly raised the volume and said convincingly, "Yes. We can launch an online denunciation against them. Their behavior is immoral, purely to vent personal emotions. They are hyping, touching, and taking advantage of the hot spots." "Enough." Xia Yanfeng raised her head. Her vision was a little blurry. All water. She couldn't open her eyes. But the face and figure of the agent appeared in her mind very clearly. "I don't like playing games. I don't like Sanao. I don't like doing publicity. I don't like the information you gave me. And I don't like accompanying you to social events. These are all things I don't like." The agent was stunned for a moment. "Dear, what are you talking about?" "I don't like it. I don't like that I can't tell the truth. I don't like to always do things according to other people's requirements. I don't like to deceive myself. I don't like to be a mean and hypocritical person. The agent grabbed her arm and said, "Of course you are not, dear. Dear, I will handle this matter. Cheer up. Okay? The fans who really love you will not be affected. You just lost a game. It's no big deal." Xia Yanfeng shook him off with force, and then fell to the ground exhausted. She screamed in pain, her voice hoarse and unclear, and shouted, "I don't like Dad. I don't like my brother. And I don't like you either. I don't like you. Start over? Don't show up in front of me. Only if you leave. I can start over." The agent was stunned and didn't touch her again. The game officially ended, and the comment area was quiet. This is a long-determined result, which is not surprising. The opening was passive, but it turned into active, forcing them to cancel the spy war. This was a very exciting game. But at the end, some very harsh words were said. The bright light bulb stood at the entrance and made a dying expression to her. He made a gesture to Xia Yifeng and then a gesture of 7, indicating that she was a person with 70 million fans. Lian Sheng looked back. She had logged out, but the last figure remained in the same place after the system took over, and remained motionless. She was crying very hard. Oh! This is at least more pleasing than her hypocrisy at the beginning. But he just watched from beginning to end and didn't stop it. The bright light bulb smiled again and gave her a thumbs up. That was their honor and their inviolable territory. He was actually very happy to hear Lian Sheng say this. The finishing touch looked at this situation and didn't know what to say for a moment. He glanced at the comment area and found nothing to refer to. After all, Xia Yifeng was a well-known public figure, and now he should help mediate. A voice sounded before him. "You said she wanted to be a frontline soldier?" "No. Her behavior told me that she had no awareness of life or death. She was not prepared to make any sacrifices. I hope everyone can understand that it is not a place where you can move in at any time. As long as you reach this position, you will be a soldier for life. Even if you retire 10 or 20 years later, they are still shrouded in the haze of the battlefield. The memory of struggling on the edge of life and death every day makes them anxious, uneasy, guilty, unable to stop struggling and torturing themselves." Liliana closed her eyes. "If the pain of these people becomes a piece of cake in your eyes, I will never agree." Liliana said, "She works hard. Do what she can do well. I respect everyone. A dedicated person. Pa. Comments cannot convey my voice. But I am really applauding. What you said is correct. I admit that Xia Yifeng looks very pitiful now. But what you said is correct. No matter how unpleasant it is the truth. Because she made such a mistake, and it became unpleasant. I believe Lian Sheng said such words, because she knows the cruelty of sacrifice and war. So don't say in front of her that you work hard, and you deserve to join the military. Whether it is worth it or not depends on yourself, not the fans' praise. I want to say to Xia Yifeng, you have so many fans. You are so lucky. So many people love you. I hope you will not use the name of love to lead them to do some dishonorable behavior. You are an idol, so you have to be responsible for your words and deeds. Say sorry for Feng Feng. She has tried her best, but she is not good enough. Maybe there is no correct understanding, but she did not mean it. If she is an idol, she has countless opportunities to stand up, and fans will forgive her. But if she is a soldier, fans are not qualified to forgive her on behalf of those soldiers who sacrificed, nor are they qualified to apologize on her behalf. If she continues to shine with the halo of an idol, I can't accept it. Facts are facts. If you can't do it, please don't get involved in such a position. Okay? Lian Sheng walked out of the basement. There was bright sunshine in front of her, and the perspective was behind her. Her figure on the screen seemed to be assimilated by the darkness, blocking the door. She has already been very responsible. Sun Yan looked at the person next to him and said, Colonel Lin, Lian Sheng is really a child to be proud of. She is still young, but she has seen life clearly. Lin Lai stroked his fingers. His vision was a little blurry. The current Lian Sheng is really like Lian Heng. Lian Heng is sunny and positive, and is gentle to everyone. But he has a bottom line that he will never give in. When he gets angry, he will be so severe that people will feel terrified. He never shows confusion in front of others. No matter what kind of road he is on, he will keep his back straight and move forward. But he died at the age of 31. He was buried in the place that gave him glory and fulfilled his mission. But he didn't see Lian Sheng in person. That is simply a place where no one can guarantee that they can come back alive. And she no longer needs a child who is worthy of her pride. They already have enough so-called honors. Sun Yin held her hand. Colonel Lin? It's okay. Lin Lai stood up and said, Go to work. The break time is over long ago. Looking at the time carefully, I found that the game had only taken 2.5 hours. I thought it would be a difficult situation. But it ended in such a one-sided situation. The company cheered and roared and jumped on the spot. They wanted to enjoy the feeling of victory until the countdown was over. As soldiers, although they did not understand this game at all, and did not participate in the final assault team, they still felt excited. It turned out that this unexpected reversal of the situation was something that could make people feel so accomplished. At this time, their large forces were gathering together. And until the end of the game, there were still surviving people in the company. More than 3,000 people. With such a proud victory, the excitement spread faster among the crowd. Hey! Bai Mi Feidao shouted in the direction of Liansheng. What did you say to the people? Have you finished talking? Liansheng and Liang Yongbao came over from a distance and waved at them. Fang Jianshan pretended to be in a pose, leaning on the damaged signal tower, slightly tilted his head, took off his helmet, shook his bangs, and smiled evilly. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, Is the camera here now? How many shots do I have in this game? I think I am the best in this game. Especially my appearance. Liang Yongbao crossed his arms and blocked him in front of him. The best in this game is your brother Liang. I will really kick your ass. Brother. Get out of the way. Fang Jianshan said angrily. Young girls like fresh and innocent these days. You know? The two commanders on the opposite side are dead. And the signal tower is broken again. So of course the camera is ours. The 100-meter flying knife pointed at a random direction. Please pay attention to the adjustment. Thank you for your cooperation. My handsome face must appear on the screen. Cheng Zhe snorted. That may not be the case. With Fang Jianshan here, all shots are avoided to avoid being eye-catching. Cheng Zhe, Yi Buqing, Xiao Shuolu. The three brothers ran towards Liansheng, clamped the helmet on the side of the waist, and stretched out their hands to the two of them. Welcome back. The two comrades have worked hard. The 100-meter flying knife interrupted and shamelessly advertised. The 100-meter flying knife studio. The price is a little expensive, and the guidance is in place. Everyone's strength is outstanding. No deception. Welcome to call. The super bright light bulb greeted everyone. Come on. Come on. Leave a souvenir. Wait a minute. Let them not log out first. Liliana said. I have something to say. The backstage manager of Sanyao, holding a pack of drinks in his mouth, almost fell off his chair when he heard this. Quickly clicked on the backstage, entered the code, and issued an announcement. Announcement, system, all players please log out later. Colonel Liliana has something to say. People inside and outside the venue exclaimed with emotion. A company as high profile as Sanyao would never help a person pass a message so diligently just because of a sentence. Whether it is a star, a businessman, or a politician. They would not do this, because such behavior would bring them scolding and ridicule. Sure enough, this is the special status and influence of soldiers. Liliana said, I want to ask. How much effort have you made for this game? Everyone looked up and looked at the text on the top of the screen. They knew that this was a question for the commander-in-chief. The camera swept across Liansheng's face, and she looked indifferent and said indifferently, Nothing. We studied their past 18 games and made some guesses. So she knew the habits of Team Xia, their command style and combat style. They seem strong, but in fact they are blindly proud. Their team is not impeccable. This is a team that relies on the existence of the company commander and the deputy commander. The commander is an unnecessary position, or just comes out occasionally to calm the emotions. What's this? Liliana, so, you are standing here for victory? Liansheng asked back, if there is no hope of victory, why should I stand here? For sacrifice? I can agree to one of your requests, as long as it is within my authority. Liliana said. You can ask it now. Bai Mi Feidao stood by and reminded, this is Colonel Liliana. She has the right to recruit soldiers for the expeditionary force. Liansheng, really? Any conditions are okay? Liliana, yes. Liansheng thought for a moment and said, I hope you can increase my account points. The requirements are not high. Just 100,000 points. Of course, It would be better if it could be as high as the outstanding comrades. Xiao Shualuo, Everyone, Everyone seemed to be shocked by this sentence. It's like a person summoned Aladdin's magic lamp. And the magic lamp said, I can give you the wealth of the world. And then the person said, No, no, no. I'm hungry now. I just need a cake. The comment section was filled with confused faces, with countless question marks and ellipsis marks flashing by. This should be a meaningful sentence. Or is she trying to liven up the atmosphere? Wait. This guy hasn't thought it through yet. Baimi Feidao was the first to step forward and said, as her boss, please let me educate her first. He turned around and scolded Lian Sheng, look at what you have done. Are you stupid? Why do you make such a joke in front of Colonel Liliana? Yes. I am serious. Lian Sheng passed him and showed his face again, saying, if you don't have direct authority, I think you should have relevant connections. Please say hello to the professors of our school and give a quick and straightforward score next time. Let them forget my points. Baimi Feidao said with a stern face. Why waste such a great opportunity? People can't even get it even if they cry and beg. What kind of points are you going to exchange for? What's the use of those points? You don't need Sanyo's score at all after entering the military. Do you have any sense of self-awareness as a military academy student? Lian Sheng said, what sense? I can definitely enter the expeditionary army. Why waste such a great opportunity? Everyone, listen to what she said. So annoying. Xiao Zhuolu said, don't bother. I am willing to transfer my points to you. And you also transfer this opportunity to me. It will be a win-win situation. What's the use of him for these points? No. You don't understand yet. Cheng Zhe was a little anxious and said no several times in a row. He wanted to pry open Lian Sheng's head and fill it with a pot of hot water to kill her abnormal brain cells. Cheng Zhe explained, with your resume, it is impossible for you to be specially recruited into the military department as a student of the command department. So you must participate in the inter-school league as a single soldier in your senior year, and be valued by the admissions office of each expeditionary force in the competition, so that you can be selected for professional training in the military department. However, this is just observation. They definitely do not select 1 or 2 people every year. They recruit students by quota, and the quota is not small. After being selected by the military department, you will be observed for 1 to 2 years. You must perform well enough and beat your peers before you can enter the professional training of the expeditionary force. Did you hear it clearly? This is still in fucking training. Cheng Zhe pointed his finger. Go now. You can save several years of hard work. Yeah, but I don't need it, Lian Sheng said. If I save a few years of hard work, it doesn't mean that I can save a few years of hard work on my physical fitness. The current training is what I lack and should make up for it. And the subsequent study is also what I should do. No matter how far I go, I can't deny my shortcomings. I really don't have the strength to stand in such a position. I don't want to let myself step on empty air because I look too high. Everyone fell silent and looked at her with some admiration. Sometimes, it takes a lot of courage to refuse. People are always uneasy about the future. They are afraid of not having the same opportunity. Afraid of mistakes. So when a huge benefit is in front of them, there are too few people who can calmly examine themselves, analyze the pros and cons, and finally make a decision. What kind of mentality does this require? And Lian Sheng didn't even hesitate or show any regret. Why could she give up so easily? Wrong. You are wrong. She said any request. Baimi Feidao said, you can let Liliana join our studio with honor. It's too depressing. Everyone turned their heads and decided to ignore him. I understand. Liliana was in a good mood, and her tone was not as tense as before. She said, I respect your choice, but I can't make a decision about the points. I just made some suggestions to your school. In addition, I think you already have the ideological qualities that a soldier should have. Liliana said, your friend is right. According to the procedure, you have to participate in the inter-school league first and perform well before you can be specially recruited. But you are a freshman in the command department, so I will give you an exception here. As long as you can successfully pass the preliminaries of the Union University, I will be happy to give you a special recruitment quota on behalf of the 6th Expeditionary Army. Baimi Feidao said, it's like this. Colonel Liliana, we have another very good deputy commander who doesn't need points. Otherwise you can ask him again? Liliana glanced at the screen and said to the administrator, I have nothing to say. Please help me cut it off. Thanks for playing a wonderful game. I look forward to their future development. Why is she ignoring me? By me, Fei Dao said depressedly. Weren't we comrades who went through life and death together back then? Everyone clicked to log out. Netizens laughed. I admire the general of the cavalry. Ha ha ha. I admire him too. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to resist the temptation. The Expeditionary Army is the dream of military academy students. The dream is right in front of them, and they can almost touch it. But she refused expressionlessly. Even if you touch it, it will be a mirage. It is very likely that you will be rejected in the end because of your lack of professional quality. That would be funny. The military has a reason for training at all levels. Only the dreams that you can touch with your feet on the ground are real. Brother Dao is heartbroken. Brother Dao is ashen. Brother Dao said that he will not support these bad kids anymore. Brother Dao, don't cry. Your studio is really popular this time. Chapter 109 Results. Lian Sheng won this time, which was rare and refreshing. But it didn't mean it was easy. A game usually lasts from 3 to 7 hours. Lian Sheng followed the people in the studio and watched Xia Yanfeng's 18 most representative games in less than a week. Baimi Feido is a walking database. Based on historical data analysis, he discussed their marching style with Lian Sheng, then decided on the specific implementation strategy of the counter-espionage plan. Zhou Shirwei heard their plan and felt that he was not competent at the time. So he declined once. Because he thought that he didn't know the maps as well as Baimi Feido. If he drew a map he was not good at. If the parameters in the modeling were slightly wrong, it might be very embarrassing. Baimi Feido didn't care. If there is no challenge, what else do you need to learn? If one person makes a mistake, others will cover it. This is the meaning of comrades. But people cannot help but make progress. Before the real battlefield arrives, all failures are meaningful. This is indeed the case. He did very well. Lu Mingyuan watched their game later and felt it was a pity. Because he also wanted to cooperate with Baimi Feido once. The modeling training of the dislocation map is of great significance to him. Actual combat is different from training. Commanding requires the sense of urgency in actual combat to train oneself. However, such opportunities are hard to come by. And not all commanders and company commanders can support this tactic. Moreover, in various military academy competitions, it is basically impossible to encounter opponents who can use spy warfare. Lu Mingyuan couldn't forget it, and sighed with Lian Sheng several times. Baimi Feido asked him to come over to place an order, but was righteously blocked by Lian Sheng. Placing an order in such a black shop is never a normal way. The response to this game on the internet was too great. Xia Yanfeng's state at that time was obviously not suitable for frontline combat, and it was not in line with the consistent iron-blooded image of the expeditionary force. Liliana got what she wanted. She had sufficient reasons to oppose all proposals to let Xia Yanfeng enter the military. Of course, the other expeditionary leaders would not accept it. This matter is temporarily suspended. The next time Lian Sheng saw her was on the homepage of Sanyo's forum. The red words floated for a long time, and inside was her apology video. Xia Yanfeng, wearing a white shirt, stood in the middle of the empty room and bowed to everyone. I'm very sorry to disappoint everyone. Although I lost miserably in this game, it made me recognize myself. I really haven't made the corresponding mental preparations. I don't know enough about the military, and I'm too self-righteous. I will reflect deeply on my own excessiveness. I apologize here to all those who have been unhappy because of playing with me. I'm sorry. I also apologize to all the fans who went against their original intentions and stepped on the sidelines because of supporting me. It's my fault, and it affected everyone. I hope everyone can learn from me, and don't let similar things happen again. Some competitions are meaningful only because they are down to earth. Finally, I would like to apologize to all the brave soldiers and the military academy students who are working hard for this goal. It is my unprofessionalism that makes me seem disrespectful, but I am actually very grateful for your contributions to the alliance. So I really yearn for it in my heart. Thanks to Colonel Liliana, Lian Sheng, and Baimi Flying Knife Studio for teaching and reminding me during the competition. I will continue to do everything I can. I hope to make progress with everyone. Although she looks a little haggard, her mental state seems to be good. Because of her apology, the resistance on the internet has subsided a lot. Her fans began to control the situation and still express their support below. hoping to accompany her through the difficulties. There are also many people who hope that she can return to the entertainment industry and stop getting involved in the muddy waters of the military, which is really not suitable for them. Lien Sheng does not really understand the emergence of the profession of idol because she does not quite understand what the foundation of this relationship is, nor what is the motivation for fans to maintain this enthusiasm. For people in the past, whoever could give them food, whoever could let them work and rest in peace, was the one they respected and admired. So those who had such status were generally officials with great reputation, or soldiers with actual achievements. And the idols here obviously still need fans to spend money. It's a dream, Baimi Feidao said. Idols sell dreams, and talented people sell chicken soup. As they get older, dreams may be shattered, but chicken soup will become their motivation to continue working hard as reality becomes clear. So everyone hopes to change from an idol to a talented person. If both exist, then this person has a bright future, Baimi Feidao said with relief. Lianqing, you have such a future. Lianqing, So she didn't understand. However, Lianqing is really popular on the internet now. After this incident, she offended many people, but also gained the favor of many military fans. Some of Xia Yanfeng's fans fanned the flames in Sanyao, and went to various social platforms to lead the trend and comment and slander. And this group of people quickly followed and began to refute and ridicule. Wherever there are fans of Feng, there are them. Very exciting. Lianqing still maintained a little reserve about this matter. Baimi Feidao didn't even care about his face. Everywhere began to comment with small accounts. Is it that Lianqing? The Lianqing in Baimi Feidao's studio? The one on the homepage of Baimi Feidao's studio is called General of the Cavalry. Sorry, Zhou Shirwei said to her apologetically. I didn't know he was such a person before. He was obsessed. He was no longer the Dao Dao who had dreams. Liansheng shrugged. She has been learning mecha from Chaoyang Bulb recently. Chaoyang Bulb is better at micromanipulation of mecha than Liang Bulb, because he mainly attacks scouts, and also performs some sneak attacks that require light mecha to complete. If Liang is a brute force that can defeat thousands of enemies, then Chaoyang is a surprise attack that can take the heads of thousands of enemies. Chaoyang Bulb said that controlling speed is like surfing, and the most important thing is to keep your center of gravity at all times. Liansheng doesn't know what surfing is, but it is slightly similar to keeping your lower body stable. But one relies on the strength of the legs to reject external interference, and the other requires skills to get used to it because of external interference. As for how to practice blindly first, and then teach when you get the feeling and get into the door. So after everyone boarded Sanyao, they often saw her being dragged around, falling and running, and accidents happened one after another, which was terrible. After watching, the audience was confused. How should I tell her that there are actually special racing cars in Sanyao? In a few days, the results of the Union University will be announced in the academic system. Several students originally discussed in a small circle to express their curiosity. After speaking out, they found that there were actually quite a few people who cared. Among them, there were also many students from other schools and people from the society. They squatted on the school network early, waiting for the results of the military academy. Yes, they wanted to know how many consecutive failures Liansheng, a freshman in the command department of the Union University Military Academy, which is famous for its perversion, could achieve this time. Everyone openly guessed the number of failed courses of Liansheng on the school website, and bet on their own labor force in the next semester, because of the heated discussion caused by the event. Insiders of the military academy came out to analyze. A small team of several people used probability theory, the average scores of all people in previous years, the professor's grading habits and scoring characteristics, and Liansheng's usual performance, basically none, to make an evaluation. It was well-reasoned and well-founded, and they just needed to dig out the test points of each question in the whole paper. Finally, the opinion of failing 3 subjects became the mainstream. Then the matter was publicized to Sonia, and another group of annoying people came. As the announcement time got closer and closer, it was finally pushed to the top of the school network. Liansheng was reminded by his roommate that today was the day to announce the results. Then, he opened his own academic system and waited for the refresh. At the same time, under the reminder of roommate C, he browsed their school network. The fireworks are ready. I choose 4 subjects. Please don't be careless and throw the red failed scores on my face. Things don't happen more than 3 times. I choose 2 subjects. The Chinese teacher upstairs is about to fly off the coffin. I choose the 3 subjects of the mainstream. It's not good for us to do this. Serious face. I won't choose, but I accept your gamble. As a brain-dead fan, I firmly believe that my general will not fail. The general's brain is very good at first glance. And I also think that my general will not fail. I am so worried. I just want to see her fail the exam? I want to see her cry when she fails the exam. I want to sit in the same classroom with her to take the makeup exam. Feel the breeze on my face. And the smell of poor students in the air. Now everyone is setting flags like crazy. And they are so mean. And they are expected to be slapped in the face. Just for this moment. Ha ha ha. I'm going to become a pervert. Looking at the big man in the school holding a painful transcript. And watching the former leader of the School of Materials Engineering become the tail of the military academy. I feel a little happy no matter how I think about it. People who know Lian Sheng know that this person lacks common sense. Especially theoretical common sense of the military department. She is a good commander, but she must not be a good student. Fang Jianshan opened a bottle of milk for himself. And stood on the open balcony in the cold winter to enjoy the breeze. And chatted with several brothers on the correspondence. Waiting for this exciting moment together, and preparing to celebrate. In the first 10 minutes of the system refresh, this group of bored students were rubbing their hands, their eyes shining. And they were more excited than Lian Sheng himself. They had already entertained the fact that Lian Sheng failed the exam in advance. Lian Sheng read it from the beginning to the end, and shook his head. Actually, I think I will do well in the exam. Lian Sheng replied. If the professor's grading standards are a little loose, I might be able to pass with a high score. She had memorized all the test points that had been marked. As for science subjects such as mathematics, because they are university courses, the test points are more concentrated. And the test papers have not changed much over the years. The logic of this type of course is obvious. Remember their respective symbols. Add some of your own basics. Memorize various types of questions. And then you can apply them to the exam. She felt there was no problem. The wind direction in the comment area suddenly changed. And everyone was shocked. The real boss has appeared? That? Lian Sheng. I hope you can recite this sentence in your mind before you confront the professor next time. Confront the professor? The warrior with the highest absentee rate in my college. The rat mole in the professor's heart. Sounds like a big shot. As a brainless fan. Of course I have to you at this time. The group chatted for a while. And when they saw that the time was almost up, they quickly switched back to the background and kept pressing the refresh key. After the options appeared, the internal staff went straight to the background of the military academy and pulled out the transcript. Then, the forum was silent for a long time. A group of people were crying for food below, shouting that they should quickly publish the statistics of the military academy's grades. In the end, Lian Sheng stood up first. I tell you, this person, who was recognized to be on the verge of failing the course, actually ranked among the top in the end. Because of the extra 10 points. Her highest score in one subject set a school record. 110 points. Yes, that's right. It's her art appreciation class. But because art appreciation is an elective course, it only has 1 credit. She also scored high marks in several other courses that required high theoretical content. In the first semester after transferring to the department, she did not fail any courses. Finally, someone took a screenshot of Lian Sheng's score and posted it on the forum. Lian Sheng was quite satisfied and said calmly, I said, although I don't understand the questions, I think I will do well in the exam. Everyone, I want to say something. The student at the bottom of the conducting department hugged his pillow and cried loudly, this is not what I thought. It felt like seeing a ghost. The school website was instantly occupied by a group of brainless fans. A top student is a top student. And transferring to a department is like a piece of cake. Chapter 110 Invitation. Lian Sheng lay on the bed with shaking legs. Clicked on a song casually. And teased these lovely people under the comments. Proud? She began to show off in the post. A group of people hummed and boasted in her tone. Zhao Zhuolu and others put the light computer aside and listened to the call from Fang Jianshan across time and space. If she is happy, I am not happy, Fang Jianshan said with a broken heart. Her happiness means that the world is unfair. Zhao Zhuolu, where is unfair? Heart. Fang Jianshan gritted his teeth and said hatefully. This little goblin is so powerful. Do you think you can tolerate it? The 3 said in unison, yes. Fang Jianshan took the milk. Took a sip. and then threw the box into the trash can next to him. I'm getting drunk. It's not the milk that makes people drunk, but people who are drunk themselves. Fang Jianshan covered his head. Oh my god. Are you really not going to comfort Dad? Zhao Zhuolu, it doesn't hurt. Cheng Zai, the only thing I can give you is get out. Yi Buqing, I'm going to buy New Year's goods tomorrow. And I have to go to bed early tonight. Goodbye. Cheng Zai suddenly remembered and asked, Hey, Yoshio, is your mother coming back for the new year? She's not coming back. But my dad has been approved for the holiday. Zhao Zhuolu paused and said, My dad and I will just order a table of takeout and have a meal. Cheng Zai, this is shabby. Right? Don't you want to make some preparations? Zhao Zhuolu pondered for a moment and asked back, What can two men do? Cuddle up to each other to watch the show? Or go hand in hand to watch the fireworks? Or go shopping hand in hand? They are no longer at the age of cultivating feelings. I'm used to this kind of festival. And I don't have any special awareness. From the perspective of practical use, it's better to go to the school to book a training room than to play with these. Yi Buqing corrected, This is not a problem between two men. This is a problem between two rough men. You are too unrefined. It sounds too pitiful to me. You have to live happily even if your mother is not at home. Cheng Zai followed up. You can make the New Year's Eve dinner yourself. Yi Buqing decided, I buy the ingredients for you. I send you a box of seafood. Just soak it in water and dip it in vinegar and you can eat it. At most, I can send you the vinegar as well. Yo, Cheng Zai said. Brother Yi, can you send me a box as well? Yi Buqing said generously, No problem. Forget it. It's not as good as the takeout. Zhao Zhuolu said. Isn't it just a meal? We don't like to talk when we eat. Fang Jianshan. Actually, you can bring your dad to my house. Why do I feel like you guys are left behind children every year? Zhao Shua. Luo said, My dad is. I'm not. Cheng Zai thought about it, and finally found an adjective. His fatherly love was overflowing. And he said, From your tone, it seems that you lack love. Come to Cheng's father's arms. Your food, clothing, housing and transportation are all covered by your father. Do you have new clothes? Do you have red envelopes? Zhao Shuoluo. I go find a store that's open during the Chinese New Year. Bye. Zhao Shuoluo disconnected the call, sank into the sofa, and began to look for nearby stores. Zhao's father, wearing pajamas, suddenly swayed in front of him. Zhao Shuoluo looked up, not knowing why. Zhao's father didn't say anything and swayed away again. Zhao Shuoluo continued to lower his head. Not long after, Zhao's father came out with a cup. He sighed, It's the new year. Zhao Shuolu nodded, Yeah. Dad Zhao asked, How are you going to celebrate this year? Zhao Shuolu said, Eat. Dad Zhao, what are you going to eat? Take out. Zhao Shuolu said, You order it yourself. Dad Zhao, how are you going to celebrate today? Zhao Shuolu glanced at him and lowered his head again, Eat. Dad Zhao emphasized, What are you going to eat? Zhao Shuolu still looked at the light brain, Take out. Dad Zhao, Hey, it's the new year. Zhao Shuolu raised his head again and nodded, Yeah. Eat takeout. Dad Zhao was silent for a moment, gave up, raised his hand and said, Your mother wants to talk to you about something. So you should call her when you are free. Zhao Shuolu glanced at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening, which was actually not early. Zhao Shuolu asked, Did she say anything? Is there something wrong? Dad Zhao shook his finger and walked back to the room in an unfathomable manner. Zhao Shuolu felt that he was a little bit wrong recently, and he was vague. Shaking his head, he tried to dial the other side. Sun Yin picked up the phone quickly and seemed to be still doing research, wearing a white lab coat. The lights in the department were very bright, and her facial features were almost invisible. Sun Yin went over to turn off a light, and then came back. Dear. Sun Yin waved at him. We can't come back this year. The project here is at a critical moment, so we must keep an eye on the records. You two should stay at home and prepare to have a good new year. Understand? Zhao Shuolu is used to it, and nodded, I understand. Sun Yin asked, How do you want to spend it? Zhao Shuolu. Have a happy time. Oh! Sun Yin rolled up her hair. Look! Is Liansheng also alone at home? Zhao Shuolu didn't finish listening to the words. His limbs suddenly tensed, put the laptop on the table, and shrank into the sofa. Sun Yin saw his resistance and snorted. What's your expression? How can you treat your classmates and comrades like this? When Lian Sheng took you to play in the game, why didn't you refuse like this? Zhao Zhuolu, Lian Sheng took him to play in the game? Sun Yin said. She is alone at home for the new year. How dangerous is it for a girl? And what does she eat at home when she hears the hustle and bustle outside? What does she wear? Did she buy new clothes? Did she cry secretly? Zhao Zhuolu, he felt, although it was a bit overbearing to think this way about a girl. The 2 points of danger and crying secretly should not apply to Lian Sheng, right? Zhao Zhuolu tentatively asked. I used to spend the new year alone? Put yourself in other shoes. Were you sad when you spent the new year alone? Sun Yin sighed. Mom couldn't go home to accompany you. So when you were young, Mom felt so sorry for you. Being a soldier, you protect others, but you can't protect you. You are a boy. Mom can only hold back tears and tell you to be strong. But such words are too sad to say. And Lian Sheng is really alone. You know, she is such a cute little girl. Mom is very worried about her being alone at home. And Mom is also worried about you and your dad at home. He is not sad. He is really used to it. Zhao Zhuolu still nodded and said, I am very sad. Sun Yin smiled. So? Zhao Zhuolu said, I know. Your father has agreed. If there are guests this year, don't deal with it casually. Every year is precious. Mom, you can cherish and remember it well. You see, Mom has also arranged the department. Sun Yin turned her perspective and said, if this project is successful, the second phase of funds can be approved, and we can take a temporary vacation. Mom will be back then. You guys are good. Zhao Zhuolu, yes. Sun Yin waved to him. Good night. Dear. Zhao Zhuolu, good night. Lin Lai walked in from outside the laboratory with a light computer. She hesitated for a moment, stood beside Sun Yin and said, actually, it doesn't matter if they don't want to. After all, they don't know each other yet. On a day like the New Year, it would be very uncomfortable to suddenly insert a stranger. We know each other. Sun Yin clapped her hands and said. The father who didn't know him agreed happily, and the brother who knew him certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the two of them were the most uncomfortable when they were together. Sun Yin said, Dad was very happy. He likes children very much. But Yoshua is very mature. Even if he deliberately finds fault, he always has an expression of forget it. I let you do whatever you want. Lin Lai, he is very sensible. They all have to be sensible. And Lian Sheng is the same. Sun Yin sighed and said, when he saw me tired when we were young, he never asked us for anything again, and always said I can do it myself. He is really obedient and rarely refuses my requests. But sometimes when I see him so obedient, I wonder, as a parent, what can I give him? It's just constant guilt, and I have to leave him. And then I find that one day, I can no longer make up for it. Sun Yin patted her shoulder and said, I understand. You don't have to worry. It's really pitiful to leave Lian Sheng alone at home. It's also good to just go out with friends. She and Yushio can definitely become good friends. You see how happy they are playing the game. Zhao Zhuoluo cut off the communication with Sun Yin and flipped through the address book. He couldn't help but sent a message to Lian Sheng. He was frightened and immediately stretched out his hand to wave. But the other party had already answered. His hand froze in midair and then retracted it again. Oh, I heard that you are very lonely and want to invite me to spend the new year with you. Lian Sheng put one hand on the back of his head and said, okay. I can cook. But I don't like washing dishes. But it's okay now. And I don't need to wash dishes. Zhao Zhuoluo stood up, stomped his feet violently, and then wiped his face. Lian Sheng, ? Zhao Zhuoluo calmed down and sat down again. Well, so when are you coming? Lian Sheng thought for a while. I don't know your current traditions. Nor do I know the rules here. So I go there on New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve is the lunar calendar. But they seem to rarely follow the lunar calendar now. You can come earlier. Lian Sheng, huh? Zhao Zhuoluo raised his hand and said innocently, I didn't say that. I said that. Dad Zhao walked out of the room and said, if you are alone at home and have nothing important to do, why don't you go out for a walk with the young people? Where did you go to play during the holidays? Lian Sheng sat up immediately, keeping his posture straight, and replied, I played a few games in 3 days. Dad Zhao sat down on the sofa and showed his face. When he didn't smile, his facial features were heavy and looked a little stern. because he had been in the army for many years. His skin color was a little dark and rough, but he was very handsome. He nodded and said seriously, "Then we should go out for a walk." Lian Sheng, for example? Dad Xiao paused. This is a shocking problem. He looked at Zhao Zhuolu. Zhao Zhuolu sensed danger and glared. What does that mean? Dad Xiao asked seriously, "Where is your favorite place?" Zhao Zhuolu said, "Home." Dad Xiao suddenly remembered and nodded heavily. Amusement park. Zhao Zhuolu, He wanted to interrupt this suffocating topic. How many years ago was it? As a result, Lian Sheng also asked seriously, "What place is that?" Dad Xiao said, "A place dedicated to playing." Lian Sheng nodded. "Oh, that's great." Dad Xiao, "Have you never been there?" "No." Lian Sheng asked. "Will someone accompany me?" "If she is alone, she might have a headache. Maybe she can't figure out how to play those things." "Oh, so?" Dad Xiao frowned, looked at her with such a regretful expression and said, "Then you can go and play. It's fun there. My son also likes to play. So why don't you go together? It's easier for young people to talk." Zhao Zhuolu shook his head beside him. Lian Sheng glanced at him. "He looks embarrassed." Dad Xiao was surprised. "Why?" They both looked at him. Zhao Zhuolu slid back under the inquiring gaze of two eyes, took a deep breath and compromised again. "It's not embarrassing. I can also ask a few friends to go together. Thank you for your accommodation, Comrade Zhao Yoshio," Lian Sheng said. "Don't worry. I will cook dinner for you. My cooking is still delicious." Dad Zhao, "Thank you. In fact, we can cook, but it's not very delicious." Lian Sheng and Dad Zhao chatted politely for a while. Since it was too late, Zhao Zhuolu took back his light brain and asked his father to go back to bed. Zhao Zhuolu then made an appointment with Lian Sheng and tactfully reminded him, "You can go to the amusement park, but don't have too much hope." "Why?" Lian Sheng understood. "Oh, you don't like that place? It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. I'm not picky. I don't mind if you play training." Zhao Zhuolu said, "That's not what I meant. But I liked it many years ago." "Like it? Isn't that good?" Lian Sheng said. "No matter what, you won't hate the place you liked many years ago." "Right. I hate it." "I don't hate it." Zhao Zhuoluo couldn't find an accurate adjective, and couldn't guarantee whether Lian Sheng was actually looking forward to it, and pretending not to know. So he said, "Forget it. You can see for yourself when the time comes." Zhao Zhuolu was afraid that if he went any later, there would be too many people there. So he chose the day after tomorrow, and took advantage of the sunny weather to call the other three roommates to come out and get together. The three brothers were not wary, and happily accepted the invitation. They took a car to Zhao Zhuolu's house early in the morning, and then took his car to the destination. An hour later, the four stood at the entrance of the amusement park, listening to the noisy shouting, and a group of children chasing robots ran past them. It felt a bit mysterious. "You asked us out," Cheng Zhe said in disbelief. "Isn't it to prepare for the new year?" Yi Buqing looked at the entrance in front of him and tilted his head and said, "Didn't you say you thought it through? So you finally chose the journey against time?" Fang Jianshan said, "It was Dad who neglected to care for you." "Excellent. You were so fresh." Zhao Zhuolu looked into the distance and remained silent. "Don't be like this." Cheng Zhe lowered his head and looked at the children not far away and said, "They looked at us with awkward eyes. If you don't bring a child, at least bring a woman. This rhythm is a bit sexy. Do you need them to see?" Fang Jianshan stared and said, "I am embarrassed myself." Yi Buqing asked, "Why are you going in? So you are here to be a volunteer today?" Zhao Zhuolu finally spoke, "Waiting for someone." The three were very surprised. Waiting for someone? Waiting for whom? Has Zhao Zhuolu been entrusted with a baby-raising task today? Just as they were about to tease him for a while, Fang Jianshan saw Lian Sheng walking slowly, from a distance, with his hands in his pockets. He gasped, grabbed Zhao Zhuolu's sleeve, and said in horror, "Why did you choose to take a dead end in the end?" Zhao Zhuolu pulled back his sleeve and snorted, "Is this how you treat your classmates and comrades? When Lian Sheng took you to score points, why didn't he see you refuse?" Fang Jianshan was stunned for a moment, and said innocently, "What did I do?" "Good morning." Lian Sheng raised his hand and greeted them. The four nodded in response. So this is a place for children to play? Many years ago, this was what it meant. Lian Sheng looked around and roughly understood. He touched his nose and said, but I prefer to play with adults. General Lien is a bit unable to handle children. Adult games? The four of them were shocked and thought that this was okay. At least they could get away from the crowd. Yi Buqing said, then the haunted house. No admission for those under 18 years old. The other three nodded together. Zhao Zhuolu went to the front desk to load the map on the optical computer, and then followed the navigation to the haunted house. The haunted house is usually located on the side of the amusement park. They walked all the way there. Cheng Zhe asked, "Why are you hanging out with Yoshio?" Lian Sheng, "Didn't he invite me?" Zhao Zhuolu closed his eyes and took the blame for his mother. "Yes, I am," Lian Sheng said. "Anyway, I'm alone and quite bored. Go wherever you need me." The other three suddenly felt sad. They patted her on the back one after another. Lian Sheng, They didn't walk far before they arrived at the haunted house. An old house with strange decorations. There were quite a few people in front, coming in and out. When they walked out, the situation looked a little strange. But they were all adults. "How do you play in a haunted house?" "I've never been there," Lian Sheng asked. "Go in and catch ghosts?" Fang Jianshan pointed with his fingers. "No. No. No. Go in. Come out. That's it." Lian Sheng, "What do you mean?" Cheng Zhe added, "Go in vertically. Come out vertically. That's it." Yi Buqing corrected, "Go in completely. Come out completely." Zhao Shuoluo, "Please let others go in completely. And come out completely." The four nodded in unison. Lian Sheng leaned back slightly, looking at them warily. Lian Sheng asked tentatively, "I go in alone?" Everyone hesitated for a second, and nodded quickly and affirmatively. A couple passing by heard their high-energy conversation and said in horror, "Oh my god." They all nodded. For singles, "My god." His girlfriend grabbed his arm and said, "It's contagious. Get out." For sources of infection, The four of them covered their faces. "It's better to die." Lian Sheng glanced at the door. "Then at them? Then I go?" The four waved and said goodbye to her. Chapter 111 Haunted House. Lian Sheng stood in front of the robot, looked at the options on it, and asked, "What is the ballot?" The couple next to him said, "It's to choose the difficulty. Horrible or simple. By the way, are you here alone?" "Actually, there are 5 people. But I'm playing alone." Lian Sheng pointed to the back. "They don't seem to be interested." Several people looked in the direction of her finger, and their expressions were very difficult to describe for a while. Lian Sheng seemed to see a kind of contempt on their faces. Yes, it was contempt, clear and undisguised. The girl said, "Will being single from birth develop into a terminal illness?" Another girl said, "If it can't be cured, it will be a terminal illness. But you can get used to being single. And after getting used to it for a long time, it becomes a pleasure." And then, there was nothing else. People are divided into groups. Making friends is still very important, the girl said. There is a big difference between a brother who only talks about games with you and a brother who talks about women with you. The girl asked, "Are you still a student? What major are you in?" Lian Sheng was a little confused. "We are all from the military academy." "Oh!" Everyone nodded with an expression of "I see," and said in unison, "No wonder. A camp of straight men like steel." Lian Sheng, Several girls secretly peeked over there, and instantly became friends because of a common point of view. Their boy stood beside them, straightened his collar, and smiled like a kind mother, and felt a sense of pride. Look at it casually. There will be harm only when there is comparison. I think soldiers are handsome, especially these guys. The girl shook her head and sighed. But their EQ. What a pity. The girl next to her looked at Lian Sheng and said, "I think they deserve to be single. It doesn't matter if they have low EQ. But they don't even have aesthetic taste. They don't know how to cherish women in a military academy where female resources are so scarce." Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng asked, "So which one should I choose?" "You can choose the ordinary level. And you can go with us," the girl said. "If you are afraid, I can accompany you." Lian Sheng declined. "It's just a game. I can go alone." Then she chose the hell level. Everyone, Lian Sheng looked at them and nodded. "I am not afraid of challenges." For people in the distance felt a special gaze, and gathered together with their backs to that side. Fang Jianshan lowered his voice, and said cautiously, "I think they are looking at us." Cheng Zhe, "I think they are discriminating against us." Yi Buqing, "Is it too late to regret now?" Fang Jianshan immediately jumped up and down. Do people live for the eyes of others? If so, you go. You go. Go quickly. The three looked at him with disdain. I thought you asked us to come here because you missed our brotherhood. But it was all fake. Cheng Zhe blamed Zhao Shuolu. I didn't expect it. Tut tut tut. You skipped the high energy and went straight to a nuclear weapon without even a warning. Comrade Zhao Yoshio. You've gone too far. What's wrong? Zhao Shuolu pointed at the person in front and said. Female. The right age? Lonely. Isn't this the opportunity you've been looking forward to? No. Fang Jianshan shook his hand. The winning streak itself represents a gender. Yi Buqing, queen? Cheng Zhe, royal sister? I always feel that there is something different. Fang Jianshan exhaled, ghost-seeking worry. The four of them sighed together. Huh? Fang Jianshan pointed inside. Ghost. But this is a haunted house. Zhao Shuolu's conscience cracked a little. And he hesitated. How about we go in with her? I'm really afraid of being beaten. Fang Jianshan shuddered and said. I'm also afraid that she will jump into my arms. The three looked at him with an expression that you thought too much. If she is in a haunted house for the first time and doesn't even know what a haunted house is, then it is still very likely. Fang Jianshan said. How realistic is the haunted house? I don't dare to go there. Compared to Lian Sheng jumping into their arms, what is more terrifying is that they may jump into Lian Sheng's arms. The four brothers were struggling here, and Lian Sheng had already lined up to go in. The four people's sight finally breathed a sigh of relief as her figure disappeared. Great. No need to make a decision. Lian Sheng walked into the room of the hell-level lonely old house without looking back. The two couples behind hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow Lian Sheng to the old house of Guhan. This is a relatively old oriental courtyard. The light is dim, creating an atmosphere of dusk. The candles placed next to them illuminated the scene in the house. A cold and damp wind blew from the front, and it was unknown where it came from. There were dense spider webs under the beams. The broken threshold, as well as the tables and chairs, were placed randomly on the side. There was an obvious light path on the ground, indicating the direction for them to go out. Lian Sheng stretched out his hand and waved the spider silk, without any tactile feeling. But the silk web was indeed dropped by her, floating on the ground and disappearing. Then a huge red-spotted spider crawled out of the corner, returned to its original position, and began to spin silk. Lian Sheng had a blank expression on his face, and slapped it with one hand, and the girl behind her screamed directly. Lian Sheng turned around and met her horrified and unbelievable expression. He took back his hand and showed it to the other party, explaining, it's fake. I'm just curious. Of course she knew it was fake. It would be a big deal if a living animal appeared in the haunted house and hurt tourists. But even if it was fake, she had never seen any girl have the courage to slap a spider with her bare hands. The people behind urged, go forward? Stuck at the entrance? Want to go out? Lian Sheng took a step back, please. This is very realistic. I want to study it again. The people behind shook their heads frantically. Be the guide? Scared. The young couple shook their heads, no hurry. No hurry. Take your time. We also want to study it carefully. Lian Sheng continued to walk forward, and when he was halfway, he found a dry well in the courtyard. A female ghost in white clothes with long hair climbed out of the well with her fingers. The young couple behind immediately collapsed, hugged each other tightly, and screamed. The emotions infected the comrades behind them, so the crowd began to scream together. According to common sense, they should run quickly now, but they are afraid that they will not see the people walking with them if they run. There is always a special sense of security when there are many people. Lian Sheng covered his ears. The haunted house is probably the group of people who saw ghosts behind him. Oh my god! This harsh sound. Lian Sheng couldn't stand it, so he ran over in 3 or 2 steps and stepped on the ghost's head. Oh! Lian Sheng exclaimed. There was a physical touch. It turned out that some were 3-dimensional projections, and some were real, but it was definitely not a real person. And the touch was very soft, like kicking cotton. The white ghost was kicked down a little by her, and she stretched out her hand again to climb out of the well. Lian Sheng grabbed her hair and lifted it, and found that the weight was indeed very light. He raised it in front of his face at the same height, and then saw it clearly in the dim light. It only had half a body, and there was an empty white cloth underneath. The puppet raised its hand and smoothed its hair behind its ears. revealing a face without facial features and painted blood red. Before the machine was about to touch Liansheng with its painted hand, Liansheng put it back. The sound behind him stagnated for a second and broke out in a louder situation. Ah! Ah! The person behind her began to scream with all her life, then turned around and tried to get out in a panic. Several girls cried out, "Run! I can't stand it!" Their boyfriends gasped, held their arms tightly, and rushed out. Liansheng, although there are no real staff in the haunted house to avoid injuries, in order to prevent the timid friends from collapsing halfway or insisting on the wrong way. The situation of each section is monitored at all times. The backstage staff was also stunned when they saw Liansheng's actions, and then quickly began to arrange the work inside. Take the people in the third section out. Yes. All the friends behind stop. Stop the music and dynamic scenes. Highlight the exit channel. If it doesn't work, be ready to go in and take people in at any time. In less than 5 minutes, the people who went in with Liansheng rushed out directly, and they couldn't even stand steadily. The people waiting next to them were scared. A girl collapsed and shouted, "I will never play in a haunted house again. I am sick." Everyone looked at the sign above and nodded in admiration. It is indeed hell level. The 4 people in the distance saw this scene and couldn't help shuddering. They watched from a distance, but did not see Liansheng. Cheng Zhe asked, "Where is Liansheng? Did she get lost inside?" Zhao Shuoluo, "Actually, she just went in, but everyone else came out." "But she didn't?" Yi Buqing said. "They went in together." "Right?" Fang Jianchen asked anxiously, Is she afraid of ghosts?" Cheng Zhe comforted himself. She can never be judged by common sense. Yi Buqing, then what is her common sense? Zhao Shuoluo, not afraid of ghosts. Fang Jianchen, so. Cheng Zhe, she is afraid of ghosts. Yi Buqing took a step forward and said, "Don't worry. It's the staff. Let's go to the exit to check. If it doesn't work, we go in to pick her up." 5 minutes. Cheng Zhe said to the light brain. "If she doesn't come out in 5 minutes, we go in to pick her up." So the 4 of them walked towards the exit, counting the time, and squatted at the door waiting. Liansheng watched and walked all the way. She was the only one around her. She walked through the corridor of the front yard and came to the dormitory in the middle section, and unexpectedly caught up with the first batch of stranded troops. At the end of the corridor, there was a white figure. From time to time, a red female ghost would float across the road. The lighting on the roof could no longer flash, and the windows next to it were shaking violently, making an unpleasant banging sound, and interspersed with the background sound of a woman sad and wailing. Ah! A girl went crazy, screaming all the time, and didn't dare to move forward. Her boyfriend, led by her, screamed. The 2 were almost addicted to their own screams. They were standing at the turning point, unable to move forward or retreat. The companions in front had long disappeared, but their screams could still be heard vaguely. "I'm scared," the girl said pitifully. "Take me out." The boy nodded, "Yes." The girl, "I'm scared. Take me out." The boy continued to nod, "Yes." The girl was furious and kicked. "What's the point of keeping you?" The boy didn't know whether he was really scared or was teasing her on purpose. He jumped to the side and said, "Mom, I'm scared too." The girl shouted angrily, "Will you go?" The boy immediately said timidly, "Go. Go. Go." The girl got into his arms again. The 2 took a step on the aisle. The girl covered her eyes and dared not look, and the boy carefully peeked forward. Suddenly, the window in front was opened, and a face with a pale face but bright lips emerged. The child half covered his face and asked, "Brother and sister, are you coming to take me out?" "Ah!" The 2 retreated again, and retreated further. Liansheng, Liansheng stepped forward and pushed the 2 apart and inserted himself in. He put the girl on his shoulder with his left hand, and then led her forward. The boy next to him was stunned for a moment, watching them walk forward leaning on each other. Liansheng now has short hair, and she is slightly taller than the girls. In winter, she wears heavy clothes, which obscures her figure against the backdrop of her girlfriend. He is definitely a man. "Hey!" The boy was so angry that he trembled, and shouted from behind, "Let her go." Liansheng turned around and said, "You, shut up. I take you out now." The boy was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was a girl. His girlfriend also turned around and shouted fiercely, "You, shut up." It's useless for me to keep you. They continued to move forward, and the window on the right was reopened. Before the complete head popped out, Lian Sheng grabbed it with one hand, pulled it out, and then threw it to the side roughly. Without even looking, he continued to move forward. The girl felt her domineering aura, covered her face and said shyly, "Miss, you are so handsome." "Where?" Lian Sheng said calmly. "Protecting the safety of civilians is the duty of every soldier." "Girl, oh my god. Are you a soldier? You are so cool." The man was shocked by her brutality. Forgot to move for a moment. Opened his mouth hard, as if his jaw was about to dislocate. "It's a spirit, right? This is a haunted house. It's a spirit, right?" Zhao Zhuolu and others squinted at the time, and suddenly saw several men in work clothes running hurriedly into the haunted house. Zhao Zhuolu stood up immediately and said alertly, "What's going on?" Yi Buqing then had an ominous premonition. Something happened inside? The four were silent for a while, nervous and regretful. She shouldn't have been allowed to go in alone. After all, she's a girl. "Oh my god. We're not human beings," Fang Jianshan said. "Shall we go in now?" "Two of us go in, and two of us stay outside," Cheng Zhe said. "I don't know which exit she will come out from." Zhao Zhuolu and Cheng Zhe turned around and ran to the entrance. "Wait!" Yi Buqing shouted at them, pointing to the front and said, "She came out?" You can never imagine that scene. A thin girl with short hair, holding another girl in one hand and dragging a machine-controlled prop in the other hand, came out of the haunted house. There were 6 or 7 people following her, and 2 of them pulled her clothes until she came out. Zhao Zhuolu and others were dumbfounded, and Fang Jianshan felt a stream of saliva hanging on his chin. They couldn't accept it very much. Lian Sheng also let go of his hand and threw the prop to the ground. Looking at it again, he felt that there was no lighting effect inside, and the workmanship was rough. She turned her head and said to the girl, "If you are afraid, don't come to this kind of place in the future." The girl nodded shyly. "Okay, little sister." The boy behind followed closely behind, not daring to get close, and said with a wrong face, She should be my girlfriend." Everyone, Lian Sheng saw Zhao Zhuolu, waved to them, and then approached. The 4 people looked inexplicable, but they were all a little dazed. The staff ran out with a bunch of props, looked at them in horror and said, "What did she do to our machine? These tickets are not included in the compensation. You know? These are the faces we painted ourselves." Zhao Zhuolu, he can't explain. Give him some time. Chapter 112 Training. Everyone nearby looked at them. The girl behind stepped forward, wanting to share the loss. They actually bought insurance before they went in, and these small machines can be returned to the factory for repair and reinstallation, which doesn't cost much. "We will pay," Zhao Zhuoluo said very straightforwardly. "We will pay now." The staff member's face eased a little after hearing this. They had arranged some cheap small machines inside, which were basically only responsible for maintaining the action. In order to ensure authenticity, intelligent AI was implanted to communicate with customers. The smart chip inside is the most expensive, because it has collected haunted house data for more than 10 years. But it is installed inside the machine and cannot be easily smashed. Under normal circumstances, it is common for guests to destroy or break up small robots because of emotional excitement, and they will not pursue it like this. It's just that there has never been a person who would destroy such a large number of robots. And she is not because of fear. She may just come to challenge. A girl stepped forward and picked up a half-man. Looking at its appearance now, it is indeed not scary. Like a stupid tomato head. Tomato Head tilted his head and asked, "Sister, did you take me out? It's so bright outside." The girl pulled open the cloth and checked the components of the equipment inside. "Is it okay? I see that the parts of their limbs and joints are intact. The main parts can still move, but they are a little dislocated." The girl looked at them suspiciously and said, "Is this a quality problem of yours?" The staff took a look and found that the problem was indeed not serious, and it should not be intentional. But they saw the scene of Lian Sheng throwing the machine clearly, and the background recorded it, so they couldn't escape the blame. "If the number increases, we will indeed compensate," the staff said. "But it's not expensive." "It doesn't matter. We will compensate. You can settle it." Zhao Zhuolu took out the light brain and said thankfully, "Fortunately, none of you are alive. Medical expenses and mental damages, plus later moral care, are not trivial matters. Lian Sheng said dissatisfiedly. From what you said, do you think I would hit a living person? Zhao Luo, you won't hit a living person only if you know they are living people. And this is a haunted house. Lian Sheng rolled his eyes and expressed disdain. Do you think I can't tell the difference between these crudely made dolls and living people? I have seen many things that pretend to be ghosts. But this is the first time I have seen such perfunctory and careless ones. All the staff felt like an arrow was shot in the heart. Don't say it. I will give you a 50% discount. The staff was waiting for the results of the logistics calculations and said, our haunted house is already very advanced. But even if it is a haunted house, there can't be too much and too real scenes. If it leaves a psychological shadow on customers, our entire amusement park will not open. Lian Sheng said, tell me, this is a game for adults. Believe me, it is neither for adults nor for games. The staff felt that their dignity was humiliated. It is, the staff said. No one under 18 years old is allowed to enter. Lian Sheng, then is there a place where people under 30 years old are not allowed to enter? Staff, there is a place where people over 60 years old are not allowed to enter. Why? Lian Sheng asked with interest. Where is it? The staff pointed back. Haunted house. Lian Sheng shook his head in disappointment. The staff was about to speak, looked at the vibrating light computer in his hand, and said, I will give you a 50% discount. And only 500 star coins are enough. We can issue an invoice. Do you need it? Zhao Luo raised his hand to indicate that it was not necessary, and was about to transfer the money. But Lian Sheng stopped him and handed over his light computer. I will do it. You, General Lian, have plenty of money. Yi Buqing stretched out his hand to stop her again. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you come to the haunted house. I pay. Yi Buqing quickly transferred 500 star coins, then put away the light computer, and was about to leave with everyone. The girls next to them saw that they knew to pay on their own initiative, and felt that at least they could give them first aid on the verge of death. Hey! The staff member stopped them and said, actually, if you are not afraid of this, you can go to our ultimate mode. It is more realistic there. The game mode uses a startling feeling, which is much more terrifying than this. No! The four people shouted in unison. No need. Fang Jianshan raised his orchid finger and shouted angrily. This person has ulterior motives and evil intentions. The Lord cannot trust him. Staff member, Cheng Zai's face sank. Do you really want to change a batch of new equipment? Go for approval. But don't cheat us. Staff member, Lian Sheng followed and refused. I am not very interested in the horror you mentioned. Zhao Luo pushed Lian Sheng, anxious to leave. The girls behind waved their arms and said goodbye to them. The five of them walked all the way to the entrance of the amusement park. They took big steps, just wanting to leave quickly. It's a pity that you didn't accompany me in. You didn't see that wonderful scene. Lian Sheng touched his chin and said, although I don't understand why. Their spider webs are really well made. Everyone, Zhao Luo, thank you. But it's really not necessary. Lian Sheng shrugged. The haunted house charges so much. They just walked around casually, and they didn't even finish a circle. It's a pity. Cheng Zai said, in fact, the tickets for the haunted house are not expensive, but the compensation is expensive. Lian Sheng pretended not to hear and continued, why are they so scared? Since you know you were scared. Why? Still want to go in. Although I don't think it's that scary. But ghosts will find it scary. Fang Jianshan said. You are not their target customer. You are their trash customer. Please tell me, what is the meaning of the haunted house? Lian Sheng said. I go in to catch ghosts. So I didn't ask you to catch ghosts. Fang Jianshan interrupted her, exhaled, controlled his expression, and showed a kind smile. The haunted house is for people to experience the feeling of fear. At the same time, in that kind of cramped and scary environment, you can enhance your relationship with your companions. Lian Sheng recalled. What do you mean by enhancing friendship? She thought that the couple should break up when they came out. Lian Sheng said. In fact, if they have this pursuit, as long as they give me money, I can make them feel it immediately. The four covered their faces. There are actually people in this world who like to ask for trouble. And this kind of thing is still called an adult game. Lian Sheng instantly lost interest in the entire amusement park. Zhao Luo stopped, looked at the facilities nearby, and asked, let's go somewhere else. I don't think you are suitable here. You still dare to take her to play? Fang Jianchen said in horror. If someone screams while riding a roller coaster, will she tear down the entire amusement park? We don't have money. Xiao Zhuolu turned his head and asked, Then you play with her? Fang Jianchen hugged himself and shook his head fiercely. Lian Sheng asked, How is it? Anything else? Fang Jianchen asked with a shameless face, Do you want to play the roller coaster? Lian Sheng said generously, Go ahead. I wait for you. Everyone, Cheng Zhe asked curiously, So what were your previous recreational activities? Me? Lian Sheng thought about it and nodded, Yeah. Half an hour later. The famous Yaij on the central street. The AI robot was reading the script in front. Please pay attention. Customers. This chess hobby center does not accept AI games. We always insist on humane chess exchange and do not allow any cheating. If you win the challenge and win, you can get a certain amount of money from Yaij according to the game situation. In public games, you can also get tips from tourists. Is it a game? Learning? Or watching the game? Lian Sheng, game. How many hours and how many people do you need to reserve? 1 hour is enough. Lian Sheng looked at them. Since they are all novices, I allow 4 to 1. Or an unknown number to 1. The 4 snorted disdainfully. 50 minutes later, Lian Sheng knocked on the chessboard and urged, Everyone, please make your move. More than a dozen people crowded opposite, looking at the chessboard, as if facing a great enemy. Xiao Zhuoluo sat in the only seat, rubbed his forehead, and felt that he was about to collapse. Wait a minute. Fang Jianchen pointed to a place with a shaking hand. I think we should play here. No. Everyone said in unison. If we play here, we will definitely lose. Zhao Zhuolu held the black chess piece between 2 fingers and said, I still think we should play here. Yi Buqing patted his shoulder. You will lose within 3 moves. When the square is full, we will start counting the pieces. If we count now, we will definitely lose. Cheng Zhe said. No matter where we play, there will be people who disagree. A middle-aged man at the back raised his hand and said, With my experience of more than 20 years, we can still try to play here. Then everyone started arguing again. Lian Sheng held his chin and said, Since you think we will lose if we play anywhere. Everyone looked at her together. Lian Sheng said. Then admit defeat. More than a dozen people shook their heads together. Fang Jianchen said firmly, Warriors can only lose. Never admit defeat. Lian Sheng, The robot next to him came over and asked, Do you need Xiao A to help you? Xiao A can give you hints. Everyone said in unison, No need. Seeking help from AI is equivalent to self-destruction. A group of newcomers. I don't know where their confidence comes from. Lian Sheng said, I need it. Please help me settle it. She stood up and vacated her seat. Everyone wailed and shouted no. 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 Lian Sheng looked at it and found that the reward income had exceeded 10,000. Those who came here to play chess were all rich and free. If she finished this game, she could get more than 100,000 star coins they put in the prize pool. But she was no longer interested. The 4 people followed her when they saw her leave. Fang Jianchen put his hands in his pockets and walked to the back mysteriously to look at her. You have too many skills. I always feel that you are not a human being. Lian Sheng concentrated on transferring all the income he had just received to Yi Buqing's account. Yi Buqing was shocked. What for? Lian Sheng, compensation. Yi Buqing, how much? Lian Sheng, the change is counted as interest. Several people shouted wait. Xiao Zhuoluo drove her home. Lian Sheng walked down, turned sideways, and bowed to them to thank them. Well, I had a lot of fun today. Thank you all. Goodbye. The 4 responded with warm smiles and waved goodbye. Lian Sheng walked halfway and stopped again. He looked back at them, seemed a little hesitant, nodded and chuckled, but said nothing. Lian Sheng walked into his own community, and their car slowly started again. It was quiet for a few minutes. Fang Jianchen grabbed his seat belt and asked, Does she look like she had a lot of fun today? Yi Buqing said, Obviously not. Fang Jianchen, then what does she like to play? Yi Buqing shook his head. Obviously she doesn't know. Comrade Zhao Zhuolu, a fellow creature. Fang Jianchen leaned over and asked, Excuse me, what do you like to play? Obviously I don't know either. Zhao Zhuolu shook his head. Don't I hang out with you guys? The 4 were silent for a while. Yi Buqing said, in fact, going out with friends, eating skewers, playing racing, shooting guns, and doing some boring things is very happy. if you have to find a specific description to summarize it. There is no. Just chatting with friends casually is their meaning. Waste time itself is a happy and relaxing thing. Lian Sheng is used to doing meaningful things all the time, and finds a reason for everything he does. She seems to be always at a certain urgent node. Without a moment of stopping, she keeps walking. Just like before. When passing by them, she will say hello to them, then continue to put her hands in her pockets and walk carelessly. Whether it is Lian Sheng or the general of the cavalry, they are powerful enough to be alone. But if you think about it carefully, they actually know it. Even if she is bored, she still accompanies the four of them for a whole day. Even if she is bored, she still leaves an ambiguous smile and an expression of wanting to say something but not being able to. She is a legend of the military academy and a legend of the Union University. But it seems that no one really understands her. I was impressed by her strength, as if I had never known her. Others called her general, master, god of war, commander, or genius. And she always called others brothers. But no one ever called her friend. Lian Sheng opened the door, took off his shoes, and walked directly into his room. He took out his laptop and began to record the experiences of today. She moved her fingers. Today, I went to the haunted house in the amusement park with my schoolmates Xiao Zhuolu, Fang Jianchen, Yi Buqing, and Cheng Zhe. Oh, that's a really interesting place. I broke their machine and ended up paying 500 star coins. Yi Buqing paid for me. The drinks at the door are very delicious. The juice of a strange plant. I rarely go out with four boys. But it doesn't matter. They obviously rarely go out with girls. So we didn't treat each other as the opposite sex. Oh, it was a relaxing and happy day. I'm very happy. Happy New Year. Ms. Lin Lai. After writing, point out Lin Lai's name and send it. Then put the light computer aside. She lay on the table and thought for a while. What to do? Touched her neck and took the light computer back again. Read a book for a while. Xiao Shuolu returned home. Father Xiao was sitting in the living room. Hearing the noise, he looked up and asked, "How was your fun today? What did you play? Which friends did you invite? Why didn't you invite Lian Sheng to come up and sit with us?" Xiao Zhuoluo took off his shoes and answered the question irrelevantly. "Did you go out for the New Year this year?" Father Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "Where to go?" Xiao Zhuoluo walked in and said, "Go out. Anywhere. Just walk on the street. Lian Sheng will celebrate the New Year with us." Father Xiao put down his laptop and said, "You know that? Right? I know. So I took her out for a walk." Xiao Shuoluo said, "Let's go out for dinner too. Why do you want her to cook for us?" On New Year's Eve, Xiao Zhuolu and his father came to pick up people in the afternoon. Lian Sheng came down with a bag and raised his hand to signal, "I don't know if you have any tools here. So I even brought a kitchen knife." Xiao Zhuolu, "No cooking. Let's go out to eat," Xiao Shuolu said. "Starting at 8 o'clock in the evening. The central streets will be blocked. And there will be a citywide party there." Lian Sheng, citywide party? Xiao Shuolu snapped his fingers. Air parade. The Alliance's air parade is always the most spectacular moment of the evening. The various arms walked on the galaxy and passed over the crowd in an orderly manner. The brilliant light bloomed above their heads. And step by step, they walked down a brilliant galactic road. The slogans and footsteps with full energy resounded over the city. Even if it was just a projection, you could feel their magnificent momentum. Then the expeditionary force drove their mecha soldiers out. And the cheers below the city almost drowned out their background sound. In front of Lian Sheng, there were densely packed heads. A little later, the central street could not be entered. "Oh!" Lian Sheng looked at the exclamations in front of him. "Oh! Oh!" Zhao's father and Xiao Zhuolu were a little surprised. Is this her first time to see the air parade? Isn't this done every year? Their necks were a little sore, and they lowered their eyes slightly. They found that what she was watching was actually a projection advertisement for an animation. The cat girl waved her magic wand through the crowd, waving it to light up one shining star after another. And then, like a balloon, she floated into the air, turned into a small light spot, and merged into the shining Milky Way. Lian Sheng looked at them and said with interest, "That's fun." Xiao's father cooperated. "Oh, Xiao Shuoluo, He patted Xiao Zhuoluo on the back. Xiao Shuoluo, "Oh." Lian Sheng put his hands in his pockets, gestured, and ran after the cat man. Life is always short, and there are always things to do. no matter when you recall it. Even if you don't feel regretful, there will be times when you feel pity. But Lian Sheng doesn't remember how many battles he has won, and how many times he has escaped death. But he will always remember when the city was closed by heavy snow. Everyone huddled together by the fire, biting a piece of dry food as hard as a stone, scooping a bowl of ice water melted from the snow, singing and talking. When I was with them, she is a commander and a commander. Her time can pass very slowly. She doesn't need to think about what she is going to do next. Nor does she need to think about what the meaning of this thing is. Yo! Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng's footsteps stopped and drifted towards the periphery of the blockade area. A group of people were crowded outside, trying desperately to get closer. Her sight fell on a row of familiar faces. Bai Mifei waved his arms in front and greeted her. Lu Mingyuan breathed into his palms and stamped his feet in the cold. Fang Jianchen raised his arms and said angrily, "Damn it! Let Yoshio come out quickly. We didn't squeeze in at all." And he deliberately didn't answer the communication. Chapter 113 Order. Zhao Zhuoruo and his father followed from behind. Fang Jianchen saw that and immediately stopped his aggressive movements and put on a respectful smile to the two. "Hello, uncle." Zhao's father laughed. "Hello." He had a stern aura from years of military service. But today he had deliberately restrained himself. And with his smile, it didn't seem so obvious. Zhao's father stopped in front of him. He didn't know any of them. "You?" Several people raised their hands together, indicating that they were in the same group. 5 people from the 100-meter flying knife studio. 3 people from Zhao Zhuoruo's dormitory. And Lu Mingyuan. At this time, the central area was still blocked. If they wanted to go out, they had to go to the entrance next to swipe their cards for inspection. There were many people crowded around here. Lian Sheng followed Zhao Zhuoruo to the exit, and Fang Jianchen and others also walked to the side, waiting to meet up. Successfully met. Cheng Zhe and others greeted him obediently. "Hello, uncle. Happy New Year." Bai Mifei followed with a fist and said shamelessly, "Hello, uncle, and a Happy New Year." Lian Sheng looked at him with a squint and said in a black line, "Boss, you should call me brother. Right? Uncles are messing up the generations. What do you know? Kid? 20 years older is enough to be 1 generation older. When you were in high school, didn't anyone call you aunt?" Bai Mifei said in astonishment. "I'm still young. Don't you remember that I'm of the same generation as you?" Lu Mingyuan blew air into his palm. He felt too cold. From time to time, he peeked at Bai Mifei. Seeing him looking back, he nodded to him shyly. Bai Mifei seemed to know that he was his fan. After all, at least half of those who studied data analysis were his fans. So he raised his hand to smooth his hair and gave Lu Mingyuan a kind smile. Lian Sheng asked, "Why are you here?" It was the first time that Lian Sheng saw Bai Mifei in person. His facial features were not much different from those of San Yao. "I came back for the new year." Bai Mifei put his arm around Zhou Shurui's shoulder and said, "By the way, we received an invitation to care for left-behind children. So we came together. After all, you are now the top star in my studio, and it is the boss's responsibility to care for the mental health of employees." Lian Sheng turned his head away, not wanting to talk to him. There were 2 light bulbs standing next to him. Both of them were very strong, and the bright light bulb was taller. In person, it was easy to tell the difference in their temperaments. The bright light bulb was a high-powered and straightforward soldier, while Chao Liang looked quiet and easy to talk to. Because he was tall enough, he looked well-proportioned, and he didn't look strong. But when he stood next to Zhou Shuorui, he was almost twice as wide as him. "The boss is treating us, so we have to come." The bright light bulb reached out to her. "Hello. Nice to meet you." Fang Jianchen was holding Zhao Zhuolu's neck and whispering to him, and even wanted to smear his snot on him. Zhao Zhuolu turned his face away, resisting with his life. He took out his light computer and said sincerely, "I didn't hear it. It's too noisy inside." Fang Jianchen snorted twice, shook his snot and said, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it." Lian Sheng slapped him on the forehead and waved him away. "This guy's actions are so disgusting." Lian Sheng asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Let's go eat." Dad Xiao patted Lian Sheng on the shoulder and said, "Are you hungry? You haven't had dinner yet, right? I've booked a very unique restaurant nearby. It's almost time. Let's go together." Lu Mingyuan looked around. "There are so many of us." "It's okay. I've heard about it a long time ago. It's good to have more people. It's more lively. Dad Zhao was obviously very happy and joked, if there are not many people, I would be embarrassed to go there. After all, it's a gathering for you young people. I go there to join in the fun and pay you by the way. Let me participate too. You don't mind? Do you? Several people laughed. Too busy to mind. The sight drifted towards Zhao Shuolu. Comrade Zhao Yoshio shook his head beside him. His father has changed. And his personality has collapsed. It was not like this before. It's impossible to let Dad Zhao stay at home alone. Besides, Brother Dao and his friends are all social people. Retired soldiers. So the four of them have more topics to talk about. The place that Gao's father said they had booked was indeed a famous restaurant here. When they entered, there was a lot of noise. The reception robot came out, bent down and said, "Hello, guests. I'm very sorry that our restaurant is full. Do you have a reservation?" "Great. Great." Fang Jianshan rubbed his hands and looked around. "My family also wanted to book here. But it was too late to book." Yi Buqing said, "I didn't book it 3 months in advance." Fang Jianshan said, "I booked it half a year in advance." Lian Sheng looked in the middle and asked, "What is that for?" "The restaurant is very open as a whole. And because of the decoration in the front, you can't even see the end at a glance. And more than 200 meters away, there is an open high platform. Someone is doing something on it. And there is a burst of applause and cheers from the store." Fang Jianshan explained, "This is a famous performance cooking in this store. It is also its most popular place. Chefs of their time do not test their knife skills. Because no matter how good the knife skills are, they are not as good as machine cutting. No matter how thin, how long, what kind of pattern, what color, as long as you can design it, it can cut it. And there is no such thing as miss and waste of extra ingredients. Even because of the high precision of the machine, it can repeatedly use waste corners for secondary processing. This technological development has reduced a large number of apprentice positions in the kitchen. At the same time, it has also greatly reduced the work of the chef. All they have to do is to master the heat and seasoning. And these have a very subtle impact on food. And people who don't pay attention to it can't taste it at all. Some restaurants have even replaced this part. Furthermore, the machine can disinfect and clean itself more quickly, without any risk of carrying infectious bacteria, and without any bad hygiene habits. The promotion of this technology can, to some extent, further ensure food safety issues. The taste of the machine is not bad, and there is no need to pay monthly wages. The approval procedure for opening a shop with machine workers is simpler. In addition, the workload of the chef profession itself is huge and extremely hard. Under the dual pressure of social demand and industry pressure, fewer and fewer people will study knife skills attentively, and even fewer people can learn to study cooking. Those who have obtained top chef licenses are generally hired by big hotels with high salaries as a living signboard to attract customers. Occasionally, they will come out to do performance cooking like this. The dishes made on the spot are sold on the spot, which can not only increase the popularity of the store, but also increase the fun among diners. After several people arrived at the reserved position, they sat down. The table here is very large, and Lian Sheng urged them to click on the performance projection. Fang Jianshan fiddled with it for a while, and a three-dimensional effect immediately appeared in the middle of the table. A person in a white chef's uniform was cooking on it. The flames rose from the iron pot, and the oil sizzled. The chef carefully stirred with a spoon, and at the same time, he used his wrist to keep shaking the pot to make the ingredients evenly heated. Because the people who come here are not short of money, they have higher requirements for the taste of the dishes. These chefs have decades of experience before they dare to go on stage. Lian Sheng sighed and said, "It's not easy for chefs to get ahead these days. It really takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. But you don't know whether it will be a sword or an iron needle." Cheng Zhe said, "It's not easy to get ahead. But as long as you get ahead, it's equivalent to standing at the top of the industry. Listen to this popularity. The guests here prefer to interact, so there is no sound insulation. The call in the ears rises and falls with the flames rising in the pot. It's also because the projection here is very real, as if the fire is burning directly in front of them. The gravy in the pot is bright red and colorful, and with the aroma coming from nowhere, everyone suddenly laughed and shouted hungry. The few people were watching the show. Lu Mingyuan held the menu, looked at Zhao's father and Bai Mian Feidao, and then smiled. With the elders here, even if they wanted to pay, Zhao's father would definitely not agree. There were many of them, and the price here was expensive. So Lu Mingyuan felt embarrassed for a moment. Zhao's father smiled and said, "Order whatever you want. If you don't order, just follow the menu." Lu Mingyuan almost spit out. Click, click, click. He hurriedly pushed Fang Jianchen next to him and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Fang Jianchen stared at the screen with fried beef fillet on green onion without saying a word. His saliva was about to fall. At this time, the announcement sounded. 3 servings of fried beef fillet on green onion. Start bidding now. Starting from 1,000 star coins. Fang Jianchen hesitated and clicked. "Do you want to bid?" Lu Mingyuan said. "You have to bid the highest price for this. Otherwise you can't bid." Fang Jianchen bit his tongue. It's too expensive. They were a beat late. And Zhao's father next to them entered the highest price again. After clicking, it had already been bid. Their dishes are auctioned to prevent malicious customers from competing for them. The starting price is 3 times the price. It depends on the price and the order of bidding. That is, they spent 3,000 yuan on a plate of fried beef tenderloin with green onions. Lian Sheng was shocked. Is this group of people crazy? A couple at the table next to them took a photo. The robot brought the plate to them. The 2 of them clapped happily and celebrated, and then started taking photos. Fang Jianchen looked at them and covered his head. "If you want to eat, just order it. It's not expensive," Zhao's father said. "The sauce here is said to be secret. There is no other place. And their beef is top-grade beef. 3,000 yuan is not expensive." Lian Sheng looked at him with a piercing look. 3,000 is not expensive? Lu Mingyuan said, "But it's a pity. I heard that there were many secret recipes of seasonings in ancient China. But they were all lost in the end. You can't guarantee that your children and grandchildren will also work in the catering industry. And craftsmen generally have the rule that secret recipes are not passed on to others. And no one uses enough benefits to tempt them. Without successors, can it not be lost? But Lian Sheng has. Lian Sheng likes strong tastes. Because no matter how bad the food is, as long as it is dipped in thick sauce, it will taste like sauce." She was very famous back then. And she would not stay in one place for too long. Nor would she switch to business. And she would not pass on other people's secret recipes. So if she asked, many people would tell her the special sauce recipe to thank her. The young couple at the next table hadn't started yet. Fang Jianchen looked at him eagerly. And when he saw the other party's eyes sweeping towards him, he immediately raised his hand to cover his face. Fang Jianchen shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't really like eating onions." Everyone, After the chef finished cooking, he wiped his hands and went down. Lian Sheng, that's it? It's been 2 hours. He needs to rest. Cheng Zhe seemed to know this restaurant well. He said, "The next half an hour is for customers to try it themselves. It has several tables here, providing menus and ingredients for free. But they need to be open. It's also interesting to see them busy and confused. But I don't have much appetite." Lian Sheng stood up and said, "Then don't order the dishes. I cook for you." Several people were shocked and looked at her in disbelief. Lian Sheng, Lu Mingyuan reminded, "Being able to cook is different from being a chef." Fang Jianchen, "Ordinary chefs are also different from senior chefs." Cheng Zhe, "It's embarrassing to go up here. Are you prepared for this? Buy me Fei Dao, it's Chinese New Year. Let's have a good meal." Dad Xiao, "Don't save money for me. It's okay to treat the younger generation to a meal." Lian Sheng raised a finger and shook it disdainfully. "Can someone help me get my bag?" "I get it." Zhao Shualuo stood up and said, "If you want to try it. Whatever makes everyone happy today. It's fine. There are many people who have signed up. The staff is reviewing their qualifications and selecting some people who are not so dangerous to go up." Lian Sheng walked over, and the other party asked politely, "Excuse me, do you have any relevant cooking experience?" Lian Sheng thought about it and decided to take down this stage first. It's okay to brag about it. So he nodded and said, "The level of a top chef." Everyone covered their faces when they heard it. The staff member was obviously surprised. "Do you have any ID?" Lian Sheng, "No." The staff member looked at her doubtfully. After swiping her card, he found that she was a student of the military academy of the Union University. So she should be more credible. So he let her go up. Lian Sheng rolled up his sleeves and stood on the stove, checked their food reserves, and waited for Zhao Shualuo to bring her bag over. Because it was a performance cooking, There was not much preparation time. They would first prepare some processed ingredients. For example, marinated meat, and then meatballs beaten into mud. Then when the freshness of the ingredients was about to pass, they would take them out for performance and sale. They basically had all the ingredients they could provide. However, Lian Sheng was familiar with less than 1/3 of the ingredients. And some fruits and vegetables he had never seen before were mixed in. Fruits and vegetables can be continuously selected and cultivated to promote their evolution. For example, watermelon. When it was first cultivated, 90% of it was peel. But now it can be eaten directly after washing. Another example is corn. At first, there were only 1 or 2 shriveled fruits on the outside. Now, the core inside has degenerated to almost nothing. In terms of taste, they have become sweeter and more fragrant. You can taste their deliciousness without too much manipulation. But the meat here is getting more and more unpalatable. Lian Sheng wiped his hands and said he could try it. Chapter 114 Applause. If we talk about performance, the knife skills and cooking of ancient China are very distinctive. Just like the chef before, he also chose Chinese food. It was just too late when they came over, and the chef's ultimate move was released. In the end, he only fried a plate of beef fillet with green onions. Lian Sheng used to cook with excellent knife skills, in order to train the strength of the wrist and mobilize its subtle use. She specially went through a long period of training. But she actually didn't learn any special cooking methods. And she didn't have the time to study any traditional dishes. She only knew the difference between frying, stir-frying, steaming and boiling. When it was her turn to cook, she would just add oil or water, then add ingredients and seasonings, and take it out of the pan immediately after it was cooked. But when to add, when to take it out, how much seasoning to add, how wide and thick to cut, these things that should be paid attention to. She didn't pay attention to them before. The knife skills are specially used to fool people, making her look very profound. Although she said so, the food she cooked is really delicious. In one word, it might be a homely taste. Originally, she was invited to go to Zhao Zhuolu house and cook New Year's Eve dinner for them. To prevent any unexpected incidents, she first searched online and learned a few recipes by herself, and then tried to repeat them, because she wanted to save some face. Although she was not short of face, she chose a few dishes that were difficult to cut and required relatively low experience. Not long after, Zhao Zhuolu came back and handed over the bag she brought. She brought her own knife and a few bottles of homemade sauce. In case the taste went to some strange places, she used the sauce to cover it appropriately. The taste of the sauce is very complex, and the selected materials and the proportions can produce countless different flavors. Some need to be marinated for a long time, and some can be made simply. Lian Sheng casually fried a bottle of meat sauce and a bottle of chili sauce, and also scooped a little vinegar that he had marinated with seasonings before. Zhao Zhuolu looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Can you really cook?" "Don't force yourself," Lian Sheng said. "I have studied it professionally. There should be no problem." She believed that the change in taste was still within the controllable range. She took out everything she was going to use, and Zhao Zhuolu carried her bag back to the table. Fang Jianxin glanced at the stage and reached out to take the menu, before her dishes come up. "Let's fill our stomachs first, so as not to be too poisoned when the time comes. Lian Sheng can cook," Lu Mingyuan said. "She cooked for our group during the previous exercise. At least she has very good knife skills." "Bai Mi Fei Dao Zhengzhua, really?" Dad Zhao said. "Let's order the dishes first. We can't cook many dishes in half an hour. There are 11 of us." According to his prediction, it would be good to be able to make 2 dishes, and we would definitely have to order more. "Want to eat stir-fried beef fillet with scallions?" Dad Zhao said kindly. "Then let's order a plate of stir-fried beef fillet with scallions first." In just a few minutes, the brother at the stove next to him was asked to leave. The reason was that he accidentally cut a wound on his index finger when using a kitchen knife, and it was determined to be dangerous. Another person had a burnt smell in the pot, so he was also asked to leave. Then a new customer took over. The staff responsible for arranging the situation in the store next to him frequently glanced at Lian Sheng, wanting to see the level of the legendary top chef among the unlicensed personnel. Is he making trouble? Lian Sheng delayed for a while, and finally started to act. She ordered a box of beef fillet first, and then found seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers. She pulled out her kitchen knife from the knife sheath and wiped it on the towel. It was obvious that she wanted to make the stir-fried beef fillet with scallions that Fang Jianshan had been envious of before. Fang Jianshan saw it, and quickly clicked cancel before the back kitchen took the order, waiting for Lian Sheng's dishes to come out of the pot. Lian Sheng held the beef fillet with his left hand, and started cutting with his right hand, cutting slices at a very fast speed. A pound of meat was cut in less than 2 minutes. At this speed, it seemed that she was cutting casually, but if you zoom in and look carefully, you can see that her blade was precisely against the grain, and the thickness of the meat slices was uniform, not exceeding 1 millimeter. In the eyes of many people, meat is the most difficult thing to cut, because it is not soft enough and not hard enough. If you press too hard, it will be easily deformed, and if you press too lightly, it will be inconvenient to cut. After Lian Sheng cut the meat slices, he directly scooped it from the bottom with a kitchen knife, blocked it with one hand, and skillfully threw it into the bowl next to him. Beat an egg white, add salt, etc. Grab it with your left hand, and pour oil into the pot in front with your right hand. Then grab the peppers and ginger and garlic next to it. Clang, with a few rhythmic crisp sounds. The green and red peppers have been cut into sections. Push the ingredients to the side with a knife. Test the temperature of the oil pan, and start to slice the beef fillets one by one. When it changes color, quickly remove it and control the oil. Pour out the oil, leaving some in the pan. Add onion, ginger and garlic. Sauté until fragrant. Then add seasoning and chili. Lian Sheng added the vinegar he brought with him, and half a spoonful of chili sauce. The aroma immediately drifted out with the white smoke. The people at the nearby table shouted directly, "It smells so good! Damn! This smells so good! It smells better than the previous dish." Lian Sheng has already started to put the beef tenderloin in and stir the pan. The hot air waves bring out the unique aroma of the chili sauce as the dishes are turned. It is a mixture of various spices, which is difficult to describe simply. The people in the front row took a deep breath, trying to catch the familiar and slightly special taste. And Lian Sheng was already out of the pot. The robot came over with their plates, and Lu Mingyuan and others couldn't wait to exclaim. Lian Sheng finished a plate, did not turn off the fire, and put the pot back on the stove. The staff next to him opened his mouth to predict, but it was stuck in his throat again. She was seen pouring oil again without panic, holding the handle of the pot with one hand, and reserving the ingredients for the next dish with the other hand. She picked up the wok and spun the oil around, and could already smell a faint burnt aroma. That was the sauce that had just remained in it. When she saw that the heat was almost right, she picked up the shrimp that had been cooked next to her. Stir it, add seasoning and simmer it. Turn to the side. Turn on another stove. Add hot water, and prepare to stew the dessert. How many dishes can be made in half an hour? Of course, make as many as you can. The simpler the better. Lian Sheng is multitasking. After frying this dish, he fried another dish of easy-to-cook clams. In less than 10 minutes, 3 dishes were already ready. Quick hands. Quick knife. With that expressionless and neat technique, this person is undoubtedly a veteran. Originally, there were several stations in the middle, and the audience could choose which position to play the video. Because Lian Sheng's side was too noisy, some people looked over here for a while, and then turned to her position. Fang Jianshan and others picked up chopsticks and started to eat the first bite of food. The smooth and spicy outer layer of the beef fillet instantly awakened their taste buds. It was a little spicy, but it just stimulated the appetite and made people unable to stop. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Fang Jianshan bit the chopsticks and was pleasantly surprised. It was a little hot, and everyone breathed and nodded repeatedly. The other guests looked at them, envious. He shook his feet and turned his head between the video and them. If it's delicious, it will burst. Do you understand the rules? Other people's college life. What about mine? Oh my God. Before going to school, I hoped that my roommate would be a person with mysophobia, so that I could take advantage of him. In the end, my real roommate was a person who didn't wash his socks for a month. This is probably the gap between reality and ideal. Request a rental girl. I trade my useless brother with you. A few brothers. Give me a bite too. There were 10 people at their table, excluding Lian Sheng. However, a dish that looks full is only a matter of a few chopsticks in front of a group of hungry middle-aged men. There is no room for sharing with others. After 2 bites, I am even hungrier. Lu Mingyuan touched his stomach and said, "Let's serve a few bowls of rice first." While they were talking, the second dish of stir-fried shrimps was already on the table. They didn't even put down their chopsticks, but kept digging into the dish. Lu Mingyuan felt guilty and asked, "Do you want to leave some for Lian Sheng? It will be cold when she comes down, so there is no need." Bai Mi Feidao said, "Give her something fresh and hot when the time comes, and we will finish the ones here first." Then came the third and fourth dishes. They took 2 bites with the rice, and found that the speed of serving the dishes was faster than the usual ordering. The staff watched from the side, and couldn't help but walked up and asked, "Guest, can you have a more difficult dish?" She cooked quickly because she was pursuing speed, but judging from her experience and demeanor, she must have some hidden skills. The staff said, "Please show us a special skill. We will waive all the bills for your table today." Lian Sheng stirred the papaya soup next to him with a spoon. Then he wiped his hands with a towel and asked, "Want to see your knife skills?" Everyone nodded in unison with the staff. "Oh," Lian Sheng said in a long voice. "That's fine. It's just that I haven't practiced for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. What can I do when I'm not rusty?" A guest at the next table leaned back in his chair and asked, "The legendary Wensi Tofu." His brother at the next table said, "You only know Wensi Tofu, right? Isn't all tofu cut into strips Wensi Tofu? Aren't you embarrassing the little girl?" The man waved his hand and said, "Then don't worry about whether it's Wensi or not. Just cut. 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 I just like to watch people cut tofu. Brother, the restaurant is free of charge, and the audience is all the diners." The person at the next table interrupted again, "But I also want to see her cut tofu. Is that okay, little sister?" The staff also looked at Lian Sheng expectantly. Although he didn't have high hopes, it was easy to make a gimmick. It didn't matter if it was a little rough, as long as it could get by. Lian Sheng's expression did not change, and he said, "Okay, but go tell my friends first. You are free. Let them order the dishes and wait for me." Staff, Several people were eating, and they paused when they heard the news. Bai Mi Feidao wiped his mouth and smiled. "One of everything on the menu. Thank you." The audience gritted their teeth. "Oh my god. This group of people is too treacherous." Lian Sheng took out a piece of tofu, felt its texture first, and then tried to cut it. Wensi tofu not only requires high knife skills, but also high requirements for tofu. After confirming that there was no problem, the kitchen knife dipped in water and poured a little more on the arrangement. Then he raised his head and moved his neck. This dish was also something she had just started learning 2 days ago. In terms of knife skills alone, its challenge was the highest among all the dishes she had come into contact with. Cutting tofu in one go requires not only knife skills, but also psychology. However, she has been training the strength and flexibility of her hands, feeling the subtle control of the wrist over the force. The same principle, not very unfamiliar. Blocking the blade with the index finger of her left hand, Lian Sheng closed his eyes and prepared for a while, and began to work. Lian Sheng's fingers are slender, and the knuckles are distinct. When one hand is pressed on the tofu, you can clearly see the blue veins on the back of her hand, and the 2 thin bones protruding in the middle. Just watching her hands cut things is a very enjoyable thing. However, watching her cut so quickly, it seems that there is no hesitation. But I don't know if she really has a good idea in her mind and cuts according to the position, or if she is just cutting casually because she is insecure. Everyone held their breath and watched her cut the tofu into slices, and then began to cut into strips. Finally, a black bowl was brought, and the tofu was carefully put in, and the chopsticks were slowly pushed on the side to spread the tofu. Everyone stared closely. At first glance, it seemed that everything was stuck together and did not spread out, as if it had failed. Then she continued to stir, and the tofu finally spread out, and the fine tofu shreds spread out to the side like clouds. It was not chopped up, but real tofu shreds with visible shapes. Lian Sheng stirred it in water until it was completely spread out, and then used chopsticks to hook up the tofu shreds so that everyone could see it more clearly. This is really as fine as a cow's hair. This is the standard Wensi tofu. No need to add water. No need to blur it. It is the Wensi tofu that meets the standards. First one person took the lead in applauding, and then the applause sounded sparsely, and everyone followed enthusiastically. Everyone shouted and encouraged her. "I don't know why I'm a little excited. Little sister, let's exchange contact numbers. Great girl. You want to be a chef in the future, right? You have a bright future. You must have worked hard on your knife skills. Better than most chefs I've seen. But chefs don't really need knife skills now. Right? I don't think I need anything. So I can't compete with AI for work. This spirit is precious. I hope you stick to it. Zhao Zhuolu and others were also dumbfounded. This is not a question of whether the knife skills are good or not. Right? This is a question of which version of the cheat is turned on. Right? This skill is lit up so fast that it blinded their aluminum alloy eyes. Lian Sheng was washing knives in the sink next to him, unmoved by their discussion. Who wants to be a chef? She is a person who wants to dominate the world. Lian Sheng stopped here and had no intention of continuing. After all, the original intention of the clerk was just to let her show off her cooking skills. The taste of Wincy tofu is relatively light, and the soup is very particular, requiring it to melt in the mouth and linger on the lips and teeth. However, now, there is no time to boil the soup in accordance with the rules. It doesn't matter how it tastes. And now, the half-hour time that belongs to the customers is up. The chef behind them is still waiting to take over. Although the top chef is also worth looking forward to. But between an experienced middle-aged chef and a young girl whose origin is mysterious, they'd prefer the latter. Seeing that she was ready to stop, they all began to persuade her to stay. Make one for me. Finish it. Little sister, don't leave it like this. It's such a waste. I buy it. I pay 5,000 star coins and finish it. Brother, I pay 6,000. Continue. She walked out calmly with a knife. And everyone was shocked. They subconsciously shut their mouths and shrank back to their chairs. The staff whispered beside them, "This is her own knife. Don't be afraid." In the eyes of everyone, Lian Sheng just grabbed his bottles and jars and walked back slowly. The people at the table immediately cleared a seat for her. 3 people wide. Master Chef. Master Immortal. Master God. General. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. Several people respectfully pushed the dishes in front of her and bowed their heads and said, "Please." Ha ha ha. That's amazing. I'm so happy to see that Yishu can make friends with you. Dad Zhao said. Eat more. I hope you can continue to get along with each other in the future. And I hope you can be friends and brothers for life. Eat whatever you want. Bai Mi Fei Dao sat on the inside, picking his teeth and saying, I treat you. Lian Sheng, This is the free meal she got. The tofu that Lian Sheng had cut was placed on the cooking table. The chef who came later used her ingredients and the chicken soup that had been stewed before to make a complete Wincy tofu and sent it to their table. They ate voraciously in the early stage, so they were all full in less than an hour and a half. In order to make room for the diners behind, they finished their food and left the restaurant. Suddenly coming out of the warm restaurant, the cold wind outside made them shiver. They sat on the stone steps outside the central block, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Virtual fireworks lit up the entire sky, and silent flames bloomed above their heads. Fang Jianshan looked at the sky dyed in different colors and said, I hope that by this time next year, I will have started training in the military. The other people followed suit, me too. Bai Mi Fei Dao, me too. Everyone turned their heads to look at him. What? Bai Mi Fei Dao raised his eyebrows. I am in my prime. I can start all over again. Okay. Liansheng, I hope that by this time next year, I will have started actual combat in the expeditionary army. Everyone turned their heads to look at him again. Bright light bulb, I hope that by this time next year, our studio will have less paranoia. Ha ha ha. Super bright light bulb said. Then I hope that there will be no paranoia in our studio this year. As long as it is achieved, it will be reality. Lian Sheng tilted his head to look aside. Uncle Zhao? I can't keep up with you young people. Father Zhao made a wish. I hope next year, you can get rid of singleness. Everyone, The first heart pierced by the new year. The people next to him began to shout, Happy New Year! And they followed the joyful congratulations. The fireworks gradually stopped. The crowd thinned, and the laughter became smaller. Lian Sheng patted his butt and stood up, saying, Go home. She still had to write a report for Ms. Lin Lai. Everyone looked at the time and found that it was almost time. So they waved and dispersed in their own directions. On the first day of the 336th year of the new calendar of the Alliance, I spent the happiest New Year's Eve with my friends. Lian Sheng. Chapter 115 Training. After the new year, they only had a few days left for their vacation. Then it started snowing. The military academy was so small, and Zhao Zhuolu and others had a wide range of diplomacy. Several roommates learned from other places that they actually spent the new year together. And they also ate the legendary meals made by Lian Sheng. They immediately shook themselves up and felt that they were not feeling well. My acid water can melt the entire winter of the Alliance capital. Roommate C hummed and shouted. Call me. Why didn't you call me? I also spent the new year in the central district. Lian Sheng, Roommate C, is there a record? Lian Sheng, maybe there is. She asked Xia Jianshan and found that he did record it. So she asked him to transfer it. And then transfer it to Roommate C. Roommate C waved, I'm going to lick the screen. You leave first. Lian Sheng, After the vacation, Lian Sheng did not return to school directly. Students of the military academy must first conduct a new round of training exercises every semester. However, because the weather is too cold, the exercise time this time is relatively shortened. Only 10 days. In view of the upcoming inter-school Mecha League, the junior students were transferred out separately to do physical fitness and shooting special training. Students of command and logistics, or students who do not sign up for the selection competition, can apply separately to continue to follow the main force to the mountains for actual combat exercises. And because it is the second half of the semester, senior students generally have a way to go and do not stay in school. Specially recruited students will have their own training plans and venues, and will not participate in this exercise. So in the second half of the semester, there are fewer people exercising. Lian Sheng applied and followed a few students from the command department to the training base. It snowed a few days ago, so the temperature has dropped sharply recently. Lian Sheng used to be not afraid of the cold, but perhaps because of her poor health, she is a little afraid of the cold now. Ms. Lin Lai is not at home, and she doesn't know what to pack. That base, because it is a military facility, is not open to the public, and Lian Sheng could not find any information on the internet. Money is probably useless for training, but you must bring it. It is for that little bit of unexpectedness. Life cannot lack hope. Then, there are clothes and quilts. In the previous actual combat exercises, tents, military uniforms, and daily necessities were all provided by the school. In addition, it is summer, so wearing a military uniform is enough. I don't know if there is such a service this time when I go to the base, Lian Sheng asked. Zhao Zhuoluo said, you can bring it, but you are not allowed to wear it. Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng finally brought a big scarf, and then with his own light brain, he went directly there. The training base was built in a very remote place. Lian Sheng followed the navigation, took a bus from the doorstep of her home, and took 3 turns, and it took more than 2 hours to get there. However, there was only a station mark at the place where she got off, and she had to continue walking inside. She met a few students on the way. They walked in groups of 2, gesturing with their hands, and seemed very excited. But their voices were not loud, and they could not hear what they were saying. Lian Sheng's eyes drifted towards them a little, and he felt that this group of people was unfamiliar. She was still a little confident in her memory, and these people were not from the Union University. 15 minutes later, Lian Sheng finally reached the main gate along the road. The surrounding area was almost completely surrounded by electric fences, and there was no end in sight. After swiping the card to queue up and confirming her identity, she received a rough map and time prompts, and scanned in with the optical brain. There was another straight passage in front. Lian Sheng scratched his head. It was too big. This damn place. There was flat grass on the side of the road. After walking another 15 minutes, Lian Sheng saw a clear building complex. Student, please go this way. The robot was wearing a uniform and stood at the intersection, pointing to an entrance in front of the left. Lian Sheng went in according to the instructions. The heating was on inside, with stairs on both sides, and a bottomless wide passage in front of her, with various rooms lined up on both sides. Lian Sheng followed the markings on the map, went to get clothes, blankets and other things, and then returned to the assigned dormitory. There were not many girls participating in the training this time, and there were 8 people in one dormitory. Compared with the Union University, it was really very simple. When she arrived, her roommates had already laid out all their things, but they were not in the room. It was just dinner time, and the cafeteria was open for dining. It was estimated that those who arrived first were all in the restaurant. Lian Sheng then walked towards the restaurant. The entire building did not have any extra decorations, but the occasional passers-by would add a little popularity. She pushed open the door of the cafeteria, and the isolated voice instantly came out. The cafeteria was still a normal cafeteria. Noisy. And Lian Sheng nodded with relief. Yi Buqing, who was standing not far away, tilted his head and saw that it was her, and immediately waved to her. Lian Sheng ran towards him. This is your first time here. It seems that there are only 2 or 3 people from your department this year. You can follow us, Yi Buqing said with a tray. But in this base, there will be no activities that require teamwork. It's all individual training. Yi Buqing reminded, also, don't conflict with the instructors. The instructors here are not as easy to talk to as before. They are all reserve troops of the expeditionary force. Lian Sheng nodded and took a tray. After thinking for a while, he asked, aren't you here for the first time? It's our first time. But we have the guidance of seniors. Yi Buqing smiled and said, every senior who comes back will tell the next generation about their glorious history here, and give us advice to bring glory to our college. Yi Buqing took her to the middle to line up. Afterwards, Cheng Zhe, Zhao Shuolu and others also walked over with their breaths exhausted. You really came? Cheng Zhe put his arm around her shoulder and sighed, take care of yourself. If you want to survive here, you need to have a strong physique. No one can help you. Fang Jianxin glanced at her and said, you might be rolled into a ball. Lian Sheng tiptoed to the end of the team and found that the person serving them food was a human. And he looked like a student. We came early, and the instructor took us to do a round of training. Cheng Zhe shook his hair and pointed his chin forward and said, they are the people who did not complete the training and were pulled here to do hard labor. Lian Sheng, why? They definitely don't use manual food serving here. The reason on the mountain is that the equipment is not built. But here at the base, the equipment can be said to be complete. Cheng Zhe said, people who serve food have to wait until everyone has finished eating before they can eat. And when everyone has finished eating, the second round of training has already begun. Lian Sheng understood, oh, those who can't finish training have no food to eat. Cheng Zhe, you can eat too. When everyone's training is over in the evening, they will come to clean up the canteen. You can pick up a few white steamed buns to eat at that time. Isn't it very motivated to think about it? Fang Jianxin covered his chest and said, this is what has kept me alive until now. Fang Jianxin's physical strength is the worst among them. Of course, it is a level higher than Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng shook his head and sighed, on the first day I come, I may have to contract the canteen of the base. She walked to the front with a tray. The boy serving food at the back was listless, and scooped a spoonful of food onto the tray. Lian Sheng lowered his head, and sighed that these boys were really delicate in serving food. The laborer looked up unexpectedly and shouted hurriedly from behind, wait! Come back! Lian Sheng turned around in surprise. The boy scooped another large spoonful of meat, and stretched out his arm to cover her plate. Fang Jianxin's eyes turned red when he saw the scene. He took a deep breath and exhaled, yo! This is the rule of our cafeteria. The boy clenched his fist and encouraged. Be better to your next successor. Come on! Cherish the present day. Lian Sheng, damn it! Zhao Shuolu and others wolfed down the food, seized the time, and went to get another plate of rice, and finally had a chance to talk. Urged her to go back and change clothes first, and gather in the training hall on the second floor at 6 o'clock. Lian Sheng was ready, and ran to the training room. There was no equipment in this training room. Just a spacious enough empty room. There were already many people waiting inside. And the military logos of these people were different from Lian Sheng. She found the team of the Union University, and lined up with them. Lian Sheng asked, are these people here for training? Cheng Zhe explained, they are all students from other schools. We are using the venue here together. Lian Sheng nodded. Not long after she arrived, the door to the training room was opened and several instructors came out. The leader shouted directly and rudely, what are you arguing about? No discipline at all. Since you are in the training room, you should act like a soldier. This is not a place for you to chat leisurely. Everyone quickly took their positions, lined up, and kept quiet. All those who come later, run 10 laps around the field. The instructor shouted at the door. You came later than the instructor on the first day. What are you doing in the dormitory? You are still taking a nap and resting up? You must keep a sense of urgency. I will not accept any rebuttal here. The scheduled assembly time is 6 o'clock. And it is only 5:52 now. An instructor walked up to them. Union University. The instructor quickly scanned the list on the laptop. Then looked up at Lian Sheng. You. Lian Sheng. Right? Lian Sheng replied, yes. Instructor. The instructor looked her over and nodded. Do a good job. But there are no privileges for girls here. Nor for the command department. Do you all understand? The instructor put away his laptop and said to her, Don't say I'm making things difficult for you. If you can't hold on, you can always choose to quit. Also, I remind you that forcing yourself and trying again is not acceptable here. Our goal is to select the best and train the best. The last one is not within our training scope. Unlike your previous instructors, we are not babysitters and have no interest in it. We only see if you can do it. Several students came in from the door one after another and found that the instructor had arrived. They scratched their heads and sighed and resigned themselves to running. The instructor said, Everyone is gathered here for the selection. There is no registration requirement for this training. But it does not mean that anyone can participate. My opinion is that those who can't even stick to it here should not go to the selection to embarrass themselves. Instructor, the so-called inter-school Mecha League is a single-soldier selection. This time, we are training with the goal of single-soldier combat. I can tell you, be prepared to be disappointed in yourself. There are many military academies in each district of the Alliance. And the Military Academy of the Alliance University is indeed one of the best. I also know that you have been living as an excellent student until now. And you all have your own pride. However, if you want to enter the military department, you are just the chicken head among the weak chickens. If you want to transform into a phoenix, you need to work at least 10 times harder. I can tell you that according to the situation in previous years, there are no more than 10 people here who can enter the expeditionary force within 5 years. Everyone lowered their heads, knowing that he was not exaggerating. To have 10 is already a very good result. In the trials, each school can enter the finals with 15 people. The finals are a team battle. But if you can't get the top 3, you won't even have the chance to enter the Expeditionary Forces field of vision. How many schools are eyeing the final position? The answer is more than 100. Sanyo's mechas are all small fights. But they can also reflect your flexibility to a certain extent. First of all, you have to know what kind of mecha and what kind of position you are suitable for. The instructor asked. Is there anyone who can't find their position? A boy next to him raised his hand. Lien Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then raised his hand. Then more people raised their hands one after another. It doesn't matter. The instructor crossed his arms and said, You will get to know yourself better in the subsequent training. There may be adjustments at that time. I will give you appropriate suggestions. Of course, the decision is still up to you. Now come with me and do a strength test. He led everyone to the left side of the training ground. Swipe the card on the wall, and then a black machine rose from under the floor. Instructor, step forward one by one to test your strength. Students lined up and punched the machine one by one. The instructor stood by and nodded from time to time. Later it was Lien Sheng's turn. She took a horse stance and punched the machine. The force-bearing area in the middle only vibrated slightly. The instructor raised his chin slightly, glanced at the number on it, frowned and said, Push harder. Lien Sheng tilted his neck to show that he had tried his best. The instructor looked at her for a while, his expression unclear, and after a moment he said, Go down. Lien Sheng, excuse me. What type of mecha should I be suitable for? Except for forwards and heavy armor. Anything is fine. The instructor said. If you are flexible enough, you can do reconnaissance. And if your shooting rate is high enough, you can do sniping. What type of mecha did you use before? Lien Sheng, sniper. The instructor nodded. Hold on. Lien Sheng, If he could be a little more tactful, she would convince herself that she didn't know that this suggestion was made by elimination. They were testing here, and the company next to them had already started training. Lien Sheng fixed his eyes there, thinking that their training method seemed a bit strange. Then, the instructor shouted in front for everyone to step back. After clearing a space, the card swiping setting started again. A minute later, a row of different equipment came out from under the floor. It was a simple combat robot, without a head and body, only limbs, fixed to the ground with roots. They wore boxing gloves on their hands, and had a softer cotton pad on their feet. Each robot was 1.5 meters apart, and a complete set of protective gear was placed next to it. Everyone is divided into 2 groups, and they take turns to rest every 45 minutes. The instructor said. They won't move. They won't chase. And they rely on the infrared rays in the middle to detect. If you can't hold on, squat down and quit. The brothers next to you should also watch and help drag your classmates out if you find something wrong. After all, these robots will not show mercy to women. And they will not show mercy when they start fighting. If you don't pay attention, it's possible that you get hit and get into trouble here. The instructor glanced at the light brain. Tonight's training time is 4.5 hours. And it officially starts now. The first 2 rows of teams come forward. And those behind me, follow me to warm up now. Lian Sheng happened to be in the first 2 rows. She chose a position, picked up the protective gear and put it on, and then walked to the indicated point on the floor. Before she looked up and was adjusting her position, a black shadow hit her head in her peripheral vision. The attack was very fast, and Lian Sheng instinctively raised her hand to block it. When she was attacked by it, she was immediately shocked. It can be blocked, but the machine is very powerful, and the boxing gloves almost stick to her face before they are retracted. Although wearing protective gear, Lian Sheng felt that his elbow should have been bruised at this moment. This machine not only punches quickly and powerfully, but also the following moves are very fast. Before she put down her hand, the second punch came from the right. Lian Sheng quickly jumped back and avoided the attack, because he didn't pay attention. The side, someone had already been hit, and the boy was also very smart. He covered his head and laid down to calm down. The surrounding students exclaimed, "Is it so powerful?" The speed of attack was too fast. As soon as they stood in the attack range, the mechanical arm had already hit. "It's so powerful. Move. Don't look around," the instructor shouted. "I asked you to warm up, not to shout. If you are so curious, go up and try it yourself later." The instructor put his hands on his waist and said to the people on the field, "Anyway, each person will train in 3 groups today. If the machine doesn't hit 240 punches, everyone will be treated as unqualified. Those who fail will either be punished tomorrow or go home with their bags." The student asked weakly, "Do you have to catch its attack? Does it count if you get hit?" The instructor said, "It counts. You can also keep using your own body to catch it if you want to appear in the emergency room of the hospital tonight." He looked at the silence of the crowd and clapped his hands. "Very good. Very good. Someone wants to give up so soon. Hurry up. You can still catch the last bus after packing your packages. Don't waste time here." Lian Sheng shook his arms, got ready, and stepped forward. The instructor looked at her. His eyes drifted over again, and said in amazement, "Students, your faces are made of flesh. It hurts. Your dignity. Your heart. Won't it hurt? Or sell it at a low price? This is just the beginning. Show some momentum. Look at the people in other companies. Stand up." The other students were ridiculed by him, raised their vigilance, and moved forward again. Before, they were caught off guard because they were unprepared and didn't expect that this machine looked so shabby, but so cruel. Everyone took a deep breath and stared at its arms. As long as you can see their attack clearly, you can still block a punch. Then take it 1 punch at a time. However, this time, the battle against the robot was not all punching. Some began to kick. Another one kicked straight between the student's legs. The desire to survive and the desire for the next generation made the student's reaction exceed the limit. He pushed down with both hands and pressed it hard, because he was too excited. His eyes were wide open, and he shouted loudly. He successfully blocked the mechanical leg with both hands. And then he was hit in the head and fell backwards to the ground. The boy lay on his back and said in horror, "Stare. Crotch. Meow." The boys suddenly felt a chill in their crotch and clamped their legs together. "Hold it. This way you have received 2 moves," the instructor comforted. "Don't worry. It won't be so strong when touching sensitive parts. And there are protective gear. Even if you can't react, you can just jump. The kick will only be halfway." Everyone's face was hideous. That's not how to play. These are all life-threatening questions. Chapter 116 passed. Lian Sheng tried to catch a few punches. This machine is basically used to train strength and reaction. Its punching speed is definitely not something that ordinary students can do. Plus it can ignore the balance of the human body and cannot be figured out. And the limbs can be deployed at will. Lian Sheng can follow the sight, but the movement is a bit slow. She just took a stance, and before she could deploy the strength, the opponent's attack was in place. The instructor walked to her side, shook his head and said, "The explosive power is too weak. Others can't catch it, and Lian Sheng will be beaten to a deformed state. Everyone, pay attention," the instructor said. "Are you a female team?" Lian Sheng is the one leading now. What are you still doing here? Can't you even take a beating? The boy was still in the shadow of the previous time, and shouted, Instructor. But she has no crotch. Lian Sheng took 2 steps back to rest, and turned back and said, the pain of being hit in the crotch is the same for both men and women. But the consequences for you are a little more serious. The boy said with tears, I deny yours. The instructor said, no danger. I say it again. No danger. There may be danger anywhere in your body, but there is no danger in your crotch. We have invited professional male doctors to wait by the side. You can rest assured. Not at all. As long as you don't have prosthetic limbs. I promise you can walk out of this training ground intact with it. The instructor said seriously. There is motivation only when there is pressure. How can you make extraordinary emergency response without the desire for life? The boy suddenly became very smart. The extraordinary emergency response tells me I should withdraw from this attack range. I hope you can also learn from the machine. When the real fight is inhumane, you know how to fight. Right? The instructor said. The opponent will also fight like this. There will be no professional doctors at that time. And the opponent will not give me such a guarantee. It will be too late for you to wake up. He raised his light brain and shouted, there are only 30 minutes left in the first round. You spent 15 minutes talking nonsense. How about it? Do you want to withdraw now? Give it a quick response. Everyone shouted and stood up with the momentum of seeing death. At this time, Lian Sheng withdrew from the attack range and touched his chin to think. Then he figured out something. Stepped forward, and after the opponent started to move, he blocked it and retreated at the same time. The force of the attack she had already made was still strong, but she didn't need to use all her strength to dissolve it because she had already retreated, and because she had left the attack range. The robot's second attack did not appear. Lian Sheng looked up and saw that the counter had indeed jumped. In other words, as long as she retreated after hitting it, it could be considered an effective attack. That was much simpler, and meant that a head-on collision could be avoided. The instructor was swaying beside her and hummed, taking shortcuts. Lian Sheng said, this is called flexibility. The world always opens an extra window for smart people. If she really took more than 200 punches, she would definitely be in the infirmary, if not the emergency room tonight. The instructor then changed his position and swayed, but did not stop her. He said that this training only depended on whether they could do it, and it didn't matter what method they used. Anyway, if they escaped this stage, they would die in the next stage. When other students discovered her attack method, their eyes lit up and they followed suit. The training style of this section of them became very strange. The boys relaxed their mentality. After halftime, they felt that it was not so difficult to accept. After slowly adapting to the speed of the machine, they began to try to respond to the combo. 45 minutes passed quickly. The value displayed on the Lian Sheng was 125, which was already halfway. She took off her protective gear, handed it to the person behind her, walked out of the training area, and sat directly on the ground. This kind of training seems to be a scattered series of moves, but it is not easy at all. Not to mention that the spirit needs to be fully concentrated. Each move requires the greatest effort to block that kind of tension. The speed of physical consumption is simply terrible. She had almost no chance to breathe in 45 minutes. What are you doing sitting here? Do you really think you can rest? The instructor stood behind them and shouted, run. Everyone, run around the field until you can go back on the field. There is no place in the training field for you to rest. Be prepared for this. Run. Lian Sheng felt that the mission goal this time was a bit difficult. Being beaten constantly will make them want to rest. If they fail to seize the early physical advantage, they will really have to accept the punishment tomorrow. However, this rule that makes things worse may take advantage of the failure at the beginning and make them drown in the swamp called weak chicken until the last day. Lian Sheng shook his hair. Running for 45 minutes was destined to be a tragedy. Other military school students also started running around the field in the middle of the field. Because they were different, the team soon mixed together. A boy deliberately slowed down and stepped to the side of Lian Sheng, looking at her face non-stop, and then smiled and said, oh, you are really a girl. Hello, sister. Lian Sheng ignored him and continued to adjust his breathing. The boy shook his hair. Has anyone ever told you that you are very white? I can even see the blood vessels next to your eyes. Oh, by the way, your eyes are so beautiful. The boy behind couldn't stand it, so he came up and said disdainfully, hey, Hey, what are you doing? You poached from our school? Her eyes are beautiful. But it's a pity that you are blind. Didn't you see we are behind you? Why are you so fierce? I just want to help you, the boy said. My score just now was 91. And I didn't perform very well. Most people will definitely be eliminated in this mission. Sister, you are a girl. And you are at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Do you need me to teach you some tricks? The alumni of the Union University behind laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Isn't it good to be alive? You have to give your face to us. It's a pity that our general doesn't care about you at all. General? The boy pondered for a moment and felt that the name sounded familiar. Do you know how many my general just hit? 180. Twice as many as you. The schoolmate boasted shamelessly, and then waved his hand and said, Go away. You are not good enough. The boy chuckled lightly, obviously not believing it. But seeing that Lian Sheng ignored him again, he ran away silently. Girls in military academies usually have this kind of iceberg beauty style, and he has gotten used to it. It's not a question of whether Lian Sheng is cold or not. She just doesn't want to talk. Then the second chance to fight came. Lian Sheng ran back to her original position, almost wasting half her life. She sat cross-legged on the ground and rested for 20 minutes. Unexpectedly, this was her only chance to rest. Then she stood up with protective gear, and used the remaining 25 minutes to speed up and start to fight. The instructor looked at her from time to time. Although her strength and speed were not good, her movements were very crisp and very planned. The result of the second time was 63. If she maintained this state, she could do it. Another 45 minutes of long-distance running. Fang Jianshan was trembling in front, staggering left and right. Lian Sheng squeezed out a breath from his lungs and asked hoarsely, Don't you feel more tired like this? Tired. Fang Jianshan nodded. But this way, I have enough reason to fall. Then I can have 10 seconds to rest after falling. Falling twice more can make it an even number. Lian Sheng, Standing back on the training position, Lian Sheng sat on the ground. And it took her 5 minutes just to put on a protective gear. As she put it on, she looked at the instructor and shook her head. The instructor was covered in goosebumps. The last time, Lian Sheng fought while resting, and finally passed the test in the 40th minute. She raised her hand to leave the training area early. The other students saw it and screamed. Inspired by her, they also began to fight back quickly. At 10 o'clock, the first batch of people from the Union University officially ended the 1.5 hour fight time. The second batch of people continued to fight. This time, all living beings were really useless. The student leaned against the wall with one hand, breathing weakly, and said, Instructor, we have to sit outside for a while. Or you can come out and talk? Those who fail can run 8 kilometers as punishment now. Or accept the punishment tomorrow. However, tomorrow's punishment will definitely be more severe than 8 kilometers. I hope you are ready. The instructor opened his lips slightly and finally said what they had been waiting for. As for those who pass, you can go back and rest now. Everyone was unable to cheer, and walked out directly supporting each other. They were almost at their limit. On the side of the Union University, perhaps because of her new moves, or perhaps because of the struggle under dignity, almost no one was killed. The instructor was also very surprised, especially Lian Sheng. They looked so weak in the early stage, and I thought they would continue to waste time in the first stage. As long as they missed the first chance to brush points, it would be difficult to catch up later. I didn't expect it to be completed. It was such a pity that I didn't see them wailing. Lian Sheng touched the wall and climbed 2 floors back to the dormitory, took a shower, and laid down to sleep. The moment she leaned on the bed, her breathing became heavy. Not long after she lay down, the lights in the dormitory came on again. 3 girls walked in one after another. They glanced at Lian Sheng and said nothing. Lian Sheng was very tired, but she could still hear the noise outside, and she was always wandering between dreams and reality. Fortunately, the girls were also very quick. They went out to take a shower and went to bed quickly, which took less than 15 minutes. The alarm rang at 5 o'clock the next morning. It was almost time to assemble. Lian Sheng sat up from the bed with a carb jump. She felt sore in her waist and back, and a muscle seemed to be pulled from her neck to the soles of her feet. Lian Sheng rolled up her sleeves and saw that, as expected, after a night, the blood stasis had just settled down, and her arms were almost covered with bruises, especially on the outside. The cold wind blew under the quilt, although the heating was turned on in the base. It was not turned on very high. After all, the students' bodies would heat up after training, and it would provide enough heat. Lien Sheng sneezed and suddenly woke up. He pulled the clothes next to him and started to change. The two girls next to him had already used this minute to pack up and rushed out. You still have to queue up for the cafeteria. Lien Sheng felt dizzy and was about to go over with the tray, but was directly pulled by Yi Buqing and pulled to their table. Each of them contributed half a piece of bread and some porridge, and quietly piled them in front of her. Eat quickly. Cheng Zai's mouth was full of food, and he almost closed his eyes and said, "Eat more while there is time. I don't know if the instructor will gather early, but we must not give them a chance to catch us." Lien Sheng clasped his fists. "I will never forget your life-saving grace." Then he grabbed the bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 117 Youth. After finishing breakfast, Lien Sheng and the others trotted to the training room. When they opened the door, they were surprised to find that it was unusually quiet inside. They thought that the instructor had arrived early again, but when they looked to the side, they found that the people in the infirmary were setting up the venue. Several equipments were moved over, and there seemed to be quite a few people. This posture made everyone shudder. Lien Sheng saw a familiar face. The logo of the Union University was sewn on his coat, and he sat near their gathering point with two people. Lien Sheng walked over and greeted, "Dr. Lin? You are here too. What a coincidence." Dr. Lin took off his headphones, looked at her and said, "Yeah. In case of any accidents, we have to come to supervise." Lien Sheng, "What accident?" Dr. Lin said bluntly, "With your physical fitness. It's an accident to get into the training team." Lien Sheng, As vicious as ever. Why humiliate yourself?" Lien Sheng counted. "If a school has a medical team, there are only 12 schools here? Do you think anyone can come? This is a regular military training base." Dr. Lin said, "Thank you seniors for your heroic performance in this election competition, which gave you this opportunity. I hope you won't embarrass yourself in front of your juniors. I heard from Zhao Zhuolu that every year seniors would tell the next class about the glorious history here, which shows that Union University is indeed a powerful school." They didn't say a word, and a group of instructors lined up in the door. And the leader shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and take your positions. How many times do I have to say it? Give me some self-consciousness." The students quickly lined up. The instructor walked to the middle and said to the people behind him to disband, and the other instructors trotted to their respective teams. The instructor stood in front and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well last night?" No one answered. The instructor looked at his toes and continued with a smile, "If you didn't sleep well after such an easy training yesterday, then you will never sleep well in the future. You failed yesterday." "Oh, none of you failed yesterday. Not bad. The other instructors are very envious of me, and I really should praise you." The instructor clapped his hands and continued, "Then let me tell you the rules for today." He took a step forward and pointed to the edge next to him and said, "Everyone runs in a circle, 1 kilometer per round. And after running 1 kilometer, you will start a random battle. As long as you beat your opponent, you can get a 10-minute break. If you lose, you can only continue running until you win 6 games. Those who finish early can rest early and come to monitor their physical fitness every half an hour. Those who can't persist, carry my bag home. Those who don't complete the task on time." He took out the light brain and scanned it. "It's 5:26 now, and you need to meet my requirements before 11:30. Is there anything else you don't understand?" All living beings are digesting the entire rule in their minds and silently making training plans. Lien Sheng raised his hand and said, "Report." The instructor narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." Lien Sheng asked, "Are there any limits on the time for fighting and running?" "Of course. Didn't I say that just now?" The instructor said innocently. 1 kilometer of running time cannot exceed 7 minutes, and the time for 2-person fighting cannot exceed 5 minutes. Otherwise, it will be invalid, and you have to start again." Everyone looked disgusted and shouted, "Huh?" They just flashed through a year and prepared to allocate time in the battle to adjust their own rhythm. After all, the instructor did not mention the relevant rules, so it should be allowed by default. Everyone was still secretly happy in their hearts, but they didn't expect that a sinkhole would be dug here. It seems that they can't expect to take advantage of their loopholes. It is very likely that it is a trap they set deliberately. These instructors just want to see them being smart and finally admitting their bad luck. It can be said to be quite bad. The instructor looked at their expressions and shouted, "Don't make noise. Quiet. Any questions?" Liansheng savored it carefully. Whether it was the training last night or today, the content was actually very free. Although the training time for one round was limited to 45 minutes yesterday, there was only one overall goal. Within the time limit, your running speed or the rhythm of the battle are all controlled by yourself. The same is true here now. Because it is a long-term training, students who do not get a rest in advance will gradually accumulate fatigue, which will put themselves at a disadvantage in the double battle. Frequent battle failures mean that uninterrupted jogging training is almost an infinite vicious cycle. For students with good physical strength, there may be a significant gap after 5 kilometers. But for people with poor physical strength like Liansheng, she cannot let herself fail twice in a row. That is, 3 kilometers of jogging. The instructors here will not remind you how to allocate your physical energy. Learning to manage your body is what soldiers must do. A student raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, what if there were no qualified people yesterday? What should we do today?" "Then run with weight today," the instructor said. "The usual weight is 20 kilograms. Since you are new here, I will let you down a bit and only need 10 kilograms. They took the measuring equipment, turned around collectively, and prepared to run. Then, they heard an instructor next to them yelling, "Any opinions? If you have any opinions, add another 10 kilograms. I said. No questions are accepted here. The person leading the front row found that there was excitement, and he kicked his feet on the ground and finally stopped at the starting point. The people behind followed and stopped to watch the excitement. The student who was yelled at blushed and said with his neck stiff, "I was just asking questions." The instructor stood in front of him and yelled at his nose, "You can't write a report when you ask questions? You are a junior and don't know the basic rules. Are you still so proud? First, I will be punished to run 2 kilometers. Go!" The boy took 2 deep breaths, raised his head, and yelled at his face, "Yes." Then he turned around, put on the weight on his back, and joined the running. The instructor of Union University walked to the front row and stared at the student's face for a while. The student came back to his senses and smiled shyly at him. The instructor snorted and whispered, "Did you see it? You are lucky to meet me. I am gentle, considerate, and easy to talk to. Right?" Everyone nodded in unison. "I told you to run just now, but you didn't. This is disobeying orders, which is very serious. You know? But don't worry. The instructor won't be so harsh on you." He took a step back. His expression was tense, and he shouted, "Everyone is punished to run 2 kilometers. Start now. Everyone, Liansheng, The 2 kilometers of punishment plus the 1 kilometer at the beginning directly make it 3 kilometers. What was she planning just now? Liansheng chose to run fast and walk for each kilometer to reduce the time to 7 minutes. After running 3 kilometers, she was a little out of breath. For her, this is already a rapid improvement. After confirming that she met the standard, she walked out of the running circle and walked to the middle battle area. A few boys behind her suddenly slid into the battle circle at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The surroundings were mournful for a while. Chapter 118 Running. The boys were quite cunning. They would first look for an opponent who looked weaker, then adjust their speed and current running distance to keep pace with that person. When the opponent entered the battle area, they would sprint over to challenge. Girls were prey that should not be missed. The original number of girls in the military academy was less than 1/10 of the total number of students, and even fewer had the courage to participate in this intensive training. Except for the winning streak, the other girls were not very good at fighting. After all, the difference in strength and physical fitness between the two sides was too big. This was also the reason why the instructor set the running time to be longer, enough to support the students to jog, if they were forced to quit due to lack of physical strength in the middle of the training. They would also be kicked out of this training. These girls were at a disadvantage from the beginning. At least half of them had to accept the punishment of carrying weights today because they failed to complete the task last night. The worst case was to carry weights and run continuously from 5:30 to 11:30. A 6-hour jog. The only time to rest is the few seconds of the fight. And this sudden stop of the rhythm makes people more likely to collapse. So such opponents make them win again and again. After tasting the sweetness, they always have to kick the iron plate. Liansheng raised his legs and stretched his limbs, waving at the opposite side. "I'm sorry, sister. Don't blame me." The boy was also naughty. "It's forced by the situation. It has nothing to do with character. Don't cry if you lose." The boy may have learned from the past, and was a little alert. When punching, It was a fake move. The left fist hooked, and then the right shoulder was raised, changing to a straight punch. Lian Sheng slightly raised his chin. Such a fake move is useless to her, and it is too abrupt. Lian Sheng is shorter than the boy, and is shorter by more than 10 centimeters. He squatted down directly, which missed his best point of force. Halfway through the punch, he found that the target person was gone. While he was stunned, Lian Sheng came out from below like a ghost. He chopped down his neck with a knife. Fearing that the force was not enough, he used gravity to press down and directly pressed him to the ground. End. The instructor immediately judged. Lian Sheng wins. All right. Get out of the circle. I go. The boys ran by with laughter. Still very strong. And waved to the middle. The boy covered his neck, gasped in pain, and went to the team next to him. He shouted, "Too cruel." It turns out that women everywhere are not easy to mess with, especially those who study military. The brother next to him booed, "Even if you put oil on your feet, you can't run faster than you just now. Do you have any shame? Desire makes people lose their minds." "Brother." The boy was furious. "Get out." Lian Sheng walked out of the venue. The liquid that had been soaked before was wrapped around his limbs, and it was a little warm. The weak muscles began to recover, but at the same time, the soreness became more obvious. Her biggest problem was that she used her arms and legs to block many moves when defending the robot yesterday, and her muscle strength was obviously not as good as those boys who had been training. So the degree of bruises on her limbs was particularly serious. When running, she could not mobilize the strength of her muscles, and she would subconsciously use more strength to step, and her physical energy consumption almost doubled. In this way, the therapeutic effect of the things just soaked was very obvious. Xiao Shuolu, who was next to her, had just finished her third battle. The two met again near the medical point. Fang Jianchen ran 2 laps at a rapid speed, and then unfortunately hit a wall and failed to keep up with the 10-minute rest time, and instantly began to wilted. When the winning streak won the 4th victory, everyone was a little unable to laugh. They finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Everyone chose to wait and see, and no longer rush forward. Didn't you let her win? If you let her win again, it would be too much. Are you kidding? Who the hell let her win? She's really amazing. Okay? I'm not exaggerating when I say I'm a guru master. Face the reality, my friend. Liliana recommended her. So there's obviously a reason. Let's not talk about that. Their school had to run 2 kilometers at the beginning. Right? What about their physical strength? How long ago was that? My friend? They've already rested 3 times. Who wants to talk about their feelings? I was running just now, but I was too far away to see clearly. The people who could talk about their feelings were running all over the training ground at the moment. How could they have the mood to gather and chat with them? Only a few people who were sitting on the ground and resting, and the comrades who had experienced it personally at the Union University. Talked to them casually. Seeing Lian Sheng on the court again, everyone turned their attention to her. After calculating the time, they turned around and ran towards the battle area where she was, and then began to watch from afar, as if she was doing something big to crack the secret of her victory. They watched the game, but they really couldn't see what big move she had that would shake the world and make ghosts cry. Good-looking moves may not be easy to use. Her response was simple and accurate, basically hitting the vital points directly without any unnecessary moves. From their perspective and past experience, Lian Sheng's moves were not fast, and the opponent's response was not fast either. But Lian Sheng arrived at the target very quickly. Moreover, her first move was always followed by a second move, and the overall movement looked smoother. All the force she exerted, whether it hit the target or not, was freely controlled. The more straightforward, the more people who wanted to win by strength, the faster they would lose. Players who were cautious and defensive could survive longer under Lian Sheng. In this way, she was not an offensive player, and she had more coping skills, compared with a boy with abnormal physical fitness. Lian Sheng's own thinness contributed to her strong sense of presence, which made this group of people feel an unprecedented sense of urgency. This is the 5th person. If there is one more, she will be free. Absolutely not. At this time, the training has been going on for more than 2 hours. Those comrades who did not work hard in the early stage, which led to regrets in the future, kept running, and finally found that they were about to run to their knees, and the number of people was not yet half. Finally felt a sense of urgency. Attack her. If she wins 6 consecutive games here, their dignity will definitely be trampled and discriminated. Comrades, be serious. The time has come to unite against the enemy. Don't joke at this time. Keeping the number of people on the field is the key. The fewer the number of people, the more dangerous it will be for them. While there are more people, they can maintain a certain initiative and squat on their favorite opponents. And in the later stage, when the number of people gradually decreases, there will always be half of the people who can rest, and half of the people who cannot rest. Those who are exhausted will only become prey for others. It's the last spot. Comrades, ask yourself, don't you feel ashamed? If we stop her here, we will have all the advantages later. The boy shouted. Keep calm. Observe first and then attack. Don't underestimate her just because she is a girl. The victory or defeat here is a domino effect. If you show a little disadvantage, a group of people will be watching you, and you may not have a chance to rest. The instructor sat inside and watched the show, and said with a smile, so many men bully a girl? The boy said righteously, the opponent is not divided by gender, only by strength. Yes. 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 We respect our opponents. Caring for girls is only established when you ensure your own strength and status. She is about to escape. Who is bullying whom? A boy ran to Lian Sheng and wiped his eyes exaggeratedly and said, don't bully her. Miss Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng, who became the focus of the audience for no reason, raised his eyebrows. The instructor spoke out Lian Sheng's thoughts. I really want to beat them up. Lian Sheng ran 1 kilometer again and walked to the battle area. Ah! A boy raised his hand and shouted. I go! Then he rushed over in a sprint. Go with the glory of the coalition. My friend, why do I feel that she is getting better and better as she runs? How can she not look good after running 1,000 meters and resting for 10 minutes? If it were me, I would be fine too. You should take the first rest time first. Lian Sheng twisted her neck. Her limbs had gone from being weak to slightly warm to now being stingingly hot. Anyway, she was not very comfortable. Lian Sheng hooked his finger at him. Go. The boy shook his head. Defense. He has to defend. Lian Sheng's attack power is definitely not high. As long as he remains passive, he will be active. Lian Sheng just wants to make a quick decision. If you don't come, I will. The boy turned his head and looked at her warily. With a chuckle, don't use provocation. It's useless. Lian Sheng strode forward and slapped his palm with his fingers together. The boy raised his hand to make a defensive gesture. Lian Sheng clenched his fist, hooked his index finger, and pressed it on the inside of his elbow, and then moved his left hand slightly down and touched his side. The boy felt that her strength was so great that the 2 fingers almost pierced his bones. He screamed and took a step back. Lian Sheng grabbed the empty space and kicked with his foot. The game is over. Win in a row. The instructor raised his hand and waved, then clapped his legs and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. Women are as good as men. Everyone was shocked and shouted in unison, damn it. The instructor shook his head and sighed. No. This class of boys is not good enough. Brother. Are you kidding me? You retreated with just a few clicks and left such a big hole. Are you tofu that can't be poked? Tofu can be poked. Tofu can remain intact even if a hole is poked through it. But this thing will fall apart once it is poked. Okay? The boy cried out in grievance. Does it hurt a lot? It really hurts to lie down. Who cares about you? It hurts you. But it won't hurt me. Then go and try it yourself. I don't have a chance. Yes. The instructor interrupted. You will have a chance in the afternoon and evening. Don't be afraid. Everyone, Lian Sheng clapped his hands and said. Don't blame him. It will be the same for anyone. If it comes to a head-on attack, this group of recruits will definitely not be able to beat Lian Sheng. Especially when she has enough rest and has extra help from the medical team. The boy couldn't help but want to bite his handkerchief when he heard it. Look! Look! It's all because of you that you lost so badly that I can't even say anything to refute now. It's so uncomfortable. My heart is broken. The losing boy ran wildly in front and roared. Do you have any shame? Occasionally save some skin for yourself. Lian Sheng finished the training early, with a complete and undefeated result, and sat down to rest. Zhao Shuolu took 2 hours, but Lian Sheng took 2.5 hours. In fact, the rest time is fixed, and the fluctuation of each run is only a few minutes. As long as the number of matches is the same, there is basically no difference. Then it was 10 o'clock. And it took 4.5 hours. Most people have escaped from the sea of suffering. At this time, there are less than 200 people left on the field. And some of them can escape from the sea of suffering with only one head left. Several girls are still struggling inside. And Liansheng can see it at a glance. The remaining people are of similar level. It depends on who is luckier, gets the right to rest first, and then strikes the enemy and reverses the situation. Several girls are trying to bypass the boys and fight for the opportunity of internal duel. As the saying goes, when two weak meet, there must be one who is the strongest. However, after running with weights until now, they are on the verge of collapse both mentally and physically. Especially after experiencing several overtime reruns and no chance to breathe. They no longer want to continue the morning training content. Liansheng kneeled in the box, looking at the battle in front of him in a weird posture. Finally, after another defeat, a girl just sat on the ground, started to cry uncontrollably, and didn't want to get up. The doctor handed her a glass of water. She took it with shaking hands and drank a little. She moistened her throat, then forced herself to calm down and negotiated with the instructor. Such a simple competition of physical strength is not fair to girls at all. The physical strength gap between boys and girls exists. You can't ignore it to make training plans. It's unrealistic. And the mecha competition is not all about physical strength. It's about technology. The instructor looked at her calmly and said, "We gave you preferential treatment. But you just couldn't get it. It's just the extra care of the medical team. Your preferential treatment is based on unfair conditions." The girl said, "We can't get it at all." "No. It's not just a competition of physical strength." Liansheng interrupted. "I don't know their future plans. But from what I saw this morning, if you don't have enough physical strength, you can make up for it with technology." "What is technology? Isn't doubles a technology?" "Even if the physical strength and power are not equal, you can still use technology to beat the opponent. If you have neither technology nor physical strength, then why do you stay here? Why do you let others keep accommodating you?" "I haven't heard that the selection competition is divided into two groups, men and women." Liansheng turned his head and asked, "Isn't it?" Xiao Shuoluo, "No. You should be more certain." Liansheng, "Like me, I should be the one with the worst physical strength among all people. But I am sitting here to rest now. You have persisted until here. You should continue to work hard." The girl touched her shoulder, and her hand was almost unstable. After all, she had been running for more than 4 hours with a 10-kilogram weight on her back. The heavy shoulder straps had already put pressure on her spine. Liansheng understood and said, "You carried the weight on your own. I completed the task yesterday. But you didn't. This is not unfair. It's just evidence that you are not strong enough. If you want to get rid of it, then hold on." Liansheng raised his hand and pointed. "The girl who ran with the same weight as you is still persisting." The girl tilted her head and looked at him. The liquid in her eyes kept swirling. Then she raised her hand to wipe her face resolutely, stood up, and continued to run. "She cried while running?" Liansheng stood up from the box and said, "In fact, the rule of this training is that if you are physically exhausted and can't hold on to the end, you will be forcibly sent back. And if you can't complete the task within the specified time, you will just continue to accept the punishment. If you feel that you are no longer physically strong and want to stay here, you can control your pace again, and don't have to pursue the so-called 7 minutes. 7 minutes per kilometer is already an aerobic exercise-style jogging speed. The rules do not allow them to walk or rest. But there is no explicit prohibition on slowing down appropriately. Some people in front have already started walking and running, or a combination of walking and running, and the instructor did not stand up to speak, indicating that they tacitly approve of this marginal behavior. After all, this marginal approach is the last effort they can make to stay here. Liansheng sat back and whispered, "You can do more than us. You can run faster and longer than us. But in terms of the pain that individuals endure, I admire them for being able to persist until now. They are not good enough. So all they can do is persist. But even if they have reached the point where they want to give up, they have to persist while crying. So they are walking this road with their heart. As a result, the last few people who were left had to grind until 11:30 and chose to stay in the base." The instructor said nothing more, turned around and waved to everyone, saying, "Let's rest now. You have 2.5 hours to eat and take a nap, and gather on time at 2 p.m. Dismiss now." Liansheng wolfed down his lunch, returned to the dormitory, and prepared to sleep, and found a girl in the dormitory. The crying girl before was one of her roommates. She took off her shirt and was applying medicine to her shoulder. After all, she was still a military school student, and she rarely did such long-term weight training. And her shoulder was rubbed. "Do you need my help?" Liansheng said. "Are you okay?" "No. It's my own problem." The girl sniffed and said, "Normal training is to carry 20 kilograms of things. And the long training can last for more than 20 days. I only carried it for 6 hours. Which is too different from them," Liansheng said. "Not as good as the best, but better than the worst." The girl put on her clothes, thanked Liansheng, and then left the dormitory. She was going to the medical point to treat her muscle strain. The other two did not come back. And it should be the same. They didn't have much time, so they could only rely on these scattered rest segments to adjust. At 1:45 p.m., Liansheng had already arrived at the training ground. Everyone was deeply touched. And there were people who came earlier than her. Sure enough, the instructors came to the venue 10 minutes earlier. "It's easy in the morning, right? Are you very happy?" The instructor smiled. "It's still the same training content in the afternoon. Those who get 6 wins first can rest. Surprised? Those who want revenge should do it early. The morning activity time is from 5:30 to 11:30. And the afternoon training time is from 2 to 5. The task volume remains unchanged. And the activity time is directly reduced from 6 hours to 3 hours. Liansheng guessed this way. The morning competition is just to test the tail of the team, deliberately prolonging the time so that those who can't hold on can choose to give up. By the way, adjust the status of those top students. The afternoon and evening training is the real start of selecting the best." Sure enough, the instructor put his hands behind his back and continued, "But one rule has changed. Let me remind you. The effective time for running 1 kilometer has been adjusted from 7 minutes to 6 minutes. Everyone gasped. The activity time was reduced by half. And even the running time was directly reduced by 1 minute. You guessed it right. The evening training is still the same. But the effective time for 1 kilometer will be adjusted from 6 minutes to 5 minutes. I hope everyone will be mentally prepared." The instructor smiled like a kind mother. "There will be a large number of students who will accept our punishment and participate in tomorrow's training. Don't worry. You won't be alone. Everyone, Chapter 119 Friendly. The 3-hour activity time is too rushed, even if it is a record of undefeated. The running, resting time, and the delay between the battle and each link will take nearly 2 hours. And except for some outstanding students, it is very good for ordinary students to maintain a 50% winning rate, especially because of the 5-minute limit of the battle. If you encounter an opponent who knows that he can't win, so he just wants to sink with you, deliberately avoids the head-on confrontation with you, dodges in a wretched way, drags the time to 5 minutes, and then drags you to start running again, then everything is in vain. According to the situation in the morning, it is obvious that there are many cases where the time is exhausted and the game is invalidated. Under various conditions, it is very difficult to complete the task in 3 hours. In this case, it is necessary to test one's character and luck. For the top students who may win first, everyone chooses to boycott together in unprecedented harmony. Anyway, the students of each company are not students of this school, and they don't know each other, so they are ruthless when they fight. Those who had won 6 games in a row and took a break early in the morning were all on their blacklist. They planned to sniper from the beginning, and must hinder their progress and disrupt their rhythm. If they can't beat them, they can hide. When facing these people, the generally accepted practice is to use the dirty flow to delay time, so that they can keep running and gradually consume their physical strength. There is no way the result of the previous training will affect the next one. In order to ensure that the strength of most people remains at the same level, the students leading the team in front must slow down. It seems to be a personal training, but it is actually a competition, because they have had relevant experience this morning. The students know it in their hearts. Those who are physically strong and have enough confidence in their own strength choose to grab the early advantage. The intervening rest time determines the strength of the later battle. While their physical strength can still support them to perform at their due level, they can win a few games first. The rest of the students calmed down and analyzed their competitors, and felt that the hope of completing the task was extremely slim. So they simply chose to give up and decided to jog for 3 hours directly to save their physical strength and then sprint for the evening activities. In short, everyone has bad intentions. If you have a little achievement, there will be a line of people waiting to hold you back. The time for a battle of wits and courage has arrived. Zhao Zhuolu and Yi Buqing looked at each other and rushed out together. The people behind them looked at their backs, controlled their speed, and did not chase them recklessly. The two almost ran 1,000 meters at the same time, and then entered the battle circle to start the first game of the afternoon. Then students arrived at the venue one after another. This time, no one was walking slowly on the edge to delay. Zhao Zhuolu and the other person chose to fight quickly and decide the outcome with one move. They both started with a straight punch. Zhao Zhuolu grabbed his arm with faster speed. Yi Buqing did not force it and left the venue directly. It only took a few seconds for the first game to end. The instructor glanced at the time and reminded beside him, if there are enough people, the same person can only be played once. And they can't always be students from the same school. The two nodded to show that they understood. After they finished the game, they did not choose to rest, but continued to run. So the two of them directly overtook Lianqing by a whole lap. Lianqing walked into a battle area leisurely, where a boy was already standing. I'm sorry. The boy saw her, rubbed his hands and said, you understand. Lianqing nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I won't let you down. It's just a small circle area with a diameter of 4 meters. Can he really escape if he is forced to walk? Facing ordinary boys as opponents, he can choose to slip from the bottom. But Lianqing's height does not allow him to do so. He can only take the opportunity to dodge from the side. Lianqing's explosive power is not strong. But no matter how strong the explosive power is, there will be a process of slowing down and then accelerating. When Lianqing blocks the opponent's way, the opponent starts to turn around or turn. And the adjustment time in the middle is the perfect opportunity for Lianqing to attack, especially when the opponent's direction of action can be predicted. Soon Lianqing approached the opponent directly from an oblique angle. The boy looked down at his position, afraid that he was out of the effective fighting area. So he took a step forward and faced her face to face before considering it. Facing a male compatriot, he could use his strength to resist and delay for a while. But facing Lianqing, he had to say that his hands and feet were somewhat limited. He didn't dare to do the most effective chest attack and crotch-grabbing moves. In defense, Lianqing would always hit him in some weird places, hurt him so much that his posture was deformed, and then kick him out. Sure enough, Lianqing looked weak, but he was the most difficult player to deal with. Ah! The boy screamed and knelt down holding his head. Why? Why is this? I don't accept it. The instructor said disdainfully. Get out of here. Next one. I'm busy here. Lianqing sat down to rest at ease. The boy ran towards the periphery with grief and anger. Halfway through the run, he did a set of martial arts moves, rolled over and got beaten. His breathing was disordered. And then, he continued to run. This is much more difficult than running a few thousand meters directly. An instructor held his hands and asked his companion next to him, the one just now. Was he your student? The instructor in charge of the Union University took a look and nodded. Yes. Oh! Your close combat skills are good. Your combat awareness is advanced, and you seem to have a lot of experience. You can switch between attack and defense in a timely manner. It's still not good enough. The instructor shook his head and said, although the hits are very accurate, they are all nerve-intensive areas. But the strength is not good. The endurance is weak. And the explosive power is not good. Mechas don't have the shortcomings of current students. Unless she wants to be a infantry, you can train. You can develop explosive power after a few years of hard training. But can you develop such eyesight after more than 10 years of training? The instructor said, you can be a sniper because you have good eyesight. It's different. Right? Long distance and close distance. Static and dynamic. Sensitivity to light or state. They are all different. Right? Then what can I do? Strength and explosive power also depend on talent and upper limit. We are not just thick-skinned. The instructor said, I have always believed that I am blessed by fate. His companion was shocked. Several students beside him booed. The instructor glared and said, what are you talking about? If you dare to say it again, you will be punished to run 2 laps. People like Zhao Zhuolu and Yi Buqing are probably blessed by fate. Zhao Zhuolu is overall stable, and his various values are outstanding and balanced. Yi Buqing's explosive power is more outstanding, and he is a sprinter with a strong muscle power. It can be chased from a distance and fought from close. If you want to use the dirty flow to wear them down without sufficient strength, the effect is not very impressive. They like to fight quickly. Lian Sheng specifically sticks to the time and follows the rhythm step by step. It seems that no matter how the rules change or how fierce the competition is, it has nothing to do with her. In order to save time, others have adjusted the 10-minute rest to 5 minutes, just to catch their breath in the middle. Some people with abnormal physical strength only choose to take a proper rest after running 3 courses. Lian Sheng looks the most relaxed one, but he still has to kneel in the box at the medical point, play with water, and chat, then run and punch in to continue resting. The instructor looked at her and shook his hands and said angrily, "I really want to kick her ass and push her forward. It doesn't fit the style of our training at all. Can you give me some strength? You should win once," the instructor said angrily. "Oh, this class of boys is not good enough." The boys were wronged. Fang Jianshan was unfortunately sniped when there was only 1 round left. After that, he was closely watched by people from other schools and started round after round of attrition battles. In the later period, his physical strength was a little bit insufficient, and his close combat strength was not yet abnormal. Facing such obvious difficulties, he could not find a breakthrough. After running for several kilometers in a row without success, he had to slow down and use speed to adjust his rhythm. However, even jogging is a kind of consumption. He lifted his clothes to wipe the sweat, and found that he had little time left. "Excellent. They bullied Dad." Fang Jianshan howled in grief. "Avenge Dad." Zhao Shuolu sat quietly on the side. "Dad has finished running." Fang Jianshan, "Brother Yi." Yi Buqing stretched in a lunge and nodded. "Come on. They are a bunch of inhuman guys." Fang Jianshan said angrily. "Why drag us to hell together? Aren't you afraid of being crowded?" Lian Sheng waved the doctor's assistant's fan and said leisurely beside him, "Why don't you call me Brother Lian?" Fang Jianshan shouted hard, "Get out." Fang Jianshan ran too hard in the early stage, resulting in huge physical consumption. But he did reserve a lot of time for the backcourt. He used a distance of 2 kilometers to adjust his breath, and then began to accelerate, running on the sideline of 6 minutes to fight for the next opportunity to fight. Just one more time. Give him a girl. Round and round. The friends who failed to escape from the sea of suffering in time fell deeper and deeper. Lian Sheng was sent by Dr. Lin to bring them water. Fang Jianshan passed by them again and asked Lian Sheng, "Do you still have the energy to run?" Fang Jianshan took the cup, shook his head slowly, and said hoarsely, "When I ran to the 12th lap, I felt that I was almost exhausted. But when I ran the 15th lap, I found that I could fly." Fang Jianshan said exhaustedly, "Then I really flew, and I went west. It's a pity that I didn't become an immortal." The real test is always after the physical strength is exhausted. Those who should go crazy have gone crazy, and their training should end. With the last quarter of an hour left, the competition was fierce, and Fang Jianshan finally completed the task. Under the unremitting efforts of everyone, half of the people failed the task in the end after 3 hours of training, and started to run with weights at night. The winners either have absolute combat strength and can guarantee a sufficient winning rate, or they have amazing endurance and simply rely on the number of games to get the results. However, no matter what, everyone can clearly feel that the training task is not friendly to them. As time goes by, the burden on the body becomes heavier, and the amount of their tasks becomes more serious. Once you wear the punishment of carrying weights, I am afraid it will be difficult to take it off. Their strict rules are to put more people in such an oppressed state in a short period of time, whether it is mental or physical. It was like a heavy chain was attached to them, and there was no chance to open it until the day of the end. The initial training was for the last placed. The current training was for those with mediocre endurance and combat strength. Then, those with sufficient endurance or combat strength should be subject to more stringent requirements until everyone is pressed to the ground and rubbed. And the purpose of this training camp was achieved. Then everyone went to have dinner. Fang Jianshan was exhausted from running fast, and now his stomach acid began to surge. He had to eat a lot to maintain his strength, so he stuffed his food into his mouth while retching, seeing that his appetite had greatly decreased. Several people abandoned him and turned to other tables. After dinner, they went directly to the training room. Those students who had not yet recovered sat on the ground to adjust their state. A large number of people collapsed in the training room. Soon after, the instructor came to line up and was very satisfied to see such a grand occasion. "Do you remember the rules? Continue in the evening," the instructor said. "All 100 contestants who pass the test at noon will line up. Follow the instructor in the middle to do sniper training. For them, 2 identical missions were enough to test the students' strength. For these students who were able to rest early, this training rule was a bit too comfortable, and they could carry out the next round of targeted abuse. Me. I'm a sniper. Fang Jianshan almost cried when he heard this, and raised his hand and said, "Give me a chance. Instructor, I also want to do sniper training." The instructor looked at him, thought for a moment, nodded and smiled. "Then you can follow me." Chapter 120 Shooting. After the instructor finished speaking, the people around Fang Jianshan all looked at him with strange eyes. Zhao Zhuolu shook his head. Fang Jianshan shrank his neck and said cautiously, "What are you doing?" Cheng Zhe followed closely and raised his hand to report, "Instructor, I request to exchange positions with him. Since he wants to go, I am willing to give him my position and continue to stay here for combat training." "No need. Your strength is already enough for the next round of training. We welcome students who are proactive and motivated." The instructor directly refused. "And that? You are brothers, right? It's just right. Fulfill your brotherhood. Shooting training will involve a little teamwork. Come on. Go." Several people intuitively felt that it was not a good thing, and reluctantly stepped out of the line and walked towards the instructor waiting in the middle. The extra 100 people who were selected for shooting training, excluding Fang Jianshan who took the initiative to sign up. Their Alliance University occupied a total of 13 places among the 12 military academies. Their performance was indeed good. The shooting training instructor in the middle watched them coming over, asked them to swipe their cards, and then called them to wait in the training room on the 3rd floor. They changed the venue directly. Everyone turned around and walked slowly towards the 3rd floor. Zhao Zhuolu turned his head and whispered to Fang Jianshan, "I don't know what you think, but you are really too careless to accompany you. And to accompany my gun," Fang Jianshan said sincerely. "It's all because of my love for you. Do I need to ask? Neither physical strength nor combat is Fang Jianshan's strong point. They treated a sniper like this, which was really cruel. In fact, his close combat level is also good, but it is slightly inferior to Zhao Zhuolu and others. However, if he was forced to target him like at noon, consuming his physical strength and wasting his time for fighting, he would be a little out of control. If he stayed here, he was afraid of experiencing what happened at noon again. It will be much easier here. My silly son." Cheng Zhe poked his lower back with a finger and said, "Now that the top 100 people here have been transferred, the people who stay will definitely not be as nervous as they were in the morning. If you run steadily, no one will make things difficult for you. How can you not finish in 3 hours? Those who drag their feet and those who compete for the top are gone. Don't be too relaxed. Okay." Half of the people at noon were punished for not completing the task. And now there are not many people who have the energy to make trouble. Besides, the time limit for 1 kilometer in the evening training is 5 minutes. 1 minute earlier means a world of difference. The consumption of physical strength is not the same. If you make a move that will kill both of you, you must be prepared to run several kilometers in a row. It is estimated that no one will dare to act rashly. Fang Jianshan will be safe as long as he keeps a low profile. In fact, I think the training of attack run exchange is very simple, especially for those who are good at individual combat. Lian Sheng nodded and said, "Comrade Fang Jianshan, you should have some confidence in yourself. If you are 100 places behind, then your strength in the group is in the upper middle level. What does it mean to rest for 10 minutes after running only 1 kilometer? It means a chance to reload the game. As long as you maintain a steady rhythm of rest like Lian Sheng, you can be sure of winning. Whether the time limit for 1 kilometer is 7 minutes or 5 minutes, it will not affect her much. She can use these 10 minutes to adjust. On the contrary, those opponents who were defeated will re-enter the running state. The shorter the time, the faster the physical strength will be consumed. Not being able to replenish their physical strength makes their situation worse. People who have won all the games have no such worries." Fang Jianshan's record before being targeted was 5 wins in 7 games, which can be said to be very good. Then, there will be no problem with tonight's training. Don't compare your close combat with mine. You are not up to the standard of ordinary people. You are already abnormal." Fang Jianshan glanced at her and said, "You have just been here for a few days, and you have become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the base." Lian Sheng asked, "Did you make up the top 10 yourself?" Fang Jianshan said unconvincedly, "This is obviously recognized by everyone." Lian Sheng, "What about the other 9? Fang Jianshan, "It doesn't matter if the other 9 are pending. Anyway, only you are unshakable." Lian Sheng savored it. I feel honored to hear you say that. Yi Buqing, Fang. Fang Jianshan raised his hand and interrupted him, saying, no need to say. I have made up my mind. If we want to compare shooting, I am not an upper-level figure. I am a top figure. The one and only one. The world he was waiting for has finally come. Yi Buqing pondered for a moment and said, not necessarily. I think it can't be simple shooting training. If it was so easy, the top 100 would not be called here. Lian Sheng, I don't know what the rules of the so-called shooting training are, but it will definitely not be simple. He doesn't have simple physical training here either. The top 100 selected are all players who completed the task within 2.5 hours. This means that continuing to compete with people of the same level, whether it is combat training or running training, will have limited improvement for them. So they have to enter a new training process. They walked slowly and discussed while they soon reached the 3rd floor. The training ground on the 3rd floor seemed larger than the 2nd floor. The walls and floors were both white, and no settings could be seen for the time being. Perhaps the equipment was stored underneath, just like downstairs. The instructor then came in to line them up, took a step to the right, and went to the wall to swipe the card. The grid on the wall fell down, revealing neatly arranged wall cabinets. Each of them was placed with weapons, and a set of clothes. The instructor waved his hand. Everyone quickly get the equipment. The students followed the instructions and got a set, then took off their coats and put on the black clothes. The material is unknown. The surface is smooth, but it is a bit hard like hemp. When everyone put on the equipment, they felt an ominous premonition. The instructor covered his chest and reminded, swipe the card to activate. Lian Sheng scanned his chest, and a number appeared on the pocket. Then, some target-shaped marks suddenly appeared on various parts of the clothes. Everyone looked around and compared, and found that the position of each person's target was not quite the same. The mark on your clothes is your ranking in completing the task at noon today, the instructor said. You have a total of 10 target marks on your body. From 1 to 10, the target position is completely fixed. From 11 to 20th, the position of 9 targets is fixed. And so on. After 90, the position of all targets is random. For the specific position, you can compare yourself and study each other. Zhao Zhuolu and Yi Buqing are at the top 10 level. Liang Sheng insisted on his own pace. Won 6 consecutive victories and got 23rd place. Cheng Zhe is a comprehensive talent who can attack from a distance or defend from close range. He likes to formulate his own countermeasures by analyzing his opponents. He is a slow-heating player, so the speed of such training will be slower. His strength is not so strong, and he pursues steady progress. In this training, the final result ranked 86th. Fang Jianshan. It's better not to say. The instructor said, my base has always believed that there is motivation only when there is pressure. I believe you think the same and can understand our painstaking efforts. He walked to the middle and clapped his hands. 2 rows of shooting platforms rose under the field, facing each other, and each grid was separated by a barrier. Your team will be divided into 2 groups according to the ranking. Odd and even groups. First, the odd group will be responsible for shooting, and the even group will be responsible for escaping. The students responsible for escaping will run around the field once, and then switch, until 10 groups of training are completed. Originally, the army ran a lap at a time, but you are students, so you have to run in rounds. The instructor said with a look of great mercy, do you see the red line on the ground? The escapee must move within the red line. If he is out of the line for more than 1 second, he will be treated as being shot once. If he pauses obviously in the middle of the run, he will also be penalized. You can control your running posture to cover the position of the target on your body, but I don't recommend it, because you need to run around the field 10 times. I can assure you that I will arrange the entire field without any blind spots, and you will not know when you will be exposed to someone's gun. In other words, you have to keep running at an absolute speed to avoid being hit by unknown people's bullets. This requires a lot of physical strength. Changing postures and disrupting the rhythm will only consume your physical strength for no reason, making your situation in the backfield more dangerous. The instructor said sternly, in addition, I will never allow any cheating or secret signaling. Once discovered, the punishment will be doubled. Take care of yourself. Friends, the instructor asked, have you heard the rules clearly? Report. Liansheng raised his hand and asked, Instructor, what is the punishment? Punishment? The number of times you are hit by the target while running around the field is your punishment," the instructor said with his hands behind his back. "One hit counts as 1 point. 1 point represents a set of training, similar to a 1-kilometer jog. Anyway, I will arrange different project combinations for you based on your scores. Don't worry." Everyone was in a commotion. Trembling, "We don't worry about this." "Instructor, please say it again." "How to score? When a person runs around the field, he will pass through the field of vision of 50 people, which means there are at least 50 chances of being shot, and they need to run 10 laps in total. If being shot once means 1 kilometer, if they are a little unlucky, this amount of training may have the opportunity to last forever." The instructor asked again, "Did you hear it clearly? Do you have confidence?" Everyone refused to answer. This rule sounds a bit far from shooting training. The only use of a high shooting level is probably the newspaper. And if the running speed is not fast enough, the limbs are not flexible enough, the explosive power and endurance are not long enough. Like Fang Jianchen and Lian Sheng, the consequences are a bit tragic. Compared with the newspaper, they will be raped by society first. Fang Jianchen thought about the rules carefully and found the horror in them. He suddenly felt pain in his knees and wanted to fall down and roll. The attack run exchange training is really too simple. Really too simple. The instructor raised his gun and gestured. "Of course, this is not a real gun. At the same time, I have good news for everyone. Since this is your first time participating, you don't understand the rhythm of the game and may not be able to control the speed. Also to avoid the existence of some sharpshooters among you, which will lead to your poor performance. So, in each round of the field, the same person can only attack you once effectively. Multiple hits will not be scored multiple times," he said, and led the applause. "I heard that there are some of you who signed up automatically." "Right. Very impressive," the instructor said. "Fang Jianchen, you join the even group first. Love makes you lose your mind." Fang Jianchen said sincerely. "I was wrong in my deep affection. I was wrong in not breaking our plastic brotherhood. But now I have come to my senses. So," the instructor interrupted him and said, "So, use your gun to completely break your brotherhood." Fang Jianchen shook his head sadly. "No, this is not what he thought." The instructor clenched his fist. "Come on. All beings, I don't really need his encouragement. The rules in the base seem to want them to be convinced and punished for not completing the task. But in fact they are testing their level again and again, and then constantly approaching and increasing the difficulty. I want to defeat them psychologically." Lian Sheng exhaled and rubbed his shoulders. She also knew that the situation was a bit serious for her. Then she lowered her head to check the position of the targets on her body. Head, limb joints, heart, abdomen, basically all. Although there are many targets, the area is not large, only the size of the palm. Some locations are also set in remote places, which is not convenient for shooting. The restrictions of the barriers on both sides of the shooting platform lead to limited vision of the shooter. The information that can be captured in a short time is also limited. If the escapee runs at full speed, it is really not easy to hit. However, running 10 laps around the field, 500 chances. The instructor is fighting for the accidental injury rate. Instructor, get ready. Even-numbered people line up at the starting area, and odd-numbered people gather in the middle. Lian Sheng is an odd number, so she followed her companions to the middle. A curtain was raised outside the shooting range, and the instructor reset the field of view of the shooting range according to the number of people. They stood in the middle, put on helmets as instructed, and then began to arrange their positions. After everything was ready, the curtain was lowered, except for the area near the gate, where a gap of more than 10 meters was left as the starting and ending point for the escapees. The shooting range was full of people. "Everyone get ready. Listen to my orders," the instructor shouted. "Start." Following his orders, the first escapee jumped out from the starting point. He stepped hard on the ground with his heels, and ran past with his upper body pressed down. "Oh my gosh! What's going on? Gone?" The boy in the front row couldn't help but shout out. Too fast. It disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. He was in the first grid, and before he started to be on guard, the target had disappeared. He held the trigger with his finger, unable to come back to his senses. After a careful recollection, there was only a low silhouette in her mind. He is indeed a leader among the military academy students. He pursed his lips, refocused his mind, and waited for the second person. 3 seconds later, The second student began to run out. Lian Sheng anticipated that her ending might be unlucky, so she couldn't let others down. A life of mutual harm is a complete life. She stood to the far left of the shooting platform barrier to ensure the maximum field of vision, then raised her gun, concentrating, not daring to relax. Then, the first escapee appeared in her field of vision. Lian Sheng blinked. Her vision turned black, and the picture appeared in her mind. Replay the scene and quickly confirm the position of the target on his body. The higher the ranking, the more fixed targets there are, which is actually not in their favor. Most people don't react in time. At the first glance, they can't quickly confirm the position of the target, so they will give priority to shooting at the fixed position. Lian Sheng pulled the trigger directly. Her shooting speed and judgment speed were not as good as Fang Jianshan, which was largely due to her talent. Fang Jianshan's dynamic vision made him destined to be an excellent sniper. Lian Sheng relied only on experience and feel. Their guns did not need to be loaded, and they fired in full automatic mode. In addition, the escapees had to run along the strange curve drawn by the red line, so they had to slow down and change their body posture and angle, giving Lian Sheng the opportunity to turn the muzzle and fire 3 shots in a row. A red light flashed. It showed that the target was hit, and the figure disappeared immediately. Lian Sheng retracted his sight and waited for the second person. 50 people, each with only 3 seconds interval, because everyone ran at a different speed. Some people were overtaken by their teammates behind them near the finish line. 2 or even 3 figures appeared in the same field of vision. The shooter panicked and started to shoot randomly, with all kinds of problems. Running at full speed, they ran around the field for nearly 500 meters, and 50 people finished the field one after another. And it took less than 4 minutes. The two sides switched positions. The even-numbered group entered the shooting area directly in the order of reaching the finish line, and the odd-numbered group came to the starting point and prepared to run around the field. A new round of chasing shooting began. Because of the sprint just now, the people in the even-numbered group were breathing heavily, and their hands holding the guns were shaking a little. He clenched his fingers tightly and adjusted them. Fang Jianshan was in the back, and he was very stable. Another 4 minutes or so, and the round was over. Fang Jianshan put away his gun and snorted. He counted with his fingers, and 2/3 of the people could fall into his hands. Dad's professional newspaper. Chapter 121 Revenge. Before the second round began, everyone's scores were displayed on 2 walls. When the data came out, everyone subconsciously looked at the wall, and the instructor urged them to rotate quickly. 30 seconds. Take off your helmet. Change your helmet. Change your position. And raise your gun. The instructor looked at the monitors in the light brain and shouted, "Those who haven't found their position will be scored directly by seconds. Don't wait for the instructor to arrange everything for you. Do it yourself." Everyone didn't delay anymore. The even-numbered group left the shooting area from the right, and the odd-numbered group entered from the left. They took turns, chose their positions, and raised their guns to prepare. The instructor took 2 steps at the starting point. "I know you guys like to dawdle. Keep dawdling. I don't mind. 1 second per kilometer. The choice is yours." Instructors are all very open-minded. Anyway, you won't listen even if I kick you in the ass, so I can only let you run. The instructor looked down at the time. "You start running." The boy who was pointed out rushed out of the starting line in a panic, stepped on the red line, screamed, stood firm, and continued to run. The instructor pointed again. You, line up behind and follow in turn. Look at the light prompts." Lian Sheng raised his arm and took the opportunity to look at his clothes. He should have been hit by 3 bullets in the previous round. You don't feel it when you are hit, but there will be a flash of red light on your chest. She has been sprinting very hard, and the area of the target is not that big. But after all, shooters will shoot at a high frequency, and the red line is drawn crookedly. They must always pay attention to the road under their feet, and at the same time twist their bodies as much as possible to sideways the targets in obvious parts of their clothes, maintaining the highest speed in a tense state, but not running at the actual high speed level. It is a little harder than she originally expected, and it seems inevitable to hit. If there are 4 bullets in each appearance, then there may be hope of breaking through double digits in the later game. The boys in the shooting group finally have time to look up at the wall. The wall facing him records the results of the members of the even-numbered group, arranged from top to bottom. It includes 4 columns: name, number of hits, number of shots, and others. Fong Jianchen is at the end of the list, hanging abruptly in the last grid. In addition, his two-digit score that is different from the queue is too obvious and directly catches everyone's eyes. A boy holding a gun shouted in horror, "Who is the last person lying down? Fong Jianchen? How many shots? 34? Didn't we just shoot one round?" The others were confused. What? 34 shots in one round of 50 people. It's so crazy. The boy still raised his head, and suddenly saw a figure running through the field of vision. He didn't react for a while, and was completely out of the battle state. His eyes turned between the wall and the figure, and then he shouted in panic and raised his gun to aim again. However, it was too late. The shot was off at a large angle, and the target left the shooting area. The instructor randomly pointed at the students at the starting point to line up, and then let them rush out one by one. The instructor lowered his head and began to add notes, saying happily, abandoning number 43. Deduct 1 point. Affecting the performance of classmates. Deduct 2 points. Number 43. Fong Jianchen sighed. This world is really too harsh on passionate people. The people in the even-numbered group laughed, patting Fong Jianchen on the shoulder. He said, "Well done. What a great job." The boys who had not yet started were crowded in the waiting area, looking up at another wall in the distance, pointing to the front and saying, "Didn't Lianqing shoot 36 shots? She is in the odd group." Friends. Revenge. The 36 in Lianqing included the number of shots that were already halfway through the second round. The score of the first round should be around 27. Everyone scanned it carefully again. It was found that in addition to Fong Jianchen and Lianqing, who were considered particularly outstanding, there were several other students who also had more than 10 effective shots. But they were not as terrible as them. Everyone didn't know what the previous results were, but such a shooting rate was obviously high. How did you choose the players? Why are so many people playing sniping? Am I the only one who thinks the data is wrong? It's too much for the instructor to cheat. Can the score be reduced if you hit the target? It's better not to play at all. Why do you let the backs fight like this? This is only the first round. Just tell us how many kilometers we will run today. Why don't you just let all of us start running with weights? The instructor nodded and said with satisfaction, "This year's shooters are really good. Keep up the good work." He tilted his head and glanced, and said, "You're at the starting line. You've been deducted 3 points. Now it's 4. The boy on the other side looked down and screamed, "Ah!" He realized it belatedly, and ran out with a roar. "This miserable life!" The boy shouted. "Give me a way out, instructor." For such sprint training, the muscles will soften before the physical strength is exhausted. Breathing can be adjusted, but if the muscles cannot be mobilized, the explosive power cannot be exerted. As long as the speed is slightly slower, the hit rate will also rise sharply. So, the challenge in the early stage is still good, and the deductions in the later stage will only be more tragic. If the deduction rhythm is maintained, 10 rounds will go on. Ouch. The instructor crossed his arms and nodded. Keep it up. Not bad. Soon, another attack and defense exchange. The whole game was not much exercise, but the rhythm was very fast, giving people a very hurried sense of oppression. The odd team came out of the shooting range and discussed, "Brother Fong Jianchen, please don't do this. Okay? We can pursue a win-win situation. Everyone, stop and have fun." They didn't know who Fong Jianchen was. The black clothes were still hooded, covering most of the face. Even if they knew each other, they couldn't tell them apart at first, so they could only shout. Fong Jianchen snorted, "Every time I fire, I was avenging myself." "What do you mean by win-win?" The boy brushed past him and turned back and said, "Don't force us. We will also be violent." Fong Jianchen said angrily, "Are you ashamed to say this? Damn it! You were so excited just now. Didn't you know what was going on?" In just 2 rounds, his deduction score had successfully exceeded 7. Facts have once again proved that in such a collective choice, people will not choose the most beneficial choice for the group, but will choose the most beneficial choice for the individual. Watching others suffer together is the most beneficial choice for the individual. Moreover, this group of students knew in their hearts that no matter how much the other party said, they would still do what they should do. They would deliberately make trouble to increase the difficulty of others' training, but they would never deliberately let others go to get by. Otherwise, coming to this base would become meaningless. This group of trainees belong to different military schools and are now in different groups. which inherently carries a competitive relationship. Since it is a competition, the purpose is to strive for excellence rather than retreat. Pain is the stepping stone to promote one's own progress. Now they don't know whether they should be thankful that Lian Sheng and Fang Jianchen are not in the same group. Otherwise, they really have to resist and report. The instructor in charge did not expect to let in two such powerful snipers. To achieve such results, the level is definitely not that of ordinary military school students, which can be clearly seen from the data. Think about it again. Fang Jianchen was recommended. Oh, that instructor is so smart. Everyone gradually entered the state, and this kind of attack and defense exchange training soon passed halfway. At this time, Lian Sheng had already carried 26 negative points, especially in the fifth escape game. She directly took 6 negative points. Lian Sheng could already feel that her sprint speed was slowing down, and at the same time, the enemy's firepower was increasing. After all, the later it is, the better the opportunity to attack. It's time to change the combat strategy. Otherwise it will only get worse. She raised her hand and touched her ear. The starting line under her feet lit up, and Lian Sheng quickly jumped out on one foot. Except for the opening section. It was a relatively straight and open red line. The red line in the middle began to twist irregularly. If you run along it, you will subconsciously stretch your limbs to balance your body while maintaining a high speed, which is equivalent to showing the target on your body to the enemy. Her speed cannot help her guarantee the evasion rate, and she can only rely on movements to twist. Fang Jianchen is playing very hard, but the people here appear irregularly, so he can only keep shooting. Blinking slowly for a long time makes his eyes a little tired. Suddenly, a student with changing movements, like a monkey, rushed into the picture. Fang Jianchen was stunned for a moment, then raised his gun and laughed. I know it's you even if you twist it into a twist. Among the 100 people, only Lian Sheng is a girl, although they all have no breasts. She looks particularly short among them. Lian Sheng is slower than others because he keeps adjusting his angle and posture. Fang Jianchen fired a shot with determination, but she just happened to turn sideways. Fang Jianchen said in surprise. Huh? He was sure that he had hit the target, but the edge here might be considered non-lethal. So the score was not recorded, and the red light was not on. She would deliberately lower her shoulders and use her arms to cover the target on her calf. And at the same time, she could use her back to cover the target on her chest. She would occasionally make big jumps to avoid the red line area where it was difficult to stand. Her whole movement posture was twisted and difficult to guess. It was precisely because of this that Fang Jianchen could see clearly and could not find a good starting point. So he did not shoot for a long time. Then he watched her leave. She did not fall down in such a move, which shows that her balance is quite good. Everyone laughed. What the hell is this? Is it useful to practice and perform magic? I can tell who it is at a glance. Ha ha ha. What a sin. Lian Sheng. You are so high profile. Don't you know? You are finished if you make an enemy. Do you know? Bayu. Comrades, the time for revenge has come. Lian Sheng felt that this was not fair. The person who should have aroused the most public anger should be Fang Jianchen. But the easiest person to identify has become her. This group of people not only have no sympathy for women, but they became more brutal when they recognized her figure. There is really a reason for being single. Chapter 122 Medical Treatment. Lian Sheng walked back into the shooting range, slammed his gun on the table, and then swung his legs to stretch his legs that were beginning to feel heavy. Come on. Let's sink together. The battle in the backcourt was particularly intense, and everyone began to replenish their equipment. One person held 2 machine guns and fired wildly on the shooting range without stopping. One up and one down, without having to see the field of vision clearly, nor carefully aiming, just competing with probability and frequency. This brotherhood was completely broken, and everyone was trying to die together. The instructor stood aside, happy to see it, and encouraged everyone to use their imagination to develop more gameplay. In the fierce and no dead-angle attack in the backcourt, all the cover-ups were in vain. Lian Sheng succeeded heroically. This so-called shooting training ended successfully in less than 2 hours. Everyone took off their target suits, returned their weapons to their original positions, and then formed a team. The instructor in charge walked forward with a light computer, ready to broadcast the results to everyone. In the early stage, he would use various reasons to add deductions for them. But in the later stage, he found that it was not necessary at all. They can achieve the final effect by themselves. The The last place has a score of minus 68 points. The second is minus 63 points. And the third is minus 58 points. The instructor looked away from the optical computer and sighed in admiration. It's almost breaking the record of my base. This is amazing. The level of shooters this year is quite good. Let me see the passion and enthusiasm of you young people. Everyone's eyelids jumped and their hearts ached. The instructor said happily, I want to encourage our Fang Jianchen and Lian Sheng here. Not only did they occupy a place in the bottom three, but one contributed a total of 381 effective shots, and the other contributed a total of 319 effective shots, which is far above the average level. Although they did not perform well in the defensive stage, they played a good leading role in the shooting section. They lived up to the instructor's expectations of them. Applause! The instructor pointed at the two of them and smiled. In addition, there is a perpetrator for every injustice. And it is definitely not me who made things difficult for you. Please look at the faces of these two students. There are such shameless instructors in this world. Fang Jianchen felt the hateful eyes from all directions, raised his hand to press his forehead, and slightly blocked his face. Lian Sheng looked obscure, and looked back at the comrades, who looked at her with murderous intent. For the students in the bottom three, I am impressed by your efforts, and want to give you an extra preferential treatment. The instructor put away his laptop and said with a compassionate look, carrying 20 kilograms of weight will qualify you to reduce your training volume by half. The 68-point penalty is too heavy, and they will definitely not be able to complete it. In addition, their muscles are now loose and weak, and it is difficult to support them. It is almost 8 o'clock now, and there will be new training tomorrow. These excited kids may choose to rest directly. If you want them to accept the punishment obediently, you must let them see the hope of completing it, even if that hope may be slim. The student raised his hand and asked, what about the fourth from the bottom and later? The instructor said ruthlessly, carrying 20 kilograms of weight. The training volume will be reduced by 1/3. The smiles of all people faded. It's not worth it. This unfair world. A boy raised his hand and said, as the fourth to last scorer with 55 points, I must say something. Instructor, I can't finish the 55 kilometers tonight. The instructor said, I arranged your training, which is not necessarily 1 kilometer per group. I will make special arrangements based on your previous strength tests and your performance in this game. Come to receive your tasks one by one later. Whether the score is too high or too low, the instructor will make fine adjustments to control the situation within his plan. All score interpretations belong to the instructor, and the rules are just gimmicks. At least half of the final direction is arranged by him in advance. He will assign different tasks according to the individual's endurance and physical fitness. However, those who deduct too many points will definitely be more severely punished. And he can't be too harsh on those who really perform well. For tonight's shooting, his arrangement is to let half of the students still bring weights to participate in tomorrow's training after experiencing the struggle of life and death. Lian Sheng, who was last in the race, calculated that the 68 kilometers with half the load would be 34 kilometers per night. Given her speed, she chose to sleep. Lian Sheng raised her hand and said, report. I am going to disappoint you. Instructor, The instructor looked at her again, paused and asked, do you want to exercise your female privileges? Lian Sheng said, if you have them, you can still use them. Your explosive power and leg muscles are too weak to increase your speed. One set is 50-meter frog jumps plus 20 high leg lifts plus 50-meter sprints. The instructor said, complete 25 sets. And you passed tonight? Everyone shouted. Wow! After doing 10 sets of 500-meter sprint training, it was frog jumps and sprints again, even if there were only 25 sets. Frog jumps were their least favorite exercise. You may not feel the explosive power training on the spot, just weak and powerless, but you will find that your legs are going to be useless the next day. The instructor added, since you have excellent shooting performance, it will be counted as a deduction, and you don't have to carry any weight. Fang Jianchen immediately raised his hand and grinned. Instructor, my shooting performance is even better. The instructor nodded heavily. Yes, but I have to maintain fairness. Fang Jianchen, yes, I have to be fair. The instructor said, you took the initiative to apply to participate in our shooting training. Fang Jianchen spread his hands and argued, yes. But so what? What does my performance have to do with my motivation? Yes, the instructor said sincerely. You are very enthusiastic about training. I can't discourage you. Fang Jianchen howled in grief. Instructor, The instructor's face was stern, and suddenly shouted, "Fong Jianchen, are you going to disobey the instructor's orders?" He got angry. His voice was like a bell, sonorous and powerful. All living beings stood up straight at once. Almost went. Moody is a fixed attribute of the instructor. The instructor said, "Tell you all that at 10:30. The evening training on the schedule is over, and the training ground on the 3rd floor will be closed. You can choose to accept the punishment and participate in tomorrow's mission, or go to the 2nd floor and make up with the rest of the students. You guys, gather here at 5:30 tomorrow morning. We will still do shooting training." The instructor looked at them and said, "Why are you so nervous? Are there any questions?" The student raised his hand and asked, "Report. Instructor, can you find out what the situation is like down there? Are there many people carrying the weight in the end?" The instructor said, "Not bad. We will try to lock the number of people punished at around 70%. The bottom line is to maintain this level. Everyone, including the people here. It's only the 2nd day of training, and the whole army is about to be wiped out. After all, if the number does not meet the standard, we will be very distressed." The instructor sighed solemnly, then lowered his hands and said, "We need to write a report to prove that you have indeed benefited from this training. What should we do? It can only be reflected in various data aspects. Our troops received your training notice, which is a key point in this year's selection and competition. Everyone understand each other. All living beings, use their resentment to understand, or use their almost disabled bodies to understand." Fong Jianchen was extremely sad and asked tentatively, "I want to know. Will our training tomorrow be the same? Is the training content downstairs still the same?" "Not much different. We will expand the lineup here." The instructor saw that they seemed very interested, so he simply told them what was happening downstairs. Tomorrow morning, downstairs will continue the combat and running training, but the time limit for 1 kilometer is 4 minutes, and the activity time is still shortened to 3 hours. And downstairs, the 100 people who completed the task first tonight will also join our shooting training." The instructor raised his hand and gestured, "We will expand our shooting range here. At that time, you will run around the outer sideline, about 1,000 meters per circle. The number of laps around the field will also be changed to 5. 100 people against 100 people. You will all become teammates." Lian Sheng thought about it. The number of attacks in 5 laps is still 500 times. But the distance between the attacker and the defender has doubled, and the field of view of the shooter will become wider, and the attack range between adjacent shooters will overlap. This arrangement significantly increases the level requirements for the shooter. But for skilled snipers, the difficulty is reduced. In addition, a 500-meter sprint is completely different from a 1,000-meter sprint. It is not only a test of explosive power, but also a test of physical strength. It is hard to tell whether it has become harder or easier, but it is obvious that the 100 new members are free agents, and if they bring weights to training tomorrow, they will be in a very passive position at the beginning. The base began to train students in batches, and with different levels of difficulty. In short, in comparison, the 2nd floor is simply heaven. Fong Jianchen raised his hand to cover his eyes. The water of West Lake. His tears. The instructor said, "Tomorrow at noon, we will enter the combat training. I hope everyone will go back and prepare well, and choose the mecha that suits them. If not, wait for your direct instructor to arrange it for you at that time. Oh, by the way, after training today, remember to go to the medical point for treatment. Otherwise the sequelae may be very obvious tomorrow." The instructor nodded, thinking, "There is only one chance. I will say hello to the doctor of your college. The number of places is limited. First come first served. Hurry up. This place closes at 10:30. The instructor clapped his hands and said, "The top 10 people can go directly to run training. 1 kilometer corresponds to 1 point. And Lian Sheng, I have just assigned it to you. The rest of you line up to receive the task." The students went from the first row in formation, and the instructor compared them with a light brain and assigned them one by one. Zhao Zhuolu and others walked out of the queue and consciously went to receive the weight. Their scores, and the end of the period showed 2 extremes, and only deducted more than 20 points. If it were in previous years, it should be suppressed within 20. But this year, Lian Sheng and Fong Jianchen made trouble in it, mobilized emotions, and aroused the excitement of the masses, which greatly raised the strength of the masses, causing them to suffer an unexpected disaster. The top 10 in this training The rankings of the noon training were also very close. Facts have proved that even if the targets are fixed, they are still fearless. These top 10 students, as the best among the top students in the military academy, are undoubtedly physically superior. They have no obvious shortcomings, and they have their own style and ideas. All they need to do is maintain it, and the instructor will not force them to correct it. Running is a sport that can exercise the whole body, so the instructor temporarily sent them to long-distance running. Lian-sheng lifted his trouser legs, chose a running track next to him, and started practicing frog jumps. When the muscles are weak, the distance of the frog jump cannot be extended. But every time the waist and abdomen exert force, it is another loss of muscles. The frequency of procrastination and waste. The distance of 50 meters also seems a bit long. When she started to do high leg lifts, Fang Jianshan put his hands behind his back and jumped to her side leisurely. Lian-sheng panted and greeted him. Hey, how are you? Not very good. The instructors here are exactly the same as the rumors. Fang Jianshan shook his head and said, what the senior said is true. Lian-sheng, is the training mission the same as the previous one? If they have told you, why did you come here to suffer? Fang Jianshan said, the training content is of course different. There is no need to teach. I'm talking about their sinister intentions, which are exactly the same. Simply outrageous. Lian-sheng started to sprint 60 meters, then walked back to Fang Jianshan and danced slowly with him. Lian-sheng said, what did your senior say? Teach me something, so I can tell my next class something similar. Fang Jianshan glanced at her and nodded. Seniors Rule 3. The instructors at the base are like girls on their menstrual period, habitually irritable. And the instructors are also moody. Don't try to explain, and don't try to convince people with reason. Lian-sheng pondered for a moment, and Fang Jianshan had already jumped far away. He took bigger steps and was faster, and Lian-sheng almost tripped when he tried to catch up. Fang Jianshan then began to lift his legs high. Lian-sheng raised his head. Is this how you view the opposite sex? Not all girls who are menstruating are very irritable. You are right, Fang Jianshan said. Some girls who are not menstruating are also very irritable. Lian-sheng, for example. Fang Jianshan interrupted her and said, you are the fuse. Not only you are violent, but also others. Lian-sheng, you are almost the same in this respect. Brother, Fang Jianshan, I am passive. Do you know about firecrackers? They will explode only when they are thrown. Fang Jianshan started to sprint. The two met again in the round trip. Lian-sheng, go on. Fang Jianshan, Seniors Rule 7. The more easygoing the instructors are, the harder they are to deal with. When they smile at you, they are all crying and howling in their minds. Wait, Lian-sheng asked. Isn't there anything practical? What's all this? The main purpose is to complain and vent, and finally express their deep love for the instructors, their encouragement and expectations for their juniors, and their bright prospects for the future. What else do you want? Fang Jianshan said. It's a training camp. Just endure it, and die if you can't endure it. Is there any difference between teaching you to endure it while lying down or standing up? Why not have a bowl of chicken soup to warm your heart and lungs? Maybe it will pass. Lian-sheng, There was nothing else he wanted to say to him. So Lian-sheng turned and ran away. Zhao Zhuolu and others successfully left before 10:30. Lian-sheng's thigh muscles trembled unconsciously, and frog jumps almost took her life. She sprinted the 50-meter sprint like a jog. Then she continued to punish them while resting. At 10:30, the training ground on the third floor closed on time, and the instructor cleared them out. A few people chose to go back to the dormitory to rest, and some people had only a little energy left. So they finally decided to go to the second floor to fight, so that they could finish the pain tonight and avoid suffering again tomorrow. Lian-sheng was almost there, but she couldn't finish the last few groups. She was unwilling to give up and asked, Can I go to the infirmary first and come back to continue training? The instructor said, Whatever. I don't care how you allocate time to complete this training. There will be an instructor on the second floor to keep watch before 2 a.m. As long as you achieve the mission goal before then, you will be qualified. Lian-sheng was relieved. She decided to relax her muscles first. After squatting for a long time, she stood up straight, and her calves and thighs were trembling. Lian-sheng touched the wall and went to the medical point of Union University. The lights were on inside at this time. Not bad. Lian-sheng felt hope rising, and said with emotion, Fortunately you really didn't sleep. The medical point assigned to them was unexpectedly large. Dr. Lin sat at the door and nodded to the inside. A group of people were lying on their side and sleeping. Lying in all directions. They either rolled up their trouser legs or went topless. And fell on the narrow hospital bed. Their bodies were covered with bruises of all kinds. And they didn't even cover themselves with a blanket to prevent the plasters from getting on the bedding. It took less than 2 minutes from lying down to falling asleep. The snoring continued. Dr. Lin didn't have the concentration to fall asleep here. Dr. Lin saw that she was unsteady and asked, "Did you do the offensive and defensive shooting training at night?" Lian Sheng, "Yes." "Not bad. You can get to this point." Dr. Lin looked at her and said, "Although you are not physically strong, it at least proves that you are good. This is the first test. But every arrangement has their purpose. You should participate seriously." Dr. Lin went to the back and took out a box and placed it next to a seat. Then he pointed and said, "Just sit down. Change your pants and wash them at night. Is your hand okay?" Lian Sheng waved, indicating that his hand was intact. Then he sat down cross-legged. "Your training time is too short, and all the plans are rushed. So for you, they can only be ruthless and rely on luck," Dr. Lin said. "There are many students in the company, but the earlier the students are selected, the more carefully they will train and study them. The training given to you is also correspondingly special, although they look a little fierce, as if they are deliberately making things difficult for you. This group of veterans is undoubtedly more experienced. I haven't finished my punishment mission yet. I go over later." Lian Sheng nodded, holding his calves with both hands, looking up at him and said, "I'm the last one, and I'm really bad at it." Dr. Lin, "Yeah. The difficulty is in the early stage, and it's easier to get through it later." Lian Sheng pulled the sticky thing and asked, "What is this? Why didn't you have it during the last training?" "It's provided by the base. It's a waste not to use it." Dr. Lin crossed his arms and said, "Why didn't you have it before?" "Because this thing is very expensive." "Take a rest. Will you come over later? I call you in half an hour." He turned around and continued to play with his computer. Lian Sheng sat for a while. Although very tired, he couldn't sleep. This liquid has a great effect on muscle repair, and the backlash pain is really not small. It attacked her nerves little by little, and it became more and more obvious. Lian Sheng raised his hand and wiped his face to make himself more awake. "I want to chat with Dr. Lin." Lian Sheng asked, "What position of mecha do you think I should choose?" Dr. Lin paused and asked, "What are you using now?" 7 stars? Lian Sheng said. "Sniper type." Lian Sheng thought he would not answer. After all, he was a doctor. This major was not suitable. She just asked casually. After a while, Dr. Lin suddenly said, "If you mean mecha selection and combat, you can play forward or heavy armor. I think you are more suitable." Lian Sheng rubbed his forehead. Dr. Lin turned around, raised his eyebrows, and rushed her dangerously. "What? Don't believe me? Then why are you asking me?" Lian Sheng said, "No. My instructor told me not to choose forward and heavy armor." Dr. Lin, "What the hell?" Lian Sheng, Just now, he seemed to be affirming them. Dr. Lin raised one leg, half closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Choose forward." Chapter 123 Rotation. Lian Sheng nodded solemnly, indicating that what he said was right. The person she couldn't mess with the most in the entire base was Dr. Lin. At least, she couldn't mess with him before the training was over. After all, she still wanted to get out of here alive. Dr. Lin sat facing her, then took the light computer next to him with one hand, put it on his legs, and slowly said, "In fact, the so-called mecha is a large weapon. Since it is a weapon, it must have many limitations. In fact, it should be more accurately said that it should be a large arsenal. Real mechas carry complex weapons for different functions. Electromagnetic interference weapons, floating reconnaissance weapons, projectile shooting weapons, various blasting weapons, close-range weapons, warning weapons for hiding the body and jamming signals, and various new weapons that are being continuously developed and innovated. It has as many functions as there are difficulties in actual combat. In fact, the cost of mechas is too high compared to ordinary flying machines and heavy armor equipment. But it can make fuller use of new weapons, and can be assembled and replaced at any time, ensuring the speed of action while ensuring accurate lethality. After several changes, mechas have been developing and innovating. He moved his eyes away from the light computer and looked at Lian Sheng. Lien Sheng simply lowered his head and looked at his feet, refusing to make eye contact with him. Dr. Lin said, "You don't know? Didn't you do weapons research and development before?" Lien Sheng, "I know. But I know part of the mecha. Which doesn't mean I know everything. In short, driving a mecha is not as simple as the ones in your 3 days. The weight and speed of the mecha affect energy consumption and performance, which are very complicated. Driving a mecha also requires considering many piece regulations," Dr. Lin said. "Even if you are fighting, you can't use the high lethal weapons of the mecha it will accept in the field. The more widely used are the forwards and heavy armors. Their own high-strength materials and flexible operation performance are not only used in combat, but also often requisitioned for urban construction." "Urban construction?" Lien Sheng said. "Oh, are you considering my future?" Dr. Lin exhaled and glanced at her with disdain. "You are so stupid." "Shut up." Lien Sheng, Lien Sheng lowered his head to show that he was all ears. The light in the infirmary was bright, and Dr. Lin looked very pale. Because of staying up late for days, there was a dark blue under his eyes. A person who was originally irritable and insomniac was indeed the most terrifying character. Dr. Lin swiped his light brain with one finger, and said coldly, "I mean, in real combat, this kind of mecha, equipped with low lethality weapons, can enter the war zone as the main combat force to control the other side's armed forces." Dr. Lin said, "Many people think that heavy armor and forwards do not need too strong shooting capabilities, or their own clumsiness makes them difficult to cover, which is simply nonsense. A mecha that can't fight at a distance is not as good as a tank. A mecha that can only bombard is not as good as an air raider. On the contrary, they need more precise process attacks. If you can ensure that you will not be injured by mistake, you can use shooting weapons with a small killing range." Dr. Lin said, and began to look at her again, not knowing how much she understood. This guy always seems to be disconnected at inexplicable places, and then he starts to be confused as if he has entered an unknown area. Lien Sheng sat cross-legged very straight, with his hands on his knees, looking very well behaved. But there was no response, so Dr. Lin kicked her box. Lien Sheng raised his hand to indicate that he was listening. "My brain tells me that I should know what you are talking about. Please continue." "Dr. Lin, in my opinion, your close combat talent is much better than your shooting talent. I think you are more accustomed to fighting on the front line. This is, of course, Lien Sheng, as the main general, will be in the middle and back of the queue, but generally will not go to the ambush point to lead the archers." Dr. Lin, moreover, it is not the case that people with high shooting accuracy are suitable for sniping. Real sniper-type mechas are not easy to drive. In order to carry enough ammunition and ensure the moving speed, the weight of the mecha must be greatly reduced. So its defense is very weak. Because of the fast-moving speed, the requirements for physical fitness are particularly harsh, and talent accounts for a large part. Mecha operators must not feel dizzy when watching the high-speed changing images, and will not feel nauseous when constantly flipping and losing weight. When seeing a distant target, they can quickly judge the distance, position, and weak points. Dr. Lin, especially the dynamic visual ability of distant objects, which cannot be easily supplemented by training. Fong Jianshan from your team has a reaction analysis ability comparable to that of a machine, which is actually largely a talent. He is a natural sniper. Lien Sheng touched his neck. "In fact, I am not in their team yet. I don't know if they need people." "Dr. Lin, then you can develop it. Find your position and hug their thighs." Lien Sheng thought for a while. The four of them hugged each other. Lien Sheng hugged their thighs, and Bai Mi Feidao asked Zhou Shirwei to hug her thighs. Wouldn't that be a string? These two students walked in, supporting each other, panting, gnashing their teeth in pain, and then chose a bed to sit down, applying medicine and rubbing each other familiarly. Once they started to rest, they felt that the fatigue that had been abandoned before seemed to come over like a river and sea, wanting to erode them. The two of them didn't say a word, closed the lid, and fell down to sleep. "Dr. Lin, but to be honest, your physical fitness is not very good now. I don't know if you have the first two conditions, and I haven't tested it yet, but you don't have the third point. How much effort do you need to catch up with this talent? If talented people are still working hard, how can you catch up? If you really become a mecha operator, you will never be the top one. Are you willing to stand behind others? But on the contrary, your super shooting accuracy can serve melee, and your melee level is good enough. Although many skills will fail in mecha battles, I believe that after training, you will be a good individual soldier. Dr. Lin talked to her carefully. Think about it yourself. The forward combat level is higher, and the heavy armor should be more stable. I think your characteristics are more inclined to the forward. Lien Sheng pricked up his ears. What are my characteristics? Dr. Lin said seriously. The characteristics that make people want to kill you. Lien Sheng, Lien Sheng is very sure that these things are not taught in the Union University. In other words, all the content about cutting-edge weapon technology is not available in the school. Only when you enter the military and receive internal training will they be formally introduced. You don't need to examine your ancestors for several generations to go to university, but you need to pass the special selection. If you want to learn more practical things, I suggest you choose a forward. If you want to win the selection more easily, I still suggest you choose a forward. A team doesn't need too many snipers. Dr. Lin rubbed his fingers and said, but it doesn't matter what you choose now. When your physical fitness improves, if you really enter the special selection, if you are not suitable, they will help you correct it. The expeditionary force is generally promoted by veterans. After all, it is the most elite military branch on the front line. The reason why you were selected from the military academy and then carefully inspected and trained for promotion is to train you as mecha operators. Because the driver must have a young physique and strong bones. So the special selection students have a bright future. Dr. Lin spread his hands and said, but it doesn't matter if you are not selected. You have plenty of time to wait. I can't wait, Lien Sheng said. I am very impatient. Dr. Lin turned back to the chair, put the light computer on the table, and reminded, it's been half an hour. You can go to train. Lien Sheng remembered that his punishment task was not over yet, and stood up belatedly, got out of the box, and put on his shoes. He saluted him, and ran towards the training room. Because they were afraid that students would catch a cold, the heating in the infirmary was turned on very high. As soon as he walked out, Lien Sheng felt a chill. At this time, she had just finished soaking in the repair fluid, and the liquid wet her pants and stuck tightly to her legs. She felt that her whole legs had become heavy. Not only did the perception come back, but the pain came back too. When she stretched it straight, the flesh and tendons seemed to be torn apart. Lien Sheng howled twice. And then, after adapting to the activities on the ground for a while, he waited until the sympathy passed before starting again. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Lien Sheng went to the second floor to complete the remaining punishment. At this time, there was a group of students in the training ground who were also exercising. They were lying on the ground, stubbornly persisting. I wanted to use rest to adjust my state, and then continue to struggle. The instructor moved a chair and sat in the middle of the field. In front of him was the equipment in the entire training ground. He crossed his legs, held a cup of hot tea, blew on it leisurely, and said, don't force yourself. If you can't do it, go to rest. You have to get up early tomorrow. Sometimes people have to learn to give up, learn to retreat, and learn to face themselves. Instead of thinking about how to avoid the current punishment, it is better to think about how to get rid of the punishment. So, if you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Geckos know to cut off their tails. Do you know? Only those who can give up can live longer. All living beings, I have never seen such a long-winded instructor. Really not? Tang Sung was also nagging him, and was sleepy. The instructor moistened his throat, while teaching tirelessly. He also used a loudspeaker to spread his voice to every corner of the training room. Finally, a student couldn't hold on any longer, and left with tears in his eyes. The instructor pointed at him, and nodded, wise man. Hello. I'm fine. Everyone is fine. Your class of students is the most annoying class I have ever taught. Lien Sheng, Lien Sheng chose to fight quickly, and finally completed the task before midnight. Then he continued to hold the wall, and walked towards his dormitory. He took clothes and towels, and went out to take a shower first. When the heat rose, she felt that she could fall asleep directly. The amount of training at the base was too different from the amount of training on the barren mountain before. One was to try to mobilize the participation of students from various majors in collective activities, and the other was to pursue personal training to save his own life while dragging others down. Now she finally knew why the number of applicants was so small. Lien Sheng fell asleep in bed covered with a bath towel. The next morning, she didn't hear the alarm, and was finally woken up by a roommate. The roommate saw her sitting up straight, turned around and went out in a hurry. Lien Sheng was shocked when she woke up, and wiped her face hard. She had never slept so deeply before. In the past, no matter how tired she was, she would maintain a certain alertness. So insomnia was the most common situation. But she didn't even hear the alarm next to her. Normal. Zhao Zhuolu stuffed a boiled egg in her mouth, then covered her face with her hands and rubbed her temples hard, feeling that it was very painful to eat. He forced himself to swallow milk, and then said, "The repair fluid has a sleep-inducing effect, and there are tranquilizers in the infirmary to help us sleep deeply and rest our bodies better. Fang Jianshan, so we will gather the optical brains together, turn the vibration to the maximum, and take turns to put them under one person's head. Even if you are not awakened, you will be awakened by the vibration." Cheng Zhe stroked the back of his head. Headache. Personal experiment is not recommended. The infirmary is really a devil's cave. No wonder I don't want to come out after entering. Lianshan said. Does the cafeteria also have a tranquilizing effect? Several people stared at her together, as if looking at a mentally retarded person. Yi Buqing held the white porridge and said lightly, "The cafeteria has a calming effect." They ate quickly and went to the third floor. Liansheng felt that his stomach was full. The venue on the third floor had been rearranged, and there were many people standing inside at this time. Everyone took the opportunity to warm up and digest food before the training started. This time, there was another girl among the 200 people. Liansheng was a little surprised, because she felt that the girl looked familiar. Liansheng kept looking at the girl, while the others kept looking at Liansheng. The scene was weird. Then the instructor came in, smiling brightly, and raised his hand to greet everyone. "How was your rest yesterday? Did you have a good time?" Liansheng suddenly looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and raised his chin. The instructor had been secretly paying attention to her, and asked, "What's wrong?" Liansheng, "Nothing. I just remembered that she was one of my roommates." Roommate, Instructor, Really? I only had a vague glimpse when I got up, and I couldn't see her at other times. The training pace here is too fast. The instructor shook his head. Let me see how many people did not complete the task yesterday and had to accept punishment. He took out the optical computer to check the data, and wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. Scanning the list, all the people could clearly see the smile on his face gradually disappear, and then frowned. All the people were startled and a little uneasy. As expected, the instructor was very unhappy. "You are the worst class I have ever taught." All the people rolled their eyes, looked at the brothers next to them, and communicated with their brain waves. "Isn't the task I gave you yesterday heavy? Why are you so persistent? Don't you know how to rest?" The instructor said. "Isn't it just a punishment? Why are you so stubborn? It's very difficult for me to do it." All the people, His original plan was to control the penalty rate to about half, but just now, it was less than 30%. This means that a large number of people stayed up late yesterday to complete the task in order to get rid of the heavy penalty. It's touching, and the penalty can be increased. The instructor thought about it and said, "I give you 5 minutes to warm up, and then we start the morning training. Because it's a sprint training, you must stretch your muscles, especially in the morning when you just woke up. Your body is stiff. Don't cramp." The students answered loudly, "Yes," and then started to warm up and stretch freely. The boy who had approached Liansheng once before approached her carefully. "Hey. Hello," the boy said with a regretful expression. "Is the training upstairs very hard? Today is a 1-kilometer sprint. If you are in my group, maybe I can take you with me." Liansheng stared at her face and recalled it again. It was still strangely familiar. She blinked, feeling that her brain had begun to work a little poorly recently, and asked, "Who are you?" The boy, Liansheng said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you are my opponent today. Come on." "I know. I heard from my classmates about today's training content," the boy said. "If you wear weights, it will be very disadvantageous for you. But you are a girl. Although your face can't be seen, your figure is still quite conspicuous. Don't worry. I have said hello to my friends. Although there are not many people, at least it can be a little easier." Liansheng, "Thank you? It's okay." The boy smiled happily. "Let's have lunch together at noon. I treat you. What I mean is, thank you for your concern." Liansheng stood up straight, shook his arms, and said, "Actually, I don't have any weights, and I don't really need your tolerance." The boy was shocked and said, "You weren't punished?" He knew that the training at the base was divided into groups. Lian Sheng was selected as the first batch of 100 people because of her strange and effective two-person battle. However, all the training is mixed. It tests single combat today, and endurance the next day. After that, it may be mixed and may change. Lian Sheng melee strength and her physical endurance are almost two extremes. In the training for elites yesterday, she was not punished. The boy felt that he must have missed some key information last night. Lian Sheng looked at his unpredictable face and said, "I will try to kill you all. So, take care of yourself." The boy took a step back, and then another step back. In the end, he was somewhat like fleeing in panic. Lian Sheng shrugged. The instructor briefly explained the rules to the new students. They continued to warm up and help each other stretch their legs. But the students in the two teams were as clear-cut as if there was a Chuhan River between them. The atmosphere in between was tense. Lian Sheng said, "Why? Wasn't it very harmonious yesterday? Even in training camps, there will be level distinctions, because the base will conduct different training for different groups of people. You can see it yourself." Fang Jianshan said, "We are the first batch, and they are the second batch. There will be a third batch after that, and those who can't get rid of the punishment will be the fourth batch. People who train together will inevitably feel sorry for each other, and we are the opponents of everyone, especially after entering the first-tier training team. I felt that I had fallen behind. I was a little dissatisfied, but I wanted to catch up. My mental state was very tense." Fang Jianshan said, "When there is no threat, I will talk about the opposite sex. When there is a threat, you should have acted cute with that boy just now. It would have been good." "The warm-up time is up," and the instructor shouted, interrupting their conversation. The crowd once again lined up in two companies and stood in front of him. "Get ready. Who will go first?" The instructor shook his legs, patrolled between the two teams, and then pointed at Lian Sheng and said, "Team 1 will go first and demonstrate. Put on the equipment. And Team 2 will go to the shooting range. Team 1 will carry the backpack. Team 1 is the first batch of teams such as Lian Sheng. And Team 2 is the team of 100 people who just joined today." Everyone went to the wall to get weapons, and then put on the target suits again. This time, there was finally no ranking, and the positions of all the targets were fixed. After putting on the clothes, a group of boys went to carry the weighted backpacks. When they picked it up, they felt that the weight was a bit wrong and shouted, "Instructor, is this weight 20 kilograms?" "Yes," the instructor said. "Hurry up and take your positions." There was a hustle and bustle of the crowd, shouting, "Wasn't the weight of the punishment yesterday still 10 kilograms? Instructor, yesterday you were still freshman." The boy opened his innocent eyes. "Freshmen are only new for one day? Today is the same," the instructor said. "But today you are broken freshmen who are not worth protecting. All living beings, The instructor urged impatiently, "Hurry up." Lian Sheng followed his teammates to stand at the starting point and prepare. This time, the circle to be run was doubled, and there was no twisted red line like yesterday. What needs to be run is a weighty curve with rules to follow. Compared with yesterday, it can be said that the rules are much simpler. Perhaps, for them, the biggest punishment should be the sequelae of yesterday's high-intensity training and the weights they should carry. When the instructor gave an order, the first person he called was Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng immediately lowered his head and started sprinting along the track. The 100 people on the shooting platform were doing related training for the first time. The first figure appeared in sight, and he immediately recognized it as Lian Sheng. "Woman! That woman! Get a good start." They were excited and raised their guns to aim. When they were about to attack, they lost their rhythm. They saw her turning and jumping flexibly on the periphery. She made high-frequency switching movements, but still maintained a very fast speed, with no disorder in her steps and rhythm. But it was difficult for them to aim. After all, they were not going to hit a person, but a target fixed on her body. Is she not dizzy? How can we hit her? The target is always rotating. Just shoot. Rely on accidental injuries. Are they familiar with the runway here? Rely on turning like this? Then the second person appeared. They adjusted the gun head again and aimed at the person behind them according to the rhythm of hitting Liansheng, but found that the person ran like a gust of wind and lightning, with two legs striding and directly passing by. But Liansheng's style was completely different. Then, there was the third and fourth. Liansheng jumping and changing rhythm caused her to consume a lot of physical strength. She couldn't keep up with the previous speed in the second half. She sprinted for 1 kilometer, and was repeatedly caught up by the boys behind her. But because of this, they blocked her sight many times. After one round, everyone changed venues. The second team rushed to the preparation point, and the first team was ready to go and raised their weapons. Liansheng held a gun and recalled the hit rate just now. The opponent's shooting performance seemed a bit bleak. There were 100 shooters and a kilometer of distance. But Liansheng's red light only flashed 4 times. She slowed down in the backcourt, and her performance was much worse than yesterday. But the result was less than half of the deductions yesterday. Others in the same team also noticed it. A boy said happily, "Don't let our snipers go. Show them some color." Whether it was Liansheng or Fang Jianchen, they were finally on his side. Fang Jianchen wiped his pants. "Brother, I'm going to give them a guarantee." The students in the second team heard it and sneered, "You're just talking big. Let's talk after the fight. It's your first time here. So what if you're not used to it? I just got started." "You're all very energetic." The instructor was very satisfied and smiled. "Get ready to run." "You?" The first team was training yesterday. When running for their lives, they wanted to run to the sky and the earth. And when shooting, they gritted their teeth with every shot, because they were already carrying a lot of burdens at that time. It felt like the comrades were pulling each other in hell, trying to drag others deeper. And now, for some reason, there is a feeling of bullying people from a high place, which is inexplicably cool. Although the distance has become farther, the shooting range has also doubled. For Liansheng and Fang Jianchen, there is no difference between 10 meters and 20 meters, both of which are within the range of their naked eyes. But the wider shooting range means that the shooting rate is guaranteed. And the first batch of people who chose sniper rifles did have better shooting results. After some joking at the beginning, everyone entered the surest state. Fingers kept pulling the trigger, killing the enemy in an orderly manner with murderous intent. The second team, which was running at high speed, found something wrong. The red lights on their bodies flashed frequently. This situation was too weird. They began to panic, and their steps were a little confused. They were not familiar with the venue here, and stepped on the red line several times, especially when approaching the finish line. There were all kinds of problems. After running a lap, they knew it was going to be bad. The instructor stood by and didn't say anything. He still smiled and looked at them. From time to time, he raised his light brain to add a note. After everyone finished running, he announced another change of position. After a complete round of attack and defense exchanges, the results began to appear on the wall. On the first team side, the boys carrying weights generally had a hit rate of about 10. It did greatly affect their speed. But at the beginning, they still had enough physical support and didn't go too far. For others, it fluctuated between 3 and 10. The points deducted from the second team were quite tragic. Almost twice as much as the first team. And none of them were in a weight-bearing state. In terms of effective shooting rate, Fang Jianchen 98 points were too close to Liansheng 90 points. Which 2 fish slipped through the net? Fang Jianchen said regretfully. "It must be a system error. I killed them all." His opening shooting rate was 68% yesterday, and it soared to 98% today. Is he still not satisfied? The second team was deeply shocked. They knew that there might be a gap between the two sides, but they also thought that there were reasons for luck and state. After all, people like Liansheng who were seriously biased in one subject also came up. As the second batch of players, they always had some merits. The facts in front of them told them so clearly that no, it was not like that. The gap. Is it so big? The instructor also found that there seemed to be many top players in this session. No matter which industry you are in, there is probably such an embarrassing rule. There will always be a few years when there is a lack of talent. So there will also be a few years when talents gather together and the competition is particularly fierce. It seems that this year is like this. There is one girl in the first team and one girl in the second team. Liansheng's almost abnormal shooting rate led to the same result as last night. There is no mercy for women. Team 1 shouted in unison, "Focus on the girl who can dance the yanko." Liansheng, I want to say one thing. The girl in the second team is innocent. But she still took the same path as Liansheng. Hit that girl. Hit her. Oh my god. What if I get used to hitting Liansheng? What should I do in the future? Is this bad? It's a bit bad, the boy said. Confess after the fight. You're right. Liansheng and her roommate, As the training progressed, the field began to become quiet. There was only the sound of footsteps tapping on the floor, and the students' heavy breathing. A 1,000-meter sprint is much harder than a 500-meter sprint. By Lian Sheng. The sniper of Team 1 is so fucking perverted. By Team 2. We are finally going to be single for life with our own abilities. By all compatriots. 3 resentments lingered over the training ground. And the instructor had already felt it deeply. 5 rounds of sprint training for each person of 5 kilometers ended quickly. Everyone looked at the results on the wall. Team 2 was almost hit in self-esteem by the people of Team 1. Except for a few outstanding people. The rest of their team could hardly keep up with the pace. And their results were comparable to those of the students carrying weights on the other side. Unbearable. They are all a group of competitive people. Seeing this result, they can't laugh anyway. They don't understand. They have worked so hard. So where is the gap? What else should they do? The instructor said, sometimes. You feel that there is no big gap between people. You think that his good performance is just luck. That I am not serious. That I am still letting him go. As I let him go, I found that I have tightened up and forgotten my true level. When you are not at your limit, you really can't feel any big gap. But what is the battlefield? It is a place where you may not survive if you don't reach your limit. The instructor said. The data is very intuitive. You must recognize your own strength and see your position before you can move forward. He walked around the 2 teams. Then stood in front of the second team and said to them, I can tell you what your biggest gap is. It is shooting. Instructor, the physical fitness between the 2 sides. Speed, physical strength and evasion awareness. In fact, will not allow you to pull more than twice the gap. What is the extra part? It is the opponent's sniper level. Don't ignore your shooting level. Don't think that you can relax this part because your main attack is not sniping. It is very important when operating a real mecha. No matter what position you are in. You can't give up throwing weapons. The instructor said. Don't ignore any of your shortcomings. Now you understand that it's all luck. Because in the end, it's your shortcomings that will play a decisive role. The instructor turned around, raised his hand and pointed, and said, don't think there is anything wrong with admitting it. Just look at the winning streak. She knows her shortcomings very well. This shortcoming cannot be improved in a short time. So she has been trying to cover up her shortcomings. At the same time, follow the training and keep working hard. All living beings turned their heads and looked at her. Instructor, yesterday. She was also the last one. She deducted 68 points. But she didn't carry the weight in the end and insisted on completing the punishment. All living beings gasped in surprise. The instructor deliberately didn't say that he opened a back door. Report. Lian Sheng raised his hand and said, I deny your word also. Lian Sheng couldn't keep up with the speed in the later stage, and finally fell to the tail. But she was relieved that she didn't win the first place again. Fang Jianshan didn't accompany her to the tail this time. He put himself in the middle level. Oh, sorry, the instructor said. But in my heart, your physical fitness will always be the last. Lian Sheng, Anyway, reflect on yourself. The instructor shouted at them. Go back and study shooting training carefully. We have limited time here and can't make a big improvement for you. Now, according to the rules, everyone comes to me in turn to receive the task. The instructor turned around and shouted, Lian Sheng, Fang Jianshan, you are training the same as last night. The top 20 people follow the old rules and continue running. 1 point per kilometer. Lian Sheng and Fang Jianshan, yesterday, she deducted 68 points. But today, she only lost 37 points. And Fang Jianshan, he only lost 29 points. Everyone resigned themselves to their fate and went to choose their seats and accept the punishment. The instructor raised his hand and pointed, those who complete the task early. Gather in the sensor room on the 4th floor. You know, it was not yet 7 o'clock. Which meant that the students who were first in the group could receive instructions on mecha operation this morning. It was really too jealous. Chapter 124 Young. Lian Sheng went to the side and chose a running track. Took a deep breath. And continued to do her frog jumps, high leg lifts and sprints. The number of people in the field doubled compared to yesterday. And it was much more lively. Some people were ruthlessly driven to the 2nd floor because of limited equipment. The rest of the people were dispersed and did intensive training for various parts of the body, according to the requirements. The content of this training was more diverse than yesterday. Zhao Zhuolu and other leading students carried 20 kilograms of weights and ran in circles beside them. A group of students who were punished to run followed behind. trying to keep up with their pace, but were eventually ruthlessly left behind. The shooting platform in the middle of the field was lowered, and after being cleared, it was converted into a simple layout. Many people from the second team were doing push-ups or pull-ups there. The sniping results of the second team were generally weaker in comparison. The instructor believed that it was because their arm strength was not enough and the gun was unstable. So they were mostly assigned hand training. When they were sprinting before, they consumed the strength of their leg muscles. At this time, doing arm exercises did not put too much pressure on them. They stretched hard while discussing the previous game. They exchanged experiences, reflected on their own shortcomings, and summarized the strategies for the next battle, including how to adjust the speed, how to use the red line, and what special skills are there when shooting. Competition seems to be everywhere. It's really a race against time, and they dare not waste it. The momentum of the people being punished is high, and it's in full swing. Of course, this has nothing to do with the winning streak. She still jumped around the periphery in a soft and weak posture. She calculated the time and physical strength accurately in her mind, and then let the body keep up step by step. Every time the instructor looked over and saw her, he wanted to kick her. In fact, it should be normal to maintain enthusiasm. He said before that there would be sensor training upstairs, but he deliberately made it vague to make the students misunderstand. They all came from Young, so she certainly knew the temptation of Mecha to them. One is from mystery, the other is from power. That is what they once forgot to eat and sleep to get a glimpse of. However, although this is an important military base, and there are many reserve members of the expeditionary force, there are no mechas that can be touched by students. They are just prepared to give them some pointers, as much as possible based on their usual training. But the reality does not affect these young people who do not know the truth. Look at this group of young people. How good their performance is. Look at Lian Sheng again. How bad his fighting spirit is. Was it like this when he was 20 years old? Don't you know that impulsiveness and stupidity are the privileges of young people? Lian Sheng jumped for a while, and sat down on the ground to rest again. Her set of training took a short time, so it was not urgent. Zhao Zhualu's penalty running task was successfully completed. She swiped the card over, reported to the instructor, and prepared to go to the 4th floor. As he moved, the room became strangely quiet. All living beings stared at him with various complicated eyes, wanting to see the first warrior walk out of this trial field with their own eyes. Zhao Zhualu raised his hand to rub the short hair on his forehead, turned to Lian Sheng, and stopped. He bent down and whispered, "Don't delay any longer. It's best to finish the task here quickly and go upstairs." Lian Sheng raised his head. Zhao Zhualu explained, "The training will be divided into batches gradually. I think you know it. Blindly increasing the difficulty of training will not make much sense for the first batch of members. And the instructors will constantly change the training content." Zhao Zhualu, the previous running battle alternating training selected 100 people in 2 rounds. This time's attack and defense shooting training has also been 2 rounds. First, there are multiple tests of endurance and combat power, and then multiple tests of explosive power and shooting level. He just said that the 4th floor is sensor training. I think it will be a single test of physical fitness, and then slowly differentiate students. Zhao Zhualu touched his ear. This morning is the 2nd round of shooting training. There are still previous students on the 2nd floor, and they should slowly push upstairs. We are now running around the whole field. In terms of the number of people, we have reached the limit of the training design, so they will definitely divide another batch of people. But we don't know the specific number. Tell Fang Jianchen to catch up quickly, and don't fall behind. Lian Sheng nodded. Although the instructor said that those who have completed the training should go to the 4th floor, it would be funny if too many people have completed the training and the upper level said that the number of people is full and you are sent back. The students next to him tried hard to eavesdrop. After all, this was guidance from the winner. However, the distance was too far, and they could not hear clearly. The instructor squinted one eye in the distance and said, "Students who have finished the training should go up quickly, and don't disturb the enthusiasm of other students here. Or do you want to stay and add another group of training?" Zhao Zhualu lifted his coat, nodded to her, and trotted out of the training ground. Lian Sheng beat his thighs with both hands and watched him leave. Fang Jianchen jumped towards Lian Sheng with a ferocious look on his face, then jumped around her to finish the remaining meters of the group, kneeled down with his knees down, and asked, "What did he say to you?" Lian Sheng said, "Let's hurry up and train. He's waiting for you upstairs. He didn't come to say goodbye to his father. But to you, Fang Jianchen said sadly, you can't keep your son when he grows up. It's not that you can't keep your son when he grows up. It's that you can't take him with you. Lian Sheng pointed to the door and said, Look, your fathers are leaving one after another, and only you will stay here. Fang Jianchen, Yi Buqing took off his coat and carried it on his shoulders. He had almost completed the punishment and was ready to go to the 4th floor. Seeing them coming, he raised his hand and said hello. He pointed up, then nodded and smiled at them. Fang Jianchen, Ah! Fang Jianchen rolled on the ground. This world is fucked up. Lian Sheng checked the time, and it was still in line with his plan. So there shouldn't be any accidents. But since Xiao Zhuolu said so, it's better to finish it early to avoid accidents. She didn't like this sprint training disguised as shooting training very much. Lian Sheng felt that his leg muscles had recovered a little. So he got up and continued training. I don't know if it was the effect of the repair fluid or the recent extreme training that had a miraculous effect. The longer he practiced, the more Lian Sheng could feel the improvement of his muscle strength. The place where he should have given up falling down can now squeeze out strength again and again. If you don't go to the point of being on the verge of the limit, you really can't find it. Time passed by, and the instructor didn't urge them at all, just letting the students allocate time and tasks by themselves. He kept patrolling the field, correcting the students' gradually deformed movements, and answering their questions at the same time. If someone came to chat with him, he would also be happy to chat with them. The instructor looked kind and responsive. The second team was soon moved by his gentleness. The field gradually became less crowded, and more students chose to sit down and rest. However, once they began to rest, they would lose their fighting spirit, and with the influence of the people around them, they felt their state gradually loosened. The atmosphere in the second half was obviously too calm. Lian Sheng looked straight ahead, gritted her teeth, and stretched her muscles again. In the continuous frog jumps, she deeply realized the difficulty of frogs, and finally understood why frogs have such strong hind legs. The muscles felt sore, but when she pinched them with her hands, they were hard. She didn't dare to jump forcefully. Yesterday, Dr. Lin warned that frog jumps are a kind of intense lower limb exercise, which has a significant effect on leg training. But if it is excessive, it will also cause physical harm. It is easy to cause fractures of the cartilage plate of the knee joint. Lian Sheng waited for the momentum to pass, squatted again, and started frog jumps. The instructor had nothing to do, so he stood by her side, staring at her and said, This time doesn't count. Try again. Is this called a frog jump? Your action is called a frog jumping into the water. Look at your posture. It's so ugly. What the hell? The instructor said disdainfully. What are you performing? Jumping into the water with a splash? Show me the height. Show me the distance. Show me the strength. I didn't ask you to do a frog jump on the spot. The instructor stood behind her. Since she was a girl, he didn't kick her with his legs, but he said bluntly, Lean forward. Put your hands behind your back. Get into a ready position. Stretch your legs hard. And jump. Lian Sheng jumped forward for a while, then stopped. The instructor followed her and directed her to train step by step. The students next to them looked at them one after another, and it was hard to tell whether they were envious or jealous in their eyes. Although the instructor's tone was full of sarcasm and ridicule, he had been paying attention to Lian Sheng, and he was undoubtedly very optimistic about her. Lian Sheng is indeed the most promising female among all the students, especially with her physical strength. She has persisted until now, and even caught up with the first batch of troops. It is admirable. They retracted their gazes and looked down at their badges. They are so far behind. Why are there so many trainings? On the third day of coming to the base, when thinking about her future life, the first thought that flashed through her mind was no longer I can. But can I do it? Can the so-called strength only be stimulated in such a painful waste? Lian Sheng finished a jump under the instructor shouting. The instructor took off his hat and turned it in his hand, and said with a disgusted expression, Stop. Take a break first. You can't jump 50 meters at a time with this distance. You can do it yourself. Your victory is not far away. Lian Sheng's 25 sets are almost completed, and the frequent training has almost reached her limit. This time she did not go to the infirmary for treatment, but relied on her potential to complete it. So in the end, her physical strength could not support it, and she could only grind the last few sets like a leisurely worker. The instructor looked at the time and thought she should be fine, so he walked away without worry. At 11:30 noon, the morning training was officially declared over. More than half of the people were still struggling in pain. Get ready to eat. Don't train anymore. The instructor clapped his hands and said, the shooting training at noon will continue, as usual, with a slight adjustment to the rules. And you will listen to my command at that time. Among the students who have completed the training, I specifically named one person. Yes, it's you, Lian Sheng. You are standing in the toilet, but not taking a shit. I asked you to go upstairs, but you are still squatting here and taking up space. Go upstairs and squat in the afternoon. Lian Sheng, who was unable to stand up due to weakness in his legs, said, The instructor said, I will repeat it again. Those who punched in before 11:30 to complete the task can report upstairs at noon. And the rest of the people will still gather here at noon. The students knew that they were kicked out of the first batch of troops, and they were a little anxious. One of them raised his hand and said, Instructor, I be ready soon. Please give me another 10 minutes. 10 minutes is bullshit. I told you to go to dinner. Did you understand? The instructor was furious and yelled at them. Why are you in such a hurry? The instructor has made arrangements here. You just need to obey orders and follow instructions. The instructor does not accept rebuttals. You know? He waved his hand and said, Let's go to dinner. Lian Sheng got up from the ground and prepared to go to the cafeteria. Fang Jianshan also stayed there after completing the training. He was mainly afraid that the same accident would happen again. He wanted to wait for Zhao Zhuolu and others to come back and inform him of the situation before going there, so that he could be mentally prepared. So the two of them just happened to team up and attack the cafeteria. They arrived at the place with a bang, looked around, but did not see the figures of Zhao Zhuolu and others, or even any of the first batch of students. Somewhat surprised, but did not pursue it further. The two went to the window to get the food, chose a seat and sat down, performing a new round of wolfing down. After lunch, Lian Sheng tried to stand up, and the sequelae began to show. She felt that every cell in her legs was clamoring, and she would definitely not be able to support her afternoon training. She put down the plate, informed Fang Jianshan, and went to the Holy Land Infirmary again. After sitting in the infirmary for half an hour, she decided to go back to the dormitory for a nap. This time, Lian Sheng finally saw several of her roommates in the dormitory while awake. She had 4 roommates. One girl had already gone home, and she couldn't imagine that there would be more difficult training later. In the morning, she made the bed and left the base with her bag. Lian Sheng felt a little regretful. In fact, she felt that she had survived the most difficult part of the entire base. The so-called progressive level is only different for different people. For Lian Sheng, the recent 25 sets of sprint training are far inferior to their 6-hour weighted jogging on the first day. She ran for 6 hours on the first day, but she still stopped because of the fear of 6 hours. She encountered the worst situation, which made her lose hope for the future. The second one was the girl who trained with her in the morning. When the girl saw her come in, she just looked up and glanced, then lowered her head again without saying anything. She was sitting by the bed applying medicine. The last one was the girl who woke her up in the morning and the one who cried and complained before running. She was trying to take off her socks, and her socks were stuck to her feet. Lian Sheng sat on the edge of his bed, watched her move little by little, and asked, How was it in the morning? Very tired. Well, the most tiring in the morning. I have to run for 6 hours. The lady raised her head and smiled. But I got 3 wins today, and I also soaked in the repair fluid. Our school doctor was very relieved and said that it was finally used for me. I felt a sense of achievement today, and I also rested for a while, so I was not as tired as before. The girl took off a sock, threw it aside, and stepped carefully on the shoe surface with one foot. Then he started to take off the other pair of socks. Because of the long-term running, the soles of his feet were rubbed, and there were some blisters. After a long time, the wound and the flesh grew together. To take it off, you have to take off a layer of freshly healed skin. Lian Sheng himself had it, but it was particularly painful to see others tearing it. So he took the initiative to gasp and hiss beside him. Girl, don't do that. The girl stopped what she was doing and said, I can't do it if you do that. Lian Sheng simply turned his head away and didn't look. Go on. Go on. Girl asked, What about you? How is it on the 3rd floor? The girl who was applying medicine next to her interrupted. She has already gone to the 4th floor. Oh my God. So fast. The girl was shocked and looked at her enviously. That's great. She's going to the 4th floor so soon. You are really amazing. Liansheng said, you are more amazing. For example, I can't run for 6 hours with a weight. In fact, the rest is relatively simple. The girl who was applying the ointment did not speak, but looked at her meaningfully, then put the ointment away and turned to lie down. The girl looked at the empty bed next to her and said with a wry smile, you don't have to comfort me. There were 4 people in the dormitory, and she was the only one who stayed there. The presence of Liansheng and another roommate made it impossible for her to make excuses for herself that the training plan was unreasonable. After all, they all went up, proving that they were not good enough. It seemed that everyone had their own track, and they were not going to the same place at all. At this time, one person left, and she was a little panicked, and she would also doubt whether she was too confident, and whether she should wake up in time and get out as soon as possible. Am I really suitable? The girl said in confusion. I am just dragging everyone down. And even if I participate in the mecha selection competition, I will definitely not live long. Not to mention the finals. Liansheng asked, then why did you sign up for this? Why? The girl pondered for a moment and successfully pulled off her socks. She stepped on the edge of the basin next to her and carefully washed it with water. She said, to prove myself. To prevent others from looking down on us. The girl raised her head and said, there are very few girls in our military academy. I am not bragging. I am considered good among them. I think I am special. I want them to know that they can do better. I want to say that this is not a boys' world. It is not scary here. Liansheng asked, did you do it? Of course not. After the girl finished speaking, she laughed at herself to cover up her embarrassment, and then shrugged to show that she didn't care. I was just impulsive. I did prove my strength. But I am a half-baked one. She wanted to prove that this place was not scary. But now she found that it was indeed scary. There were walls in front of her that could not be climbed over. From the beginning, she was pulled down from the starting point. The gap? She saw a gap that could not be made up even if she stood on tiptoe. If you haven't done it, then keep doing it. Have you started to feel lost without even seeing any results? But it's far from the time when you should feel lost. Liansheng said, there's nothing wrong with being impulsive. Being impulsive with a passion is not an experience that everyone will have. This experience may not bring you anything, but it is always valuable. Liansheng straightened the pillow and prepared to lie down for a nap. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he said, the things you can do, the things you want to do, and the things you should do are different, but they will intersect. When you continue to grow up, learn to analyze the pros and cons, and slowly become cunning and smart. You will be confused and you will hesitate. You will miss the things you can do, and the things you want to do. If you don't have this impulse, you will just follow the routine to do what you should do. So this impulse is youth. Liansheng turned his head and asked, does anyone think that being young is not good? Liansheng often thinks about what he did when he was young, and what he can do now. She likes the past that used to be high-spirited and boastful, fearless and ignorant. How many people who have been worn out by the years have also had such lofty years? You? The girl was stunned after listening to her words, and then kept looking at her and said, I think you are so mature. Liansheng raised his chin and said, what? Is there anything wrong? If you give up this time, will you have the courage to be impulsive for the second time? The girl shook her head. You are right. I have just started. There is no need to doubt. It hurts because I can still improve. And I also feel that I have been making continuous progress in the past 2 days. And I am not the worst person. The people behind me have not given up. And I will not give up either. Liansheng smiled and said, isn't this good? The girl lifted her foot, and a large piece of skin fell off her foot. She reached out and touched it carefully. If she could hold on and keep up this training intensity, she would have calluses after a while. And it wouldn't be so easy to break the skin. If she could hold on. She applied the medicine to herself, lay down quietly, and prepared to take a nap. Chapter 125, Tell. Training starts at 2 p.m. Several people got up 15 minutes early, splashed their faces with cold water to wake themselves up, and then went to their respective training grounds. Zhao Shuolu and others were already training inside. Liansheng pushed open the door and watched them climbing the high scaffolding with sweat. It was an irregular rack made of a few simple iron bars, more than 4 meters high, and the length was unknown. This time the training ground was a little special. The walls seemed to be flat screens, And the students were wearing heavy clothes. I don't know what they are doing. Everyone's movements seem clumsy. In short, this is definitely not the picture Lian Sheng imagined. What's going on? Lian Sheng walked over and asked. Shouldn't it be mecha training? Isn't it sensor training? Zhao Shualu was halfway up when he heard the voice. Looked down at her. Shook his head with a sad face. And then his hands loosened and fell from above. Lian Sheng asked, Have you eaten? Yes. Zhao Shualuo took 2 breaths and said, We started training at 1 o'clock. Lian Sheng, The instructor suddenly appeared behind her and snorted. I can tell from the sound that it was the student who took advantage of the situation and didn't come this morning. Right? Lian Sheng turned around and saw that it was the instructor leading the team from the Union University. He was surprised and said, Instructor? Are you the person in charge here? Lian Sheng looked past him and saw that there were still 4 or 5 instructors standing in the training ground. The instructor said with a stern face, Go change your clothes and come here quickly. Zhao Shualuo clapped his hands, grabbed the iron bar above again, and started climbing. Lian Sheng looked back as he walked. Even Zhao Shualuo looked like this, which didn't seem very good. Lian Sheng walked slowly to the other side to get the equipment. An instructor whose face was familiar, but whose name was not clear, was in charge of the distribution. He sat behind the table and asked, What type of mecha do you want? What position? Are you confident and experienced? Did your instructor give you any advice? Lian Sheng thought for a moment and said, I want to choose Pijuan. The instructor smiled when he heard this, and swiped his light computer next to him and asked, Forward? Sure. What size is the clothing? I chose Xiexing for you. Right? Lian Sheng nodded. The instructor turned around, pulled out a set from the ground, and carefully placed it on the table with both hands, indicating that she should take it herself. Lian Sheng picked up the clothing. After holding it, he was slightly surprised, and held it in his hand to verify it again. It actually weighed 6 or 7 pounds. The design of the details was also very complicated. Lian Sheng pinched it, and felt that there should be a lot of wires and electromagnetics buried in the fabric. This piece of clothing is somewhat similar to the equipment in the sensor, and Lian Sheng guessed that the function should be similar. It's just that this one is more meticulous, covering every part of the body, and there is no equipment to connect, and the sensors are broken down into different parts. It took Lian Sheng 5 minutes to put on the suit. Someone next to her was talking, and she checked it again in order to make sure that all the places that needed to be fastened were in place before she started to move her hands and feet with peace of mind. Putting on the suit, or perhaps it should be said that this set of sensors that she had never seen before, made her hands and feet feel a little weird, as if they were not her own limbs. The joints became very clumsy. Every time she took a step, there was a force stopping her. The larger the movement, the greater the force. She tried to do a high leg lift, but halfway through, she was stuck. Lian Sheng put down her legs, and was affected by an inexplicable downward force on her body, and almost fell down. The instructor stood up, approached her, smiled and said, How is it? Lian Sheng held his palm, which felt so new, and asked, What's going on? The instructor raised his finger and said, Look ahead. Lian Sheng looked forward, and a red mecha appeared on the wall, doing the same action as her. Lian Sheng lowered his head, and he also lowered his head, with his hands in a loose sitting and pinching posture. She quickly stopped her hands and put them on both sides. You have to learn to adapt. When you really drive a mecha, you won't be as flexible as in Sanyao. The heavier the mass of the mecha, the higher the physical requirements for you. I think you have already felt the resistance. The instructor said. You feel very uncomfortable when moving. Right? Most people think that with sensors, the operation of the mecha will become as flexible as a real person? Wrong. If you are not familiar with the joints of the mecha, you will become as clumsy as the mecha. It is very clumsy. She wanted to press her hand down. The screen opposite had already placed them on both sides. But that was because the structure of the mecha was different from that of the human body. So her own hand still did not touch her thighs. This subtle sense of distance was too uncomfortable. The instructor began to receive the second student who came to receive the equipment. He had no time to explain to her, and urged her, Go over quickly. You get used to it. Oh, yes, but you don't have a chance to get used to it. But it's okay to get familiar with it. Lian Sheng stepped on her legs, adjusted her posture in a trot, and ran towards her instructor. Wait! The instructor called her to stop. walked around her with his hands behind his back, and said, Liansheng? Report. Yes. Instructor. Liansheng turned around. Can't you recognize me after I changed my clothes? The instructor looked at the screen in front of him, then looked at her fat body, frowned and said, What did you choose? You chose forward? Liansheng nodded. I chose Bajun. I really want to play forward. I told you before that you can choose anything except forward and heavy armor. The instructor stood in front of her, touching his chin, with a somewhat unfriendly face, and said, Are you deliberately singing against me? The instructor cares about you so much. What service makes you dissatisfied? Even if you are dissatisfied, you should not joke about your future. I don't like students like you. Liansheng said, You think too much. Instructor. This is the advice given to me by others. The instructor said, Who is that? Who is singing against me? Instructor Lu next door? You are talking nonsense. He is just talking nonsense. Instructor Lu, who was distributing equipment next to him, jumped up and shouted, Damn! You are talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will kill you? The instructor said, She is my student, and I know her. How many times have you met her? You have only seen her face superficially. Instructor Lu received a black pot that fell from the sky, and he was so angry that he put his hands on his waist. Ouch! Ouch! You are capable. If you are capable, come and practice later. Don't kneel and call daddy. Liansheng expressed deep sympathy to him, and said frankly, Report to the instructor. This is the advice given to me by our school doctor. What? The instructor thought that this answer was not as good as putting the blame on the unlucky guy surnamed Lu. He dug his ears and repeated, You listened to a doctor in the infirmary who taught you to choose a mecha, and gave up the opinion of a professional instructor? You are listening to his fart. Liansheng shrugged. I can tell him what you said. But he is not an ordinary person. The instructor looked at him like a mentally retarded person. Liansheng moved closer and asked, Do you know who he is? The instructor suddenly felt that there was something wrong when she asked him this. Throwing a brick could hit a relative. Who doesn't have some background? He coughed, calmed down and asked, Then who is he? Liansheng, doctor. The instructor took a long time to react before saying, He is not a doctor in our base. What should I be afraid of? Liansheng, but he is a doctor in our school. The instructor got tough. Then he shouldn't be nosy. Liansheng glanced at him and said, I go to train first. The instructor didn't force her to change back, letting her play as she wanted. Hearing this, he waved his hand and reminded her, Look at the screen and climb, and adapt to the real center of gravity in mecha driving. The most important thing is to forget your habits and get used to your body again. Liansheng nodded. She understood a little. Like the high leg lift just now. She could have done it, but the joints of the mecha restricted it, so her movements were stuck. Because of the operation method of the sensor, the mecha must be consistent with the character. This means that when the mecha is affected externally, it will react to the driver. The mecha and the driver are one. The center of gravity of the mecha is of course different from the center of gravity of the person. The field of view and distance are also different. The most difficult part of operating the mecha is how to eliminate these habitual movements. Liansheng scratched his head and walked over, just in time to see Zhao Zhuolu falling from above for the nth time. Fortunately, there was a thick cushion underneath, and they didn't climb very high, so there was no big impact. Liansheng asked curiously, How is it? Zhao Zhuolu didn't dare to lie down, for fear that someone would fall down from above. He rolled twice on the ground and rolled to a safe area, lying down and said, Too tired. It's more tiring than carrying 20 kilograms. No. It's more tiring than 40 kilograms. Liansheng, doesn't that mean you're carrying half of Fang Jianshen? Fang Jianshen's ears were pointed at this time, and he hung on an iron pole above and shouted, What do you mean half? Half is more. Okay? Your father is not even 80 kilograms. A muscular boy does not look fat at 80 kilograms. Not to mention Fang Jianshen is tall and strong. So even if he is less than 80 kilograms, the error is not that big. Liansheng decided to ignore him and continued to ask, Is there any trick? Zhao Zhuolu said, Keep your balance and move slowly. Don't rush for success. And don't think you are as light as a swallow. Liansheng tightened his belt and turned to join the team. She walked forward and looked at the screen in front of her. There was a dark red pigeon on the screen. Liansheng jumped up and grabbed the iron bar above. Before she made the next move, she immediately felt something was wrong. If she was originally a sponge that could float in the wind, Then now she was filled with water. There was a force that kept dragging her down. Lian Sheng knew that she couldn't continue hanging like this. So she used her left leg to push against the pole next to her, and tried to flip over. She held up her arms, and her left leg went around the horizontal bar. Subconsciously, she wanted to hook her left leg on the iron bar to stabilize her body. But she couldn't stretch it out. Go. Then the left half of the body was light, while the right half of the body began to become particularly heavy. Like lead, Lian Sheng tried to adjust the center of gravity several times, but because the mecha was large and heavy, the center of gravity moved left and right, and it was difficult to control. Finally, his hand slipped and he fell down. Lian Sheng trotted back to the safe area and looked up at the iron frame in front of him. It seems that this set of sensors will truly transmit the situation of the mecha. So when the center of gravity shifts, there will also be an extra force added to the local part of the body, which is indeed more difficult than carrying weight. It's simply, this is very painful. It is said that there is a big difference between mecha operation and Sanao. And it is really not just talk. Chapter 126, Stop. The rhythm of the people falling and climbing continued for a whole afternoon. But there was still no breakthrough. This is a training that even if the brain knows what to do, the body can hardly keep up. The grasp of the center of gravity and balance has become their intuitive existence. No one will think about how to walk without falling. And no one will think about what kind of posture to climb so that their weight will not cause too much pressure on the bones. But now driving a mecha requires using sensors. They still manipulate their own bodies, but control the huge mecha. The mecha weighs several tons, and because of the different equipment, there is a slight difference in weight on the left and right sides, which requires more precise force control. Daily walking and running will only feel a little bit of hindrance, which is not a problem. But once it involves jumping, especially the current horizontal bar climbing, the center of gravity shifts frequently, and all operational loopholes and weaknesses will be exposed. Now, they need to remaster the trick of walking like a toddler. Lian Sheng finally confirmed that the slight pressure difference on her shoulder was not an illusion, but a fact. The sensor needs to transmit the current state of the mecha and the force of the limbs to the driver. But if it is too obvious, it will become a burden to them. So in a balanced state, this force is not obvious, but on the verge of falling or falling. It will continue to increase to keep the mecha and the driver's movements consistent. This is why when they are hanging, their bodies feel more tired than carrying 40 kilograms. Let alone technology. The sensors have been burdening them for a long time, which has caused great pressure on their physical strength. The whole training ground was filled with dull collisions. All living beings fell down halfway up, and continued to climb after falling. It seemed endless, and then began to doubt life. Zhao Shuolu knelt beside him. This was his most comfortable posture at the moment. And then he looked up and looked forward. He kept comparing the mecha on the screen with the movements of real people climbing, and conducted research. When students climb, their movements seem to be very stuck. The limbs can't be stretched out, and they always get stuck halfway. After getting stuck, the limbs have nowhere to go, and they are under the pressure of the sensors and can't support themselves. So they fall down again and again. But what can be done? How can it be avoided? Lian Sheng lay on his back on the ground, no longer doing it recklessly, and began to recall the previous training scenes, and tried to let his brain repeatedly confirm the slight difference in vision between the mecha and the real person. She lay on the soft cushion, and her thoughts gradually became heavy. The body relaxed and collapsed gently. It felt as if the whole person was immersed in water. The fatigue kept surging and wrapped her. And then a myriad of other thoughts emerged in her mind. She knew she was going to fall asleep. The instructor watched her motionless from a distance, called out twice, but there was no response. So he walked over to her and kicked her, shouting, "What's wrong? Falling asleep already? Where do you think you are? Brother? Can I give you a bed? I'm awake." Lian Sheng opened his eyes and asked, "Instructor, can I have a break?" If she didn't turn off the switch, she would be in the state of a mecha at all times when she was wearing this outfit. The instructor sneered, "Still resting? Have you finished practicing? Where did you climb to?" Lian Sheng sat up, compared the distance, and shook his head. It's hard to say. She fell down several times. Some because her arms were not strong enough to support herself. Some because she didn't estimate the distance well, causing a foot to miss. Or she wanted to take shortcuts and use her toes to leverage the iron rod. However, the feet of the machine are not as soft as those of humans, and they don't have flexible and bendable tendons. But they fall with the whole person. The further into the iron frame, the larger the gap is, and the less space there is for adjustment. She only walked halfway, and her arms could no longer support her, and she fell down. Lien Sheng got up again, and started a new round of attempts. The instructor sat next to him, lifted his hairy legs, and smiled to the brother beside him. Give them a frame. They can play for 2 days. Oh, that's great. I like stupid students. We can also relax a little. The brother next to him said, You say they are stupid. They are you in the past. The instructor sneered. Not everyone's youth can be described with a smile. There are people in the world called winners in life. For example, people who can climb the entire frame in 3 hours when they just start. The instructor deliberately said it loudly so that the students in front could hear. Young? In fact, they are still very young now. Right? They just joined the ranks of soldiers earlier than them. And the students had no interest in their glorious past. The first batch of people had tried many times, but all ended in failure. They chose to save their energy temporarily, standing under the rack, designing various postures that can maintain stability in their minds, gesturing with their hands, and doing simulation training over and over again. In fact, they need a data analyst. This is not their strong point at all. Everyone worked very hard, and suddenly heard screams from the rack. Several instructors were nervous and stood up together. Lie, 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 lie. Fang Jianchen shouted repeatedly. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw him hanging upside down at a right angle. His legs were hooked on the horizontal bar, and his hands were holding the vertical bar next to him. He tried to turn over several times, but it seemed unlikely. Lien Sheng said, Either release your hands or put down your legs, and you will be down soon. Fang Jianchen, I'm stuck. No, it's the mecha that's stuck. My legs can't move. Everyone, Fang Jianchen shouted, My waist is going to break. My head is going to break. Help. Instructor. Help. The instructor was speechless and turned off his sensor. The restraining force on Fang Jianchen disappeared immediately. He raised his knees with peace of mind, and then fell down. Don't force yourself to do any difficult moves. The joints of the mecha are too spliced and may get stuck. Don't try to use the mecha to do a head-on hook, the instructor said. In the real situation, there are thrusters to assist. Right? Your waist and abdomen don't have such strong strength, so don't mess around. Fang Jianchen got up from the ground, pinched his arm, and said in a cold sweat, Report? My hand may be dislocated. Isn't it just a dislocation? The instructor rolled up his sleeves and said, I fix it for you. Fang Jianchen quickly avoided it and moved towards the door alertly. No. 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 I love our school doctor. I go find him now. The instructor snorted. Lien Sheng requested, Instructor, why don't you show us a demonstration? It's better than wasting our time here. No show. The instructor waved his hand and said, It's too tiring to get dressed. Let the lazy person show you. Lien Sheng, Which one of you didn't show up? The instructor looked at Lien Sheng and didn't give up yet. He tactfully offered his suggestion. It's hard. Right? Of course it's hard. Pajun is very heavy. In this training, Qi Xing should be lighter and simpler. In fact, you can try Qi Xing first. If I can't conquer Pajun, what's the point of conquering Qi Xing? Lien Sheng said. If you can show me a demonstration, let alone 3 hours, I can crawl over in 3 minutes. Wow! You're quite boastful. I want to see it. The instructor looked her up and down, turned around and waved his arm at the door and shouted, Lu Er Biao Bing. Come and show them a demonstration. Instructor Lu heard it and didn't bother with him. He pulled out a set of clothes from the pile of equipment, put them on himself slowly, and then walked towards the students. Everyone quickly retreated, formed a circle, and waited for his performance. Instructor Lu walked to the bottom of the rack, looked at the distance, and chose a point to stand. He rubbed his heels on the ground, then jumped up and grabbed a horizontal bar above. Look carefully. Where should your feet step to stand firmly? It's not okay to use your toes when stepping on the edge. Before doing the action, relax your body and feel it. Feel the force fed back to you by your sensor, and then you will know how to adjust it. While teaching, he hung on the iron bar above with one hand. If they haven't experienced it themselves, they will definitely not understand the difficulty of this action. This requires strong arm strength, Instructor Lu said, and moved to the side. The same action as them. Supporting the upper body, lifting the left leg, and crossing over. Then move to the right. Reach the intersection. And stand up carefully. Next is the formal performance. He stepped on the slightly thicker horizontal bar and ran forward. When he reached the upward fork, he clamped the horizontal bar with his legs and climbed up. When he could hold the horizontal bar 2 meters high, he turned around and changed his position and climbed up again. He walked forward alternately along the new pole until the thickness of the pole in front of him changed. He jumped hard and switched directly to the next floor, grabbing a new horizontal bar like switching uneven bars. He adjusted his feet slightly to support his body weight. His goal was to always walk on the thickest pole. Climbing up or jumping down was a piece of cake for him. He looked light and did it in one go. He was not in a dilemma or stumbling like them. In the blink of an eye, he climbed directly to the innermost part of the iron frame. He began to climb straight up, and finally successfully stepped on the pedal at the end and stopped. The instructor turned around, opened his arms to the students and said, "How is it? Did you understand?" Lian Sheng looked at the computer, and it took less than 5 minutes for one round. The students pursed their lips and looked at him with embarrassment. What did they understand? Will the tutorial run so fast? The instructor jumped down from the top, turned off the equipment on his body, and smiled. "Keep working hard. I don't expect you to do very well. After all, you just got started. I just want you to adapt. The mecha selection competition will definitely not be so difficult. And you can do 6 in 3 days." Everyone surrounded him and applauded, shouting and sighing, "Come again! Come again! Wise and powerful instructor just broke my aluminum alloy eye. Please do it again. Please let me enjoy it, and let me take a photo first." Lian Sheng did not join in the fun. She closed her eyes and replayed the scene she had seen before in her mind. The rough decomposition of the movements can be confirmed that there is no difficult part in the whole process. The instructor wins in fluency and familiarity. Such a complete set of non-stop movements, maintaining balance, should not have too much reaction from the sensor. On the contrary, it is much simpler than their procrastinating attempts, and the body can handle it completely. She did not compare the screen image with the demonstration movements, and then calculate the parameters that need to be adjusted in the computer armor like other students. This kind of thing cannot be seen, and it is not easy to understand even if it is seen. She just remembered the posture demonstrated by the instructor, the angle of his body, the position of his feet, and the distance of his lift. The instructor was a little flattered by the continuous praise and boasting of the crowd. He briefly gave a speech and walked out in small steps to make room for the students. At this time, a figure brushed past him and rushed to the iron frame next to him. Everyone was slightly surprised and subconsciously chased the figure. Then Lian Sheng chose the same path as the instructor, jumping up, running, grabbing and swinging. He almost perfectly copied his movements, even the habits and a few pauses. There was no obstacle, just as Lian Sheng had guessed. If you can grasp the balance and center of gravity, you can use it as freely as your own body. She failed because she didn't know how to connect her vision with the real body of the mecha, and didn't know how to make up for the data gap. But the instructor did it perfectly. So Lian Sheng copied it. As long as she can ensure that she can maintain balance in the same action, she can complete this challenge. And the sense of balance and the stability of the lower body are her usual pride. Instructor. Lian Sheng jumped lightly onto the pedal of the last section, put his hands on his hips, and waved to him. Everyone looked up and shouted in unison, "Damn it!" The instructor did it skillfully because he would have training on weekdays. What's wrong with this guy? Where did this monster come from? Several instructors in the distance saw this scene and suddenly became energetic, with very surprised expressions. Sure enough, there are students like this occasionally. They have superb imitation and detail adjustment capabilities. Even if they can't grasp the difference between the mecha and the real body, they can rely on flawless copying to complete fixed training. The instructor looked at her smug look and suddenly smiled softly, saying, "It's useless to imitate. If you have the ability, you can follow another path again." Lian Sheng raised a finger and shook it. Seeing that the time was almost up, the instructor stood up and said, "Anyway, you can slowly explore on your own. The training at noon is over. Let's go out for lunch." He turned off all the equipment on the students. Instructor Lu walked to the door, sat back in his original position, and slapped the table and said, "You can only leave after returning the equipment." Lian Sheng jumped off the pedal, and a group of students quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. "Don't leave." The students gave up on the instructor and shouted at her, "Hero! Do it again!" Chapter 127 Dad. A group of people surrounded Lian Sheng, asking her to do it again. They rubbed their hands, shamelessly copied the words they used to flatter the instructor, and used them on Lian Sheng. Without even a period, without any sincerity. The instructor pointed at them from a distance and said sadly, "You guys, you have no reserve at all?" Compared with the unpredictable instructor. Of course, the classmates are more reliable. The instructor can only demonstrate once or twice at most. But a classmate who can take the lead can show you continuously. Lian Sheng shrugged to indicate that her sensor had been turned off. Now she had no choice. All the people just remembered and were disappointed. They looked at the instructor eagerly, wanting them to start again. Lian Sheng was about to squeeze through the crowd to go out for dinner. And everyone was in a commotion again. "Wait, wait, wait. Great God. Please stay. Let me see you again." Lian Sheng said, "What are you looking at? We are too excited. Don't be polite. 5 minutes will do." A boy was careful to keep a distance from her, not to appear too offensive, and said, "Please tell me the real data of the mecha. That is, how to use it when taking action." He became more and more excited. A tall and strong boy waved his arms and said childishly, "How did you calculate it just now? How did you use it immediately after calculating it? It was obviously not working before. But it can fly over in an instant. Enlightenment? Or sitting in meditation? Fuck you," Lian Sheng said with a dark face. "Sit in meditation means death." "Ah, really? I mean you became an immortal." The boy took a step back and said exaggeratedly, "God, grant me wisdom. Everyone, God, grant me data." Lian Sheng, This group of people had a lot of fun. I really don't know what Lian Sheng means by data. They haven't figured it out for half a game. So she certainly can't identify it with her naked eyes. She's not a data analyst with a computer. I just imitated his movements. I don't know the details. Our failure is because our movements are not in place or our postures are deformed. This causes the center of gravity of the mecha to deviate, adding extra burden to the body. Lian Sheng said. Then just follow the standard. Doesn't learning start with imitation? It turns out that I know the result but not the reason. However, it's incredible that I can remember the instructor's entire set of movements and details with just one look. A boy said weakly, "Isn't this a skill that only exists in martial arts novels?" Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. The facts prove that it is not. "Boy, wait! Tell me first. Is this a talent or can you make up for it later?" Everyone, disperse. "What are you doing?" The instructor said at the door. "I said I was going to eat. Why are you blocking the little girl? Don't you have any shame?" Lian Sheng waved his hand. "Back off." The boys were reluctant to leave, made way, and then watched Lian Sheng leave. Lian Sheng originally thought that after going up to the 4th floor, the training would become more and more difficult. After all, it has always been a constantly strict and targeted training. But unexpectedly, it became easier and freer. They can arrange their own time at will, choose to rest or exercise. The instructor will not urge them, and there is no punishment. It seems that they should be the confirmed elite personnel and will not be subdivided. Knowing this, everyone feels at ease. The atmosphere in the training ground was no longer so tense, and there was more time for reflection and summary. In the evening, there were many more people in the training ground on the 4th floor. After the shooting training on the 3rd floor, they successfully entered the sensor training. The newcomers couldn't wait to put on the equipment and try it on the iron frame, and then entered the same fall as before. The newcomers were a little helpless, but knowing that they were not the first to try it, they opened their eyes wide to see if others had any tricks. Looking around, they found that the first batch of elites were standing aside without moving. This picture was very strange. They didn't cherish such a rare training opportunity. The elites were waiting for Lian Sheng action. They wanted to watch her demonstration again so that they could refer to it. After the attempt at noon, they had already understood that aimless attempts would have little effect and would only waste physical strength. They stared at Lian Sheng eagerly. But Lian Sheng was slowly warming up and stretching beside them. After preparations were completed, they went to collect equipment. The boy grabbed his neck, restrained his hands, and said anxiously, "I never thought she was such a person. I never hated a procrastinator so much." The instructor was deeply impressed. I want to kick her. I do, the boy said uncomfortably. But she is my dad now. The dad was finally ready, and came to the iron frame. The elites surrounded him, and the atmosphere on the scene changed. The boy next to him shouted, "Please clear the area. Please clear this road. Please clear this section." 2. Thank you. The new student didn't understand what was going on, and was a little unhappy with the situation. He held back and said nothing, and stepped aside. What are you doing? Fong Jianchen mixed into the crowd and asked, Are there any acrobatics to watch? The boy in front looked back and said, Yes. Then Lian Sheng ran up and sprinted, then grabbed the horizontal bar and jumped. It was exactly the same action as at noon. She rushed all the way and stood at the finish line. Below was a mixture of screams from new and old students. Fuck. Everyone looked up, looked at her expressionless face, and followed with another sentence. Fuck. Fuck. I just went to the infirmary to take over. What happened afterwards? Fong Jianchen collapsed and said, Such a skilled action. Are you possessed by some evil spirit? Possess me too. Lian Sheng jumped down and said, You join in all the fun. Why don't you go to heaven? Fong Jianchen said, Join in this fun, so I can go to heaven. Lian Sheng said, It's not too late to join in now. Come on. Lian Sheng began to repeat the previous actions over and over again, and then slowly disassembled and analyzed them during the operation. Try to get used to the differences, and then adjust your actions appropriately and make changes. However, habit is a long process and cannot be easily changed. The warriors behind wanted to imitate the set of actions like Lian Sheng, and then integrate them. However, it was too difficult. They simply couldn't catch up with the speed of that set of movements. It required that every step be in place and centered. If the body angle was slightly tilted, the center of gravity would shift and the subsequent movements would be distorted. In addition to Lian Sheng, how many people could do such meticulousness? After trying several times, they began to give up. Based on Lian Sheng movements, they looked for new methods again. Sure enough, many things can only be understood after they are done. In single-soldier combat, Lian Sheng undoubtedly has a talent that ordinary people can't reach. I think she chose Pijun very well. Maybe she is really an excellent forward. An instructor next to him said, I don't know where the limit of her physical fitness is. But isn't the creation of mecha to make up for this? Physical fitness is not the most important indicator for measuring mecha operators. But combat awareness is. The instructor pinched his nose and said nothing. He was not happy to admit his mistakes. After 8 o'clock in the evening, the number of instructors on the 4th floor increased. It seemed that the long-distance running battle training on the 2nd floor had all ended. The instructors exchanged their experiences with each other, and they successfully forced more than 100 students to retreat this year. The instructor asked, Are there any outstanding students here? There are several. An instructor said, There are several with potential and outstanding talents. Lian Sheng happened to start a new round of sprint. Several instructors seemed to have never seen the world, and shouted in unison, Oh, 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 oh. What? They applauded enthusiastically. Call. The instructor in charge of the Union University was shocked. Don't let her be too proud. Okay. What are you doing here? Fong Jianchen lay on the ground, unable to bear to watch, and said aggrievely, I think I missed 100 million. Why didn't you tell me what happened when I was away? I really missed 100 million. Cheng Zhe touched his head and said, Son, you just lack brains, not money. Lian Sheng ran for an hour, and then began to decompose and combine individual movements. Her movements were very scattered, and as long as the sensor did not add extra weight, this training would not be too difficult. As the seconds passed, Lian Sheng began to become proficient in the entire iron frame. She still didn't analyze the specific parameters. If the movements are still awkward, it is very difficult to make the rhythm keep up with her brain. All her movements are targeted responses to this iron frame. Time soon reached 10 o'clock. The venue on the 4th floor almost became a personal show of Lian Sheng. The other students began to imitate her movements unconsciously. When someone keeps guiding and demonstrating next to you, the people next to you can benefit more or less. The overall efficiency has actually been improved. The instructor is most afraid that these young people will not be able to control their inner restlessness under the reputation, and start to be erratic after being praised. So he kept suppressing and laughing at them. She can only imitate. She only learns superficially, and it's hard to say what she will do in the future. She started slowly, but she will be fast once she has mastered it. She must learn the core to be considered as a real master. You guys have evil intentions. What are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, go to the 3rd floor to help. Lian Sheng turned around and gestured to them to keep quiet. The instructors looked at her curiously. The students also put down their movements, stepped aside, and waited for her to move. Lian Sheng started to sprint from the opposite direction and performed a set of movements that were completely different from the previous ones. He strode across the high platform, jumped over the horizontal bar, and opened his upper body like a flying fledgling. With a faster speed and smoother movement connection, he rushed to the finish line. There was silence at the scene. Lian Sheng jumped off the platform, raised his eyebrows and said, I can also do a different version. You can change the structure of this rack. As long as it is a rack, I can do it. Who do you think has mastered it quickly? The instructor laughed and scolded, Go to hell. Are you arguing with the instructor? Everyone was throwing the pot and quitting. She's cheating. I report it. I report it with my real name. Is her sensor off? Instructor. Please check it again. Instructor. She's pretending to be awesome, and I've disabled her. I request to isolate her. Instructor. My little heart is broken, and I need comfort. Please don't pretend in the training room. For everyone's health and life. I must have some talent skills that haven't been awakened. God won't be so cruel to me. It's winter. There are no orange trees. Do you want a train station? You have such a greedy heart. Lian Sheng shook his head and smiled. Fang Jianshan lay on the ground and pounded the ground fiercely, howling, Tell me what happened. Why don't you tell me? You will lose me if you do this. Cheng Zhe said angrily. Didn't I tell you that the instructor came over to demonstrate it? Where is the strange phenomenon from the sky? Where is Mars hitting the Earth? Where is the soul possession? Fang Jianshan raised his head and said, Where is the heroic spirit that I summoned with great effort last night? Cheng Zhe, I really want to slap him. Lian Sheng did not speak in the face of everyone's envious gazes. They may think that her combat strength is based on her talent. This is also why many people have to stay away from her. But in fact, her eyesight is more of a habit she has developed over many years of martial arts. She knows what part to look at when analyzing a person's moves. The most important thing to do when you want to perform a certain move is to mobilize the strength from where. When the instructor was demonstrating before, Lian Sheng could not restore all the details. The shaking and adjustment of the upper body will of course be different for everyone. And that is not important at all. The most important thing related to the center of gravity is the position of the two legs. So what she restored was the instructor's legs. It was the distance between the forks of his legs, the landing position when stepping on the horizontal bar, and the timing of the leg force. She learned the spirit. While other students learned the form, they pursued the position where Lian Sheng had stood, and some insignificant details. It is normal not to learn it. And it is also normal to find it difficult. Lian Sheng didn't know how to describe this. I told them that the key lies in the feet, and that they should pay more attention to their standing position. But they still couldn't adapt. So I could only let them do what they wanted. As for the subsequent transformation, it was also a puzzle like disassembly and reassembly. In fact, the essence has not changed. The instructor was right. She did not understand it thoroughly. She just cleverly transformed what she learned. Lian Sheng is used to using her body to remember. This so-called stupid method happens to be the most suitable method for her. Lian Sheng waved goodbye to everyone and walked back to the dormitory with her hands in her pockets. After pushing the door open, she found that one of her roommates was humming a little tune and also stayed inside. She held her feet and observed them carefully. 2 different colors appeared on the soles of her feet, which were the new flesh after shedding. She reached out and touched it, and found it very interesting. Lian Sheng sat on her bed, and the girl finally stopped moving. I finally made it to the 3rd floor today, the girl said. I felt so brave. When the instructor announced it, I was almost moved to tears. Lian Sheng looked at her and smiled, saying, Congratulations. She may not be the best one, but she is definitely one to be proud of. The girl asked curiously, How was the 4th floor? Are you tired? The 4th floor? Lian Sheng raised his head and said, The 4th floor is much easier. There is free time and no punishment. Really? The girl said. It sounds great. Lian Sheng nodded. Went to get clothes, went out to take a shower, and prepared to go to bed. Finally, it was rare that she could go to bed early again. The next day, the 4th floor was still the gathering place. The number of people in the morning increased significantly again, and the instructor was constantly transferring people from the later batch of students. At this time, it was obvious that one iron frame was not enough. So a new frame appeared in the training room. Lian Sheng and others consciously gave up their positions to let the new comrades experience it first. They thought there should be other training. After all, general training starts with 2 rounds. But there was no punishment set, and no one knew what the arrangement would be. At 5:30, their instructor walked in. The instructor stood at the door and clapped his hands, saying, "If you want to stay here to practice balance, go ahead. If you want to practice shooting, follow me now. We advocate the principle of voluntariness." Fang Jianshan stood still. Everyone stood still. One of Fang Jianshan rules: all voluntary participation will end badly. Only death is truly voluntary here. The instructor didn't get a response, looked around, and added, "This is real shooting training. No punishment. Take the sensor to the next door to do mecha weapon shooting training." Fang Jianshan and Lian Sheng stood up and rushed to the door. The student shouted from behind, "Don't leave. Mr. Lian. Mr. Lian. Do another group. Mr. Lian hasn't finished his oranges yet. Give another lesson." The elites who had trained first felt that it would be useless to continue squeezing here, so they went to the shooting room next door one after another. Compared with mecha balance, mecha artillery training is more practical and urgent. They soon arrived at the designated room. Lian Sheng's impression of this base is that it is not bad. All its training grounds are open and spacious. But this training room looks long and flat, and it doesn't look like a shooting training room at all. There are several rows of shooting platforms in the middle, and each row of shooting platforms is about 5 meters apart and separated by barriers. Lian Sheng chose a position and calculated the distance forward. Is it really a 5-meter bombardment training? Fang Jianshan was a little excited and waited for the instructor to assign tasks. "Get ready. Play by yourself." The instructor stood at the door and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Lian Sheng asked, "Where are the weapons?" The instructor said innocently, "No. Rely on imagination. Everyone, when you really operate the mecha, you can still bring the weapons into the operation cabin?" "Are you kidding?" the instructor said. "Well, follow me." He half knelt on the ground, patted his arm and said, "First, you must remember clearly what weapons are equipped on your mecha. You can select it by command or manually. Select it, aim and shoot directly. Everyone, Chapter 128 Skilled. The instructor saw that they did not respond, and kept his posture and urged, "Come here. Don't just stand there. Imitate carefully." Everyone felt that their IQ was fooled. "This is boring." "Instructor," the student shouted, "who wants to buy here?" Fang Jianshan suddenly felt bored and touched the door. "My mecha adaptation is far from enough. I will go back first." Zhao Shualu and others came out quietly along the wall, and also prepared to leave in a low-key manner. "What are you arguing about? Stop right there. It's a big mess," the instructor shouted. "You are here, and you still want to leave? Are you dreaming? Go back to your seats." The students dawdled and squeezed at the door. Lian Sheng asked, "So is this a test of performance or imagination?" The instructor said disappointedly, "You are really stupid." The instructor turned around, raised his arm, then narrowed his eyes, and said seriously, "Bio. All living beings. I'm afraid they are bored." "Ah!" Lian Sheng stood behind the instructor, and saw the scene in front of him. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he said in shock, "It was shot out." "All living beings. What?" Lian Sheng said, "It really was shot out. It's displayed." Fang Jianshan took 2 steps to the back of her shooting platform, and saw that a distant 3D picture was displayed on the isolation board used as a barrier. The picture showed a high tower that was blown off from the middle, leaving only half. There was a simple score on it, 81. "Huh?" Fang Jianshan muttered. "Is it really training? Nonsense? Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Is the instructor that kind of person? Can our base be so empty?" The instructor stood up, smoothed his hair and said, "Did you see that? Go and practice on your own. Don't think it's funny. That's what sensing means. You are not directly dueling with the opponent. You have to be imaginative. At the same time, you have to be skilled enough and extremely familiar with your mecha." Fang Jianshan heard this and reached out to grab the back of his shoulder, because the sensor device was still on. The tentacles did have a slight force. He threw the gun behind him to the front and held it in his arms. but relying on empty imagination. He had no idea where the muzzle was aimed. Report to the instructor, Fang Jianchen said. When fighting Sanyao, I could see my weapon through the vision of the mecha. But now there is nothing. And I don't know where to aim. I obviously don't need to imagine. He held his weapon, relying on the not very obvious sensor force. Slowly felt where its trigger was. This is really too strange. And I feel like I've been cheated. You really don't waste the fearless time of drawing a gun. On the battlefield, the timing of shooting is calculated in milliseconds, or even microseconds. The instructor shook his head and looked helpless and said, what is the normal attack sequence? Draw the weapon, aim, and shoot. In order to pursue absolute speed, an excellent mecha operator is ready to aim while drawing the weapon. He can clearly know where the muzzle of his gun is aimed. And all he needs to do is make a small adjustment based on the field of vision. The instructor waved to the students to gather around, and then squatted again and got ready. He nodded his chin to Lian Sheng and said, choose one, and quickly rotate 3 times. Lian Sheng walked to the shooting platform, saw several options on it, and clicked the function as instructed. Okay, now I will explain the specific training rules to everyone. The instructor half squatted, one hand on his knee, and said calmly, pay attention first, and look at the prompts on the front panel. Everyone stared at the whiteboard in front of them. A countdown appeared on the whiteboard. After the countdown ended, the picture on the screen froze into a tall building, and there was a red circle representing the shooting point at the top of the tall building. At the same time, a new 3-second countdown and a row of numbers appeared in the upper left corner of the board. A 3L. It represents the third weapon on the left arm, the instructor said, and he had already touched the designated position and accurately pulled out the gun. He raised his hand and fired a shot, and then quickly returned to his position. He put his hand on his chest and waited for a new round of instructions at any time. The score on the whiteboard flashed by, almost hitting the red dot, and the score was still fluctuating around 80. The characteristics of a 3L are long attack distance and stable arc, but the range is not wide, suitable for use in urban areas. When he was explaining the first weapon, he had changed equipment 3 times in a row. The picture on the whiteboard kept changing, and the required weapons were exactly the same. But the instructor's aiming, shooting, switching weapons were really done in one go, without interruption. After demonstrating several times, the instructor stopped and stood up. Exit the red line behind the shooting table and start resetting. If your weapons fall during training, then exit and reset, the instructor said. Of course, this is an unforgivable mistake. If you really do such a stupid thing in real life, you can say goodbye to the entire army. Do you understand everything? This is the most basic speed for projectile weapons. At this speed, 60 points is the most basic accuracy. Otherwise, you are not qualified to drive a mecha. The instructor tilted his head to look at them, and said disdainfully, can you do it? Do you know the front and back of the weapon? Fang Jianchen stood up and said, can I try? The instructor glanced at him, ignored his words, picked up a student who looked a little confused from the side, and pressed him to the shooting table. You do it. The boy raised his head and said tactfully, Instructor, I don't have such a high level of research on sniping. The student's level is not enough. I need more training. The instructor glared and said, just try it if I tell you to. Why did you dislike me just now? Don't you want to do shooting training? Don't you want to play mecha? Go! The boy squatted down imitating his posture, and put his hands in the same position as before. No matter how good you are, learn the posture first. The instructor nodded slightly behind him. A new prompt appeared on the isolation board. The boy was as if facing a great enemy. He put his hand on his right shoulder and hesitated for a moment. The instructor exclaimed, B2S. It's the second submachine gun in the right hand. Where are you touching? The boy quickly turned to pick up the submachine gun. After a short delay, the countdown on the board had ended and new requirements appeared. The instructor stood in a different posture and frowned. If you know what caliber weapon should be used in this scenario, and you also know where the weapon is installed, then you don't need to look at the prompts, and you can draw out the equipment in the first time. The boy was at a loss. He just pulled out the gun and wanted to go back, but he was in a hurry to find another one. So he loosened his hand and went straight to pull out the new target weapon. Damn it! The instructor raised his foot and gently kicked his butt, shouting, What are you doing? Such a standard wrong demonstration. Do you really want to quit the military circle? The boy put down his hand and consciously withdrew. Do you know everything? The instructor proudly put his hands on his waist and pointed at them and said, look at your level. You still want to leave? Where are you going? College students have grown little wings. But they can't fly. Hold them down and listen to the instructor here. Fong Jianshan lowered his head and whispered, it's not Sophie. Where did the wings come from? So, this shooting training is a training of cutting equipment. At the same time, in the case of continuous cutting equipment, I will be proficient in the use of weapons. The instructor said, I know that some of you like to use the same weapon from the beginning to the end of the game. This is a taboo. No matter which position you are in, close combat or long-range attack, you must be aware of cutting equipment. The base strictly subdivided more than a dozen sets of firearms according to the caliber of the weapon, the killing range and the distance, and carried them on the mecha. The same is true for mechas that focus on close combat. The division of sniper mechas is even more detailed. The Sanyao system has never been so particular. They only have equipment that can be roughly described as large, medium and small. So they are really not familiar with the placement of weapons here. All students must fire at least 500 rounds. But there is no upper limit. Now hurry up and learn about your weapons, and go to the instructor Liu in the training room next door. The instructor glanced at them a few times. You have been wearing this set of equipment for almost a day, and you have been looking at the screen next door for almost a day. Has anyone studied its structure and weapons? Fong Jianshan raised his hand proudly. I have studied it. The instructor was repeatedly dismantled. Shut up. I'm asking people who don't know. All the people admitted their mistakes obediently, and then turned around to identify the weapons next door. Lian Sheng touched his arm, confirmed the equipment, and began to practice shooting. Fong Jianshan explained the differences and positions of weapons, as well as the applicable scenarios, to several roommates next to him. After reading the configuration, the students ran back one after another, chose their positions, and clicked to start. Several instructors from the next door also came, patrolling back and forth in the middle to check. The whole training ground was filled with the sound of bayu. Lian Sheng felt a little ashamed. The screen on the board would switch constantly. Some were wilderness areas, some were fierce battle areas, and some were urban areas. A boy held a gun, aimed at the target, and shouted boldly, Bayu! The screen turned red, and the score showed, -500. The boy screamed in horror, Oh my god! What's going on? You killed people, and killed 5 innocent civilians. The instructor appeared behind him like a ghost and said, Only 500 will be deducted here, and you're done in reality. The boy relied on his legendary imagination to adjust the muzzle, and fired another shot. Blood splattered. -800. The boy bounced up and said excitedly, I clearly hit the bull's eye. The instructor took a deep breath and pointed at the shooting platform. Cut the equipment. The boy was nervous and looked at the screen carefully. Cut which one? It didn't say. The instructor yelled, You said which one to cut? You used a large caliber heavy artillery in a crowded area. Obviously you grabbed the wrong equipment from the beginning. The boy, The boy stepped back and reset, saying, Oh my god. I broke 1,000 so quickly. Negative. By the way, tell everyone. The instructor said with his hands behind his back. You haven't scored for this training camp yet. Take care of yourself. Everyone almost forgot about it. After hearing this, they were stunned for a moment and said in unison, Didn't you say there was no punishment? Is this a punishment? This is your own performance and level. The instructor said. If the instructor is kind to you, you will forget that this is a training camp. Right? You forgot why you came here. Right? All the people immediately put away their playful mood and started shooting with all their heart. Lian Sheng shook his hand and asked, Do you have to shout Baye? Isn't it okay to just snap? The instructor said, Why shout Baye? Didn't I tell you that you can shoot manually or shout commands? All the people, The instructor looked at the time and wanted the professional shooting instructor downstairs to take over. But then, he heard another scream from Fong Jianshan's side. Why? Fong Jianshan said in confusion. I hit the red dot. Right in the middle of the bull's eye. Does the secondary damage count towards me? He was shooting at a building. Wrong angle. There are people here. But not here. This means there are civilians who failed to evacuate in time in the direction you shot. You should go there and shoot. And then raise the muzzle of the gun sharply upwards. The instructor pointed to the opposite corner and said, Don't you have any self-judgment ability? Fang Jianchen. Can we finish explaining the rules at once? The instructor asked back, is this your business or mine? The students spent the whole morning in the shooting training room and gave themselves high negative scores. Those who can keep the total score around 0 are already warriors. They have chosen the slowest rotation. If they can't keep up with the scene change, they will be deducted directly. The refreshed map cannot be modified except for shooting and failure. At this time, the terribleness of the urban map is revealed. Whether it is accidental injury, deflection, or secondary damage caused by building collapse, all are counted as deduction items. Every time the city scene appeared, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Should they watch the countdown pass and directly deduct 200 points? Or try to get a higher deduction? It just so happens that the frequency of the city map is the highest among all maps. It's full of malice. The lower limit of the number of shots per person is 500 times, which won't take long. But after 500 times, someone's score directly exceeded negative 10,000, which scared themselves, although they didn't know what the specific scoring measures were. In case of accidents, they decided to try their best to make up for their negative points. In the later stage of training, students gradually adapted to the position and function of each weapon, and the target range on the board was also large, and finally started to get on the right track. From morning to noon, after nearly 9 hours of drawing the gun, the brain and arm began to respond reflexively. At the first glance of the prompt, the hand subconsciously touched the correct position, so they kept speeding up, and the score also slowly increased. They didn't want to see the word draw the gun again in their lives. I finally tied the score. The boy pounded the table with both hands, stood up, and said with tears in his eyes, Dad is going back to climb the railing. The brother next to him said, so fast? Wait for me. The boy took a big step and rushed to the door without looking back. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped and turned a corner for some reason, going around to Lian Sheng's side. He firmly believed that everyone in this world would always have something they were not good at, even in the same field. He stood to the side of Lian Sheng and saw her shooting back to her position expressionlessly, without any pause, and looked very familiar. The boy stepped forward and carefully identified. The rules Lian Sheng was using now were the same as those demonstrated by the instructor, all of which were speed 3. That is, a rotation every 3 seconds. And the most smooth one for him was only speed 5. The boy raised his head and looked at the scoring area above nervously. It was a long string of numbers, and the number didn't matter. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked away without counting carefully. But the kill streak next to her has already demonstrated her strength. She stared at the screen. Her thighs were trembling a little because of the long side squat, but her upper body and arms were still stable. Even though it was such a boring training, even though she had reached such a level, she still maintained her full dedication. The boy remembered a sentence that someone said. People can only become strong when they want to become strong. So what is he doing now? Who is he perfunctorily facing? He walked away silently and returned to his shooting range. The brother next to him was surprised and said, Are you really back? The boy said in a hoarse voice, Don't talk. Draw your gun. The brother, Not long after he left, Fang Jianchen ran over from another row and asked, How is it? Lian Sheng sighed, 187 consecutive kills. His hands were too sore and slightly deviated. Fang Jianchen laughed and said, That's my win. I'm 211. Lian Sheng shrugged. Use your beauty to help me get 4 chicken legs. 2 spicy and 2 non-spicy. I want 2 more dishes. Go to the middle window number 2 to get them. Fang Jianchen snorted. That guy has been looking down on me for a long time. But I want to eat what he made himself. Lian Sheng sighed. It's a pity that the table is empty in the middle of the night. And he doesn't ask about the common people but ghosts and gods. The content of mecha training was the most interesting part for everyone at first. And it was also the motivation for them to convince themselves to hold on during the early hellish high-intensity training. In any case, they have to understand the real mecha. Otherwise they can only be regarded as 3D game players. And they are not qualified to be called mecha pilots. However, after they really got started, they only felt boring. Extremely boring. There is only one thing that comes and goes. But this one thing has stuck them firmly. Those who are good at it seem to be able to adapt from the beginning, while those who are not good at it just wander around the origin after wasting their energy. The instructor did not give them any hints, but occasionally corrected their wrong practices when passing by. Continuous failures can make people irritable. And the difference in strength is even more frustrating. When the fresh idea full of expectations passed, the burnout period came. The atmosphere in Liansheng's shooting room was relatively good, because most of them were offensive mecha operators, and they did not have a high self-awareness of shooting, and failure could not defeat them at all. And the effect was remarkable in repeated training. Although it was boring, they could persist. The group of students in the iron frame area next door were a little collapsed. After the shooting room was full, only those who could successfully reach the end of the iron frame could go there to practice. In order to make room, Liansheng and others were driven out of the shooting room. Either find an instructor to take over the physical training, or be requisitioned to be a student instructor. After a whole day of falling and climbing, some people successfully reached the end, but the time was at least twice the record of Liansheng, and more people always struggled in the middle without success. In the evening, all students were transferred to the 4th floor. The entire iron frame area was overcrowded, and training became more difficult. The student couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Instructor, are there any other skills? Can I learn shooting?" The instructor looked up and said, "You are so impetuous. And you still want to learn mecha well? The base can only teach some basic operations, and the rest is confidential, and they don't have the authority. However, except for a few individual students, they still have a lot of room for improvement in basic operations. What else can they do? Can they teach students how to walk? Apart from falling out of a path, what shortcuts can there be?" The instructor stood up and said, "Everyone rest tomorrow." Everyone looked up. The instructor took off his hat and said, "Do whatever you want. There is no arrangement here at the base. The training room is open all day, and the cafeteria is also open all day. But students don't need to go there on duty anymore." Everyone was a little surprised. "The training will start the day after tomorrow. You can adjust your schedule and physical strength. After the training, our training will also be over," the instructor said. "But, let me remind you, remember to wear more clothes. The heating is on here, but it is still snowing outside. During this training, we will pass through snow-capped mountains and perhaps traverse glaciers. Bring a few more pairs of socks and an extra pair of shoes. However, the load is fixed at 20 kilograms, and the extra things you bring will not be counted in the load. Be careful. The second half of the base training is basically set as a training. There are small training and large training. First, a short training of 50 kilometers a day to let them adapt a little. And then a 3-day and 2-night training of 130 kilometers will begin. The distance is not difficult as long as they can resist the cold." Chapter 129 Training. The instructor was disgusted and waved his hand, saying, "It's too crowded here. You are crowding here and blocking the view. Those who have passed the shooting training should do shooting training, and those who have completed the shooting training should go back and rest. Be well prepared. Cultivate yourself and rest. Don't blame the instructor for not reminding you." Liansheng ran over from the side, looked around, and then stopped at the door. Zhao Zhuolu and others also ran over and stopped hesitantly. The training intensity has been getting lower and lower recently, and now they are taking a break directly. Your level is good. You don't need to come tomorrow. Have a good rest. The instructor pointed at them and said, "Go back. Go back. Oh, you can have a midnight snack at this time. Do you want to go?" The instructor held up the light computer and called out the names one by one, asking the people above to follow him out. Zhao Zhuolu stopped and wanted to see the situation. He said, "These people may be our future opponents." The people the instructor is reading now are all students who have successfully completed all the tasks. Liansheng's performance in mecha training was simply outstanding. But the real score was recorded in the previous physical training. Some people's physical fitness scores were higher than Zhao Zhuolu, and they kept it until the end. Several people came out one after another, all wearing the same style of military uniforms, indicating that they were from the same school. A boy with wheat-colored skin smiled at them. In Liansheng's eyes, people with similar heights, similar hairstyles, similar skin colors, and even similar clothes can be equated as one person. A group of twins lined up neatly in front of her, smiling, which was a bit of a headache. The boy put his hand on Zhao Zhuolu's shoulder and asked, "We have a break tomorrow. Do you want to have a match in advance?" Zhao Zhuolu looked at his hand and frowned slightly. "No. Don't be like this. We may be opponents in the future anyway. How about getting to know each other?" The boy said without hesitation. "I will take it as your consent." Liansheng interrupted. I disagree. The boy was stunned for a moment. I didn't ask you. I didn't say Lian Sheng. I'm deciding for him. The boy, why did you decide for him? Lian Sheng, then why did you decide for him? The boy shrugged. The instructor shouted without turning his head. No private fighting. Those who violate the rules get out. Okay. Okay. The boy raised his hand and said, My name is Yen Shua. I just came to say hello to you. Sorry. He turned around, waved his hand, and left with the brothers behind him. Fang Jianshan whispered, Isn't this the one biting yours? Is he going to compete with you? Is it that serious? Lian Sheng didn't pay much attention to the other people in the training ground. They were not from her school, and they didn't train together. They were all individual training. So she had no impression of them at all. Oh, there's another one. I don't know which school he is from, but he approached her twice. National Defense University. I heard that they spent a lot of money this year. Several special recruits finally made it to the junior year, and several excellent senior students even deliberately repeated the year. Cheng Zhe watched them leave and said, after losing for several consecutive years, they must be very unwilling. This time, they must win the final. Fang Jianshan said, then they really bite whoever they see this year. Lian Sheng asked, did they bite you? No. Fang Jianshan snorted and bared his teeth at her angrily. You can't be friends anymore. Let's go. Let's talk after the training camp is over. Yi Buqing looked at Lian Sheng. There are many students worth noting this year. I will tell you when the time comes. Lian Sheng nodded. The group walked downstairs together. Lian Sheng asked, regarding the training, do you have any relevant experience with your seniors' rules? It's basically the same as what the instructor said. At least bring 3 pairs of cotton socks and hang a pair of shoes. Other equipment will be arranged at the base. And you don't need to bring water and food. The doctor is with the team, so there is no problem. Yi Buqing. The instructor asked us to rest. So we rest, obey orders and follow instructions. This makes Lian Sheng feel relieved. Recent training has not left any serious injuries and bruises. Lian Sheng went to the infirmary several times to relieve the accumulation problem of her previous muscle strain. And her physical condition is much better now. The biggest problem is insufficient rest. During the training, she sweated a lot and consumed her physical strength. And she stayed up late to complete the punishment task, which resulted in the already scarce sleep time being compressed. As long as she relaxed, Lian Sheng could feel the sleepiness coming. It was just one more day of rest time for her to adjust her state. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she woke up once due to her habit of many days. The 2 roommates also woke up. They put on their shoes carefully and went upstairs to train according to their usual schedule. Lian Sheng turned over and continued to catch up on her sleep. She didn't get up until several roommates came back at noon. The roommate was surprised. You actually just got up at this time? Lian Sheng, didn't the instructor say it was okay? Roommate, then you are too unrefined. Lian Sheng, did something happen? Roommate, no. The girl next to him, who was always aloof, said, she has completed her mission. Unlike us, Lian Sheng had indeed completed all of her missions, but because their initial training mission was delayed, they only practiced the mecha module for one night, so they could only make up for it by resting. The roommate thought that he had upset the girl next to him, so he stuck out his tongue at Lian Sheng, turned around and stopped talking. The rest time seemed to fly by in a flash, and a day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the instructor gathered everyone and divided them into 4 batches. But they were not divided according to the school. Lian Sheng looked around and realized in his heart, it should be the 4 ladders of grades. There were only 100 people in their team. Lian Sheng was still the only female soldier among them. The instructor saw that she was special, so he moved her to the front row to serve as a guard. Take a 15-minute break every hour, and there will be a big break at noon. You can cook your own food. There will be a small training in the middle of the journey, but the content is unknown for the time being. So please take the initiative to avoid it. React quickly, the instructor said. For 50 kilometers, we will basically walk on mountain roads. So be careful. Your backpacks are all the same. Put on your cotton clothes and prepare to leave the base. The weapons on the bags must not be lost. Whoever loses them should be mentally prepared. On the backpack, there was a heavy gun lying horizontally. Although it was a simulated weapon without lethality, it had a certain modification value, and it would be very troublesome if it was lost. Everyone put on their cotton clothes and the whole person instantly became fatter and swollen, and it was inconvenient to move their limbs. Lian Sheng put his socks in his pocket, then tied his shoes to his backpack and lined up again. The instructor waved his hand. Now, people from the first team, follow me. Lian Sheng was in the first team, and they had to set off first. There were 3 instructors following the team, watching the head, tail and sides of the team respectively. It had been snowing outside for several days, but the snow had not accumulated near the base because it was handled in time. The instructor led them to climb for more than an hour without asking for a break. The students did not speak for the sake of their dignity as elites. They walked all the way to the snowy forest behind the base. The altitude began to rise. The temperature became colder, and they saw the accumulated white snow. The sky and the earth were all white, and the branches of the trees were bent. The snow floated on the face that was not covered tightly, melted, and condensed into frost. When he stepped on it, his shoes were completely gone. The scenery here was very beautiful, but Lian Sheng was not in the mood to appreciate it. It was too cold. Her body was very afraid of the cold. The instructor said, "You can chat. It's a training. Flirt for a while, and chat for a while. And then you're done." Everyone walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, not wanting to speak. As soon as they opened their mouths, the cold wind blew in. They were used to the heating in the base, and it was really uncomfortable outside. Lian Sheng looked down. Her feet had lost their sense of touch, and her shoes seemed to be soaked. But she couldn't change them. She only brought 1 pair, which she wanted to save for the return trip. "Are you really not going to talk to me?" The instructor turned around and said, "You will regret it." Lian Sheng met his gaze and shook her head. Suddenly, she saw a black dot in the snow ahead, and the black dot was still moving. "What is that?" Lian Sheng narrowed his eyes and asked. "People?" The instructor laid down directly. Lian Sheng didn't understand, but her body still laid down with him. Her intuition told her to roll to the side and hide in a hidden place first. "What are you doing? Stop playing. Okay?" The student next to him paused and asked, "Instructor, where do we start counting the distance? How many kilometers have we walked? Where are the students behind us? Don't we take the same road?" Before he finished speaking, dense bullets were fired at the position where he was standing. A group of people around him were hit one after another. "Hang on!" Several students were frozen stiff, and they reacted belatedly and lay on the ground. They reached behind their backs for their guns twice, but because their cotton coats were too thick, they couldn't grab their weapons. They pushed their hands on the ground and slid backwards. Swoosh, 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 to a safe place. "Good. Hit 3 times. The instructor turned around and said, "Carry an additional 3 kilograms of weight and walk 3 kilometers. Return to the base for additional punishment." Everyone shouted in unison, "Damn it! What is it?" The instructor said, "Stay alert at all times and be prepared to respond. Don't treat it as a real combat exercise. This is an enemy attack. If you are not careful, you will die. The punishment is so light. Didn't I tell you?" Everyone shouted, "No. Instructor, that's your fault. Disperse." Lian Sheng took off the gun, held it in his arms, and said, "There is a person 30 degrees to the left. I will take care of it." The instructor rolled on the ground. "Wow. So reliable." Fang Jianshan was in the middle of the team. He didn't see the previous situation. He hid behind a tree on the side of the road and asked, "How many people?" "I didn't see it clearly. From the sound, there should be only about 3 people. A small group of people," Lian Sheng guessed. "It should be the instructor of the base," Lian Sheng said. He poked his head out from the edge of the snow, raised his gun, and aimed at the black spot at the end. His fingers were a little stiff, and he pulled the trigger. The man in the distance fell down. Before Lian Sheng could calm down, the instructor laughed, slapped the ground, and shouted, "A civilian was killed by mistake. Carry an extra 5 kilograms and walk 1 kilometer. Everyone, damn it!" Lian Sheng followed and shouted, "Damn it!" Chapter 130 Routine. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the snipers who popped up immediately retracted their guns and hid them again. Everyone was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what decision to make next. It is definitely not okay to stay here and get beaten. But if you act rashly, who knows what special settings will be? "What? What's the situation?" The 3-bullet man who was hit by 3 bullets shouted. "They shot at us, and you said they were civilians?" "Instructor, are you kidding? The instructor said, "Whether they are civilians or not depends on their identity. Not your opinion. Maybe they misunderstood you as outsiders? Maybe they were defending themselves? Maybe they were just passing by here?" The student covered his chest and shouted, "I'm already dead. Why would I care what their motives are? As a soldier, you killed without confirming their identities. The target is wrong," the instructor said. "Look carefully. My friend. Is the wilderness a place where you can shoot casually? This is not a war zone. You are so cruel to take human life lightly." Everyone resisted. "Who is more cruel?" The instructor shouted. "What is the normal procedure? Did you ask? Did you see him shoot with your own eyes? Did he show his identity when marching?" "I will die with my eyes open," Liansheng asked. "So is he a civilian?" "Yes," the instructor said. "Didn't you see that he didn't shoot just now? What did you see?" "You didn't see anything and just rolled on the ground with him." The instructor clapped his hands and said, "Look. Look. The punishment is not unfair. Will the real enemy let you see it so clearly at a glance? Obviously not. You just jumped into a pit when it was dug. What can I say about you with such enthusiasm?" Everyone, The sound of bullets flew over their heads. The students could only look at each other with their weapons. Liansheng asked, "Are there any other settings? You didn't chat with me just now." The instructor pointed to the front and said, "NPC didn't even know to nod in front of you. Now, NPC refuses to speak." Everyone, Why do you want to hit him so much?" Zhao Zhuolu raised his head slightly. Knowing that there was no way to stop the stalemate, he adjusted his posture, tightened his hind legs, and was ready to attack at any time. "I rush out to see. You cover me," he said, and kicked hard, rushed out of this hidden spot, and jumped towards a dead tree not far away. The snow on the ground was thick, and his figure was particularly blinking, and it made it inconvenient to move. He stepped down and then lifted up, and his movements were half a beat slower. Zhao Zhuolu simply bent his upper body and rolled on the ground. The black shadow passed over the white snow, and the people in the dark took the opportunity to attack. Liansheng raised his upper body and began to fight back. After all, these 100 people were elites, who had selected submachine guns from various military academies. They were tricked by the instructors. Although they shouted, they reacted quickly. The attackers in the rear were in position immediately. There were only 3 people on the opposite side. This time they heard the direction clearly, fired together, dispersed and moved forward. They quickly took down the target. The sound of gun explosions seemed to still ring in their ears. The snow around them fell, and then it became completely quiet. Zhao Zhuolu stood up, brushed off the fine snow on his body, and returned to the team. "Okay. The first stage of actual combat has passed. Add weight and continue to move forward." The instructor stood up and said, "There are several black bags in your backpacks. Compact the snow. One can just hold 1 kilogram. Now start to pack and hang them on your own bag." As he said that, he took out the light brain and began to broadcast the previous punishment. Liansheng asked, "Is individual training a collective punishment?" "Although our training focuses more on individual strength, the training is a group activity, and we hope to cultivate your awareness of teamwork," the instructor said. "We do not accept falling behind or fighting alone. So, of course, punishment must be shared. Please protect the people around you and yourself. Every action of yours is the responsibility of the whole team. Do you understand what I mean?" The instructor supervised them to pack snow, but he was not very strict, and they did not need to worry about this part. The purpose of training is to strengthen oneself. How to view this training is the student's own business, and the instructor is not responsible for them. If they choose to violate such clear rules, there is no need to participate. The punishment to be accepted is carried out by people and batches. The first one to be implemented was Liansheng punishment of shooting civilians, 5 kilograms per kilometer. Then it was 3 kilograms for 3 kilometers, 2 kilograms for 2 kilometers, and 1 kilogram for 2 kilometers. Less than 2 hours after the start. The trend does not look good. With the original 20 kilograms backpack and the heavy cotton jacket, the load on the shoulders instantly increased. Liansheng lifted the backpack up with his hands. "We must take off the weights here as soon as possible, and ensure that our casualties are not so severe when the next raid comes." The instructor saw that they were ready, and waved in front of them. "Go! Go! Go! Keep going! Time is running out." Liansheng sneezed. Her joints had begun to heat up, but the blood seemed to not flow to the soles of her feet, and her limbs were still in a stiff state. The road ahead was buried in snow, which was very difficult to walk. But the instructor led the team steadily, and the speed of the team was getting faster and faster. The extra weight made it inconvenient to move. When they reached the middle section, even the obvious mountain road disappeared, and it was all undeveloped earth slopes. The terrain here was bumpy, and there was no telling where a pit would appear. The slope was tilted at a high angle, and the road was slippery, so if you were not careful, you would fall. They kept climbing the mountain. Lien Sheng glanced forward, unable to take out his laptop. But judging from the change in the sunlight and his body sensation, it had been at least 2 hours. So he asked, "Instructor, do we have time to rest? We have been lying in the snow for so long. Haven't we rested enough?" The instructor looked back, stopped and said, "I say, the treasure of the team. Why did you fall behind?" Lien Sheng was about to say something, but the instructor said again, "If you don't come up, I can only let the people in front increase the weight and wait for you." All the people shouted again. Damn it! This time, they really realized the badness of this group of instructors. Please respect women. Instructor, please respect the rules you set. Instructor, we want to rest. Yes, we want to rest. We agreed to rest once an hour, but you cheated us of 2 rest times. We protest. We can't keep up with the instructor. If you do it again, we can't keep up now. All the people united unprecedentedly to fight for Lien Sheng legal rights. The instructor looked at them for a while, and said helplessly, "Okay, rest here for 15 minutes. Drink some water and take a rest." Lien Sheng sat down on the spot, and the boys gathered around her. This group of singles suddenly realized the importance of taking care of women, bearing the weak and maintaining team harmony. They kept asking her about her physical condition and encouraging and supporting her. A boy took Lien Sheng's backpack. "Drink some hot water." "Where is your water bottle?" The boy next to him immediately grabbed the water cup. I twist it. Classmate Lien, don't waste extra energy. Do you want to warm your feet? Ms. Lien? Do you want to massage your legs? Ms. Lien? You must hold on. Brother. No. Sister. There is still a long mountain road ahead, and the instructor has many routines. No. There is nothing ahead. Just hold on a little longer, and we will return. We walked for more than 2 hours. And we walked and ran in the first half. I estimate that we have walked at least 15 kilometers. Are your feet cold? I contribute a pair of socks. You change a pair first. Wear 2 more pairs. I give you 1 too. Wear a few more pairs. Stretch your feet. And change shoes directly. I give you a pair of shoes. What size shoes do you wear? Goddess Lien Sheng? Lien Sheng pressed their hands, then took the cup and took a sip, saying, "It doesn't matter. I just have short legs and didn't keep up just now. I feel relieved when you say that. Don't be polite. We are a team. We will try to find opportunities and give you a push from behind. Why are you people from the Union University so lacking in brotherhood? You don't even help someone who falls behind?" The students from the Union University looked at them with contempt. "Is it over yet?" "It's obviously not 15 minutes yet." The instructor shook his legs, counted with his fingers, and felt that it was almost time. So he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Everyone was ready to go, and Lien Sheng was once again brought to the front of the team by the instructor to supervise in person. The instructor turned around and asked Lien Sheng, "Do you feel the love of the iron-blooded men in the barracks?" Lien Sheng, "What is that? It doesn't exist." The instructor laughed, "Ha ha ha. Give them some face. It's care." The student corrected, "It's not love, but it's in my heart." After the previous lessons, everyone was very cautious during this march. Check carefully to see if there are footprints around, and if there are any shadows in front. Especially the students walking in the front and on both sides, who were assigned to scout. The team of more than 100 people went up and down the mountain, leaving a long and winding footprint behind them. Lien Sheng looked back, and the instructor announced that the 2 bags of weights could be removed. They walked for more than an hour, keeping alert, but did not encounter any actual combat exercises. Then a river appeared in front, and the instructor turned around and took them down. Everyone saw it from behind. Their facial features wrinkled together, and they wailed. "Get ready to cross the river," said the instructor. "Take off your socks and roll up your pants. But remember to wear shoes, and be careful of the rocks and broken ice at the bottom of the river." The river surface is frozen, but the ice is not solid enough for them to walk on. If they step on it and it breaks, it will be too dangerous. The instructors have inspected the crossing point here. They deliberately cut off a section of the terrain with a higher level and a lower water level, and then went forward and used the tools they brought to pry open the ice surface. It is to let them feel the harshness of winter and sharpen their will. The instructor first went into the water to confirm the height, swept away the dangerous spikes below, and then directed them to cross the river quickly. Hurry up! Who will go first? According to the team, the second and second columns on the right will go first. Who will be the first person to come out? The instructor shouted. Don't dawdle. If you are late, the time will be counted on your own head. The boys looked at Lian Sheng vaguely. After all, she is a girl, and they are very worried that she will not be able to endure the task here. Lian Sheng just stared at the other side in a trance and didn't say anything. The water here was just above the instructor's knees. Lian Sheng estimated that as she went into the water, she would have to go a little higher. The cotton pants were very thick, and she was wearing a pair of pants inside, so she probably couldn't pull them up that far. Lian Sheng took a deep breath, pulled up his trouser legs as much as possible, and rushed over with his bag on his back while everyone was still watching and testing. After a sound of water splashing, people had reached the other side. Oh! The boys applauded hard. Warrior! Come on! You are the best. What's the brave? This is called a goddess. Okay. Sailor Moon. Lian Sheng sat down on the spot, turned his back to them, and then began to change his socks and shoes expressionlessly. The trouser legs were wet for a while, but it was not a big problem. The boys behind followed closely, lined up, gasped and howled, and then walked over. When the team was halfway across, Lian Sheng looked up and vigilantly scouted ahead. Lian Sheng's eyelids jumped as she could vaguely see uneven footprints on the snowy ground in the woods next to her. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and continued to look deeper. Although she didn't see a clear figure, there was something unusual in front of her. Lian Sheng immediately drew his gun and shouted, "Get down!" The students on both sides of the river reacted quickly and got down on the spot. The boy standing in the middle of the river said, "Lie down," hesitated between squatting and retreating, then hugged his head, bent down, and tried to bend himself into a ball. The boys who had crossed the river stepped out and approached the place where Lian Sheng pointed carefully. "Who's in front?" Yi Buqing shouted. "Come out now and identify yourself. We have no ill intentions. We are soldiers from a nearby base for exercise. If you don't answer and come out now, we will treat you as an enemy and attack you. I count to 3. Please give an answer within the time limit. 1, 2. Don't shoot. Don't shoot." A man raised his hands and walked out from behind the tree and said, "I'm a tourist on this mountain. I heard some noise in front and didn't know who it was, so I hid to see what was going on." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the weapons in their hands began to tilt. They looked at the instructor and showed off proudly. "Instructor, at least change the soup and medicine. We are so smart. Don't play the same routine twice. We have seen through it. Fuck tourists and civilians coming in the snow. This is not a tourist attraction. Instructor, can you set up a scenario closer to reality next time?" Lian Sheng felt something was wrong, frowned and shouted, "Hold your weapons firmly." Everyone was silent and looked at Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng said, "Everyone be careful. Last time, civilians were mixed in with the enemy. This time it may not be just one person. There must be enemy troops in the actual combat exercise. Maybe they are hiding in the dark. Left, middle and right 3 roads. See if there are any extra footprints in front. It is possible that the footprints have been cleaned. Please stay alert." Lian Sheng tilted his head slightly and said to the comrades, who had not crossed the river yet, "The enemy wants to wait for our army to cross the river and attack when they are overwhelmed. It is possible that there are ambushes on both sides. Comrades in the rear should pay attention to reconnaissance." The soldiers in Hanoi left the river in an orderly manner and looked for a safe position. "Don't stay in place." Everyone followed the command and began to reconnaissance forward. The tourist who lowered his head and raised his hands laughed at them twice, and then tentatively put his hands down. No one doubted it. He clasped his hands and put his sleeves in his pockets. Suddenly, his right hand moved, pulled out a pocket pistol from his sleeve, and fired 2 shots at a student in front of him. Lian Sheng opened his lips slightly, staring at him without putting down his weapon, and immediately pulled the trigger and shot at the other party. The tourist could not continue to commit the crime and fell directly. The instructor waved his hand and said, "One person was killed by the spy. Walk 3 kilometers with a 3-kilogram weight." The students were stunned for a moment, looking at the tourist's corpse in astonishment. The instructor said expressionlessly, "Continue." The students stood in place, protesting collectively. "What the hell? Fuck. Is it going to end? This is unscientific." "Instructor, can we be more sincere? What are you talking about? You can say whatever you want. It's not okay to kill or not to kill. Why is it so difficult? There are girls in our team. Can you pay attention to the impact? Don't add sins to our straight male compatriots." The instructor in the front row said sternly, "Quiet." He looked at everyone, stepped forward and snorted, "At least change the soup and the medicine." "Who said this just now? Didn't you ask for it? Instructor Sin? You still want to be a soldier with your quality and vigilance? Stop it. Okay. Didn't I tell you to observe carefully? Don't say you should observe carefully. You don't even have any awareness." The instructor walked to the side of the tourist, pointed at the man and said, "Think about it yourself. In the wilderness, seeing a person wearing a man in casual clothes, he said he was a tourist. You believed he was a tourist. Are you sick? Are you brains made of mud? What about verification? What about questioning? What about body search? What about identity verification? First subdue him and then observe." "Friends," the instructor said, "why do those who just raise doubts and complaints have to convince themselves to believe? What about self-hypnosis? Is it normal for tourists to appear in this place? There is only 1 row of footprints in this place. Isn't it normal that it is not the enemy? Even if this is a game, it is a big bug that cannot be ignored. How can you easily believe what the other party says?" The instructor said, "Have I said it before? I said don't treat it as a real combat exercise. This is an enemy attack. Always keep your vigilance. What about you? You are all playing house. Any questions?" Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say anything else. Because this is an exercise, they subconsciously think that what the instructor said is right. Although the other side plays the role of the enemy, it is still a family performance of the instructor, coupled with a previous inexplicable trap. They followed the routine in their thinking. Disguise, cover up, or deceive. They really didn't think of such a dramatic plot. Or if they thought about it, they just laughed it off. "I said, we should confirm whether it is civilians or enemy troops first. If the weapons are found, is there anything else that cannot be confirmed?" The instructor waved his hands and said, "Pay more attention. Just because you don't have any self-awareness, our plot setting has become very unscientific. Okay, there is no challenge at all. It seems that he is deliberately making things difficult for you." The students endured and didn't say anything, listening to his scolding. The corpse on the ground opened one eye, raised his head and said, "Give us a bite to eat. The enemy is also having a hard time. The ground is very cold. Can you leave as soon as you finish the fight? Can you talk while walking? How long do you have to stop? There is a large army waiting for me in front of me." The instructor glanced at him and waved his hand. "Rest in formation. Throw this person on the ground into the river and wash him away." "Damn it!" The man on the ground spat and cursed. "This life is unbearable. You forced me to do it. I'm leaving first." He stood up directly, patted his butt and walked to the next point. Liansheng looked at his back and shook his head. There was still a group of poor people behind him. 15 minutes of rest in place was just the time for them to put on socks and change shoes. The poor warriors, who were blocked in the middle of the river, were shivering with cold. Wipe off the water stains and apply a layer of anti-frostbite plaster first. After packing up, everyone set out again. Chapter 131 Manpower. They took many twists and turns along the way, and they could no longer remember which road they had taken. Perhaps they walked around the mountain one more time to increase the distance. Finally, the instructor began to lead them down the mountain. They encountered another surprise attack on the way, which was also the last time on the way. The people had learned enough lessons this time, and they were on guard at every link, and seemed a little nervous. They struggled in the same place for a while, and refused to move forward. The instructor couldn't pull them, and finally kicked the boys, but in front of the team, and said, "Enough," and then led them to continue moving forward. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. Then, when it was close to noon, the instructor stopped and announced the beginning of the big break. They had reached a remote area with flat terrain, next to a half-built foundation. and the snow was much shallower. In 50 minutes, they could unload their loads. Everyone prepared to eat. They brought ready-to-eat meals. But in such cold weather, the rice inside is clumped together, so it still needs to be heated up to be delicious. By the way, warm up the fire and warm your hands. A group of boys were assigned to clean the site and build a stone stove. Fuel has been put in the weight backpack. They gathered their things and started to make a fire. Lian Sheng took out his light computer to check and found that he had already traveled halfway. They set out at 6 in the morning, and it was already 12 o'clock. The pace of the road just out of the base was faster, and there was no rest. After going up the mountain, the speed began to slow down, and the rest time began to catch up. In addition to various exercises and extra weight penalties, they finally walked 32 kilometers. At this time, according to the map, the shortest distance from the base is 23 kilometers. As the first batch of troops, this time the training for them is more than 50 kilometers. Lian Sheng intuitively felt that it must be more, and it is impossible to be just a little more. Several instructors were chatting in front, waiting for the students to get ready, and they came to rub against each other. There were 2 people from the infirmary, holding a medicine box to ask about their condition. They had been climbing for a long time, wading through ice water, and walking on the snow. Even if the military boots were waterproof, the snow would still melt and flowed down the trouser legs. Some people's feet were already swollen. I don't know if it was peeling from walking or steam. You can tear off a piece. The doctor took a look and distributed plasters to them. After applying the medicine, it was another journey. Lian Sheng didn't dare to drink too much water along the way. It was really because the first exercise was too impressive, and she was afraid that there was no place to defecate on the road. It was as she expected. The site selection was very random. In such a desolate place, it was shameful to want to relieve oneself. A row of boys chose a wall, facing the corner of the wall neatly, whistling, and urinating as much as they wanted. The scene was very spectacular. Lian Sheng looked up at the sky and felt that life was very bleak. The instructor walked over with his arms around his chest and said, "How is it? Do you want to go to the bathroom? We have more than 100 boys who can keep watch for you. How does it feel to be pampered by a group of men?" Lian Sheng, A woman pampered by a group of steely straight men might as well let her die. "Thank you." Lian Sheng nodded and said, "I can still hold on a little longer." The lunchbox next to him began to emit hot steam. Lian Sheng carefully took it over, put the bag that had been filled with snow on his hands, and then ate it with enjoyment. The hot food slid down his throat, and the warm esophagus also warmed the whole body. The taste was no longer important. The mouth was almost frozen and had no intuition. Anyway, it was good to eat. After resting, getting up again became a challenge. All living beings shrank their heads and squatted by the fire, feeling the temperature of the flames, until the fuel they brought was burned out. The stipulated rest time was about to end. The instructor stood up and said cruelly, "Everyone stand up, clean up the venue, and prepare to return." Fong Jianshan exhaled a breath of hot air, hugged a ball and didn't want to move. "I never felt that standing up is such a difficult thing. Really." After sitting for a while, even the fatigue settled down. The legs began to warm up, and the senses gradually returned, and the uncomfortable feelings came out layer by layer. What they wanted most now was to sleep. Even in such an open-air area, they didn't care. Lian Sheng rubbed his hands hard and closed his eyes. Sometimes forcing yourself is the most difficult thing. "Hurry up," the instructor urged. "You have a mission this afternoon. If you can't complete it, the consequences will be serious. If you don't hurry up now, you will regret it later. I tell you." Lian Sheng looked up and asked, "What mission? Do you mean something like the drill in the morning?" No, the instructor said. "The forest area behind our base is a large area. We first took the mountain road on the left, then slowly turned to the middle and went around to the middle road. Unlike other students, they took the middle route first." The instructor touched his chin and thought for a while and said, "According to the plan, they should have walked about 25 kilometers now. We have walked farther than them, but we are closer to the base now. We are on their way back." Everyone had a rough idea when they heard him say this, but they still straightened their bodies and felt a little resistant. "Sure enough," the instructor said, "your mission on the way back is to intercept them. What we did to you, you will do to them. Shooting 500 bullets will be considered as completing the interception mission, and you can return to the base. We will reduce your weight, And from now on your weight will only be 10 kilograms. But? The instructor stretched out his hand and said, please pay attention. If you are hit, you will fall to the ground and act like a corpse. You can only get up and return until your teammates complete the 500-point shooting mission. If you cannot reach the base before 6 o'clock, you will also be considered to have failed the training. The consequences of failure are very serious, and you must know it in your heart. He spoke in a rhythmic manner, but no one was interested. It was just another inexplicable task. But for some reason, he felt a sense of relief. The boy spread his hands and said, why? This kind of annoying thing can be left to you. It's not that easy to find the way back to the base. You have no experience. Instructor, we are all a group of little angels. Why don't you let us return quietly? It was agreed that this was a training exercise, not a real combat exercise. And it has changed again? I'm not saying. Instructor, why don't you go by yourselves? It's almost over and you're still letting us kill each other. Isn't it bad? We want to, but we don't have enough people. It's impossible to transfer all the people in the base. How can we have so much free time? The number of people assigned to guide is limited. They have to watch your team and find you for a surprise attack. It's meaningless to have too few people. The instructor pointed at them and said, the instructor believes in you, so he chose you. The boy raised his hand and said, report to the instructor. You said that the training is a group activity and does not accept falling behind. So it should not be an elimination training, but a good training for pursuing common progress and moving towards a new society. Everyone clenched their fists and nodded in agreement. The instructor smiled and said, it is not a training, but a training camp is. The training camp is not a good training. If you have the ability, you can beat it. Get up quickly. You are dawdling, and you have no energy at all. Everyone sighed helplessly and stood up to clean up the venue. Then they cleaned up the weight, reduced the backpack and weapons to 10 kilograms, and prepared to go up the mountain again. They came to the mountainside and saw a row of messy footprints leading to the distance, confirming that they were traces of a large army. So they stopped and waited for the other party to return. The boy covered his chest and said, Instructor, I am about to have altitude sickness. The instructor was shocked and poked him with his hand. How high is this altitude, and you still have altitude sickness? Were you dug out from that pit? Fossil? It's not high, but it's really sad. My heart is bleeding. The instructor trembled his legs and said, it's only 50 kilometers a day. Why are you yelling? Female soldiers don't yell as much as you do. The boy raised his hand. We have female soldiers in our team. How can you ignore Lian Sheng? Instructor, yes. The female soldiers didn't fall behind. What are you yelling about? Fang Jianshan looked at Lian Sheng and said leisurely, she didn't fall behind, but her soul was about to fall. Not really. Lian Sheng leaned against the tree and raised his hand and said, the walking dead is also a kind of tempering. Everyone, The instructor was moved and said, when will you have the same awareness as her? I don't have to worry about you anymore. They dispersed the personnel, looked for a good shelter, and then raised their guns to prepare for shooting. A few people were left behind, standing in the middle of the road to confuse the view. There were more than 1,000 people in this training camp. Lian Sheng didn't know the exact number, but it should be more than 1,015. On their side, including the instructors, there were only more than 100 people. The other side said that if they were not shot, they would die. But they did. This means that the difference in the number of people on both sides will only get bigger and bigger. The requirement of 500 rounds means that everyone in the team must get at least nearly 5 heads to be considered qualified. The problem is that the other side is not just an ordinary person. They are also the best in various military academies. The disadvantage is very obvious. But there are also advantages. Taking advantage of the surprise attack. You can harvest a wave first. After the induction in the morning, the other side may not dare to start counterattack immediately. In addition, the physical fitness of the more than 100 people is the best. Lian Sheng calculated it in his mind. It's not that hard to accept. But it's not that optimistic either. They waited there for a few minutes, keeping still, and the large group in front finally came. Hi! The boys who were standing in the open waved to them. Hello! The front row of the team stopped alertly, pointed their guns at them, and looked at them. Another instructor pretending to be a teacher? No. It's a student. Look at the face. Friend, don't you think it's familiar? It's from our school. Yes. Who is that? A team of people? Why did they stop here? Did we catch up with them? They should not be taking the same road. We didn't see their footprints, and they obviously set out early. Several boys stepped forward and tried to explain. We walked from the side, and then in order to walk a little more, we were led to make a big circle. When we got here, we were a little slow, and then we were lost by the team. The boy raised his hand and pointed, and then said, "We don't know the road here. We saw your footprints, and we want to walk with you." The people in the main group were still a little wary. Really? You will fall behind? People who entered the first batch would be willing to fall behind in training? And they looked so calm? It doesn't matter what we think. We are just students. But those instructors are too much, treating us like fools. We couldn't stand it, so we had a quarrel with him. And then we were so angry that we took the initiative to leave the team. Several students looked at the instructors of the main group and said, "Instructor, take us in and take us back. By the way, do you want to rest here first? We can explain slowly." This time, the instructors finally stood on the same front with them, waiting to strike their own students. Several instructors looked at them, smiled, and said, "Everyone, take a break here. Let's take a look at the current situation." Chapter 132 Disguise. Listening to their emotional analysis and complaints, the instructor in the dark nodded with satisfaction. An excellent soldier must be an excellent actor. Not bad. Not bad. At this time, the students in the large army heard the instructor say to rest, guessing that there should be no changes, and immediately relaxed their vigilance. They put away their weapons, sat down in twos and threes, and waited for the next instruction. The process was halfway through, and they were tossed around in the middle, and they were exhausted physically and mentally. They pulled a few people who were alone in a team and asked, "How did you quarrel with the instructor? You are also very courageous." The boy shook his head and said, "It's a long story. The main thing is that when it's time to take action, you have to take action." On the first team side, the instructor raised his hand and waved, and the students who were ambushing in the dark raised their guns and poked their heads out and began to fire wildly. Bullets were fired from all directions, breaking through the bushes, passing over the ground, and stirring up fine snowflakes. The tranquility was broken in an instant. The students sitting on the ground heard the explosion, and their hearts sank suddenly. They supported themselves with their right hands and jumped up from the ground, looking towards the source of the gunshots. What they saw were several students wearing familiar military uniforms, and they were immediately confused and said, "What the hell? What the hell?" Thanks to the various nervous pits they stepped on during this training, although they did not know the truth, they reacted immediately, entered a state of preparation, and looked for a place to hide. The first batch of casualties was controlled. The students shouted, "There is an enemy attack. There is a large number of enemy attacks. Everyone pay attention. After all, they are many people. No matter which direction the enemy comes from, they will aim at a place at random and fire 2 empty shots as a deterrent. Get a chance to breathe. Hide behind the tree and investigate the situation." Lian Sheng shouted, "If the sneak attack is successful, pay attention to retreat. Don't fight. Comrades, remember to change positions and keep a distance at any time." Although this activity was led by the instructor and there was no command, Lian Sheng had unconsciously taken over this heavy responsibility. The instructor looked at her and said, "Oh, you are very self-aware. Do you like to be a commander?" Lian Sheng put away his gun, bent his waist, and hid behind a bush to avoid exposing his position. Hearing this, he said, "It's okay. After all, there are not many students in the command department here." The instructor said with a smile, "Not many. There seem to be only 2 in a team. Last year, I heard that there were several commanders with good qualities. You guys are very ambitious. After all, the base is conducting special training for the mecha selection competition. And the mecha selection competition is a competition for individual soldiers. Generally, students in the command department who want to be specially recruited by the military will not participate in this. Their normal way is to prepare resumes and reports, and then report them for defense assessment. In addition, the actual combat exercises that emphasize teamwork cooperation are more suitable to appear on their resumes." Lian Sheng smiled, but the high collar of the clothes covered her mouth, and the arc of her lips could not be seen. She looked to the side, because the distance between them was too far. She could not grasp the current situation of her teammates at all, nor did she know their respective positions. They don't have walkie-talkies here, so every word they say will fall into the ears of the enemy. This condition is not suitable for command. In the melee, the students in the large group took a closer look and found that the figure that passed by was not the disguised instructor at all, but a group of people who disappeared from the starting point, because they were caught off guard without any preparation. The damage just now was enough to increase their load until they returned to the base. An enemy attack from a team? The students began to react and said madly, "Damn! Are we being fooled?" They immediately turned around and found a group of students who had stayed here before, and pointed their guns at them. He said fiercely, "What's the situation with your team? Who are you? What's your purpose? Are you a spy sent by the other side?" The boy looked confused and said, "I don't know. Didn't I say I was alone? I don't know what they planned." Another boy had completely pulled the instructor into his camp, waved his hand to knock him down with his weapon, and said righteously, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the instructor. What does it mean to interrogate us like this?" The instructor squatted on one side like a dog, and covered his ears when he heard the words, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know." Several students from Team 1 immediately said, "The instructor doesn't know. So we certainly don't know. Is it our business if the other side goes crazy?" The two sides confronted for a moment, and the students from Team 2 finally put down their weapons. Faced with this indescribable situation, they began to get irritated. What the hell is going on? Damn it! Team 1 saw that the other side did not start counterattacking immediately, so they consciously adjusted their perspective and prepared for the second harvest. They were all veterans in attacking, and did not need too many instructions. They could analyze the situation and seize the opportunity by themselves. The black figures moved around the periphery like ants. A gunshot once again led to the start of the strong attack. The attack suddenly became strong, and the students of the second team hurriedly hid to the side, cursing, "Hack you! You are crazy! This is a training exercise, not a competition. What's the benefit of beating us? Stop it. Okay? We have punishments here. I have never seen you so ruthless. You are too much for the first team. We can't be brothers anymore. Just wait. We won't be polite either." The instructor watched the show without saying a word. The students were attacked several times, and were ready to fight back. "Hey, hey, hey." The boys in the first team put down their weapons and said, "Who knows what the arrangement is now? It is recommended to be cautious before shooting." The student said angrily, "What are you cautious about? The other side attacked first. Twice." The boy's skin was dark, but his eyes were bright. He said calmly, "So I said I don't know what the other side's arrangement is. Have you forgotten what happened before? The whole training match was very strange. Anyway, it is to make us defend when we should attack, and attack when we should defend. I ask you, is the battle situation clear now?" Everyone was stunned by the bluff, and after thinking carefully, they felt that it made sense. Nodding, Ming Lang. "Yes, Ming Lang." The boy waved his arms and said, "It's Ming Lang that makes you feel strange." He raised his hands and said innocently, "I don't mean anything else. I'm in the same group with you now. It's just a reasonable question. Don't you understand the people in Team 1? We are all students. It's okay for them to cheat the instructor after being oppressed for so many days. How could they take the initiative to cheat you? There must be something fishy about this matter." Everyone was persuaded, hesitated for a moment, looked at the instructor, and asked, "Instructor, what do you think?" The instructor smiled kindly and didn't comment. The boys who stayed behind in Team 1 were completely relieved when they saw the instructor's reaction. "Are you stupid? If there is really something fishy, who arranged it? From the beginning of the training, there were all kinds of cheating rules. Who said it?" He pointed at the instructor carefully and said, "You ask him? It's normal for him to react like this. Right?" Everyone was completely convinced. The instructor looked at him carefully, with an ambiguous smile on his lips, and then nodded. "This student has quick reactions and a good brain. He seems to have good physical fitness to be able to join the first team. He has a bright future. What's going on? I'm scared." Lien Sheng squatted behind and seized this rare opportunity to attack, saying, "It's already hit the head, and the opponent hasn't reacted after so long? Are those boys still alive?" Lien Sheng roughly understood that it was them who stabilized the opponent, and turned his head to ask, "Who is the person who went to negotiate?" The instructor smiled. "Didn't I say? There is another commander in the first team." Lien Sheng asked with interest, "Who?" "A student from the National Defense University." Yan Shuo, the instructor said. That's too much. It's been so long, and you still don't know him. Lian Sheng thought for a while. The name sounds familiar. Oh! Lian Sheng recalled that it was the person who wanted to challenge Xiao Zhuoluo outside the training room before. So belligerent. But he is actually the commander? They continued to attack while hiding their bodies, and heard the other side shouting loudly, Team 1. What is your purpose? If you don't speak up, we will attack you. The comrades in Team 1 were a little amused. Lian Sheng also responded loudly, We are innocent. We were coerced. The people in the large army were a little confused, discussing with each other. Can they be killed? If you are coerced into submission, you are a traitor. And of course a traitor can be killed. Any other steps? Asked. The boy hid in the dark and adjusted his hat. Damn. I don't even dare to fight. What is the situation of this training? Lian Sheng team of more than 100 people forced the large army firmly into the woods. The front team did not know the truth and did not dare to attack rashly. The comrades behind could not get any information feedback and could only wait on the spot. Their slow reaction gave Team 1 a perfect time to attack. Some boys in the first team became more and more courageous. After gradually dispersing, they moved down from both sides and attacked with guns to kill people. The sound of gunfire and shouting continued to echo in the forest. Lian Sheng turned his head and asked, How many shots have been fired? Have you passed half? The instructor glanced at the data and nodded, Not bad. It's almost 300. For the large army, the situation is very serious. This won't work. If we are beaten down again, we can't get rid of the punishment. Kill them first. And it will only be a one-time weight-bearing punishment. The members of the second team said, Comrades, don't think about it. Attack. Respond first. And take defensive measures. Yan Shuo said, Whether we can fight or not, we can't just sit there and wait to die. Let the team behind us move up. The first team is small, and using the number of people to deter them can have a good effect. In the main force, the instructors were not in charge. There were too many people, and there was no recognized leader inside. So it seemed very chaotic. Everyone would subconsciously follow the person with a tough attitude because they needed command. Although Yan Shuo's identity was embarrassing, what he said made sense. When they could not find any fault, everyone decided to listen to his advice. So a group of people shouted with effort, People behind, come up and prepare to fight. There is an enemy attack. Lian Sheng heard the movement and shouted, Retreat. Retreat. Everyone, pay attention to retreat. Don't fight anymore. Comrades, disperse. Don't retreat in the same direction. First open up the horizontal distance and then retreat. Lian Sheng said. Fight flexibly. There are too many people on the opposite side. Be careful to be surrounded on all sides. She hooked her finger at the people next to her. Several students from the Union University knew her well and hesitated for a moment. Others did not get the secret signal and did not understand. Xiao Zhuoluo nodded his chin and said, Go. Yi Buqing and others put away their weapons one after another and ran towards Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng's position was far from the battle zone, so she kept her distance on purpose, because she knew that she was not fast enough to escape, and she would be in trouble if she encountered a counterattack. Hiding in the back, she could also observe the battle situation more clearly. Team 1 was very strong and did not need her assistance. She also began to evacuate, but not towards the base, but to the left. While running, she looked back to pay attention to the situation of her comrades. In the previous attack, Team 1 kept advancing from both sides, and now the first batch of troops had penetrated deep into the enemy camp. Lian Sheng shouted, The opposite side has started to counterattack, and the comrades on both sides are too late. If you want to get rid of them, don't run towards the base. Run to both sides first to get rid of the pursuers. Did you hear it? Yan Shuo was half a beat slower when he heard the shouting from the other side, and suggested in a true and false way. The front row of troops quickly extended to both sides to block the opposite side's way. Let them come and go. With the weight-bearing training journey halfway through, the physical strength of the students in the large team is a big problem. At this time, chasing to both sides means that their training distance will be prolonged. The team will be dispersed, and they have to regroup, which is simply not worth the loss. If a student is detained by the other side and cannot escape, it will be even worse. After all, the punishment is shared by the whole team, so they will definitely not choose to chase deep. Moreover, the first team now has only 10 kilograms of weight. which is half less. They are as light as a swallow and run with the pleasure of flying. They can't catch up even if they want to. The students of the second team stopped in place and shouted to the group of rabbits, "Why are you running? Aren't you coerced? We are here to free you. Isn't it good to be alive?" The students of the first team said, "We want to live, and we appreciate your kindness." The students said angrily, "Damn! A bunch of troubles." Lian Sheng, Zhao Shualu and others successfully gathered on the side of the team, hid on the side of the large army, and waited and watched for the time being. She called the teammates, who escaped from the rear, and asked them to come together to choose a position to ambush. Leading a small number of people to confront from the front is very strenuous. They had to prepare for the attack while devoting most of their energy to defense. Even though they had the advantage of carrying weight, they would be exhausted sooner or later. If the time was delayed too long, the comrades who died earlier would not have enough time to rush back to the base. The regulations required them to rush back before 6 o'clock, and this place was still more than 20 kilometers away from the base. Therefore, they needed not only to complete the task, but also to complete the task efficiently. If they went around the back of the team, their task would be much easier. If the opponent wanted to march, they had to turn their backs to them. If the opponent wanted to pursue, they had to consider the distance of the training. They could mentally oppress the opponent and achieve their goals with obscene probing attacks. After all, their task was not to defeat the more than 1,000 people, but to get 500 shots. Now, there were less than 200 left. In such a snowy field, all the whereabouts would be exposed. Although the ground of the main road was trampled into a mess, the side was always clean. A row of footprints can be clearly seen, spreading from the front to the side of their team. It is understandable that the members who are deep in the rear go around the side to avoid pursuit. But this group of people are at the front of the team. Why do they go around? If they really want to retreat, they can just run directly in the direction of the base. Someone from the second team has been watching them and discovered their operation. He immediately came back to report. The other side stopped beside them, and they should continue to sneak attack. They are not satisfied with so many kills? What is the mission? Defeat us? Dream on. Just go up and crush them directly with numbers, and leave them here to discuss people. The large army is in disarray, but they are still rational. If the first team refuses to let them go, like a maggot attached to the bone, lingering, then the road ahead of more than 20 kilometers will be very difficult. The best option is to cut the grass and root it out, and get a quick win. Yin Shu pondered for a moment, knowing that Lian Shun wanted to go around the rear of the main force and harvest the remaining shooting. So he interrupted their discussion in time, turned around and said seriously, "Brothers, what are you thinking? Why kill them? We should take the opportunity to rush over now." They took the initiative to go around the side, which means that the front is safe. We can seize the opportunity and go all the way to the camp. Don't delay any longer. Several students looked at each other and hesitated. Isn't this moral? This time, Team 1 is special. And they set off first. The 4 teams behind, led by Team 2, set off one after another. Of course, the punishment between the teams is not shared. Team 3 and Team 4 are behind Team 2 at this moment. If the other party refuses to give up and gives up sniping them, it is self-evident who the new target will be. If they run away now, it is equivalent to leaving the danger to the brothers behind who don't know the truth. What? Doing charity? This is called a tactical choice. Minimizing losses. Yen Shua said. How much more weight do you want to carry? The training is not over yet. There are still several days to go. Everyone thought for a while. When you think you should be honest, you have to be honest. Give up the attack temporarily and choose to speed up. After they finished discussing, they waved to their brothers next to them and carried out the action in a low-key manner. The instructor next to them crossed his chest and asked, "Have you decided to leave?" Everyone nodded. The instructor shouted loudly, "Evacuate." Everyone prepared to evacuate. Before they were completely out of combat, the instructor did not let them stop to increase the weight, but just directed them to go in the right direction. The people in the second team left quickly, and the third and fourth teams followed closely. But they did not understand the situation on the front line. When they saw the team suddenly started to move forward quickly, they thought that the enemy had been repelled, and they quickly followed. The speed change of the people in the front would increase when it was transmitted to the back of the team, and the students in the fourth team buried their heads and trotted to keep up. Previously, they were stuck in a jam, But now the pace has become faster. Suddenly, gunshots were heard from the rear of the team. And then, they continued to fire in succession. Everyone was stunned in a trance. Their steps froze. And they looked back. Hurry up. There are people behind us. A student came back to his senses. There is an enemy attack in the rear. Let the people in front wait. And come to support first. The 4 teams began to dispatch teams urgently, and set up their positions. Lien Sheng put away his gun and shouted, "Retreat! Keep your distance." There were only 20 or so people in their group, all of whom were temporarily recruited by Lien Sheng on the road. There were also 2 instructors accompanying them. They refused all frontal attacks, and tried to preserve their combat power. The 4 teams had already started to meet the enemy, but Lien Sheng and others retreated neatly. They were also in a state of being leaderless, and they were suddenly at a loss. Chase them? How? We are about to get out of the main group. We have already gotten out of the main group. Damn! These people ran too fast when they encountered a situation. The people of Team 3 broke through. Don't chase them too far. We still have to train. Friends, don't fall into their trap. What is the purpose of the other side? If they are recruited by the instructors, then their purpose is the instructor's purpose, which hinders us from successfully completing the training. A boy analyzed seriously. Comrades, don't be fooled by them. Hold on and don't chase. A comrade gnashed his teeth and said, I deeply hate the instructor's tricks. Everyone agreed, leaving 4 or 5 scouts behind to keep an eye on the situation at any time. The main force continued to march to the base. Lien Sheng looked at the situation ahead and nodded. As usual, 2 will be baits, and the rest will provide full cover. Go! The faster Zhao Shuolu and Yi Buqing stepped out of the line, rushed forward, fired 2 fake shots to cover up, attract their attention, and then rolled on the ground to avoid the side. Lien Sheng and the rest of his teammates began to fire fiercely in the back, aiming at the 4 scouts walking at the back. The 4 teams were once again forced to stop, rescue their teammates, and take up positions to meet the enemy. But what they faced was still an empty forest. Damn! The student was annoyed. Should we chase them or not? The enemy is fast. Can you catch up? Can we get back if we run far away from them? We don't allow people to fall behind in the training. My friend. What should we do then? Everyone be careful. We have more people. Are we afraid of such temptation from the enemy? Keep moving forward. We must return to the base before 6 o'clock. The 2 sides kept fighting, and after an hour of guerrilla tactics, the members of the 4 teams were on the verge of collapse. Lien Sheng made a rough estimate and thought that the mission should have been completed. I don't believe it. Lien Sheng half-squatted and looked at the instructor and said, How could it be less than 500? Are you doing it on purpose? Or did you reduce our shooting number? Not only were they killing, but the troops in front should also be killing. Their actions might be more embarrassing, but as members of a team, they would never get nothing. The instructor listened to her urging and finally shouted, Attention! All members of Team 1. The number has been counted. Prepare to return to the camp. Friendly reminder. It is now 15:25. Please arrive at the base within 2 hours. Otherwise it will be considered a mission failure. Zhongxing was startled and shouted in protest. Isn't it 6 o'clock in the afternoon? How can you be like this? And go back on your word? Instructor, can you honestly tell us how many more battles you have cheated us of? That's too much. 6 o'clock is the minimum deadline. You completed the task early, so of course you have to go back early. And it's only 35 minutes short. Do you think it's that important? The instructor pointed to the light brain and said, The timer has started. How long do you want to chat? Zhongxing picked up his weapons and immediately ran towards the base. Lien Sheng followed behind. She squatted in the snow for more than 8 hours, and her ankles were numb. The pants on her calves were also wet because they had been crossing the river before, and they were always cold on her legs. At this moment, she stood up suddenly and felt a sharp pain in the bone of her right ankle. She raised her leg reflexively, but her left leg could not stand firmly and twisted to the side. Lien Sheng fell to the ground and said expressionlessly, It's twisted. Everyone, Lien Sheng waved his hand. You go first. I can crawl back by myself. Everyone, Don't be so hesitant. The instructor said. They really could do it. A boy said honestly, No. Instructor, if she can't arrive at the base on time, you will definitely punish us as well. The instructor trembled his eyebrows. Yo. What are you talking about? Another boy stepped out and slapped him in the abdomen. Lian Sheng, as the actual commander of our team, has made great contributions to our event. We have cultivated a deep comradeship, and there is no way we can leave her here. Lian Sheng climbed up on one foot, tried to jump on the snow, and said, "Who can help me carry the weight and help me jump back?" Xiao Zhuoluo stepped forward, frowned, and without saying a word, took off the weight with one hand and threw it to Cheng Zhe. Then he took a step forward, took off Lian Sheng's backpack, and threw it to Yi Buqing. He bent down and squatted in front of Lian Sheng and said, "Come up." "Excellent." Fang Jianshan sniffed beside him. "I've never seen you like this. You are old and weak. And your father is still here." Cheng Zhe was shocked. "Your old and weak father. Just leave it here. He is just a burden." Lian Sheng looked at Xiao Zhuoruo's back and was a little flattered. Before she was dying, Xiao Zhuoruo had carried her gun and backpack for her. But he had never had the brains to carry people for her. Now he would take the initiative to volunteer. Xiao Zhuoruo didn't move for a long time, and urged, "Let's go." Lian Sheng lay on her back, put his hands on his shoulders, and said with relief, "Comrade Zhao Yoshio, I am so moved. It's worthy of you and I to live and die together for several times." And thanked Cheng Zhe and Yi Buqing for their family support. The two chuckled. Carrying a person on his back would definitely slow down his speed. They had to start their journey right away, so there was no time for idle chat. Zhao Zhuolu lifted Lian Sheng up and held his breath in his chest. Wearing a cotton coat, his body was rounder and not very flexible. In addition, the terrain was bumpy and the snow was thick, so it was more difficult to feel than imagined. "Your weight." Zhao Zhuolu silently held back the next sentence and started to move forward. Lian Sheng raised his hand and touched his head, saying, "You, General Lian, have eaten a little too much recently to replenish your energy. But don't worry. I have already digested what I ate at noon, but I haven't excreted it yet." Xiao Zhuolu, Lian Sheng team finally retreated, but the poor people in the 4 teams couldn't believe it. The scouts of Team 4 looked at their figures and said, "They left? This time it seems that they really left. They left now? Is it a trick? We haven't arrived yet. I don't know if it's a trick, but there must be something wrong." Lian Sheng's roommate huddled in the team and didn't dare to speak. He pursed his lips and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Lian Sheng sprained his ankle, but it was not very serious. After resting in advance, he could still walk if he persisted. Zhao Zhuolu carried her on his back for an hour, and then Cheng Zhe took over and carried her for a while. After she insisted several times, he let her go. The group finally arrived at the base within the time limit and was warmly welcomed by the members of Team 2. Lian Sheng used the excuse of going to the infirmary to get away in time, and the other members of Team 1 were pressed to the ground and rubbed by their schoolmates. Not long after, the people of Team 4 came back. They were still confused. They completely understood the purpose of Team 1 and asked them clearly. After a pair of confessions, everyone realized that Yan Shua had successfully deceived them all the way, easily reached the base, and then went to rest without any burden. The two sides were compared, and everyone cursed. Too shameless. There are such shameless people in the world. The first day of training ended successfully, although the process was a bit tortuous, because there was enough time. All teams successfully completed it. No special feeling. Originally, after a day of hard trekking, the 2 feet should have been difficult to support. But because they were frozen too much, they were used to stiffness, and the pain was covered up. After soaking in hot water, the tingling sensation was transmitted to the brain with the blood flow, including the little hearts that were deceived and fooled, and the shoulders that were rubbed because of the weight. They were scarred in this training. There was no extra arrangement at night, which was considered to be a rest for them. The next morning, everyone continued indoor training. The instructors allocated the training volume according to their performance in the training. Those who received deductions were once again strictly trained by holding their necks. Lian Sheng and her 2 roommates were in the training room on the 2nd floor until the evening before returning. After Lian Sheng injured his foot, his arm muscle was strained again. After completing this indoor training, there is only one big training left, and this training camp is over. Everyone did not dare to slack off, guessing the rules that the instructor might make, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. The instructor stood by and watched them make noises. After 9 o'clock, those who completed the training returned to the dormitory early to rest. Lian Sheng's dormitory was peaceful. The roommate collapsed on the bed, and suddenly sighed and said, I don't know why I feel that it's almost over. But I don't feel excited at all. Lian Sheng rested his head on his neck and said, because before the end, there is still something that makes people unhappy. The roommate turned around and said to Lian Sheng bed, actually, the training is quite interesting. You can clearly feel the concern of your teammates for you. And the whole atmosphere feels different. Usually it's individual training. And it's rare to have a group activity. Another person said, are they concerned about you or the results of the team? Lian Sheng interrupted and said, it's the same. We are part of the team. The roommate laid down for a while. And then covered his ears and said, I seem to hear a rumbling sound. Is it my tinnitus? Lian Sheng turned over. If we don't have collective tinnitus, then the rumbling sound should be real. The three of them didn't have the curiosity to get up and see. So the topic stopped again. Another person said, go to bed. The three of them were very tired. The roommate laughed foolishly twice. And then fell asleep with a quilt in his arms. The next morning, Lian Sheng was ready, and still waiting in the hall of the training camp. Everyone gathered together, bustling, and no one knew what they were talking about. Lian Sheng quietly joined the group on Zhao Shuoluo's side. Fang Jianshan said, the instructors seem to have left yesterday. I wonder if the training will continue today. Lian Sheng, left? Yes. Zheng Zai said seriously. It seems that he was transferred to the front line overnight. Many people left the base. Although they were originally the reserve army for the final training here, they left too suddenly. The problem is that they didn't find any relevant information on the optical computer. Everyone discussed in a low voice for a while. And the instructor came out. He was indeed a stranger. Everyone lined up and waited for his speech. He stepped forward, scratched his head and said, it's like this. Originally, your instructors were going to take you for the last 3 days of training today. But they were transferred away for something. So now I'm taking over temporarily. In addition, the base received an emergency and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Just as you are going to train. Go back and pack your luggage now. And we will leave the base in advance. After the training, go back to school directly. And don't come here again. Are there any problems? Zhongxing replied, no. New instructor, then pack up and let's go now. The previous training itinerary was designed by several instructors. They left in a hurry and had no conditions to explain. So with the new instructors, it became a very regular training. Daily hiking, doing ordinary response exercises, coming to the accommodation every day, helping to clean up, resting for one night, and then continuing on the road during the day. After experiencing various abnormal training, such a simple itinerary is a bit uncomfortable. The big training finally ended uneventfully. And this training camp also came to an end. They said goodbye at the last accommodation and then went back to their respective schools. Chapter 133 Registration. When Lian Sheng and others finished their training and returned to the Union University, the students who were doing the actual combat exercise on the mountain were still suffering. According to convention, they still had 5 days of training time. Because there were too few students in school during this period, the military academy could not carry out the courses normally, and the general courses were changed to self-study. In addition, the school hired several retired soldiers to temporarily serve as instructors to be responsible for the physical training courses temporarily added in the school, which was considered to be the final assault preparation for the mecha selection competition. Students who want to participate can choose to participate at will. Lian Sheng, as a bright and wonderful flower in the command department, has been attending classes with Zhao Shuolu and others these days. However, this group of students who were full of energy in the training, fearless of the cold wind and snow, staying up all night to burn their lives, and could go up to the sky in the sun. Once they returned to school, 1/3 of them caught a cold. This cold came fiercely, and the patient's condition was serious. Lian Sheng was shocked, because she was afraid of cold and fever. Every time such a situation occurred in winter, it was always difficult to avoid casualties. Dr. Lin seemed to be used to it, and he didn't even frown, tapping his fingers to arrange one by one. In order to ensure that the drugs would not affect their subsequent competitions, they were asked to come here every day to check their physical data and try to avoid drug treatment. Shortly after returning to school, the registration for the mecha selection officially began. Lian Sheng and Zhao Shuoluo and others met in the cafeteria and signed up as a group, because Yi Buqing said that according to the data observations over the years, people with similar registration numbers are less likely to face each other in the preliminary round. The competition system of the mecha selection competition relies more on luck, so they will not miss any place where they can compete in metaphysics. Lian Sheng went to learn about the relevant content. The mecha selection competition is a large-scale inter-school league, and the preliminary and final rounds will last for 1 semester each, according to the information she found herself. Because there are so many applicants and the quality of students varies, the registration system will first use academic points as one of the criteria for judging students, and secretly divide the players into 3 groups. The number of members of the organizing committee is limited, and the number of matches that can be supervised every day is fixed. But in order to eliminate the tail players as soon as possible, the number of matches assigned to different groups is different. In the early stage of the preliminaries, most students in the low-level groups will be matched with a large number of matches in a short period of time, and they are likely to encounter opponents in the high-level groups. The single elimination system is adopted in the early stage of the preliminary round, so the number of people in the low-level groups will be greatly reduced in the shortest time. The same experience will then be transferred to the people in the middle group. Within a week, nearly half of the players can be directly eliminated, and people in the middle and low groups can account for about 90%. Therefore, students at the top of the points will have a very easy time in the early stage of the game. There is rarely a need to fight, and it is impossible to encounter opponents with equal points. When the number of participants is less than 300, the system will start real random matching. The people in the finals are determined by mutual elimination. At this time, the double elimination system is adopted. That is, they will be eliminated only after being defeated twice. The preliminary round was fine. According to the results of this year's training camp, the Union University should have no problem. Yi Buqing held his chin and said, "The more troublesome thing is the finals. There are several opponents that are more difficult to guess. The number of members of each school in a team during the training camp has a high reference value. While they participated in this training, they were also working hard to collect data. Although it is the same competition, the competition system of the preliminary and final rounds is completely different. What is more interesting is that the preliminary round of the mecha selection competition is an individual battle, while the final round is a group battle. In order to ensure that the number of teams can be gathered for the final round, there will be an additional rule after the preliminary round. When the number of remaining students of a military academy is less than 5, it is impossible to form a team in the final round, and all the people in the military academy will be directly sentenced to elimination. The attitude of the organizing committee is very clear. They need individual soldiers, but they don't need to be the only one. Teamwork is also one of the strengths that mecha operators need to examine. If you can't provide it, we certainly can't accept it. However, military academies with weak overall strength may also have 1 or 2 students with particularly outstanding levels. For various reasons, they usually don't have the opportunity to perform and don't have enough channels. If they stand out on this big stage, they can get extra attention. In the later stage of the preliminaries, in order to achieve a win-win situation for all parties, there will be frequent student transfers. The organizing committee also encourages this phenomenon. Excellent students should get better resources. In Lian Sheng's view, the preliminary round of the selection competition examines not only the strength of individual soldiers, but also the strength of military academies. Its purpose is not to rank students, but to select the military academies that can provide a full lineup of elite soldiers. Of course, this competition system also has its shortcomings. The most disappointing time was when the preliminary round was about to end and the competition among the schools was fierce. The system matched 2 players from the same military academy into a group. The 2 had to eliminate each other, which resulted in the number of their own military academy being less than 5. And they directly lost the qualification for the finals, while sending other military academies into the finals. Although the preliminary round had not yet begun, they had already started to prepare based on the finals. Yi Buqing was about to explain the intelligence he had collected, and Zhao Zhuolu looked up and asked Lian Sheng, "How many points do you have?" They were of course confident that they could enter the finals. The condition for the end of the preliminary round was that only 12 military academies could provide a lineup of 5-person teams. However, at the end of each round, the number of players from the Alliance University who entered the finals would far exceed the number of 5. The most in 1 year seemed to be 12 people. The finals were participated in the name of the military academy, and the number of people exceeded the limit. They had to combine qualified personnel internally, and then send them to the field to fight. Whether Lian Sheng could enter the finals was very important. Her strength was very advantageous. not only as a single soldier, but more importantly, command. They hope to form a fixed and stylish team in advance and let Lianqing join them. But if Lianqing still has those hundreds or thousands of points, it will be very difficult. And they need to think about it again. Lianqing took out his light computer, put it on the table, and showed it to them. Several people leaned over with doubt. And then, their breath was choked. Counted the zeros at the end. Looked at the first digit again. And fell into silence. Liliana had promised Lianqing before, and mentioned the point increase to the school. And the school attached great importance to it. The point system was introduced into the academic system to measure the strength of students. But if it became a restriction on the growth of outstanding talents, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Lianqing is a transfer student, and it is understandable that she does not have enough points. The school should indeed provide a more reasonable method of judging strength. So they took advantage of this training camp to reset Lianqing points according to the points given by the base. The base instructor did not know about this. Lianqing's physical fitness is weak, but from all the training items, she is quick to react, experienced in combat, superb in skills, strong in willpower, and has great potential. As a student of the command department, she has a strong overall view. At the same time, as the only girl in a team, she has a strong role model and leadership. Her development prospects are worth looking forward to. Therefore, the instructors in charge were impressed by her. When scoring, they shook their hands, weakened her physical disadvantage, and scored extra high points. The school took an average based on the total points of the students before and after her scoring. Lianqing successfully entered the 190,000 point mark and made great efforts to move towards 200,000. What is called soaring to the sky? This is probably it. The eyes of the four people looking at her suddenly changed. Originally, she was still a person who needed sympathy, but suddenly became rich overnight, and even surpassed you. This mentality is a bit broken. The air became strangely quiet. Roommate C shouted, "Now gong." Several roommates came over with plates and stood by their table. They looked at the stalemate and asked tentatively, "Excuse me? Can we have dinner together?" Since the beginning of the school year, the group of people from the military academy have been elusive. They are always busy with various things and rarely meet in the dormitory. Zhao Shualu and Yi Buqing moved inside, leaving a few empty seats, and said, "It's okay. We have finished talking." Just now they were in a dead end. The three of them sat down with peace of mind. Lianqing then lowered his head and looked at the breakfast he brought over. The weather was originally cold, and the buns and porridge were cold. "Tell us what the training camp is like." Roommate C moved towards Lianqing. "I heard it's a hell in hell. There are also batches? What's the result? Which batch are you in?" Lianqing pondered for a moment and explained some of the rules of the training camp to them. The three roommates gasped. They are from the School of Materials Engineering and are usually homebodies. Running 800 meters can cost them their lives. In my mind, the training volume is calculated in meters, and the time is calculated in seconds. As a result, when I got to their side, I directly used several units of measurement. The door to the new world cannot be opened. It must be blocked. Roommate C shuddered and said, "It sounds difficult." Lianqing thought of the subsequent training match. Biting the bun and sighed, "It's nothing. It can be expected that the later big training will be the highlight of the training camp. If the instructor has not left, it may be a beautiful scene." Fang Jianchen added, "It's a dung ball." Lianqing was not to be outdone. "It's a dung ball with diarrhea." Roommate C, She didn't know where to start complaining for a while. Diarrhea? Can it be piled into a dung ball? "Don't lie to me," Roommate C said. "Let's not do this." "Okay." Lianqing thought about it and felt that her correction was very reasonable. So he corrected, "It's a dung ball that was dried after diarrhea." Roommate C looked down at his plate and hesitated to speak. He looked up at the expressionless people eating happily, dumbfounded. "Those in the military academy are not ordinary people." Roommate C said, "From what you said, your instructor should be very good." Cheng Zhe said, "The reserve of the expeditionary force. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to train these outstanding military academy students. Then it's strange that they were suddenly transferred away. Isn't it?" Roommate C lowered his voice. "Nothing happened. Right? If something really happened, there would be no news. What are you worried about? It is normal for soldiers to be transferred. Especially instructors. who are originally extra tasks, Changze said. Anyway, no matter what happens, all we can do now is to improve ourselves. Chapter 134 Opening. A few days later, everyone in the military academy returned. I didn't see Lian Sheng for a winter vacation, but I always felt that I was always influenced by her, especially the results of the final exam, which became a shadow in their hearts, always following them like a shadow, and could not be dispelled. After the life and death exercise, they had forgotten about it. As the academy began to open, the professors repeatedly mentioned her legendary deeds. The dark clouds floated back again, and they grew into rain. After learning about Lian Sheng's current academic points, they were completely disappointed. Everyone said that they didn't want to be friends with her, as it would shorten their lifespan. However, this matter did not interfere with them for too long. The registration period for the mecha selection competition is only 1 week. The qualification review will start immediately after the deadline. In order to save time, students who have passed the review will be assigned to the venue first. Everyone is discussing the relevant matters of the mecha selection competition. After all, this is the most important thing for their junior year. The students of the command department said that they could only watch the excitement, and they also had to start preparing relevant official documents. But they expressed their sincere support for Lian Sheng's participation, and said they would definitely go to watch the game. However, with Lian Sheng's current points, she was destined not to have any fierce competition in the early stage. The time quickly came to March 1st. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the students who registered for the military academy gathered in their respective gymnasiums and participated in the opening ceremony through stereo projection. There were too few people who signed up for the command department of the Union University. Lian Sheng was once again the treasurer of the department and was taken to the team of the single soldier combat department and stood at the forefront of their team, so she could clearly see the faces of several leaders standing on the podium. A leader in formal clothes sitting in the middle slowly said, "Thank you to all the students who participated in this mecha selection competition. You are all the most proud students of my alliance. First of all, on behalf of the selection organizing committee, almost all activities will have a long speech before the start, allowing leaders and representatives from all walks of life to speak on the stage. But listening to the leaders' speeches is not all bad. For example, the mobilization speech of the expeditionary representatives is always just a few simple sentences, but it is sonorous and powerful, making people's blood boil. In the previous opening ceremonies, there will be representatives selected by a certain corps of the expeditionary army to come out and give speeches, usually well-known generals and soldiers. But this time, they waited for a long time, and only a not very familiar lieutenant came out. He stepped forward and took over the opening ceremony. No matter who came out, Lian Sheng probably didn't know him, so he didn't react. But the boy behind Lian Sheng whispered, "Is this a newly promoted officer? Which unit and what achievements? Have I been away from the outside world for too long?" The teacher in the front row turned around and signaled them to keep absolute silence. The boy was startled and lowered his head and stopped talking. Then everyone took an oath, and the person in charge of the organizer briefly introduced the activity process and related rules. Before the end, the list of students who held the competition that day was announced. As expected, Lian Sheng's name was not included. Afterwards, the opening ceremony was declared over, and everyone dispersed. The instructor in charge asked him to search the official website for data. The official has released the list of students who will compete in the next 3 days. Lian Sheng searched, but his name was not on it. Xiao Zhuoluo and others did have a match. After the selection competition officially began, the majors of the relevant combat department in the Union University began to enter the training mode. The school regarded the students as the most important work in the future. Even if they lost in the inter-school selection competition, there were many other venues during this period, which was their opportunity to show their talents. With previous experience, the professor did not force her to participate in cultural courses, and the school reduced their physical training for collective considerations. Lian Sheng seemed very embarrassed in school, as if she had no place to stay. Without a professional mecha training plan, Lian Sheng is now in a completely free state. She finally chose to go to Sanyao for a walk. The people of Sanyao were excited when they saw her. It was as if they had met old friends who had not seen each other for many years. And they called her name on the world channel one by one. "General. General. Isn't this my dream lover? General? General. You're not here. I feel the whole Sanyao is lonely. I've never met another person who is as domineering as you. Pretending to be cool, and yet not forgetting to slap people in the face. I can still remember the way you opened the ring competition when I closed my eyes. General is obviously better at commanding. General should have gone to training before. After that, there will be a selection competition. Right? You still have the mood to surf the internet? General. Is there anything you dare not do? Are you kidding? Liansheng glanced at the channel. Felt that this scene was very nostalgic. And then closed them. She rarely appears in District 12 now. And the ring competition has become her glorious past. After getting used to the mecha, the points were enough. So there was no point in playing with newcomers. Liansheng clicked on the message prompt. Then he remembered that she was still in the arena. Bai Mi Fei Dao and several people from the studio were online. When they saw her movements, they also chased over and said, "Long time no see. General of the Cavalry, yo." "What? Have you forgotten that I'm your boss?" Bai Mi Fei Dao said. "You never report anything you do. Why are you like this?" General of the Cavalry, Although he signed a contract with Bai Mi Fei Dao's studio, he really never bothered her. I believe that after the incident with Xia Yifeng, there should be many people who want to fight with Liansheng. The team that Liliana personally praised has retired expeditionary forces sitting in the team. Losing is not shameful. And winning is the supreme honor. Regardless of winning or losing. Experience alone is also valuable. And rich people will not be stingy. But Liansheng did not receive any order request. And Bai Mi Fei Dao should have pushed it for her. Then Liang Bulb also came to her and asked, "No one took you to train for the selection? Do you want to cram for a while?" The general of the cavalry said, "Are you going to give me extra lessons?" "Sure," Liang Bulb said. "Anyway, I have nothing to do recently. And didn't you say you would teach me ancient martial arts before?" There were too many things to do. And she really couldn't handle it. Liang Bulb, the room is open. Come here. If the base training teaches the actual combat level of the mecha, then Liang Bulb is a standard test training. Liang Bulb is quite familiar with the Sanyao mecha. He emphasized the specific parameters and weaknesses of the mecha, as well as the combos and operations that can be used. The rest depends on Liansheng's own understanding and continuous accumulation of actual combat. The last time he saw Liansheng driving a mecha was before the Chinese New Year, and he was looking forward to Liansheng's performance. Although the time is still short, this person's level of progress is always surprising. He once again chose a difficult map, a winding tropical jungle, and asked Liansheng to go around the field at the fastest speed, to examine her application level of the thruster. This was actually the previous training. To ensure that the mecha is flexible enough, it is necessary to maximize its speed and keep the body stable at high speed. Improving the speed alone can greatly improve Liansheng's level. Liansheng's progress was not fast at the time, and she fell down one after another, and still failed to achieve the goal of limb coordination, because she didn't find the trick. And this time, after Liansheng got started, she was also surprised. Perhaps she had experienced the crazy center of gravity training at the base, and now she felt a sense of trance in the use of thrusters. Although she only practiced for a day or two at that time, she mobilized all the cells and muscles in her body to feel it. Now when operating, I feel that the muscles of my limbs have learned to relax. And I can also feel the effect of the limbs being pulled by a certain force on the overall change. I know what to do with the conditioned reflex. Compared with the unpredictable center of gravity of the real mecha, the thruster is indeed much simpler. After all, it is still subjective and controllable. Sure enough, all kinds of seemingly useless training often show their significance at inadvertent moments. The three of them, Liang Bulb, watched her fly through a circle of tortuous jungle maps at high speed and perfectly avoid the narrow and dangerous paths everywhere. Although there are still some lags, it is the first time to complete the whole journey safely. Liang Bulb whistled in surprise. Wow. Not bad. When I first played this map, the winning streak was miserable, because the thruster direction was not turned in time. It always collided with the obstacles next to it. Constantly falling down caused the time to run a circle to be more than twice as long as it is now. He still remembers the scene at that time, which is no longer the same. But in fact it has been less than 2 months. Liansheng's eyesight is very good. But before, her limbs could not keep up with her eyesight. Now, she finally feels at ease. Bright Light Bulb smiled and said, "You can get an advanced gift package." Liansheng asked, "Is there money to get?" Bai Mi Fei Dao clapped his hands vigorously. with the enthusiastic encouragement of the seniors. Chapter 135, Practice. The bright bulb came over and stood in front of Lian Sheng to look at him carefully. He touched his nose and said, "Okay. Now I'm going to apply speed to the battle. Will you still use the 7 stars in the trials? In fact, if the 7 stars are well configured, the speed itself is enough. If you continue to use the accelerator, the difficulty will increase exponentially, and the risk is very high. Moreover, the 7 stars is a sniper-type mecha, and I don't think it is necessary to pursue such extreme speed." Lian Sheng nodded and said, "I have decided to change the mecha. I want to change to a forward and use the broken army for the time being." Oh! Several people were a little surprised when they heard this. After all, for most people, it takes great courage to change the type after getting familiar with a mecha. You can't be sure that the newly changed mecha type is suitable for you. Frequent self-doubt will make people lose their direction. "I think your close combat ability is really good," Baimi Fado said seriously. "The data analysis I initially gave you was based on your close combat situation, because I think you have great potential for development." Lian Sheng asked curiously, "What if I was a sniper at that time?" "Well, I'm a little interested but not too interested," Baimi Fado said. "To be honest, snipers can improve their abilities through rigorous training, but ordinary people will encounter bottlenecks after rigorous training. I prefer those who have a lot of room for improvement." Lian Sheng's progress is indeed very fast, compared to many people. However, speed and upper limit are two different things. Their goal is the end point. If they want to do their best, then they have to consider how far they can go. As for how difficult the journey is, it is not what they need to consider now. Whether it is Dr. Lin or Baimi Fado, they both agree with her close combat potential. However, in the early stage, her close combat level is not as good as her long-range attack strength. Baimi Fado put his hands on his waist and said, "Since you have decided, just walk in this direction first. You can turn around at the end in time. I can lend you the light bulb first." The bright light bulb chuckled. "Who are you going to lend it to? Am I yours? Aren't you?" The Baimi Fado moved towards her. "You are my sweetheart." The bright light bulb shook his hand. "Goodbye. Your sweetheart is your brother. Your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all your brothers." The Baimi Fado, "But you are my cash cow that I cannot shake." The bright light bulb said with disdain. "Get lost." The bright light bulb opened a new room and invited Lian Sheng in. The two began to fight and guide each other from time to time. They fought from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and agreed on a later time. The bright light bulb corrected her movements one by one and began to teach her the essence of Sanda in a subtle way. At first, when the bright bulb fought against Lian Sheng, he did not use too many skills, because his own strength advantage was too obvious. But when the two began to exchange skills, they fell into a stalemate. The bright bulb used his strong attack as his own defense, while Lian Sheng relied on her flexible movement. Both sides used moves that were unfamiliar to the opponent, and constantly looked for the opponent's weaknesses in their respective attacks and defenses, and absorbed and converted the opponent's advantages. None of the opponents that Lian Sheng had fought were as proficient in the essence of Sanda as the bulb. Simple, direct and ruthless, hitting the vital point directly. Strong, making people unable to avoid and retreat. Modern fighting technology and Lian Sheng fighting habits since ancient times are naturally contradictory. But when the opponent's speed and strength do not meet certain standards, Lian Sheng can use his past experience to resolve the opponent's attack. After Lian Sheng asked the bulb for advice and dismantling each move, he deeply realized the difference between the two. The resolution method is aimed at the person or the move, which is very different. She began to re-examine and find new strategies to defeat the enemy. The two kept this rhythm of fighting, and had a fixed amount of time to spar every day. The students in the military academy, under the guidance of the instructors, did standardized training. Lian Sheng followed Liang Ding Ding to Sanyao. The two sides had almost no chance to meet. Unknowingly, the mecha selection competition lasted for more than a month. During this period, Lian Sheng played 26 games. The total score of the opponents in 6 games was less than 100,000. And 9 games started this week, with a total score of about 150,000. It can be clearly felt that the number of games has increased, and the opponents have become stronger. But there are still no high-level players. The early stage of the selection was really friendly to them. It has been a long time since they met, and the information about Lian Sheng that had been on the Sanyao external network during the game was constantly being discussed and spread. When it came to the military academy, it was a bit different. Zhao Zhuoluo didn't take it to heart, but felt that Lian Sheng was a little too obsessed with Sanyao. Although I don't know what she is doing there. Normally there are very few experts in Sanyao. And even if there are, they may not be familiar with the rules of the selection competition. In their department, there are many students who meet the requirements for friendly matches in various schools. The most important thing now is to familiarize yourself with various players and adjust your competition status. Zhao Zhuoluo persuaded Lian Sheng to come to class together. I will apply to the instructor. You can come to audit. No one will drive you away. Although the coach is strict, he also has high professionalism. Lian Sheng declined. No. Thank you. I have been doing special training recently. Compared with the instructors in the college, Lian Sheng still trusts Dang Dang's one-on-one guidance more. What's more, there is also the assistance of the 100-meter flying knife. In just 1 month, Lian Sheng has obtained 4 copies of the knife-style data analysis that everyone has been looking for. She really received the enthusiastic encouragement of the predecessors, and her efficiency was outstanding. She knew in her heart that the studio people had spent energy and high hopes on her, and she kept it in her heart without saying thank you. However, Zhao Zhuoluo and others did not know. When she couldn't find a way, she could only do personal training in Sanyao. It was so strange to see her being marginalized. Let's ask someone to check your opponent. We just found a data analyst to help, Zhao Zhuoluo said. Also, you must take the later stages of the qualifiers seriously. We have basically locked down the general scope. We are about to hold a summary report. Do you want to come and listen? Lian Sheng immediately said. Okay. Thank you so much. Even though the early stages of the competition were not difficult, it did not mean that their lives would be easy. This group of people aimed to win, and only had one goal. So they always had to think about the next decision. Who is the opponent? What are the characteristics? What are the weaknesses? Holding the information in hand will not make them panic. The important thing is that such work can make them feel safe. Lian Sheng is not very good at data collection. She has no data source, no connections to ask, and no sufficient technical support to analyze the video. And she knows how difficult it is to hire a data analyst now. The juniors were busy with their reports, and many seniors were no longer in school. The level and experience of freshmen were generally insufficient. So sophomore analysts became extremely popular. Baimi Feidao didn't have the time to accompany her to analyze the opponents one by one. He believed that everything was crushing in the face of absolute strength. Let Lian Sheng take his own course. Lian Sheng asked Zhou Shirwei, who said that he had already made an arrangement. Lian Sheng didn't have anyone else he knew, so he just gave up. After being invited this time, I found out that Zhou Shirwei's arrangement was Zhao Zhuoluo and others. Everyone gathered in the cafeteria, sat around the table, and nodded to each other. Let me tell you about the nearest opponent. You have 11 predicted opponents that have been announced so far. However, these are only predictions for the opponents in the next 3 games. They will not all match up, and they may not be the same people. There will be some changes in the later stage, because some students may be eliminated along with the military academy. Zhou Shirwei took out the light computer and asked, have you seen them all? Lian Sheng confessed, I have seen the names and times. Everyone, This guy really has no sense of urgency in the game. Lian Sheng continued, your brother said that it doesn't matter who the opponent is. If I compare Sanyo's mecha combat ability, I can definitely enter the finals. If I don't enter, then it must be the wrong competition system. Everyone, Zhou Shirwei buried his head in the light computer and said casually, he said too much. He also said that the expeditionary army would cry and beg him to go back. Lian Sheng's eyes drifted up. In fact, she felt that this was not completely impossible. Zhou Shirwei tilted his optical computer, facing Lian Sheng, and got to the point. Among the 11 people this time, there are 2 people in the high group. I estimate that it will take less than a week for the competition to enter the second half. After all the 300 places are confirmed, the organizing committee will arrange 3 days of rest, and then reset the system ranking. After that, your frequency of playing will be reduced again, giving you enough time to adapt and adjust. Zhou Shirwei raised his hand and pointed at the list above and said, the 2 people you need to pay special attention to are Sun Hanwei, a student from Dongsan, and Chen Beishir, a student from Guifang. The probability of the former is only 7%, so you can just pay a little attention. But the latter has 69%, so you must pay special attention. Lian Sheng scanned the circle, pointed to another person and asked, I care more about this. How is he? Ji-ban. Li Yansheng has heard many people talk about his deeds. This person has only more than 100 points. And he has the style of Li Yansheng in the past. The number that is directly missing a paragraph is particularly eye-catching among all the 6-digit players. Being able to fight until now, with just over 100 basic points, is definitely not something that can be achieved by luck. According to the system's pre-allocation model, with such a low score, hundreds of games have been played, and there are still many games in the high-level group. In other words, he counterattacked and eliminated many students in the high-level group. This person is definitely a master who cannot be ignored. He must have some reasons that are hard to explain, which led to such a poor academic score. Li Yansheng looked at him and felt a sense of sympathy. But now she has become successful, while her brother is still struggling on the poverty line. Behind Ji-ban's avatar, the probability of a battle is marked as only 2%. You don't need to look at him. You won't face him. Zhou Shirwei just glanced at him. The military academy he is in will soon be short of people, and the alumni can't stand the fight. It should be tomorrow. One of his alumni will face Senior Yi Buqing. I've seen it. There is basically no hope of winning. As long as the number of people is less than 5. Everyone in the military academy will be forced to leave. He investigated very carefully. Li Yansheng knew that what he said was right, but still asked curiously, what about him? Zhou Shirwei thought for a while and said, very strange. Very powerful. Li Yansheng pondered what he said and continued to look at the battle table. Even if he will be forced to leave, there will be another game tomorrow before he is eliminated. Li Yansheng said. Ji-ban versus Chen Beishir. This is the student who has a 69% chance of fighting and needs to be paid special attention to. So, there is a problem, Zhou Shirwei said. If Ji-ban defeated Chen Beishir and was persuaded to withdraw, then you might be assigned to an unfamiliar opponent. We can only know when the results are out. Li Yansheng looked up and asked, didn't I hear that you can transfer to another school? How could a person who had fought his way to this point with more than 100 points not be recruited by a military school? If there was, and he wanted to continue fighting, he should start preparing for the transfer. After Li Yansheng asked, several people showed strange expressions. It was hard to tell whether it was a pity or something else. Indeed, there is no, Yi Buqing said. His mecha is not operated by sensors, but by traditional manual operation. But now, there are no traditional mechas in production, and the military does not provide such technical support. Even if he transfers to another school or joins the military, there is no one who can train him. All the operating instructions are set by himself. The military school he is in now is also for the purpose of participating in the mecha selection competition, and he just went there to register. Fang Jianchen said, this is not the most important problem at all. The most important thing is that the Alliance will not build another manual mecha because of him. Li Yansheng was slightly surprised. This is like learning the dragon slaying technique with great difficulty. But there is no dragon in the world. It is not the technology that should be available in this era. However, he must be clear about such things. In this case, why do we still need to learn to operate mecha manually? Besides, isn't it generally believed that the use of mecha manually is more difficult than that of sensors? Li Yansheng was stunned, and all kinds of words rolled around in his mouth. But he asked an irrelevant question first. Can Sanao still use mecha manually? Yes, Yi Buqing said. After all, this is the previous mecha operation technology, and the data is still there. Besides, as long as you input enough complete data, you can directly build a new mecha in Sanao. Li Yansheng said. Wow, it sounds really awesome. Fang Jianchen said. There are more amazing things. Sanao used to produce mechas. Li Yansheng's eyes widened. Wow. Sanao is now a virtual battle platform. But before, it was the official mecha construction company designated by the Alliance. Zhou Shirwei nodded and said, the status is completely incomparable. It's really a pity. Li Yansheng said, tell me about it. Seeing that she was interested, Zhou Shirwei explained in detail, going back 100 years. Sanao was a very legendary company. They recruited the most advanced R&D personnel at the time, and many mecha technologies in the Alliance were innovated by them. It can be said that the hand-operated mechas at that time could be related to Sanao. The confidential data they have in their hands is more than what the Alliance officially stores. Zhou Shirwei, it's ironic that they have been developing new technology for decades, saying that it can achieve comprehensive improvement of mecha performance. When they were excited to announce it to the public, the Alliance military suddenly announced the launch of sensors. Comparing the two, the sensor is definitely more impactful. This is indeed the case. From then on, the development of mechas entered a new era, and the Alliance quickly cut off its production cooperation with Sanyao. The crackdown was also strong during that period, and the manual mechas were on the verge of extinction. Zhou Shirwei said, in order to survive, Sanyao urgently changed its management and changed its business model. At that time, most of the R&D personnel resigned, and took the initiative to disclose their huge database to the Alliance in exchange for relevant data from sensors, and established the current Sanyao on this basis. One is active, the other is passive, which is probably what the cutting-edge technology of modern society represents. The change of status may only happen overnight, and all the turbulence is hidden under the undercurrent. This is no longer just a matter of interest disputes, and it should not be described as a pity, but it is indeed worth sighing. Lian Sheng asked, then this Ji-Ban insists on using hand-operated mechas. Is it because of Sanyao? Does he want to revive hand-operated mechas? Zhou Shirwei said, I don't know about this, but it shouldn't be, because no one in Sanyao has the surname Ji. Fang Jianshan said, how can you have such a novel idea? If Sanyao has such persistence, it will not choose the current business strategy. In fact, from the perspective of strength, I think it is not completely impossible for hand-operated mechas to revive. Zhou Shirwei looked at Lian Sheng. Let me show you his battle video. Lian Sheng nodded, please. Zhou Shirwei then called up his research data on Ji-Ban. In previous battles, Ji-Ban almost always won over his opponents, and his record was as impressive as his score. Such a person suddenly appeared, driving a hand-operated mecha that has become a legend of the past. And the entire military circle was immediately shocked. Zhou Shirwei certainly did not miss this research opportunity. But the more he studied, the more regretful he felt, because hand-operated mechas are destined to become a thing of the past. No matter how good Ji-Ban is, there will be no good results. No military academy is willing to accept him, which proves the reality. Lian Sheng stared at the projection in the middle of the table, and the other people also adjusted their sitting postures and looked seriously. After a careful comparison, it was found that the hand-operated mecha and the sensor mecha can be clearly felt. The human body needs to tighten muscles to accumulate strength, and then use sensors to drive the mecha to attack. But hand-operated mechas do not need to be. Therefore, Ji-Ban can use kicks or punches continuously without worrying about muscle damage. He can easily twist his body and straighten it without worrying about ligament strain. He can bend down or squat frequently without considering the burden on his waist. His movements are very fast, but they cannot be said to be smooth, because they are not orthodox moves and techniques. He just typed out the movements that needed to be done one by one, and connected the difficult movements at will. There are many movements that are difficult for human limbs to do, but the joints of the mecha itself can support them. He can directly use commands to mobilize the maximum potential of the mecha. On his battlefield, he was completely a king. Very powerful, Lian Sheng exclaimed. Hand-operated mechas are very powerful. Zhou Shirwei nodded. It is very powerful, but not everyone can use it. Zhou Shirwei clicked on a few more videos, and several people watched them one by one. There was a silence at the table, thinking that Ji-Ban would lose the qualification for the competition because he was not accepted by the military academy. This feeling is very complicated. Oh, right. I forgot the business. Zhou Shirwei reached out and dragged back the light brain. I should show you Chen Baisher's video first. He opened the folder again and selected to play. Everyone found that they had sat for too long before, and their bodies were a little stiff. Adjusted their posture first, then looked up. Compared with Ji-Ban's strength, Chen Baisher's attack was obviously much weaker, although he is also a master. After the comparison, there is always a feeling of not being able to scratch the itch. Zhou Shirwei, Chen Baisher uses Thunderstorm. He is good at attacking with both hands, so you must always pay attention to his left-hand sword. The ammunition and energy that can be brought to the mecha selection competition are limited, so close combat mechas have more advantages than long-range attack mechas. Lian Sheng watched 2 games. If there is no accident, he is likely to lose. Zhou Shirwei did not respond, but it is obvious that he also thinks so. Anyway, prepare as you go, Zhou Shirwei said. Tomorrow morning, Chen Baisher will play against Ji-Ban. At noon, Ji-Ban alumni will play against Senior Yi. And in the evening, it will be yours. Chen Beishi is not an easy opponent either, so it will never go wrong to prepare first. Zhou Shirwei talked about the characteristics of the people behind Lian Sheng, and then gave the other data to Xiao Zhuolu and others. Xiao Zhuolu and others had done relevant research before, so it didn't take long. The next morning, Chen Beishi played against Ji Ban. As expected by everyone, Ji Ban won again. He won successfully in many battles against high-level group members. One reason was that everyone was not used to the feeling of operating the mecha by hand, and was not proficient in dealing with it. The other reason was that his command input speed was almost unbelievable. It was something that could be done by operating the mecha by hand. Countless people were paying attention to this matter on the official website, and sighed and called for it. But no well-known military academy stood up and expressed its willingness to accept this student. Then at noon, Yi Buqing won. Ji Ban did not escape the fate of being forced to withdraw. After Yi Buqing's game, the system reassigned an opponent to Lian Sheng. Zhou Shirwei opened the defense point and found Yan Shua from the Union University. Zhou Shirwei spurted out a mouthful of old blood and urgently found Lian Sheng. Him! You must pay attention to him, Zhou Shirwei said. He uses Western swordsmanship. Lian Sheng was stunned. You mean Ji Ban? Zhou Shirwei, forget Ji Ban. Your real opponent is Yan Shua. Chapter 136 Swordsmanship. Lian Sheng didn't pay much attention to the outer circle of the selection, so he didn't know. For such a large-scale and meaningful competition, from the beginning of the event, someone will analyze the situation of each seeded player in detail, investigate all the data that can be collected, and make guesses and discussions. These people are very likely to be the real mecha operators in the future. If they perform well, they may become the representative of the new generation of the expeditionary army. After all, there is no better position to get military merit than a mecha operator. In this competition, Ji Ban is undoubtedly a rising star. But what surprised people most was that he operated the mecha by hand. And the military academy he was in was just a nameless school, which destined him to not go far. Although the topic is explosive. If he doesn't appear on the field, it will disappear quickly after a long time. When he left the selection, everyone was expressing regret. But he ushered in the competition between Lian Sheng and Yan Shua. The spectators were shocked. Both of them were the players who were paid special attention to before the start of the game. And they were both rare command majors in the selection. Lian Sheng and the others are already very familiar with her. Whether it is the promotional video of ancient martial arts or Xia Yanfeng's previous battle command, her popularity has already opened up in the student military circle, and she is a top figure. And Yan Shua is a student re-promoted by the National Defense University. The National Defense University is ambitious this year, and the lineup is luxurious. It even does not hesitate to let the senior students repeat the year to form the strongest final team. Yan Shua is the core of this team. It's a pity that he came out too late, when he wanted to start promoting his two most important gimmicks, command and classical martial arts. He had already taken the lead by Lian Sheng, causing his light to dim, and it felt like Lian Sheng was a foil. The National Defense University naturally felt very sorry. But Yan Shua's goal was always Xiao Zhuolu and other seeded players who were promoted with strength. In short, this game is full of highlights. The competition between Eastern ancient martial arts and Western swordsmanship. The competition of command in single soldier combat. Whoever loses has a burst point. Is there a system that can make more coincidences than this? However, Lian Sheng was taking a nap in bed at this time and knew nothing about their excitement. When Zhou Shirwei called, she still didn't feel anything special. In a competition, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Anyway, you have to work towards the result. Zhou Shirwei talked for a long time, but only got a response of "ah" from the other side. And then he remembered that Lian Sheng might not know the mystery at all. So he directly sent the previously stored information through the optical computer. Zhou Shirwei said, "You should take a look at his. Anyway, it is very different from yours. Your previous fighting videos are all on the internet, and they may have known you. This is not good for you." Zhou Shirwei paused and asked, "Do you know what Western swordsmanship is?" "I think I know a lot about swordsmanship," Lian Sheng said, "but I haven't heard of any Western school." Zhou Shirwei, Her coquettishness is enough to make her a school of her own. Eastern ancient martial arts and Western swordsmanship have both declined in the continuous development. When it comes to them, there is only a vague impression and a general outline. They don't know that there are 180 kinds of weapons in ancient martial arts alone. And there are 800 schools for each kind of weapon. It is not something that can be described by a simple fighting method. Western swordsmanship includes one-handed sword, two-handed sword, short sword, stabbing sword, long sword, heavy sword, broadsword, thin sword, etc. Weapons change with the times, and moves change according to weapons. Weapons contain the soul of an era, and they are a microcosm of the past of mankind. The problem now is that Lian Sheng does not understand the soul of Westerners. There must be some chasm-like misunderstandings in between. Lian Sheng slumped his shoulders and carefully watched several of Yan Shuo's fighting videos. It was indeed a move that he had never seen before. It was a completely different fighting style from hers, but the same obvious characteristics. It was too unfamiliar, and she couldn't grasp the routine. Lian Sheng chose to stop, enlarge the picture, and observe it carefully. His sword was completely different from the ordinary mecha sword. The blade is slender, and the root is diamond-shaped. It is not a flat blade. Both sides seem to be unbladed, and the front end is sharp enough to break the opponent's defense. Light and slender, clever and charming. And Lian Sheng's attack method is mostly replaced by stabbing. It seems that the blade is specially made for this selection, and it is replaced by data. As for Lian Sheng's own sword, for the first time, she felt that she was too unsophisticated. Zhou Shirwei asked over there, "How is it? What kind of weapon is this? Why is its hilt like this?" Lian Sheng said, "How is the blade made? It looks like there is no blade at the back. Like the front end of a spear? No. But is this really a sword?" Zhou Shirwei, "I can't explain this clearly, but it is indeed a sword. The Western sword is characterized by agility and speed, with a tough blade, and mainly uses stabbing as an attack method." Lian Sheng touched his chin and said, "I understand." Zhou Shirwei, "You still have 3 hours to prepare." Lian Sheng, "Yeah. Got it. To master Western swordsmanship in a few hours? That's impossible. No matter what type of martial arts. You need to observe its response to your moves after fighting in person. Feel the power and intention of its attack, and then figure out the actual essence of its swordsmanship. No one will play the same moves as you, and the opponent will not let you copy any game." Lian Sheng watched it several times, then got up and cleaned himself up. After taking a shower, he walked to the training room of the military academy, waited at the door for a while until 15 minutes before the game. He was allowed to enter, confirmed the identity, and was led to the front of a sensor under surveillance, connected to the login, and confirmed to be online. Lian Sheng and her Pajun were teleported to the transit map, waiting for the other party to confirm, and then they turned to the battle map together. There were many people watching this game. The 5-digit tourists in the upper right corner proved everything, and it is still increasing, with a trend of breaking 6. The selection competition was just in the first half of the preliminaries, but it attracted so many people. You should know that Lian Sheng's previous games did not exceed 1,000. Such a number, if the psychological quality is not good, it is really easy to be nervous. Lian Sheng just glanced at it and didn't look at it again. Their battle map is Dusk Decisive Battle Road. This is a straight and wide ancient street. The light of dusk sprinkled from above. The lanterns hanging under the wine shop were swaying gently in the wind, and the mecha was pulled out of a long shadow, printed on the gray and white ground. Although it is very artistic, when two tall mechas stand opposite each other in this place, there is only a strong sense of disobedience. The mecha selection competition is mainly to test the combat strength of individual soldiers. The map is changing, but in order to ensure the fairness of each game, the basic parameters of the map are the same. The map will not be very large, with flat and straight channels interlaced, and the width and length are all the same. The height of the obstacles is generally not more than 4 meters, and some can be shot and destroyed. The two met directly in the middle of the road, standing opposite each other, but no one took the first shot. The mecha on the opposite side was a black heavy mecha Liba. It has strong power and high defense, but it is a little bulky. Lian Sheng has not seen many of them. Yan Shuo looked at her and said, "Hello?" Then he drew a sword from his shoulder. He made a sword flower and placed his hand diagonally on his chest. This is different from what Lian Sheng had seen before. The sword body is longer and thinner. It is somewhat similar to a single sword, but it looks more like a sword than the previous sword. Lian Sheng took a look and asked, "Did you change your sword? Have you seen my match?" Yan Shuo smiled and said, "Sorry. It seems you prepared for nothing." Although he couldn't see his face, he leaned slightly to the side when he spoke. and with a brisk tone in his voice. Lian Sheng could imagine how proud he was now. Lian Sheng said, "It's okay. I didn't prepare much. I saw it a few hours ago, but I didn't study it in depth. So it's not a big loss." "Yen Shu, Lian Sheng asked. "What kind of sword is this?" "1.5 sword. Created by German sword Saint Johannes Richatner." Yen Shu straightened his sword, lunged forward, and pressed down his center of gravity, stretching his arms straight ahead. He made a starting gesture and asked, "Would you like to try?" Lian Sheng said, "Would you admit defeat if I said no?" Yen Shu, Yen Shu was rebuked several times, and was really speechless. So were the spectators. The confrontation before the battle? So intense? What the hell? It's obvious that we can't talk. Why force yourself if you can't talk? Just fight. There's no need to communicate. Communication has a chance to exchange for a chance to appreciate each other. What do you understand? Zhou Shirwei and others looked at the battle and frowned slightly. They would even deliberately hide intelligence and keep a hand. So, what should Lian Sheng do? Lian Sheng took 2 steps in front. Yen Shu began to be alert. But Lian Sheng stopped again and asked, "If I don't move, will you not move either? Just keep this starting move?" Yen Shu, He felt that he couldn't continue to stalemate with this guy. He was afraid that he would vomit blood and die. He directly adjusted his steps, maintained his height, and stabbed forward. Lian Sheng quickly retreated, his eyes following his weapon, watching the tip of his sword getting closer and closer, attacking Pajun's fatal abdomen. Sure enough, the attack speed was extremely fast. But, it's so long. Lian Sheng once again felt the difference in visual distance. The arm length of the mecha, plus the upper body of the mecha leaning forward, and then plus the length of the sword. After all the extensions, it is longer than Lian Sheng expected. Lian Sheng leaned back, turned on the thrusters, and quickly pushed himself away to create distance. Seeing that the pursuit speed slowed down and had retreated to a safe distance, a red light flashed at the upper edge of Lian Sheng's peripheral vision. She has always been very confident in distinguishing colors and statics. Without thinking, she raised her left arm and blocked the position in front of the cockpit, and increased the thrusters and retreated backwards with all her strength. Pajun and Liba are completely different. In order to pursue attack speed and reduce weight, the whole body defense is very weak. The strongest place is its left arm. Anti-high speed impact, anti-high temperature, anti-electric shock. Extremely hard. Her left arm is her shield. In an instant, Yen Shu took advantage of the attack and fired a shot at her fatal point. The fire hit her arm, jumped up violently, and then quickly annihilated. Pajun's left arm was sunken because of the impact. The wrist seemed to be melted by the high temperature, and the marks of the attack were obvious, spreading out layer by layer. Lian Sheng did not stop. She wanted to prevent being chased in an unfavorable state. While retreating, she began to look for Yen Shu's figure. She glanced at her arm roughly. A combination of cold weapons and hot weapons. It looks really good. The mecha cannot carry out a close range, high destructive explosion, because the energy will also have an impact on its own mecha, which is almost a lose-lose result. Using the length of the sword, first expand the attack range. When the opponent exits this range, hot weapons will be involved, to achieve the goal of full-range attack. That's it. Yen Shu watched her withdraw from the fire, and it seemed that she did not suffer any serious damage. He did not think that he could win easily with one move, so he thought it was normal that the shot was blocked. But at such a distance, it is not so easy to react and respond. Lian Sheng stopped and faced Yen Shu. Then, how did he face his attack? She took 2 steps to run and rushed forward quickly. She raised her sword and pointed it forward. She started with the same momentum and the same angle and stabbed at Yen Shu. However, as she approached, she fired a cannon first, hoping to force the opponent back and observe the loopholes in his movement. However, facing Lian Sheng's attack, Yen Shu did not dodge or avoid it. He held the sword in both hands and was going to confront him head-on. She deliberately avoided the front end of the long sword and hit Pajun's sword from the middle and back position, approaching Lian Sheng in the opposite direction. The cannon hit him, and the light and heat spread on him, and then spread to Pajun. Lian Sheng was frightened and retreated again. Oh! It's a heavy armor with thick skin and flesh. Yen Shu continued to chase and seized the opportunity to attack. While she was retreating with all her heart, he chopped Pajun's shoulder with his sword. but because he didn't hit the weak point, he only heard a crisp sound. But he did not stop, letting the sword slide along the surface and toward the interface of the mecha. Did he want to cut off Pejun's right forearm? Lian Sheng turned sideways and kicked him to the ground with a roundhouse kick. She used the power of the thrusters, but Li Ba was only kicked to the ground by her. The whole ground made a heavy sound. The quality of the heavy mecha is really hard to describe. After leaving the battle, Lian Sheng did not leave immediately. He took a step forward and tried to chase, but was once again opened by the position of the opponent's sword root. Although Yin Shuo's mecha exceeded the quality standard, it was sensitive enough. While falling, he used his left hand to support himself, and his body was halfway up. He held the sword in front of him with his right hand, always maintaining a fighting state. Compared with the long sword and the artillery fire, she chose the long sword. At least this one was familiar to her. So she stepped forward fearlessly. Yin Shuo stood up while defending. The weight of his mecha prevented him from getting up quickly, but his thick and tough shell was enough to resist the one or two deflected attacks. Lian Sheng didn't know Yin Shuo's sword, nor did he know his faction. This was very different from her previous cognition. Understanding can only be achieved through fighting. Lian Sheng defended part of the defensive action, but just kept attacking him, pursuing the frequency of attack. Even if he was hit by him, he still chose to fight in close combat, strongly approaching. Yin Shuo frowned slightly. The initial enthusiasm for her began to gradually turn into a pool of cold water. He likes strong people. Everyone says that Lian Sheng is strong, but he doesn't think so. The real strong people are gradually honed by repeating boring exercises day after day, healing and accumulating scars year after year. The sword is shining, but the body is adding wounds. Instead of relying on so-called talent, enjoying the praise of everyone, and easily standing on the top, he doesn't believe in talent. He stopped believing in it a long time ago. The more effort you put in, the more rewards you will get. When you stand at a higher position, those shortcomings that you have been perfunctory about will be exposed one by one. He didn't like this girl who walked unsteadily and was physically weak. Sure enough, Lian Sheng disappointed him. The skills were not outstanding enough. The strength was not strong enough. The movements were not standard enough. He hated weak people. Why should he waste time here? Yin Shuo felt a nameless anger in his heart, and his expression was tangled, looking a little ferocious. That's the level? You'd better give up now. Yin Shuo shouted loudly and chopped down again. The left arm that Lian Sheng had used to resist several times finally flew out. The arm was offline, and the audience gasped in the moment when the lightning flashed. They looked at the scene in front of them, surprised for a moment, and were a little dumb. It's over. It's over. Isn't the general's long-range attack also very powerful? Why must he fight the heavy armor in close combat? Is she stupid? Pejun is more flexible than the heavy armor, but she didn't use it at all, but kept rushing forward. What does that mean? Lian Sheng is not suitable for Pejun? I didn't see her usual flexible skills. Did you choose Pejun because you wanted to apply ancient martial arts? But wanting and being suitable are two different things. You don't know if you are suitable without actual application. Of course, it has been proven that she is not suitable now. I'm a little disappointed. Who recommended Pejun to her? I really want to kill him. You can change to a mecha. Although it may be a little too late, didn't the coach of the Union University give her any advice? Just let her come here half-heartedly. Sen Yao has played too much, and she is too proud. There is always a limit to strength, and there are always mountains beyond mountains. Damn. You are using a map cannon on me, San Yao? You are shameless. Lian Sheng stood still. He didn't seem surprised or panicked. Yin Shuo looked at her and held his sword tightly. Was he too shocked or pretending to be calm? Lian Sheng suddenly said, Your sword is very long. Yin Shuo, Onlookers, There is a saying in ancient Chinese. 1 inch longer. 1 inch stronger. So the attack power of this long sword is much stronger than the mass-produced unknown sword on Lian Sheng. The important thing is that it should be more handy for Yin Shuo. And a good weapon can improve the combat power horribly. Lian Sheng asked curiously again, What faction are you from? The footwork and positioning of Spanish swordsmanship, the rhythm of Italian swordsmanship, and the force of German swordsmanship. Yin Shuo said in a somewhat impolite tone. It's not something you know. Lian Sheng said, Well, I really don't know. There are too many things I don't know. But I know them. What did you say? Are you diverting attention or confusing people? Yin Shuo did not step forward to dismantle her mecha again. He wanted to save her face and said, "You admit defeat. I don't want to fight you anymore. The sword is not a magical weapon. It's just an extension of the arm. Using a sword is like using your own body. So all sword techniques will have similarities in the end." Lian Sheng raised his hand. After all, studying swords is actually studying people. Yin Shu raised his eyebrows. "So? Well, I already know you." Lian Sheng twisted his neck and smiled. "I like it very much. This is very powerful and interesting." "Really?" Yin Shu knew that she would not give up. "And repositioned, but I don't like it very much." In the process of fighting with him, Lian Sheng used attacks to test, and made two things clear. He pays great attention to footwork. When he was standing, he almost never stopped. He kept moving in small steps to change his posture and position to cover up his flaws. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. One is fast attack, and the other is fast change, which makes it difficult to figure out and unable to figure out the routine. Then he wins. Secondly, his attack is very accurate. How to say it? It feels like every step is the result of perfect calculation. The position of the sword body did not change after several blocks of Lian Sheng attack. The distance of the stride, the height of the body, and the posture of the action were maintained at the same abnormal level, although the action looks smooth and sharp. Each move is broken down like a replay. His sword should be light at the front and heavy at the back. The front end is sharp. The sword body is thin and light, used for attack. The back end is thick, and the sword body is tough, used for blocking. Perhaps a word should be used, called lever. It is particularly similar to the ancient martial arts of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. If Lian Sheng ancient martial arts has a free and unrestrained change, then his Western swordsmanship is a strict and abiding sword training. Yin Shu can combine several swordsmanship, which shows that there are similarities between them. Western swordsmanship has strict requirements, and the purpose is actually the same as ancient martial arts. That is to suppress the opponent with force, and let them gradually fall into their own rhythm. It can also be regarded as a different path to the same destination. Yin Shu looked at her in surprise and asked, "Do you still think you can beat me?" "I don't know," Lian Sheng said. "But at least, I don't think I've lost." Yin Shu, "Then what do you think it means to lose?" Lian Sheng, "What does the system think I've lost?" Yin Shu, Chapter 137 Soul. If there is a ranking, Lian Sheng must be the person Yin Shu hates the most. This person is hard to talk to. It is really hard to like him. At dusk, a broken arm mecha said provocative words to the enemy plane in front. Even though it is in an absolute disadvantage now, it seems that it doesn't matter at all. She is very relaxed. She is expressing her relaxation with all her heart. The people of Sanao are very familiar with this scene. The one-armed general is back? It sounds very passionate. But comrades should face the reality. She lost an arm that can defend. How can she fight later? The Juan's defense is useless. It seems that Western swordsmanship is more powerful. Now it has the advantage. And swordsmanship looks more gentlemanly, reloading the mecha with the tonnage of a pig. And it has become more flexible. Get out of here. Humiliating the pig. It's not Western swordsmanship or Eastern ancient martial arts that are powerful, but people who can use it more powerfully. I feel that the general didn't perform well before. Yin Shu looks easy to talk to, but he is very fierce in a fight. I suggest she admit defeat early to avoid being too ugly. Don't talk about whether it looks good or not after you admit defeat. The loss of a left arm used for defense is definitely not just a loss of a hand. After the mecha is disassembled, its complete surface defense is equivalent to being destroyed. If Lian Sheng could have used the special material of her left arm to block the gunfire in the early stage. But now, she must do her best to avoid it. The internal circuits of the mecha are connected. If the opponent attacks her wound fiercely, Lian Sheng will soon be ejected from the cockpit due to the problem of the circuit. Does she understand the current situation? It seems that she does not understand. Lian Sheng said, "I like swords very much. So I also like people who like swords." Yin Shu frowned and said, "What? You can tell a person by looking at his sword. Even if it is the same swordsmanship, different people can practice it in different ways." Lian Sheng raised his head and said, "Your sword tells me that you are a very pragmatic person. Every sword of yours falls in the most appropriate place." Yin Shu did not know what she was talking about. After a long time, he said, "I said I don't like you." Lian Sheng said, "Oh, whether you like me or not has nothing to do with me. Besides, I like your swordsmanship. Not you. Don't get me wrong. Yan Shu, Li Yansheng raised her sword. She was too unfamiliar with this sword. If possible, I want to know you better. Let's spar with you for a while. Li Yansheng shrugged. But since it's a competition, forget it. If you continue, you lose. Yan Shu, What on earth is this guy talking about? Yan Shu is the first swordsman she has seen here. And the Western swordsmanship is the first swordsmanship she has come into contact with. No matter which one it is, she feels a kindred spirit of mutual respect. Yan Shu said in a ghostly tone, You mean you were asking me? Li Yansheng stretched out his only arm and said to him, Come on now. I don't know what you were talking about. Yan Shu's tone suddenly became a little sharp. But I don't like you. And I don't like swords. Li Yansheng tilted his head. You don't like swords? Yan Shu shouted. And bowed again, rushing towards her in pieces. His long sword was close to Li Yansheng's left arm, trying to point directly to the cockpit from her broken part, or dismantle her mecha bit by bit to achieve his own goal. Yan Shu's sword was more flexible, while Li Yansheng's sword was too heavy. She used her heavy sword to make the same move as Yan Shu. She blocked his sharp point with the back of the sword, then pressed her wrist to the side, adjusted her position with small steps, and thrust forward. Her improvised attack successfully forced Yan Shu back. All the spectators were shocked. They thought they were dazzled. The few fake swords, the movements and postures of stepping out and back, the slight shaking of the wrist, and the grasp of timing. They really saw the shadow of Western swordsmanship in Li Yansheng. Pajun was lighter than Li Ba, so the movements were fast and sharp, and the attacks were also very agile. Compared with the image displayed by Li Ba, Pajun seemed to have more of the soul of a Western swordsman. How is this possible? Was he stolen? Yan Shu was a little surprised at first. He stepped back to keep his distance, and the person opposite him took the same starting position as before. He had practiced Western swordsmanship for more than 10 years, so he knew that Li Yansheng's current movements were not similar, but standard. That was the posture he would pose in the backyard in the cold winter and hot summer. That was the posture that was firmly remembered by the body. The horror in his heart was indescribable. Anger. Anger burst out like the magma of an erupting volcano. Yan Shu couldn't accept this fact. Are you learning from me? Do you think you can learn the 1.5-hand sword by just watching it? Yan Shu shouted at her fiercely. Stop showing off your talent here. Yan Shu stabbed at Li Yansheng again. Li Yansheng seemed to be deliberately trying to provoke him. Instead of using ancient martial arts, she used her clumsy broadsword to compete with the heavy armored mecha in the same moves. She used the same attacks that Yan Shu had used on her before. The main attack action of the Western sword is stabbing, but the 1.5-hand sword can also be used to chop like a single sword. Since the used moves will be imitated, Yan Shu simply used moves that had not been used before. He changed his sword style and switched to a mode of both offense and defense like Italian swordsmanship. However, Li Yansheng disappointed him again. A person who can only imitate cannot imitate well. Li Yansheng has been immersed in swordsmanship for a long time. She has learned the swordsmanship of various schools and sects, and understands the purpose of each move and style. She knew why the next move was the next move. And she also understood what the next move should be when encountering special situations. All the moves that have been honed for thousands of years, and still passed down to later generations have their indescribable shining points. This requires constant repetition of battles to experience. And only by constant repetition of battles can the redundant and useless parts of the moves be removed. Yan Shu may not understand. Every move of his is the soul of the swordsman. And when this sword is in Li Yansheng's hand, Li Yansheng will give it his own soul. Pajun is not as powerful as the heavy armor, but there are ways to make up for it. Li Yansheng then brought the thruster-assisted technology that he had learned from Liang Liang's light bulb. Yan Shu's long sword slashed diagonally. His sword is heavier at the tail end, and the center of gravity of the sword is in the back, so it is suitable for his swordsmanship. Li Yansheng saw this and accelerated a flashback. Yan Shu changed his angle halfway, caught up in small steps, and stepped up his attack. However, Li Yansheng made a feint and suddenly joined the ancient martial arts at this time. She leaned back, spun her heels lightly, and flashed past the sword. Yan Shu could not predict her movements at all. In her surprise, she had switched from defense to attack. Fast. Too fast. The figure seemed to be covered with a shadow, and Yan Shu's eyes and movements could hardly catch up with her speed. At such a high speed, How could she maintain the continuity of her movements? Is this Pajun? Fighting and killing. Ruthless. Is this still the same Lian Sheng who was clumsy and reckless before? Is this the same person? Yin Shua's figure was reflected in Lian Sheng's eyes. She disassembled every movement, and seemed to see the scene of her iron sword piercing the opponent. Then, she stretched out her hand without hesitation. The slender sword body overlapped with the predicted scene, passed through all obstacles, drove straight in, and indeed hit the opponent's chest. Pajun only had one arm left, but he was not timid at all. The movements were wide and open, and seemed unexpectedly effective. The two of them fought back and forth, neither of them giving in. They were all showing off their offensive swordsmanship, vowing to see who was better. The competition between Eastern ancient martial arts and Western swordsmanship, for some reason, turned into an internal duel of Western swordsmanship. Yin Shu might have been in a restless mood, or perhaps his rhythm was disrupted by Lian Sheng's speed. Even though his movements were as standard as before, the frequency of his attacks was faster. He was confused. Lian Sheng seized the perfect opportunity, and the rhythm of his feet changed again. The sword turned and changed back to his usual swordsmanship. He took back the initiative and attacked the opponent's cockpit. Once, and again. After repeated attacks, a crack finally appeared in front of the heavy chest of the heavy armor. Yin Shua's expression finally broke, and he swung the long sword in his hand vigorously. His left hand desperately pulled out the remaining barrel and fired a bullet at her to try to get some distance and avoid close combat. He took the initiative to retreat. The current situation suddenly changed, and the advantage was in favor of Lian Sheng. No one dared to guess the future direction rashly. However, they couldn't help but wonder, what kind of mood would Yin Shua be in if he was defeated by his sword moves? The audience exclaimed with emotion. This scene was too exciting. Oh my god! So fast! Can Pajun's movements be so fast? This is not Pajun's speed. Pajun can't reach it. This is the assistance of the thruster. I don't play much. Don't lie to us. Can the thruster be played like this? Are you kidding me? The difficulty is not something that ordinary people can learn. If you don't control the center of gravity well, you might think that you don't fall enough when playing with the thruster like this. The facts prove that it is possible. Isn't she playing like this? Are those who say it's impossible blind? If anyone tells me that the general is a mecha novice, I will definitely use my fingers to dig out his electronic eyes. Yin Shuo looked at Lian Sheng and breathed heavily. Different people can practice different styles? No. From beginning to end, his swordsmanship is only one. Since childhood, every sword he thrust out, every angle, was accurately calculated. His actions can be represented by a series of numbers, and he spends more than 10 hours a day to make himself closer to this string of numbers. That was when he didn't understand what Western swordsmanship was. That was when he didn't know what the meaning of this behavior was. That was when he had no other choice but to do so. He was forced to take a path chosen by others. Inheritance? He hated this kind of meaningless, step-by-step inheritance. Why should he take this responsibility? Years of sword practice brought him more disappointment and scolding from his father. Others think he is talented, but he only sees the irony in these two words. They don't understand anything. He should be able to do better, but he can't. This is the Western swordsmanship in his eyes. So he hates Western swordsmanship and hates weakness. He hates swords. What soul does such a swordsmanship that will be imitated have? Yin Shua took 2 deep breaths, slid out a circle, and attacked Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng held his long sword horizontally in front of him, ready to attack. But he put down his long sword and pulled out the cannon behind him. Lian Sheng was shocked. Is he trying to take advantage of the close distance to fire high-lethality long-range artillery? Are they going to die together? No, not really. The shell of the heavy armor is hard, and the first one to die must be Pajun. The spectators immediately sweated, and couldn't help but stand up excitedly, staring at the screen. No one knew what happened inside, but saw a wide-bladed iron sword flying out in the gray cloud raised by the explosion. It was broken into 2 halves by the waves in the air. Half pierced into the beam next to it, and the other half fell to the ground. When the smoke dissipated, everyone gasped again. The Mecha Pajun was still standing, but its right arm was half broken in the bombing, leaving only the upper arm and a weapon installed on it. In this way, both of Lian Sheng's arms were broken. As a melee mecha, it can't even lift a weapon. Can it continue to fight? Li Ba was slightly better, but it was not optimistic. Its body was damaged to varying degrees. The fragile cockpit on its chest was also exposed. Chapter 138 Like. Liansheng raised his hand and checked the weapon on his half-arm. Everyone held their breath and waited for the result. Yanshu also stared closely. Whether the opponent could carry out a long-range attack was the most important thing to determine his final success or failure. The two kept their distance, and no one acted rashly. Pajun did not carry too many hot weapons, most of which were installed on his arms, and the position where his shoulders connected to his back. Then the system replied that the energy weapon had been damaged. The barrel behind him was also damaged due to the vibration, and it was determined that it could not be fired normally. Liansheng silently dismantled them and threw them directly to the ground. Alas! Looking at her action, I understood the meaning. This sigh sounded at the same time from all over the alliance. Li Ba was just one last blow away, and Pajun seemed to have no chance to give it the last blow. This battle was too embarrassing, and at this point, there was only a desperate struggle. This situation is very thrilling, but the battle will not be too intense. Their final outcome can be predicted, and neither side can end decently. Some students who came to check the battle situation watched this scene quietly, just waiting for the final result of the game to come out. Confirmed the list of finalists. The tavern next to them was set on fire. The bright sunset and the crimson firelight complemented each other. Yin Shuo threw down his cannon and pulled out a sword from his back again. It was the western sword he used before. Yin Shuo placed the sword across his chest and said, "You have already lost. You don't even have a weapon that can effectively attack." Liansheng raised the last half of his arm and said, "The game is almost over. But it's too early for you to say I lost." The spectators were confused and speculated in the comment area. What does she mean? Want to fight again? I believe in miracles. Liansheng is a miracle. Miracles are the opinions of your fans. In fact, how many miracles are there? I want to know how many fans Liansheng has. Can they circle the earth if they are held together? I don't know if there are so many fans, but there are definitely black fans. Although Li Ba's mecha cabin was exposed, Pajun was not much better. Liansheng used a long sword to block most of the firepower, but the materials of the weapons were different after all, and it was not easy to use for defense. There was no way to completely avoid such close-range attacks. Pajun's mecha shell was originally made of lightweight alloy materials, and it was already very fragile after being shaken many times before, and it could not withstand a fatal blow. Li Ba at least had intact limbs and could wear weapons. Yin Shuo rushed towards Liansheng with his new weapon. Only the front end of his sword was opened, and the only attack method was stabbing. Its characteristic was speed, and sometimes a short sword was equipped for defense. The western sword can break through almost all defenses with the sword master's unparalleled attack speed. And its sword technique is of course different from that of the long sword. Pajun is like a flat metal plate at this time. His size has become smaller, but the whole person has become more flexible, losing 2 metal arms, the wide-bladed iron sword, and most of the thermal weapons installed. The weight is suddenly reduced. The effect of the thruster has also increased exponentially. Liansheng felt that he was walking with the wind for a moment, and if his movements were more coquettish, he might really be able to fly to the sky. The heavy armored sword is fast, but it can't catch up with Pajun's movement speed. The 2 arms were originally important constraints in swordsmanship. Now that Liansheng has lost them, Yan Shuo's movements are limited. The set of movements in swordsmanship was broken up, and he had to attack the chest, abdomen, and the lower body of the mecha instead. It is not so easy to rearrange a set of suitable swordsmanship in a short time. The important thing is that Liansheng's movements are still extremely flexible. No matter which direction Yan Shuo's sword stabs, Liansheng can dodge at a faster speed. She twisted her body and slid on the ground, making an irregular curve, and then rushed along the bluestone walkway to another street. Yan Shuo turned on the full-speed thruster, but as a heavy armored mecha, it still couldn't catch up with the half Pajun. Moreover, he didn't control the speed as well as Liansheng. He didn't control it well when turning sharply, and the fuselage was thrown to the corner by inertia. But the momentum had not been adjusted yet, and he almost crashed. After panicking, he could only resign himself to slowing down and slowly catching up behind her. The heavy armored mecha carried a lot of hot weapons, but the killing range was not large, and it was only equipped with 2 barrels and fuel. After all, it was a melee mecha, and it would not frequently use explosive weapons to achieve self-destruction. Yin Shuo had no extra barrels, so he directly pulled out the gun on his arm and started shooting at Pajun. Rays of light chased Pijun and hit the ground, making a shallow pit. Yinshaw chased her around the map for several laps, and the lanterns hanging around fell off. The fire ignited the paper outside, and the paper ignited the tablecloth next to it. The sudden wind brought the fire to a larger scale, and the entire map was actually on fire. Lien Sheng seemed to be controlling the speed, so that Yinshaw could only see the shadow of her movements, luring him to attack. Whenever there was danger, he would quickly turn from the street corner to the safe point next to him. The opportunity to attack was only a moment, and Yinshaw had no other choice but to attack. He could only bite directly at the big bait that Lien Sheng had put down. The firelight and shadows affected Yinshaw's vision very well. In such a dangerous long-distance pursuit and attrition war, Yinshaw actually failed to hit Pijun once. Pijun's movement speed was too fast, and after fighting for most of the game, Li Ba's energy had begun to drop to a dangerous edge. Yinshaw could not guarantee that he could hit, and did not want to accept the result of running out of energy, so he finally stopped. He also unloaded all the weapons to reduce the weight. Then he stopped where he was, watching Lien Sheng disappear from the range, and rethinking the countermeasures. Lien Sheng mecha roamed freely on the street, as if the whole map was her skating rink. This is not a mecha. It's a fish with 2 legs. When Li Ba stopped attacking, she didn't run far, but stopped herself. She stared at Yinshaw quietly, as if she was estimating the distance between them. Then, something shocking happened. The fish with legs rushed directly towards the previous hunter. Yinshaw saw it, quickly drew his sword, and sprinted in her direction in 2 steps. Pijun was not as he expected, and the thrusters under his feet were fully turned on. He avoided the tip of the sword and slammed into Li Ba's body with his body. Yinshaw's eyelids jumped, and he counted silently in his heart. This was the nth time that Lien Sheng dodged his fast sword attack, which was something that would never have happened before. Not to mention his sword drawing speed, but the boost bonus of the basic attributes of the mecha would make it impossible to do this. No matter how excellent the performance of the mecha is, the operator is still a human. As long as they are human, their bodies have a limit to what they can bear. It takes time to receive information, react to it, and then process it. He couldn't really tell whether it was Lien Sheng intuition or his inhuman strength. Yinshaw didn't have time to think too much, and Lien Sheng's broken fuselage had already hit him. He didn't quite understand. Even if Li Ba's front had been bombed, the quality gap between the 2 sides was still there, and she definitely couldn't knock him down easily with a single hit. But he knew it right after that. After Pijun was about to get close, he began to withdraw his momentum, so the impact force was not as great as expected, and Li Ba only took 2 steps back. Pijun also stabilized because of the support of his body, and then he directly raised his foot and kicked the sword held by Li Ba away. Yinshaw quickly retreated. Lien Sheng didn't stop. 1 foot landed, and the other foot quickly followed. He jumped into the air, fully opened the thrusters, and launched a roundhouse kick at Li Ba's chest. Pijun was not strong enough, and without weapons, he could only rely on speed to increase his strength. The long-term use of the thrusters and high power caused the wind to be hot. Yinshaw could clearly see the air twisted by the high temperature at her heels, and at that moment, he seemed to have vaguely sensed the gap between the 2. She could respond to his attacks in advance, but he had to be controlled by others. Yinshaw stopped retreating. He lowered his head and raised his hands to protect his chest to ensure the safety of the cockpit. The material of the mecha on the legs is much heavier than that of the upper body. After all, it needs to bear enough weight and maintain the smoothness of movement. Lien Sheng used the power of the thrusters and the swing of his own weight, and finally kicked the heavy mecha to the ground. Yinshaw rolled around, supported the ground with his hands, and prepared to get up. He saw a red figure approaching from the corner of his eye, and it was so fast that it came to him. Yinshaw made a prompt decision and hugged his chest again. Then he was kicked again, and the mecha slid forward. If you can't free your hands, you can't get up. Yinshaw prepared to use the thrusters on his shoulders and abdomen to help him adjust his posture, and Lien Sheng had already attacked again. How could it be so fast? After all, this is the vision of the mecha, and too fast spatial rotation will make people feel dizzy. And she kept changing directions, and her position recognition should also be confused. In various postures, the mecha's bulky body always has a certain sense of imbalance in order to maintain the power of propulsion. But she seemed to know everything. There was no hesitation in the movement, leaving him no chance to breathe. This is simply something that cannot be done without long-term training. How long has she been in contact with mechas? Just like her swordsmanship. He practiced for 18 years. And she only took less than an hour. Unwilling. Really very unwilling. Yan Shu only saw the general figure of Lian Sheng moving. So he didn't know how terrifying the scene would be from a third-party perspective. Lian Sheng maximum sprint speed, according to data monitoring, has exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. You have to know that this is the speed of a short-distance sprint. And she keeps changing directions. And the speed up is almost instantaneous. When there is an obstacle in front, the sense of pressure coming towards you is terrifying enough. And not everyone can overcome it. Even in the back, they have the illusion of getting faster and faster. The spectators exclaimed and became excited, deeply shocked by the scene in front of them, and couldn't take their eyes off. I didn't expect that I could see such a wonderful scene in the end. Those who originally felt bored and were ready to leave looked at her with a deep look in their eyes. Deliberate? Right? This annoying person. The dull sound of the collision seemed to hit their hearts one by one. They wanted to support Lian Sheng, but after thinking carefully, they didn't dare to give too much hope in the current situation. What is she doing? Does she want to kick the defense of the heavy armor with just 2 legs? Lian Sheng represents a miracle. This is really not surprising. Otherwise, anyone who plays heavy armor can go and smash Sanyao. What I just said is not surprising. Ha ha ha. Everyone thinks that Lian Sheng was restraining his strength before, because the gap between before and after is too big. Yin Shu also thinks so. He maintained his posture, and bloodshot eyes climbed up. He raised his head and questioned, "You deliberately let me go before? Want to laugh at me?" Lian Sheng was stunned for a moment. "I don't know what you are talking about." Lian Sheng did not hide his strength. She took every battle seriously. Why hide her strength? Every opponent should be respected. If you can't fight with all your strength, it is disrespectful to the opponent in front of you. What's more, slackness and underestimation of the enemy have always been taboos in battle. People who think of winning all the time are mostly ambitious. The future is changing rapidly, and no one in the world can predict it. She just wants to win the victory in front of her seriously. She chose to attack continuously before in order to test Yan Shu's skills. She knew too little about him, and needed to find out his attacking skills first. Otherwise, if the time was prolonged, she might still be suppressed by his long sword. She believed that every injury she suffered was meaningful, and there was no so-called hidden words. However, after she was disassembled, she found that this was a good thing. The weight of the upper body was reduced. The center of gravity automatically moved down, and the entire mecha's movements became automatically stable, making it easier to operate. Every day, she had to practice for a long time with bright light bulbs, and complete the additional training of super bright light bulbs to adapt to high speed. High speed can be adapted. When she was running around the field before, she kept speeding up, allowing her brain and speed to gradually accept the changes in the scenery. It should be said that she was in the state. Lian Sheng attacked again. This time she did not kick Li Bao's chest, but kicked his head. The sensor device on the head was finally damaged after being hit twice. The damage to the mecha's head was not fatal. After all, it was not a real head, but just a part where sensors were placed. However, the perspective of the head was destroyed, because the device has a limited field of view, both in height and width. Therefore, multiple detection devices will be installed in various places on the mecha, and then passed to the driver after repair. Without the head device, Yan Shu's field of view and height changed instantly. Lian Sheng continued to attack along its head. The joints are the most vulnerable parts of the mecha. If Lian Sheng could break the mecha from any place, then the head would be the only one. Yan Shu seemed to have given up resistance and stopped struggling. Lian Sheng then stopped and stood in front of him and said, "Hello?" Yan Shu did not speak. "Hello? If you admit defeat, please choose to quit, because I am also tired." Lian Sheng twisted his neck and said, "Oh, thank you for your guidance. You are the best swordsman I have ever met in the Alliance." Yan Shu said, "Swordsman? I hate swords." This is the second time, or perhaps the third time that Lian Sheng has heard him say that he hates swords. But she doesn't understand. A person who hates swordsmanship can't practice to this level. Lian Sheng said, "Swordsmanship won't lie. You can ask it. A person who practices swordsmanship will have a special feeling for the sword, as if it represents his whole life. As long as he has a little resistance, he will want to retreat and encounter a bottleneck. And it is impossible to practice to this level, because it takes more than time and skills to practice a sword well. Year after year, day after day, every hour and every second, doing what he hates, and thinking about doing such things for decades to come. He will definitely go crazy. Yin Shuo is not crazy. So he doesn't hate swords in his heart. Yin Shuo was stunned for a moment. The same voice appeared in his ears. Swordsmanship will not lie. How much effort you put in, and how much effort you made will be reflected in your swordsmanship. No one is more honest than it. If you want to know how far you have come, you want to know how much you have paid, you can ask it. He didn't understand. He didn't understand why his father was so fond of swordsmanship. He liked it before, because he thought his father's swordsmanship was too charming. But when he knew what he had to pay behind this charm, he hesitated. You are so amazing. You are a genius to be able to play such a powerful sword at such a young age. Western swordsmanship is so cool. It sounds so amazing. How long will it take me to learn to be like you? That's great. You don't have to go to school. You don't know how tiring it is to go to class. I also want to stay at home to practice swordsmanship. Why doesn't my father ask me to do this? No. Only his sword knows how much effort he has put in to do this. Only his sword knows how much progress he has made today. He is not a genius. He is not relaxed at all. He can no longer do without Western swordsmanship. That is his pride, his self-esteem. He does not need to tell others how powerful he is, and how much effort he has made. He only needs to use his sword. Is he annoying? Lian Sheng found that this guy did not move again. So he shouted, "Hey, brother?" She raised her foot and aimed at the broken head of his mecha. "Don't talk." I kicked it. Yin Shuo directly clicked to quit. The system announced that the game was officially over. Lian Sheng relied on his 2 legs to finally defeat a heavy mecha. The moment the result came out, countless people in the comment area cheered for her. This is the most special winner they have ever seen. In the class of the command department, Meng Jianwu excitedly clenched his fist and stood up on the spot. He shouted loudly, "Damn! Where is the applause?" There was a silence around. Zheng Lei covered his face and raised his hand to pull the corner of his clothes. Meng Jianwu just remembered where he was. He didn't dare to look up. He sat down silently, then put his laptop in front of him and tried to shrink under the table. This student. The professor on the podium pushed up his glasses and said, "You played with the laptop in class. I tolerated it. You are emotional. I can understand. Young people. But you still want us to cooperate and support you. Isn't it?" Meng Jianwu nodded repeatedly. "You are right. I am wrong. Please continue." Zheng Lei turned his head and said to him, "Thank you." Meng Jianwu snorted. "Why?" Zheng Lei exhaled. "If you hadn't called out, I might have called out." Meng Jianwu was heartbroken. Get lost. Wan Yanshu. Wan Jiban. The 2 new hot candidates for the finals were eliminated within a day. Today's game is really too sad. It's just the early stage of the selection. It can be expected that the later stage and the finals should be the battle of the gods. Analyzing one by one, the quality of students this year is really abnormal. Everyone did not feel sorry for Yanshu, because there will definitely be a chance to see him in the finals. The final teams of the selection competition are in the form of 5+1. And the team can invite 1 more person to participate. Of course, if the number of people selected for the finals is greater than 5, you could also directly invite your other selected comrades to participate. The National Defense University will not let go of this seed player dug up by Gao Jin. This person is the team commander. However, they must reevaluate Lian Sheng's strength. Before, when she was a novice in mecha, she just had more close combat skills. Now it seems that her grasp and application of mechas have been perfected and comparable to professionals. Chapter 139 Discussion. When Lian Sheng walked out of the training room, it was almost 9 o'clock. She had been competing for nearly 2 hours, which meant that she had been running in the sensor for nearly 2 hours. You know, she ran for her life in the second half. When she finally walked out of the sensor, her legs were weak, and she sat at the door for another 30 minutes, accepting the admiring eyes of passers-by. It happened that the evening class was over, and a large group of people rushed out of the teaching building. They were crowded and moving forward. Lian Sheng looked up at the street lights above. She felt hungry and a little empty. "Look who I saw. My brain husband." A familiar voice came from behind. Several roommates recognized her figure and rushed towards her at high speed, putting their shoulders on her and laughing wildly. "I just watched your competition," roommate C said in a low voice. "It's amazing. My God. You almost flew." The people around looked at her sideways, recognized her, slowed down their pace, and followed her. Liansheng asked, "Aren't you in class?" Roommate C snorted, "How can the professor stop us from meeting?" Roommate A laughed, "It's mainly because the professor didn't use the right method. You need to use a dog-beating stick." Roommate C pushed her away. "Go!" The four of them were walking on the road, talking and laughing. A boy was observing from the side, and finally confirmed it, and then walked over with a light computer. The man was obviously a little excited and asked in surprise, "Liansheng? Can I interview you?" Liansheng glanced at him and said simply, "No." The boy said, "Sorry. It won't take too long." Liansheng, "How long is too long? I don't want to waste a minute or a second, let alone a long time." The boy, Liansheng nodded to him and walked away. "This person is so unprofessional. I sat outside the training room for half an hour and didn't see anyone come to interview me when I was bored. Now she is in a hurry to go over to eat. And she actually wants to ask again. No appointment." Liansheng turned and went to the cafeteria. Several roommates went back to the dormitory first to prepare the courseware for tomorrow's class. She ordered a bowl of noodles, added more vegetables, and then ate 2 mouthfuls before turning on the light computer again. The bright light bulb kept sending her communications. 12 missed calls, requesting one. Liansheng was disgusted and clicked to connect. As expected, the person using the light computer was Baimi Feidao. The other party grinned and smiled at Liansheng. They all gathered together and found that after the connection was connected, the 2 light bulbs also came over. "Yo! Congratulations on your victory." The bright light bulb crossed his chest and said, "Not bad. For them, it doesn't matter whether it is the final or not. What is the most important meaning of the game is how strong the opponent is defeated and how much progress is made." The bright light bulb said, "You should thank your opponent. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able to master the practical application of the thruster so quickly." Liansheng nodded. Fighting and training are still very different. Status and comprehension are mysterious and have a lot to do with the opponent. Perhaps it was Yan Shua's sword that stimulated her speed. Today she did take the first step. Baimi Feidao poked his head towards her and said, "Are you eating noodles? Eating noodles at night will make you fat. Eat more chicken and high-protein food. It's been very hard recently." Liansheng drank a mouthful of soup and chewed it twice. She seemed to hear a background sound from the other side, but she didn't care, thinking they were watching some video. The bright light bulb chatted with her for a while and gave her some individual training. The Chaoyang brother next to him finally couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "Zhou Shizi, you are sick. Hurry up and answer the call. Or hang up." Baimi Feidao said calmly, "No. It's a big deal to hang her up." Chaoyang bulb, "Then turn on the mute for me." "Are you sick?" "No." Baimi Feidao scratched his ear. "How do I know she said a call if I turn on the mute? It's not good for me to imagine how angry she is now." Liansheng saw Chaoyang bulb so angry for the first time. But he should be on the verge of exploding. And then he really exploded. Brother Bulb directly pressed his neck, then grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the visual screen. There was a scream behind him. Responding to Chaoyang's shout, "Do you want to answer it? Answer it for me." Liansheng, The bright light bulb glanced over there, shook his head, and looked at Liansheng again and said, "It's okay. Ignore them." Liansheng ate noodles attentively and nodded in between. The bright light bulb, "Look at me. I'm your master. You didn't thank your master first after winning the game. And you ate the noodles of the special girl." They seemed to be waiting for Liansheng, so they must have something. So Liansheng asked, "What's wrong?" Bright light bulb said, "We may not be here in a while. You can arrange it yourself. I will give you a training table. You can practice according to it. After you get used to it, you can increase the amount of training by yourself. I will not arrange it for you. Improve your physical fitness as soon as possible." Liansheng nodded. "Oh, thank you. I think I have made great progress recently. Through this battle." She understood. The performance of the mecha can make up for a certain gap. But under the sensor operation, the physical demand is huge. If she encounters a stronger opponent, then this is a fatal weakness. The bright light bulb glanced at the distance and then retracted her gaze. Then he shook his upper body and asked, "By the way, do you want to change your weapon? Change to one that you are more comfortable with, and it will be more convenient when the time comes. For example, this time's competition. I feel that it doesn't quite match your moves." Lien Sheng suddenly became energetic and said in surprise, "Can it be changed?" The bright light bulb said, What do you think?" The super bright light bulb came back and just heard their conversation, and said, "If you want to change your equipment, just let the lion change it for you. He can do a very detailed proofreading, but he doesn't understand the specific parameters of the weapon, so you need to find someone to do it for you." Lien Sheng felt that this was not a dimension she could understand, and asked, "How to do it?" The super bright light bulb said, "It's very complicated. The 3D data is very complicated. We need to find a special person to convert the weapon into a data packet first, and then insert it. The studio knows a lot of people, and can help you contact them. Do you need someone to help you design your weapon? I remember you used to be in the School of Materials Engineering. Do you have your own ideas?" Lien Sheng thought about it. In order to shoot a video, her roommate had designed one for her according to her ideas. That one is pretty good. So he said, "I have it." Super bright light bulb, that's good. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. They have a lot of models, and it won't take time to fine-tune it when the time comes. Lien Sheng thought about it again, then touched his ear and asked, "Is it troublesome? How much does it cost?" There are very few people in Sanyao who carry special weapons, and most of them are standard broadswords. It's called a sword, but it can be used as a knife. This shows that changing equipment must not be a simple matter. Maybe it's still something that money can't solve. Super bright light bulb laughed, "Haha. No. Let that idiot pay with his body. Anyway, he's idle and moldy. Just in time to exercise his brain." Lien Sheng was very embarrassed. "This is too caring for me. Since the first time I met Bai Mi Fei Dao and the two light bulbs, they have taken good care of me. Guide, spar, analyze, and take her to do various things. To be more serious, this is already a favor. I believe this has nothing to do with Zhou Shiwei. They just said casually that they wanted her to lead the team. Without their help, Lien Sheng would not have had a chance to enter the finals at his current level. It really depends on your chemistry." The bright light bulb waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Just focus on the game. When you are done with this period of time, next week, we should enter the second half of the qualifiers next week, and you will have a few days to rest. I will pick you up to change your equipment. You must hold on first." Lien Sheng responded, "Okay." Bai Mi Fei Dao leaned against the guardrail, squinting his eyes in the strong wind, then looked into the distance and clicked to connect. Liliana had been rejected by him for so long, and when she heard the prompt tone cut off again, she was about to redial, only to find that she was actually connected. Zhou Shiren was standing on the balcony. The light from above made his facial features look more profound. He was also a little lonely. He asked unhappily, "What? If it's the same thing as before, forget it. It's okay." Zhou Shitzi. "For such a thing, arguing with such a person, destroying your future. Are you crazy enough?" Liliana said. "Get back quickly. Do you know what time it is now?" "Bai Mi Fei Dao," I said. "I will leave if Li Min is here. Don't be willful anymore." Liliana sat opposite in military uniform. Seemed a little tired. She stroked her forehead and said, "No one knows District 12 better than you. And no one is more suitable to be the deputy commander than you. After you left, the entire analysis department and the reconnaissance team were in chaos, and the newcomers couldn't control them at all." Bai Mi Fei Dao was in no mood to listen. Turned around, and hung the light brain on his hand. Liliana could only see a night scene outside. The lights flickered and the streams kept flowing. This land was quiet and prosperous. They existed to protect this place, but they were so unfamiliar with it. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, "Didn't I give them the map? What else do you want?" Lilian frowned. "A bunch of idiots. What's the use of just a map? By the time they figure it out, the battle will be over." Bai Mi Fei Dao snorted. "That's not what you said at the time. It's different with or without me." "Who am I?" I said. "So what? You only remembered me when you need to wipe your butt. Don't you think I wipe too much and it stinks?" "Liliana, I know you are a smart person. You know the overall situation and won't act on impulse. We need you now. If anyone stops you again, I will go with you." Bai Mi Fei Dao was silent. He closed his eyes and felt the wind coming towards him. "Don't say that. Liliana, I'm not targeting you, and I don't want you to leave. But you know how we got the map of District 12? How much manpower did we use to investigate District 12? How many brothers died in order to sneak in, when we were hiding in the ditch like rats? We never thought of giving up, because we thought it was worth it. I'm still leading new recruits. You know, new recruits? They are the most promising and humane group of people. But I can't forgive this original intention for being insulted. The battle was lost, and the sacrifice has been made. It doesn't matter whether it's the commander's responsibility or the deputy commander's responsibility. I drew the map of District 12. And it doesn't matter if I make mistakes. But he shouldn't go too far. Why does he take credit for others' work and completely shirk his own responsibility? Are you crazy about getting promoted? You let such a person do it. What? Command? Are you crazy too? The fate of soldiers and politicians is different. They believe that we will work hard for the alliance. So they exploit us immorally, and we accept it. Who let us be born here and be born a good person? But if I give you my life, I will also take away your honor. I will not lead soldiers in such a legion. Liliana, okay. You don't have to say it. I understand. I will tell them that they will not refuse you at this time. Bai Mi Fei Dao slowed down and asked, how is District 12? Not very good. The same as always, Liliana said. Confrontation, negotiation, and internal strife. But recently, Admiral De Wedger, who advocates peace, is seriously ill, and they began to refuse to contact us. Be prepared early. You come first. Bai Mi Fei Dao replied coldly, yes. I hang up first. You do your job well. Liliana hung up the communication. Bai Mi Fei Dao quickly dialed Zhou Shirui's number again. Brother, how is it? The expeditionary army came to me crying and begging me to go back. Chapter 140 Visit. If Zhou Shirui were to describe his brother in one sentence, it would probably be that he is sick. Although it is not very nice to say this. It is indeed very difficult to describe. He could have been a charming person, but he always made inappropriate jokes. So Zhou Shirui quickly hung up. Bai Mi Fei Dao, Bai Mi Fei Dao muttered, my brother is too hard to raise. So he ran back to see the thigh he raised for his brother, and found that Lian Sheng had also hung up the phone and went back to rest. Bai Mi Fei Dao suddenly felt lonely. The juniors are too rude. Lian Sheng became famous in the selection circle in this match. Ordinary students will not do such strict training, or they will not do thruster skill training. After all, they are students. In addition to classes, they also have to train their physical fitness. Where can they have so much time? And this training? You can see at a glance that it takes a lot of energy to adapt. If there is no guidance, I am afraid I can't find the way. Zhao Zhuolu and others were very curious, but they didn't dare to ask directly. After all, they didn't know whether this training method was confidential. Even if it was not confidential, they had no obligation to tell them. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see how important this skill was to improving practical ability. Besides, the individual selection competition was in progress, and she had to take out her precious time to guide them. If they were rejected, it would be very ugly. Of course, none of this mattered. They had thick skin. But for some reason, chatting with Lian Sheng required not only thick skin, but also a strong heart, and the awareness of tragic sacrifice. It was difficult. Those who were not familiar with Lian Sheng gave up the idea directly. Zhao Zhuolu and others were in a state of hesitation. After pushing and shoving, they finally decided to form a united front and focus on Comrade Zhao Zhuolu. Zhao Zhuolu rushed all the way from the teaching building to the cafeteria, and was finally surrounded by 3 people. Yi Buqing, excellent. We are just exchanging ideas. Not that serious. I tell you, don't act like you are going to the battlefield. Cheng Zhe said. Think about the 8 years you agreed to be together all those years ago. What a wonderful 8 years you had. What are you afraid of? Zhao Zhuoluo hooked his neck and pulled him back. Shut up. Cheng Zhe's head was facing the ground. Blood rushed to his head. His face flushed. And he didn't give up and said, why are you shy at this time? Why are you shy in front of Lian Sheng? Is it difficult for you to say a word to her? Zhao Zhuoluo, we have been brothers for so many years. When will we practice? To such a shameless level? Cheng Zhe fluttered his hands. Don't brothers speak the truth? Who doesn't have some dirty thoughts? If I don't tell you, who else can I tell? Dad is here. Fang Jianshan squatted in front of Zhao Zhuolu with a bowl in his hand and said, show your domineering aura that you reject other girls. Just tell her directly. Woman, I like your training method. Hand it over to me quickly. I am willing to train with you, even if it is a winning streak. It is essentially a virgin solo. Xiaozhuolu couldn't free his hands, glared at him, and exerted force on his hands. Cheng Zhe felt pain. Fuck. Get out. Stop making trouble here. Cheng Zhe reached out to grab Fang Jianshan. Son, you should go back to school to avoid your father being killed by you. Fang Jianshan stepped back flexibly and found that he bumped into someone. The man supported his back alone to help him stand firm. Then he said, Brother, be careful. Fang Jianshan turned around and apologized. Sorry. Then the four of them saw the familiar face together. 4 people, Lian Sheng greeted, Yo. 4 people, Xiaozhuolu let go of his hand. And Cheng Zhe climbed up in a second. The 4 of them sat up straight. Cheng Zhe pointed to the empty seat next to him. Please sit down. Lian Sheng asked, What does virgin solo mean? Xiaozhuolu waved down Fang Jianshan, who was ready to move. Perseverance, independence and self-reliance. Unyielding. Stand on your own. Lian Sheng touched his chin and sat down on the empty seat. Cheng Zhe put his arm around Xiaozhuolu and said, My family is excellent. I have something to tell you. Lian Sheng turned his head and looked at him. Xiaozhuolu coughed. Have you been practicing that at Sanao recently? Is it the use of the accelerator? Lian Sheng nodded. Yes. By the way, there is also Sonda. Xiaozhuolu asked again, How does it feel? Lian Sheng thought for a while, and said in the expectant eyes of everyone, Sore and numb? Everyone. Xiaozhuolu stood up. I'm leaving. Lian Sheng said again, Man, I know you like my training method. I can hand it over and train with you. Anyway, I don't have any special arrangements recently. Xiaozhuolu's expression collapsed, and he turned around suddenly, wanting to smash the plate in his hand on Fang Jianshan's head. Fang Jianshan hugged his head quickly. It's not my training method, but Brother Dangbao taught me. He used to practice with me, but he seems to be very busy recently. Lian Sheng said. It just so happens that I need a companion. Yi Buqing asked, Did he teach you? How long have you practiced? Xiaozhuolu sat back quietly. I practiced for a long time, but the effect was not great. Later, when I played the climbing rack during the training camp, I felt a bit similar. Lian Sheng told the truth. You will learn it by falling and tumbling. The 4 people felt her falling and fell into deep thought. Yi Buqing, then when do you have time? There are competitions recently. Or when you are off for 3 days. Can you show us? Lian Sheng, I have time recently, but it may not be possible during the off-season. Brother Dangbao said he would take me to change the equipment for the mecha. Xiaozhuolu was stunned for a moment, and then confirmed, Make equipment? Lian Sheng nodded. The expressions of several people suddenly changed. Lian Sheng, this thing is very complicated, isn't it? Xiaozhuolu asked, What's your last name? Do you have any brothers who are living outside? Lian Sheng said with a hint of pride, We are brothers when we land. Why should we be related by blood? Lian Sheng successfully graduated and helped Deng Deng to recruit a group of disciples, because there will be competitions later. I compared their schedules and found that there was almost no overlap. Lian Sheng was the most free, so he simply let them go to Sanao when they were free, and they didn't have to drag their brothers. The next few games were not as intense as this one, and Lian Sheng played very smoothly. The later the battle, the greater the change in the battle distribution, and the more people were eliminated, because the minimum number of people in the military academy is set. Almost 1 person is killed. Soon they ushered in the second half of the preliminaries. The organizing committee counted the number of people and officially announced the start of the second half of the preliminaries. At the same time, the system reallocated the number of battles, and all members rested for 3 days during the period. The rules of the competition were changed to a double elimination system. That is, losing twice in a row would be considered as quitting, and the list of all selected students was released. Everyone checked on time, but was surprised to find that Ji Ban's name was written on it. For a moment, they thought they were dazzled, but it was written clearly, and the probability of system error was almost 0. After a closer look, they found that the school marked at the back was changed to Yijuan. He actually successfully transferred to Yijuan, because before the force withdrawal, he had no defeat. He won a total of 162 games, 58 of which were against players in the high-ranking group. Although he missed a few days of competition, his data met the standards, and the organizing committee determined that he had enough strength to enter the second half of the preliminaries. So he was directly added back to the list of participants after the transfer. The news that Yijuan accepted Ji Ban spread quickly, And this move really made people think deeply. After all, everyone knows that the current military academy cannot give Ji Ban more practical guidance, and his strength can only rely on his own hard work and research. And the military academy cannot arrange for him to go after graduation. All they could do was persuade him to give up manual operation. Any military academy that expressed its willingness to accept Jiban would be criticized. They chose to destroy a young student just for the ranking of the selection competition. This kind of attack is too serious for a famous school. They don't need to take such a risk for a student with a slim future. And ordinary military academies have no hope of entering the finals. So there is no reason to recruit Jiban. Therefore, it takes courage to make this decision. Otherwise, with Jiban's strength and popularity, no military academy would be willing to express its position until the end of the competition. How the management of the First Army arranged it had nothing to do with Lian Sheng. She only knew that she had another chance to meet this legendary mecha operator. After the 3-day vacation was confirmed, Deng Bao asked her out to make weapons. Lian Sheng loaded his drawings into the optical computer and waited at the school gate. Soon their car flew over, and Bright Bulb put one hand on the window and nodded to her. "Let's go. Get in the car." Lian Sheng got in the car, and Baimi Fado in front accelerated and set off. Super Bright Bulb sat in the back seat and chatted with her, saying, "We have known the company for a long time, so don't worry about technical problems. Would you like to make a physical sword as a souvenir?" Lian Sheng, "That's also possible." Super Bright Bulb, "Of course. It's convenient there. And the tools are complete." Baimi Fadao drove her to the suburbs, and the distance seemed quite long. There were many factories there, and they were all neatly arranged factory buildings. But the flow of people was sparse, and only vehicles responsible for warehousing and transportation drove back and forth on the road. After passing a section of the main road in the front row, Baimi Fadao began to slow down slowly and walk deeper. It was extremely quiet inside. And then the car stopped. Baimi Fadao tapped the window. "Come down. We're here." The buildings near the road are all low bungalows. And at this time, it is obviously 4 or 5 stories high. Lian Sheng looked up and asked, "Where is this?" Baimi Fadao said, "It used to be a mecha parts supplier." Lian Sheng, "What about now?" Baimi Fadao glanced at her and said disdainfully, "Obviously it is still now." Lian Sheng, fuck him." They walked straight in. Perhaps they saw the picture from the surveillance. When they were halfway there, a young boy came out and led the way. The boy had light hair and white skin, and looked a little thin. He smiled happily when he saw Baimi Fadao and others, and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello. Long time no see. How have you been recently? Is the studio busy?" Baimi Fadao patted his shoulder and greeted him. Lian Sheng stood behind him, lowered his eyes, and glanced at his legs. There was a row of metal instruments on his legs, tied from his thighs to his shoes. His walking posture was a bit stiff. The boy noticed her gaze and turned to her and said, "Hello. My name is Ji Ban. Are you the one who will be making equipment today?" "Ji Ban?" Lian Sheng came back to his senses and shook hands with him and said, "This name sounds familiar." "Hello. My name is Lian Sheng." Ji Ban smiled, stepped back and said, "Come in." Ji Ban led them into the factory. Baimi Fadao leaned down and introduced to her, "Ji Ban. It's about his grandfather's generation." "Right. His grandfather used to be the chief technician of Sanyao. At that time, Sanyao was still a mecha production company, and it was very prosperous. The military was all hand-operated mechas at that time, and they were the authority. It's really 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." Lian Sheng nodded. Ji Ban took them to the interior of the building, and Lian Sheng found that one floor was more than 10 meters high, and the walls were full of various tools and parts. Although it was crowded inside, due to the height, there was no sense of oppression at all. A man in dark blue work clothes was manually polishing a piece of black material at the door. Lian Sheng saw that he had white hair, and the skin on his hands was also rough. Thinking about the alliance, most people look young with such an appearance, plus the grandfather generation mentioned by Baimi Fadao before. He blurted out, "Hello, Grandpa." Ji Ban said awkwardly, This is my father." Lian Sheng, "Hello, Uncle." Ji Ban smiled, "It's okay. Our family had children relatively late. My grandfather and my father both had children in their old age. My grandfather died a long time ago." The man in front nodded and said, "It's the same to call me Grandpa. The age is just right for the generation. Sit down." The furnishings here are very simple, with only 2 stools. Robots are not allowed to enter. Ji-ban walked inside and searched for a few more chairs, letting them sit down and rest first. He put his hands on his waist, and the device on his legs bent his legs directly, changing to sitting. Then he opened the blueprint and began to look at it carefully. Baimi Feidao leaned close to Lian Sheng's ear and whispered, "Why do you always stare at other people's legs? Don't you know that men's legs are also places that girls can't look at?" Lian Sheng looked at him with disdain, then raised his hand to push him away. Baimi Feidao leaned over again. "What? Have you never seen a walker? It's very rude to stare at someone's broken leg like this. You know?" Lian Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously glanced at Ji-ban's legs. "Broken leg?" Ji-ban seemed to hear it, raised his head, and smiled at her with narrowed eyes. "The sensor is transmitted according to the activity of the nerves. He has no legs. If he wants to use the mecha, of course this is the only way." Everyone is guessing why Ji-ban uses the original command input to operate the mecha. But no one thinks it's because of this. Because no one would believe that a person can be so obsessed with the mecha. With technical support, limb disability will not have much impact on daily life. In fact, because of the unique power of the machine, it seems more convenient after getting used to it. However, they cannot enter all industries related to sensors. But there is no need to blame yourself. Ji-ban put down the light computer, got a general understanding of her design, raised his head and asked, "You used to be in the School of Materials Engineering. What material do you want to use?" Lian Sheng was absent-minded. Ji-ban, then? What about the size ratio? It's not written here. Lian Sheng, Ji-ban, then where do you want to install it? The left? Right. Up and down and height data. Lian Sheng looked at Baimi Feidao. "Oh my god." Baimi Feidao touched her head lovingly. "You don't fall in love, go to class, or play games in college. So what do you do with your time?" Lian Sheng reached out and slapped him again, indicating that he didn't really want to talk to him. "Then come with me and try it," Ji-ban said. "Feel or length. Come and experience it yourself. And then tell me." He stood up again and took Lian Sheng inside. Baimi Feidao followed to help. They first transferred the other converted weapon data to Pajun. Let Lian Sheng determine the quality and length, and then determine the data one by one. This is really a troublesome process, Ji-ban asked very carefully, and everyone proofread for more than an hour without getting tired of it. However, this is just a preliminary confirmation of the weapon model. Lian Sheng now knows why there are so few people who have exclusive weapons. Non-professionals can't do this, and professionals rarely have such a painful time. Then the weapon data was finally settled, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked out of the room together. Ji-ban walked in front, holding his own light computer in his hand. Lian Sheng was thinking whether he could go back, and he suddenly turned around and said, "Can I take you to see my mecha?" Lian Sheng paused. "Your mecha?" "Yes. My name is on it." Ji-ban raised his hand and pointed. "It's in front." Baimi Feidao laughed behind him. "Come on. Let's go and have a look." Ji-ban just said it to Lian Sheng. So it's obvious that Baimi Feidao has seen it. Just like sharing his toys with someone. Ji-ban became very happy to get a response. Of course, Lian Sheng was also very happy to see the legendary mecha. Ji-ban turned around and took them to the basement, and then went deeper. He carefully deciphered the code layer by layer along the way, until he came to a spacious room. The lights came on, and a large cube covered with protective metal appeared in front. He pressed on the wall, and finally the mecha inside was revealed. It's more accurate to say that it's a black machine, because it doesn't have the outline of the mecha that Lian Sheng has seen before. Now it's huddled together, like a flying machine. The shell was polished to a shine, and the black color that glowed revealed a kind of majesty. Lian Sheng walked in front of it and asked, "What is this?" Ji-ban said proudly, "Transformer mecha." Lian Sheng stepped forward. "Model? Of course not. This is what my grandfather left behind. His most outstanding achievement. His lifelong research. Its energy consumption rate is only 1/3 of that of ordinary mechas, but its speed-up efficiency can reach twice that of them. And it has both speed and attack." Ji-ban looked at the mecha in front of him. His eyes were shining, however. What he left behind was a semi-finished product, and the latter was processed by my father according to the drawings. Seeing Lian Sheng's eagerness, he held her hand and pressed it on the fuselage. "You can touch it. The material on it is very strong and durable. and ordinary portable guns can't leave marks. It was cold to the touch, and the surface was extremely smooth. Liansheng asked, "Can it be driven?" Jiban said, "It can be driven. It will be repaired and tested every day to strengthen its parts. But it cannot be started." Liansheng, "Why can't it be driven?" Jiban, "There is no approval from the alliance. And there is no qualified mark." "Oh!" Liansheng nodded. "Why not the approval of the alliance?" Jiban, because there is no expert to issue a document to prove that it meets the standards and can be driven safely." Liansheng, "Then does it meet the standards? Can it be driven?" Jiban said, "Yes." Several people looked at the mecha in silence for a moment. Liansheng turned his head and asked, "Then why didn't you approve it?" Jiban, He also wanted to know. Bai Mi Fei Dao patted Liansheng and said, "This is a matter between adults. You won't understand." "Okay. Let's go." This matter is more painful to explain. So they dragged Liansheng out of the storage room. Jiban's father was still wiping the black mecha at the door. Liansheng recognized it at this time. Judging from the material, it seemed to be the shell material of the mecha in the basement. The mecha can't be stopped all the time. Otherwise the parts will age. But it has been stopped for decades. And we can only keep replacing its parts. Jiban explained. Dad was thinking about things when he was wiping things. Don't worry about him. Liansheng believed that the cost of a mecha is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. Or its maintenance cost is not something that ordinary people can afford. And it has not been able to obtain qualified approval for decades. Which is very telling. So Liansheng is a little confused. What is the purpose of spending huge funds to maintain a mecha that may never be started? What is the purpose of spending more than 10 years of effort to learn command operations that may never be put into actual use? Of course, she couldn't say this in front of these people. He just nodded and bowed to them. Then followed Bai Mi Fei Dao and the others out. Several people got in the car. Liansheng fastened his seat belt and waited for the start. Bai Mi Fei Dao put one hand on the keyboard and said, Jiban usually lives here. He likes mechas and data very much. And doesn't like classes. So he stays here to help. Few people come here. So it's not easy to make friends. He can run and jump. And is better at mechas than you are. You can communicate with him more. That's it. Their understanding of mechas is limited to Sanyao. And Jiban's understanding is real mechas. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, we may not be in District 3 for a while. And we may not be contacted. Come here to get the equipment in a week. Have you found the way? Liansheng has never been clear about the districts of the Alliance. Out of the Alliance. Each legion is marked by the legion number. Maybe some idiot doesn't like to give names. So all of them are replaced with numbers. Liansheng marked this place, know the way. Bai Mi Fei Dao, that's good. If you can't find the way, find Jiban. I send you his contact number. If he talks to you, you should say twice more. Liansheng said loudly, Bai Mi Fei Dao, After 3 days of rest, new training will begin again. In the second half of the individual selection, you need to compete at the monitoring point designated by the Alliance. District 3 is a more developed area. For qualified points are set up here. The Alliance University is rich and powerful. And there are many people selected every year. So there are internal ones. In military academies in remote areas, it's more painful. Because the second half of the game is generally arranged twice a week. It's not long or short. They can't always take a car to rush back and forth every time the game is approaching. It's too difficult for students to adjust their status. It's also impossible to rent a hotel for a long time and stay here. The student funds can't afford it. Therefore, military academies with good relations with the Union University will allow students to move in temporarily after contacting them, so that they can learn from each other. It's not that the big guys really don't have such a temperament. The Union University is like my students. Not afraid of any challenge. And welcomes you with open doors. As students moved in one after another, the latest 3 battle predictions came out soon. Liansheng glanced at it, and found that they were all people she didn't know. Of course, she didn't know anyone at all. So she went to Sanao without any concern, opened a city street map, and continued her training. Not long after, Zhao Zhuolu and 3 roommates finished the collective training program, and went to Sanao one after another. When they came, they were still discussing non-stop. Or to be more precise, they were complaining individually. Jiban. This Jiban. Fang Jianshan said. My first game was actually him. Cheng Zhe said, don't worry. Lose if you lose. Our resurrection quota is prepared for that. In a small map, like the selection competition, snipers are indeed not at an advantage. Get lost, Fang Jianshan said angrily. Dad finally finished the loving materials prepared by junior brother Zhou for me. But a guy named Ji came out of nowhere to ruin my plan. What's the big deal? Fang Jianshan thought about it, and found the source of his anger. Why is it someone named Ji again? Why are people named Ji so annoying? Just like to break up you and me. And don't want you and me to share the joy of family life? Liansheng looked up at the sky. Ji Faxiao was no longer in school. But he still missed him. Zhao Zhuolu did not participate in Fang Jianshan's endless topic, and he was training alone beside him. Fang Jianshan seemed to have lost motivation. So he squatted beside him, and felt sad. Liansheng said, "You can still go and knock now. It's not too late." Yi Buqing laughed and said, "He knocked before and found that he really couldn't beat him. So he came up to curse." Fang Jianshan couldn't figure it out. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? Where is he from? Who is he? Even if he doesn't go to school. A person who practices hand exercises should be very famous. Where does he practice hand exercises? It must be Sanyao. Right? But there is no place at all. This is probably the biggest problem he has encountered in his life. Liansheng suddenly said, "I have seen him." Fang Jianshan turned his head excitedly. "You have seen him?" Liansheng said. Fang Jianshan, "How is it?" Liansheng thought for a while and said, "A very cute boy." Fang Jianshan immediately said, "You are lying to me." Liansheng ignored him and walked over to check on Zhao Zhuolu's situation. Zhao Zhuolu couldn't help falling. He was very fast, and his stability was much better than at the beginning of his winning streak. But he couldn't control his speed when turning. Either he slowed down subconsciously, causing the thruster to lose direction, or he turned too slowly and crashed out. Liansheng felt sorry for his mecha, so he used a high-end and high-end one. It would cost a lot to repair it. Liansheng said, "I help you." Zhao Zhuoluo turned his head to look at her and said politely, "Thank you. How can I help?" Liansheng, "You start walking. Accelerate slowly and run a circle steadily." Zhao Zhuoluo followed her instructions and began to accelerate in the field, and then circled around. Liansheng followed closely behind, reminding him from time to time, helping him to turn the direction and adjust his body posture. In this situation, a third party can see it more clearly, especially Liansheng, who knows the human body structure best. Zhao Zhuoluo maintained a certain speed and soon began to adapt. Liansheng asked him to continue to accelerate. Cheng Zhe and others saw that they slowed down and looked at them, wanting to learn some experience. "I want to wait until Zhao Zhuolu adapts, and then let Liansheng guide me." When they skated to the fifth circle, Zhao Zhuoluo made another mistake. At the intersection with a series of turns and high-speed running, he still couldn't fully adapt to the oncoming impact. His heart was in a state of tension, and his rhythm was disrupted. Zhao Zhuolu grinned, knowing that he might collide again. Then he heard Liansheng shouting from behind, "Left." He leaned his body and tried to go left as far as possible, trying to avoid the obstacle over there. But after estimating the distance, he felt that the possibility was not high. Suddenly, his waist tightened, and he found that Liansheng was hugging him from behind and twisted him back directly. Zhao Zhuolu took a deep breath, stood firm and stopped. Fang Jianshan saw the scene, shouted loudly, and jumped up directly. "Damn it! Don't stop. Keep going." Liansheng looked at them. "Are you going to come too?" The three of them shook their heads almost instinctively. Liansheng pushed Zhao Zhuolu and urged, "Then you keep going." Zhao Zhuolu, He didn't dare to continue. Liansheng said, "What are you afraid of? I didn't touch you. We are doing legitimate training." Zhao Zhuolu knew that this was legitimate training. During legitimate training, you shouldn't care about the relationship between men and women so much. It makes you look too unprofessional. But when he wanted Liansheng to hug his waist, he felt an indescribable shame. Liansheng saw him start again hesitantly, but he didn't speed up, and followed him and said, "I say, what are you doing now? It's like a young wife being flirted with by me. Am I that kind of person? No." Zhao Zhuolu held his breath and looked at the starting point. "I need to rest." Liansheng scolded, "You just came. What's the point of resting? What are you pretending to be? Be more professional." "Excellent classmate." Zhao Zhuolu shook his head and accelerated again. Liansheng said, "I won't touch you if you don't fall." Xiao Shualu heard this, straightened his back, and decided to show his professionalism. Lian Sheng slapped him on the back. Bend your back to find your center of gravity. What do you want to do with this posture? Xiao Shualuo turned around the position of the three people, and the three stood in a row and saluted him solemnly, watched him arrive, then took small steps to adjust the direction, and watched him go away. They practiced until 11 o'clock in the evening, and Fang Jianshan and others almost stood like a wife waiting for her husband. Considering that there will be a game tomorrow, everyone went offline to rest first. Lian Sheng walked out of the censor room and found several unread messages on it. Ji Ban sent her a picture, which was a mecha model placed on the palm. It was exactly the same as what they saw today. Ji Ban said, "Show you." Lian Sheng praised, "Awesome. Did you do this?" Ji Ban replied after a while, "You are back?" Ji Ban sent her another animated picture, in which he pulled the mecha to deform. It still did not become an ordinary mecha type, but it was difficult to describe what shape it was. Lian Sheng looked at his background and asked, "Aren't you in the military academy?" Ji Ban, "No. I'm in the factory." Lian Sheng, "Aren't you going to the military academy for training? Does the expeditionary army not look at physical fitness when recruiting people?" Ji Ban, "I don't know. But the military doesn't have a special case for recruiting disabled people as frontline soldiers." Lian Sheng touched his ear. "Then why did you come to participate in this election?" Ji Ban, "I want to say that the mecha developed by our family is very powerful. I want to prove that hand-operated mecha is not an outdated technology. It is really powerful. The poor ones are all drivers." Lian Sheng, This is so heartbreaking. Brother, you can't talk like this. Ji Ban, "So even if the opponent is you, I will win. I won't lose." Lian Sheng thought for a while.